Once we get the hang of it, we can cut that down to about 2.5 hours. I'll make at least 5 machines and 5 sets of replacement parts. 5 machines plus 5 sets of parts would take nearly 20 hours. There was still a day left until tomorrow, but it wasn't exactly early anymore. Anjia was really pushing himself. Siyu said, "Thank you for your hard work." Anjia smiled. "No need to say that, my lord. This is my duty." After leaving Anjia, Siyu went to find Dishing. Dishing was also involved in this mission, so without Siyu needing to explain, he already knew why she was there. "My lord, I've memorized all the formations you gave me. Over this period, I've also developed quite a few original ones. 2 of them should be suitable for this situation." With that, Dishing didn't keep her in suspense and took out 2 formation diagrams. These 2 formations are newly developed and haven't been named yet. The one marked 1 can weaken any speed-related force within its range. The one marked 2 can be bound to an object and selectively increase its weight. At first glance, only the first formation seemed related to the storm, while the second didn't seem useful. But since Siyu had just told Dishing about Anjia's plan, the second formation was clearly meant for the objects to be sent into the storm via the machine. Thinking of this, Siyu was glad she'd shared Anjia's plan with Dishing. Otherwise, he probably would have only brought out the first formation. The second one required coordination with other elements, and without knowing how it would be used, Dishing might have forgotten about it. "Are these formations difficult to set up? How long will it take? Can you do it alone, or do you need help?" Formations are different from machines. They have to be set up on site. So Siyu needed to know what was required in advance to make sure nothing was forgotten when they set out. Machines, on the other hand, could be assembled in the territory and then transported, so any missing materials could be replenished in time. Dishing smiled confidently. "The formations aren't exactly simple, but since I created them myself, I'm confident I can handle it. It's just that the first formation was originally designed to weaken ordinary creatures, so its power isn't enough to deal with a storm. I'll need some time to improve it, and I'll also need some high-grade formation materials." He then listed the materials he needed. After Siyu confirmed the warehouse had them, Dishing immediately set to work refining the formation. With Dishing busy, Siyu left. Although she was a bit tired after running around for over an hour, she'd received a lot of good news, so the fatigue felt insignificant. Originally, her plan was to rely mainly on potions, with Chanwei assisting, and then use sheer numbers to force the storm to stop, a rather brute force method. But thanks to Anjia and Dishing's solutions, things were looking much easier. With enough potions and manpower, a large storm wouldn't be fatal or cause serious injuries, though minor injuries would be inevitable. Now, with the help of formations and machines, Siyu was even considering whether the human wave tactic was still necessary. "We can plan for 2 approaches," Siyu murmured to herself. The human wave tactic was still too risky, so it would only be a backup if conditions allowed. As for the primary plan, it would be to use machines to transport large quantities of useless, but heavy items, use Formation 1 to help them enter the storm, and then use Formation 2 to increase their weight, thus speeding up the storm's energy consumption. This method wouldn't cost a single soldier, and although the time required was uncertain, it was at least safe. Back at the City Lord's mansion, Siyu first issued a task to gather manpower, then began drafting the detailed procedures for both plans. Once the plans were ready, she glanced at the sign-up list, which was as full as ever, and called Qi-Jin over to help again. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Qi-Jin was especially smart this time. She didn't even need Siyu's guidance. After reviewing the task requirements and listening to Siyu explain the key points, she began efficiently screening candidates. Siyu calculated the number of people she needed to bring. Transporting 5 machines would require about 20 people, plus those needed for on-site security, people to protect Dishing while he set up the formation, and scouts to check the surrounding area. Adding all these up, Siyu planned to bring 300 combat personnel this time. Of these 300, 120 were the people Mike and Lyre had brought back, the ones selected from the last round of volunteers. That meant they only needed to choose another 180 people this time. She left the selection work to Qi-Jin, then hurried off to the Black Prison. As soon as she arrived, Siyu saw several black prison guards looking troubled. What's wrong? Seeing they hadn't noticed her, she took the initiative to ask. The guards jumped in surprise, then quickly explained, "My lord. No need for formalities. Just tell me what happened." Siyu stopped them from greeting her and asked in a serious tone. One of the guards stepped forward and said, "My lord, just now Lord Lake sent over another 30-odd shadow creatures. The black prison is almost full." Originally, the black prison had 2 levels, one above ground, one below. The above-ground level held people who got into fights or caused trouble but refused to change their ways. In other words, those who had made mistakes, but nothing too serious. The underground level held the traitors caught back then, as well as assassins captured long ago, special cases. But now, with the number of shadow creatures increasing, all these people had to make way for them. The above-ground prisoners were sent to work at the ranch, where they also ate and slept. To prevent trouble, more staff were assigned to manage the ranch. As for the more unsavory types from underground, they were locked in the 6th floor of the monster tower. The 5th floor was also opened up, but unlike the first 4, it was used for team training. The 7th floor housed the monster cages and was still heavily guarded. The monster tower was the most dangerous place in the territory, so locking people up there was actually the safest option. But even after clearing out both levels of the black prison and opening up as much space as possible, it could only hold a maximum of 1,000 shadow creatures. From the first day of the polar night until now, the 4th day, the number of shadow creatures had already reached 1,200, and the day wasn't over yet. The number would only keep rising. The guards were at their wits' end. The problem was, while these shadow creatures weren't strong, they couldn't be beaten. No one dared risk killing one by accident. Nor could they be scolded, since they didn't understand human speech. Yelling at them was pointless. Worst of all, the shadow creatures were extremely noisy. You could tell from the way they used all sorts of sounds to lure people out of their houses. So during the territory's rest hours, when everything should be quiet, the entire black prison was as lively as a nightclub, driving everyone crazy. Hearing their complaints, Siyu sympathetically patted their shoulders, but there was nothing she could do. The new prison wasn't ready, and now there was the storm to deal with. Everyone was stuck outside. At the very least, the shadow creatures couldn't be dealt with before tomorrow. Hang in there one more day. At the latest, the day after tomorrow, we'll send them out in batches. Once this is over, you'll all get a bonus. Siyu's management style was both strict and generous. Handing out money might seem cliché, but it worked very well. She didn't like spouting motivational nonsense. She knew money was what mattered. If she could give out money, she wouldn't waste her breath. A handful of copper coins was worth more than 100 speeches. Maybe the guards were truly at their limit, because this time, even at the mention of money, they didn't look excited, just relieved. Their relief wasn't about the money, but because they knew the shadow creatures would be gone soon. Don't worry, my lord, we'll do our best to keep an eye on them. With so many shadow creatures, the guards couldn't make their usual bold promises to Siyu. Siyu understood how difficult the situation was, so she didn't push them. Trying to fit 1,200 creatures into a space meant for 1,000 meant the prison was packed. The extra 200 shadow creatures were all tied up and left in the corridors. There was simply no other option. The number of guards had also increased, since the shadow creatures were now almost half the population of the territory. If they escaped, it would be a disaster. After discussing the situation, Siyu gave the guards another task, the main reason she'd come. I'll give you a list soon. Send people to pick out 300 shadow creatures from the prison, but don't touch the ones belonging to the people on the list. The guards understood the origins of the shadow creatures, so they knew what she meant, but not why. The list I give you is for those going on an external mission in 2 days. The shadow creatures you pick will be escorted outside by them. Since those people would be taking the shadow creatures out, it couldn't be their own, or else it would be hard to say whether they were escorting them to prison or just feeding them. Of course, besides those 300, the 180 people currently trapped outside also needed to be excluded. Yes, we understand. But where should we put the selected shadow creatures? The guards understood, but had a new problem. 300 shadow creatures was no small number, and there was nowhere to keep them in the territory, otherwise they wouldn't be so troubled. But since Sue had said so, she must have a plan. Temporarily keep them in the monster tower. The tower will be closed tomorrow. The monster tower had 7 floors and had been expanded, so it was spacious and secure, a good temporary holding place. The guards nodded and immediately began preparing. Although the list wasn't ready yet, they could start sorting the shadow creatures, knocking out or tying up the ones that needed it to avoid chaos later. Later, Sue delivered a list of nearly 500 names to the Black Prison. Since it was an urgent task, the guards had to work through the night without sleep to get it done. They spent 3 or 4 hours clearing out the 300 shadowy figures not on the list, then packed them all up and sent them to the monster farming tower. Aside from these guards, the 4 alchemists also pulled an all-nighter. Maybe the lure of 5 times the usual reward was just too tempting, so much so that they didn't even have time to eat, let alone sleep. If Sue hadn't worried they'd starve themselves into illness and sent people over with food and potions to restore their strength and energy, they might have worked themselves to death. But their hard work paid off. Pooling their efforts, the 4 of them quickly managed to develop a potion that could resist advanced storms. However, the 4 of them were a little disappointed. Despite their best efforts, they were still a bit late. They finished the task the next day, though it was not yet 2 a.m. It was already past the deadline Sue had set for the 5-fold reward. So this time, they could only get triple the bonus. Still, they weren't greedy. 300 gold coins plus the base reward of 100 gold coins meant 400 coins split among them. Even if divided by contribution, the one who got the least would still get 70 or 80 gold coins, not a small sum. After calculating their earnings, the 4 were overjoyed. Though eager to get paid, they knew it wasn't the right time, and after working nonstop for over a dozen hours, they hadn't even gone home. Luckily, their lab had beds and sofas for resting, and the furnace kept the place warm, so there was no risk of freezing. The 2 male alchemists made do with the sofas, while the 2 female alchemists took the only bed. Though exhausted, perhaps the power of money was just too strong, they only slept 3 or 4 hours before waking up, just in time to run into Suyu, who'd come to check on their progress. "My lord, we've finished developing the advanced storm resistance potion you asked for," one of the alchemists said excitedly, stepping forward. He was the only one among the 4 who belonged to the territory, so he was closer to Suyu. The other 3 tacitly let him do the talking. "Show me," Suyu said, following them inside. Amid the mess on the table, the 4 sheepishly dug out 7 finished potions. Advanced Storm Resistance Potion. Category: Item. Quality: Purple. Description: a potion that, when used, allows the body to resist the impact of storms for 30 seconds. Duration can be stacked with multiple uses, up to 10 bottles within 10 hours. Seeing the potion's duration, Sue felt a bit regretful, but she knew everyone had done their best. After all, the basic storm resistance potion only lasted a minute. 30 seconds for the advanced version was already impressive. Most importantly, the duration could be stacked. With enough potions, 10 bottles would give 5 minutes, enough time to accomplish a lot. "You've all done very well. I'll have your rewards sent over soon, and I'll make sure the distribution is clear," Sue praised them, then addressed the issue they cared most about. At the mention of money, their eyes lit up and they instantly looked energized, nothing like people who'd just worked over a dozen hours and only slept a few. "I know you've all worked hard, but I have one more thing to ask," Sue continued, not beating around the bush. "Although you've developed the potion, I'll need to use it tomorrow. Of course, I won't let you work for nothing. From now until 5 a.m. tomorrow, for every bottle of storm resistance potion you make, I'll buy it for 3 silver coins. All materials will be provided by the territory. I need at least 500 bottles of advanced storm resistance potion. That's the minimum. The more you make, the more extra rewards you'll get, and you can divide those among yourselves as you see fit. In addition to the overall reward, whoever makes the most potions will get an extra 5 gold coins. For the others, anything over 130 bottles will be bought at a higher price. The more you make, the higher the price. As the saying goes, if you want the horse to run, you have to let it eat grass. Siu took this to heart, perhaps even to excess. In urgent situations, she didn't just want the horse to eat its fill, she practically wanted to keep stuffing grass in its mouth even after it was full. Of course, that was only if the horse could deliver the corresponding value. Worked for over a dozen hours and exhausted? No problem. Siu would offer a price that made them willing to work another dozen hours. Although yesterday she'd offered 100 gold coins each, with a maximum bonus of 500 gold coins, and today's 5 gold coin bonus for first place seemed small by comparison, that wasn't really the case. Do the math. Yesterday's reward was split among 4 people, today's 5 gold coins go to 1 person alone. And developing a new potion is much harder than simply making one from an existing recipe, so 5 gold coins is actually a lot. Each potion sells for 3 silver coins, so 5 gold coins could buy 160 potions. And that's just one part of the reward. If they work hard, the piecework pay system won't disappoint them. Just as Siu hoped, the 4 who'd been a bit sluggish were instantly re-energized, looking like they could work for another 100 years. Oh, and since time is tight and we need a lot of potions, there are 2 alchemist apprentices in the territory. If you're able, you can have them help make potions. 30% of the potions made by the apprentices will count toward your total. While you won't get a share of the money for the potions they make, the extra rewards will be calculated with those numbers included, and the rankings will take them into account as well. If Siu hadn't said that the apprentices' output would count toward their own, the 4 would never have agreed to take on apprentices. After all, training them takes time, and that time could be spent making more potions themselves. But Siu did need them to teach the 2 apprentices, even if just as assistants, since that would increase overall output. Of course, the apprentices would be paid for their labor. Likewise, the alchemists willing to teach would be compensated for their time. That's exactly what Siu is doing now. Because there was an extra reward, bringing along an apprentice wasn't a bad thing at all. In fact, it was a good thing, a chance for them to earn more money. With that thought, everyone's spirits lifted. Is anyone willing to take on an apprentice? There are 2 apprentices in total, so we only need 2 people, 1 for each. Siu looked at the 4 of them. Among these 4, there was 1 intermediate, 2 advanced, and 1 at the advanced bottleneck. Technically, any of them could be a mentor, but with 3 advanced alchemists present, the intermediate one seemed outclassed. Not only did she lack the competitiveness of the other 3, but she also felt embarrassed to compete with them. After thinking it over, she decided to withdraw. I've never taught anyone before, so I'd rather not mislead a student. I'll get back to my work, she said, knowing she was no match for the others and not wanting to waste time. Instead of standing around, she might as well go back and make a few more potions. Each potion sold for 3 silver coins, and at her pace, she could make one every 5 minutes. As she got more skilled, her efficiency would only improve. The time she'd just wasted could have produced 3 or 4 potions. Thinking of this made her a little regretful, but she didn't show it. She just walked away much faster. With 1 person voluntarily stepping back, whether it was due to lack of skill or not, the other 3 all breathed a sigh of relief. But then, realizing there was still 1 person too many, the atmosphere tensed up again. Seeing that this stalemate wouldn't solve anything, Siu simply brought the 2 apprentices in. Although you're just helping out temporarily, it still counts as a day of mentorship. These things are all about fate, why not let them choose for themselves? Since one of the 3 had to be excluded and none of them wanted to step down, Siu didn't want to arbitrarily dismiss anyone, so she left the choice to the apprentices. Hearing this, the 3 advanced alchemists felt a bit conflicted, but had no complaints. After all, it's rare for students to pick their teachers, especially when all the teachers are skilled. But in the face of money, none of that really mattered. Besides, they understood Suyu's dilemma. Since that was the case, it was better to let the apprentices choose. But the 2 apprentices had never experienced anything like this before. They were both flattered, but didn't get cocky, knowing they were only here to help out for a day. They nervously glanced at Suyu. Siu gestured for them to look at the 3 alchemists instead of her. Don't worry, just choose. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. How much you learn depends on your own ability. Each person can only take one apprentice, so once you've decided, just say so, don't fight over it. Hearing this, the two apprentices relaxed. Their hesitation wasn't just about not knowing whom to pick, they were also afraid of offending someone. It was obvious that the alchemists were willing to teach them for the sake of profit, but since there were only two apprentices, one alchemist would be left out. They worried that the one left out might hold a grudge. But since Siu had made the mutually beneficial relationship clear, it was all out in the open. If it was just about profit and not personal feelings, then as long as the alchemist left out wasn't petty, it wouldn't be a problem. Otherwise, it would just make them look bad. Can I follow you? The first to speak was the female apprentice, who bravely walked up to the only female alchemist among the three. Before coming in, both apprentices knew they'd have to pick a temporary mentor, so she'd been observing from the start. As a girl herself, she naturally leaned toward choosing a female mentor, so she'd already made up her mind. She just hadn't dared to say it. Of course, I'll do my best to teach you. This female alchemist happened to be the one at the advanced bottleneck, so the other two weren't bothered about not being chosen. Lord Su, we'll be off now. The female alchemist nodded to Suyu and left with her apprentice. The remaining male apprentice looked between the two men, then walked up to the one who looked less approachable and said the same thing as the first apprentice. The alchemist agreed. The apprentice breathed a sigh of relief and apologized to the other alchemist. Actually, the two remaining alchemists were a study in contrasts. One looked gentle, the other stern. Normally, anyone would pick the gentle one, and he'd wanted to as well. But this time, it was less about picking someone and more about not picking someone. Thinking from that angle, he chose to reject the gentle one, figuring that someone with a good temper wouldn't take it personally. Even though what Lord Su had said made sense, he couldn't help but overthink it. Forget it, the gentle-looking alchemist sighed, said a word to Suyu, and left. The other alchemist left with his apprentice as well. With that, the matter of the potions was settled. Afterwards, Siu went to check on Anjia and Dishing. Both were well prepared. Anjia was already assembling the third machine. At this rate, even without working overtime, they'd have at least 6 machines ready by tomorrow, one more than planned. As for Dishing, there wasn't much he needed to prepare, since his work would only start at the destination. His formation had already been improved, and all the necessary materials were ready. Now it was just a matter of heading out tomorrow to set it up. During this time, Siu received news from the scouts she'd sent out. According to them, the massive storm seemed to have settled right over the underground prison, not budging an inch for more than a day. The howling winds kept them from getting close, but even from afar, they could see a vortex taller than the trees spinning at terrifying speed. Just looking at it made their skin crawl. Siu wasn't surprised. She'd already guessed the storm wouldn't move. Many things that seem random actually follow patterns. Like where creatures spawn, where events happen, the movement paths of storms, and so on. This world was created for her and naturally revolved around her. Those people were sent out to work by her. Short-term work was fine, but if they stayed too long, they'd definitely attract the storm's attention. Natural disasters wouldn't let them do whatever they wanted so easily, so the storm had come in response. It hadn't happened before because it wasn't yet the polar night back then. Lots of people were out and about in the forest, so with so many targets, it was hard for the storm to focus on anyone, and nothing happened. But now, with everyone in the forest gathered in one place and focused on a single goal, they naturally became a target themselves. Siu even started to suspect that when she first heard about 2 large storms spawning, one heading toward the territory, the other toward the dungeon, things weren't as simple as they seemed. The one heading for the territory had long since disappeared, probably dissipating halfway there. Even if it hadn't, the territory had everything it needed. A single storm wouldn't be much of a threat. But the storm heading for the dungeon was a different story. Looking at things now, it was fortunate the 2 storms had split up. Otherwise, if there had been 2 large storms guarding that side, Siu would have had to consider asking Anjia to make something like a drilling machine and rescue everyone by tunneling underground. Luckily, those people weren't that unlucky. Soon, a whole day passed just like that. So you got up especially early to find Angia and the four alchemists, pack up all the machines and potions that needed to be stored, and then gather the relevant personnel, take a head count, and distribute tasks and supplies. In the end, Angia's team managed to produce 7 storm synchronizers, but due to time constraints, the 7th machine didn't have any spare parts. In other words, if it broke, it couldn't be used anymore. Still, this was already an overachievement. If there were no spare parts, so be it, it wasn't a big deal. As for the other important item, the advanced anti-storm potion, when Siu arrived at the alchemy lab that morning, the 4 alchemists and 2 apprentices were still hard at work. Siu knew they'd push themselves, but she hadn't expected them to work this hard. All right, go get some rest. This isn't the only time I'll be buying this potion until the disaster ends. I'll keep purchasing it, though the price will be lower after today. At first, when Siu said the first half, the alchemists acted like they hadn't heard her. But as soon as she mentioned the price drop, one of them immediately collapsed into a chair. Once everyone finished the potion they were working on, Siu quickly had someone escort them to rest. Honestly, seeing how exhausted they looked, half paralyzed, Siu seriously doubted whether they could even take care of themselves. But that wasn't her concern right now. What she cared about was how many potions they'd managed to make. She set aside the potions made by each person, then spent a few seconds counting them, well, not really counting, just checking the system. From left to right, the first batch, 203 bottles, plus a small batch of 125. The second batch, 186 bottles, plus another small batch of 120. The third batch, 214 bottles. The fourth batch, 200 bottles. Total, 1,048 bottles. Seeing that number, Siu couldn't help but be amazed. She'd only expected to get 500 bottles, but the result was more than double. But then again, this was the power of money at work, so it wasn't really surprising. The original plan was for 500 bottles at 5 minutes per bottle, which would take over 40 hours. Split among 4 alchemists, that was about 10 hours each, hence why Siu set that target. 10 hours was already a lot, but for the sake of money, these people pushed themselves to the limit, each working at least 15 hours. Still, their hard work paid off. In one day, each alchemist earned at least 5 gold coins, and that was just the base pay. Siu had also said that their quota was 130 bottles, and anything above that would earn them a bonus. With the extra, they could get another 1 or 2 gold coins. A day's work for 7 or 8 gold coins, that was a huge deal. People might think being an alchemist is lucrative because they're rare, but that's not really the case. Alchemists are rare, but their materials are expensive too. A cheap potion costs a few silver coins, expensive ones can be a dozen, dozens, or even priced in gold coins. But usually, the material costs are more than half the price. Add in the time and other costs, and their profit isn't that much. Plus, unlike doctors, who can always make money because people always get sick or injured, alchemists make all sorts of strange potions. People who want them can't afford them, and those who can afford them often don't want them. So unless an alchemist invents a particularly useful potion and keeps the recipe to themselves, their income is only a bit better than ordinary folks. You guys, deliver the payment slips to their homes. Don't give them to anyone else. They must be collected in person. Although the slips had names on them and others couldn't claim the money, Siu still gave extra instructions to avoid trouble. Don't worry, my lord. We'll make sure they get their slips personally. With that, the group took the 6 payment slips and headed off in different directions. Siu put all the potions into her bag and headed to the plaza. By the time she arrived, the 300 people there had all assembled. After Lyle and the others finished the head count, they started distributing essential supplies and assigning transport equipment and other tasks. When they saw Siu arrive, they reported the situation and received another batch of potions. These are advanced anti-storm potions. Their effect is, prioritize giving them to those who are physically strong and quick-witted. Even with the potions, storms weren't to be taken lightly. Not everyone who drank the potion could go head-to-head with a storm, so selection was important. Once all the supplies were handed out and tasks assigned, the 300 people, along with 300 shadow creatures, set out from the territory in a grand procession. It was an impressive sight, but since Siu had called everyone together so early, most people in the territory were still in bed. So, even with so many people and things on the streets, there was no congestion. After everyone had left, the territory's gates were closed again, shutting out the darkness outside. "We're here, it's just up ahead," Lal pointed, indicating the direction. Although there was still some distance to the destination, they could already hear the howling winds. "Stop here. Everyone, follow the previous plan. Those with potions, wait here," Siu instructed. Everyone followed her orders. Di Xing and his dozen protectors went to set up the formation, while about 30 people lined up the storm synchronizers and began loading them with heavy objects. According to Siu's plan, it was best to avoid confronting the storm head-on if possible. So, the first step was to use the formation and Anjia's machines to see if they could disperse the storm directly. "The formation is set up," Di Xing reported, panting heavily. He didn't even stop to rest before coming straight to Suyu and saying, "Time is tight, so the area covered by the formation isn't large. The heavy object array only covers the area of the storm, and the slow array is the same. All right, you've worked hard. Go get some rest for now. I'll call you if I need you later." Siu waved him off to rest, then signaled the team operating the storm machines to start moving the machines step by step closer to the storm. As they approached the storm, the formation began to activate. The speed of the storm slowed ever so slightly, barely noticeable. But since the storm was already moving extremely fast, and the formation had been set up in a rush, its effect was limited. The storm's speed only decreased a little. Still, a little was better than nothing. "Drive them in," Siu instructed the operators. Upon receiving the order, they immediately began manipulating their remote control-like devices. Although the destructive range of the large storm was only a few meters, the wind it generated could affect an area up to 100 meters wide. So, they had stopped the machines 100 meters away. The machines weren't very fast, and it took them 3 minutes just to cover half the distance. The slow speed was partly because the machines were loaded with heavy objects, and partly because Anjia had deliberately reduced their speed to emphasize other performance aspects. 50 meters. 40 meters, 30 meters. When they were about 10 meters from the storm, everyone could clearly see the 7 machines start to shake, some more violently than others. Instinctively, everyone looked at the operators, silently asking what was happening. Compared to the onlookers' concern, the operators themselves were much calmer. The others were worried because they didn't know what was going on, but the operators understood. The machines had stopped because the storm's winds were too strong, making it nearly impossible to move forward, especially since the machine's speed had been deliberately reduced. The solution was simple: turn resistance into propulsion. "What is that?" someone exclaimed as they saw a rod-like object slowly extend from the top of each machine. Then, the tip of the rod split into 4, unfolding into a cross shape that looked a bit like a small propeller. The propeller began spinning rapidly. Of course, none of them knew what a propeller was, but that didn't stop them from thinking it looked impressive. And it wasn't just for show. The machines, which had been struggling to move, suddenly shot forward as if equipped with turbochargers, charging straight into the storm at high speed. Everyone, even the operators. The onlookers thought it looked amazing, but even the operators hadn't expected such a wild result. During their training, they'd only heard that activating the wind blades on top would allow the machines to harness the storm's power and enter the storm smoothly. But they'd only heard about it, they'd never actually seen it in action, since there were no storms in the territory to practice on. Now, after witnessing it firsthand, they finally understood how the feature worked. "That's incredible," someone couldn't help but start to praise, but before he could finish, his smile froze on his face. And he wasn't the only one. Everyone present shuddered at what they saw next. The machines, which had just charged valiantly into the storm, were suddenly swept up by it. That alone wouldn't have been so shocking. After all, it was to be expected. But what truly terrified them was that, as the machines were sucked into the storm, they were immediately hurled into the air. Everyone watched in horror as the 7 machines floated and tumbled high above, and, most chilling of all, amidst the howling wind, they could faintly hear the sound of something hard snapping. At first, the noise just sounded familiar until, bang, something unidentifiable fell from the storm and was flung out at high speed, right in the direction from which they'd come, exactly where they were standing now. Fortunately, the storm wasn't sentient and didn't deliberately aim at them, so they simply watched as the object flew toward them and landed 20 or 30 meters away. Shining their flashlights on it, everyone froze. "Isn't that one of the machine's wheels?" someone blurted out, and the whole place fell silent. Before anyone could react, there was another familiar cracking sound, and with a thud, another machine part dropped to the ground. Everyone. One of the operators suddenly looked pale. He turned to Suyu and said, "My lord, I think that's from the machine I was controlling." "I don't know why this happened. I followed the mechanic's instructions exactly." Both the wheel and the second fallen part had come from the same machine. For the others, this was good news. It meant only one machine was damaged so far. But for the operator of that machine, it was bad news. After all, there were 7 machines in total, and he was operating one of them. The other 6 were fine. Why was his the only one falling apart? To put it bluntly, people might start doubting his competence, or even suspect him of sabotaging the mission on purpose. But he knew he hadn't done anything wrong. He'd followed the exact same procedures as the other 6. "Don't worry, I know it's not your fault," Xi reassured him, then signaled for the team to retrieve the fallen wheel and the second part for inspection. A quick look revealed that the connecting components were perfectly intact. Normally, parts only fall off if the connectors are loose. Otherwise, even if a part is damaged, it shouldn't detach. This component isn't right. So you had someone bring over a high-powered flashlight. Earlier, the lighting was still too dim, so she could only tell that the connecting parts were intact, but couldn't see anything else. Now, with sufficient light, she quickly spotted the problem. However, before she could speak, the operator spoke up first. "My lord, look at where this part is split. It's very smooth, as if it was cut by something sharp." Everyone followed the direction the operator was pointing, and sure enough, the separation between the 2 components was a perfectly straight line, as if sliced apart, with no dents or irregularities. In other words, the machine's parts didn't come apart because of loose fittings, they were forcibly cut, split into 3 pieces, maybe even more. Anjia said this machine uses high-fiber carbon steel, which is extremely hard. Ordinary objects couldn't possibly cut it, let alone make such a clean cut. The cut was as neat as if a sharp kitchen knife had sliced through vegetables. It seemed impossible, yet it had clearly happened. "My lord, do you think it's possible that there's something very sharp inside the storm, and when the machine was swept in, that object, spinning at high speed, sliced right through it?" Lal offered his own theory from the side. Siu nodded in agreement. That was more or less what she was thinking too, but she hadn't said it out loud for fear of frightening everyone. Because, as everyone knew, if using machines to break through the storm failed, they'd have to go in themselves. People are not machines. If even high-fiber carbon steel, an item with purple-grade strength, could be easily cut, then whatever's inside must be at least purple-grade, maybe even red or gold. Never mind purple, red, or gold in such high-speed conditions, even a small stone could seriously injure someone. Normally, Xi would be hoping for a gold-grade treasure inside. But in this situation, she was hoping there was nothing high-grade in there at all. She just wanted to resolve the storm quickly and rescue the trapped people. "Everyone, stay calm for now and keep monitoring the situation. Don't forget, there are still 6 machines inside," Xi said in a low voice. She really didn't want things to turn out like this, but some things can't be avoided just because you don't want them to happen. So now, she had to find a way to solve the problem. As she said, there were still 6 machines in the storm. If those 6 machines came out unscathed, it would most likely mean that the sharp object had either already been flung out by the spinning storm, or maybe it never existed in the first place. The former seemed more likely, but the latter wasn't impossible either. After all, they had no idea what was really happening inside the storm. Keep operating the machines as normal and see if you can bring them back, Siu instructed, while also having people prepare backup plans. She had 2 backup plans. One was to dig a tunnel to rescue the trapped people, and the other was to somehow get return stones into the hands of those trapped, so they could teleport back to the territory. But both plans had drawbacks. The first plan would take too long and was very risky. After all, they were over 100 meters away, and they'd have to dig in that direction, constantly reinforcing the tunnel to prevent collapse and slowly make their way through, while also guarding against unexpected events, like another storm or attacks from wild beasts or dark creatures. Even without outside interference, it would take at least 2 days. 2 days. They could afford to wait that long, and if the shadow creatures really couldn't be contained, they could just kill them and catch more later. But the people trapped inside couldn't afford to wait that long. Even if they had enough supplies, things like morale and mental state are intangible and can't be replenished with items or tools. As for the second plan, it might be tricky to execute, but with enough attempts, it could work. They'd use machines to notify the people below to open a small entrance, then toss all the return stones in. But there was a problem with this plan too, so you simply didn't have enough return stones on hand. Return stones obviously couldn't be made from ordinary materials. Their ingredients included space stones. Space stones were extremely rare. If it hadn't been for the uncertainties and dangers of going to sea, so you wouldn't have been willing to use space stones to make return stones. Dolly could use 1 space stone to make 10 level 1 space bags, but only 5 return stones. There were nearly 300 people trapped. That meant they needed 60 space stones. Siu hadn't even seen 60 space stones in her entire life. Maybe there's another way, Siu muttered, frowning in deep thought. Just as she was struggling, the 6 machine operators began reporting good news one after another. My lord, machine number 1 has been retrieved. Machine number 3 has been retrieved. Machine number 4 has been retrieved. Within 10 minutes, all 6 machines were brought back. The apprentice mechanics Anjia had brought along hurried over to inspect them and found that aside from normal wear and tear, there was nothing unusual. This was undoubtedly good news for everyone. Could it have just been a fluke with that last machine? Someone couldn't help but ask. Others weren't sure either, but they all hoped that was the case. Let's try again. Load them up and send the machines out in 10 minutes, Siu said, relieved that the 6 machines hadn't been damaged, but she didn't let her guard down and decided to keep testing. She wanted to run more tests. Machines could be repaired or rebuilt, but if people died, that was it. So the machines could be used as test subjects until she was absolutely sure, so you wouldn't dare let anyone go in, even with potions. She was afraid that if the storm wasn't dealt with, they'd lose a bunch of people first. We'll have them ready in 10 minutes, the apprentices said, wiping the nervous sweat from their brows. They quickly checked each machine, fixing even the smallest issues. 10 minutes later, just like before, the 6 machines loaded with heavy but useless junk Siu had gathered from all over the territory were sent into the storm. An hour later. Let's try one last time. If there aren't any problems, then everyone can. Suyu's words were abruptly cut off by the sudden chime of a system notification. She paused, feigning hesitation, and told everyone to wait a moment. Then she began checking the system message. Detected. Player has attempted to interfere with the storm multiple times. Storm information unlocked. Would you like to view information on this storm? Yes, no. Siu was momentarily stunned, then realized that the system had locked onto the storm 100 meters away. Although she wasn't sure what this was about, so you could guess it was information that might help her, so she didn't hesitate and chose to view it. Large ordinary storm. Storm power, 3685/10,000, currently decreasing at a rate of 0.016 per second. When power reaches 0, the storm will disappear. Wind strength, 2,000 per second. Storm debris, 14,723. Storm power, wind strength, storm debris. These 3 new terms surprised Suyu. But she quickly figured out what each of them meant. Storm power was basically like HP. Wind strength was its attack power or storm damage. Storm debris was the number of items caught up inside the storm. Based on the information, the storm was losing 0.016 power per second. With 3685 power left, it would take 230,000 seconds for it to run out. That's over 60 hours, or 2.5 days. After reading all the info, Siu didn't immediately close the storm info panel. Instead, she kept an eye on both the panel and the 6 machines nearby. As those 6 machines were swept into the storm's info panel changed instantly. Large ordinary storm. Storm power, 3685/10,000, currently decreasing at a rate of 0.017 per second. When power reaches 0, the storm will disappear. Wind strength, 2,000 per second. Storm debris, 14,741. This time, there were clear differences from before. First, the storm power consumption rate increased by 0.01. Second, the storm debris count went up by 18, which must be the 6 machines plus the trash inside them. Normally, the storm debris count would keep increasing as the storm moved, since it would keep sweeping up new items along the way. But since this storm had been stationary, it had already picked up everything it could in this spot. That's why the debris count had stayed the same, or even dropped since nothing new was being sucked in, but some things might get flung out when they reached the top of the storm. What just happened to that machine was the perfect example. Siu watched for a few more minutes and saw that the power consumption rate stayed at 0.017. Then she had the 6 people retrieve the machines and repeatedly throw more items in, increasing the storm debris count. After 9 more rounds, Siu saw the power consumption rate rise from 0.016 to 0.024. But it had taken almost 2 hours to deliver those 10 batches of items. This won't do, it's way too slow. Not only did each delivery increase the consumption rate by less than 0.01, but she also wanted the storm gone by noon tomorrow. There were about 25 hours left until noon tomorrow. To make the storm disappear in that time, the power consumption rate would have to reach 0.04. Just getting it up to that level would take 10 hours, but they could only stay in the forest for another 6 or 7 hours at most. Even if they could stay outside for 10 hours and raise the rate to 0.04, they still wouldn't be able to disperse the storm in 25 hours. Because the consumption rate increases gradually, not all at once, it would actually take about 34 hours for the storm power to run out. In short, relying on machines and formations alone, it was impossible to disperse the storm before noon tomorrow. At this rate, it was questionable whether they could even rescue people before tomorrow night. Have everyone suit up, take their potions, and get ready to enter the storm. Also, don't stop digging the tunnel on the other side, so you decided to go with a 2-pronged approach. She would have some people use potions and manpower to fight the storm, while others kept digging the tunnel. That way, even if the direct assault failed, they could still rescue people through the tunnel. Plus, once the tunnel was done, the shadow creatures could be sent through as well. Upon hearing Suyu's orders, the physically strong team members who'd been assigned to fight the storm quickly put on the wind-resistant gear Suyu had specially commissioned. Not only was this gear highly protective, it was also enchanted against wind, which would help reduce wind damage and lessen the storm's impact on them. While they were getting ready, Suyu took out a high-grade wind resistance potion and examined it again. After a few seconds, she drank it down. "My lord." Lyle was startled by this. He knew exactly what Suyu had just drunk, so he instinctively thought she was planning to enter the storm herself, which alarmed him greatly. There was no way he'd let the Lord risk herself in the storm. It was far too dangerous. Suyu waved him off. "Relax, I'm just testing the effects." She wasn't lying, she really did just want to test it. With her small frame, she'd probably be shredded before she even got close to the storm. After explaining to Lyle, Suyu opened her status panel and her eyes lit up. Walking against the wind greatly increases wind resistance and reduces wind damage. Wind mastery plus 200, wind resistance plus 1000, wind reduction plus 90%. Wind mastery allows you to harness wind power, increasing movement and action speed, and provides some wind damage reduction. Wind resistance reduces wind damage. Wind reduction. Reduces wind damage. Wind mastery damage reduction equals wind mastery slash wind mastery plus 100 asterisk 100%. Wind damage, minimum 0, not negative, equals total damage, wind resistance, asterisk 1 wind reduction. After some calculations, CU concluded that wind resistance and wind reduction together could reduce the storm's 2,000 per second damage to 100 per second. Wind mastery provided further reduction on top of that, about 66%. So after taking the potion, the storm would only deal about 34 damage per second to a person. The people CU had selected all had at least 700 HP, so they could last 20 seconds. 20 seconds wasn't long, but they wouldn't just be losing HP, they'd all use regeneration items before entering the storm. There are many items that provide continuous health regeneration, but at most, only 2 types can be used at the same time. One is the Advanced Healing Potion, which is classified as a medicine and restores 20 HP per second for an hour. The other is the Advanced Blood Replenishing Soup, which is a food item and restores 30 HP per second for half an hour. Using both items together gives a total of 50 HP per second, which is just enough to offset the 34 points of damage taken per second, with some left over. Not only that, but just to be safe, CU also had Gongyu play 2 songs. One song increases the maximum HP by 300 points, the other provides a shield worth 100 points every 10 seconds, and this shield can block wind-type damage. Raising the HP cap is to increase the margin for error, and while the shield value is a bit low, there aren't any better options available at the moment, so it's better than nothing. Once everything was ready, CU spent quite a bit of time calming everyone's nerves. Fortunately, the 6 machines that followed ran back and forth for 2 hours without any damage. Otherwise, after seeing the first machine get torn to pieces, many people would have lost their nerve. Even so, quite a few people were still hesitant. CU didn't intend to force anyone, since she wasn't planning to send everyone in at once, but rather to try in batches. Otherwise, with too many people, things could easily get out of control. Who's willing to be in the first batch? The reward will be tripled. She hadn't expected the incident with the broken machine, or else everyone wouldn't be so scared now. But since it happened, CU had no choice but to sweeten the deal. As expected, the lure of money was strong. 29 people volunteered to be the first batch of guinea pigs. CU picked the first 18 who stepped forward, then told them to get ready to enter the 6 machines in 5 minutes. They would use the machines as protective shells to slowly approach the storm. Your task is to observe the situation inside the storm. Don't act rashly and don't leave the machine. Remember to drink all 10 bottles of wind resistance potion at once. Although 10 bottles will last 5 minutes, I'll have them bring the machines back after 3 minutes. CU patiently reminded everyone of the precautions, and the 18 chosen showed no impatience. After all, this was a matter of life and death, their own lives. No one wanted to die because of a moment's carelessness. 5 minutes later, the 6 machines were ready. The 18 people split into 6 groups, 3 per machine. Since the machines were originally designed to store garbage, the interior space was quite large. 3 people fit easily, and even 3 more could squeeze in, but that would make it cramped. So CU assigned only 3 per machine. Go! The 6 operators immediately started up the machines. Even though they'd operated these machines over a dozen times, beads of sweat still rolled down their foreheads. After all, before, they were just transporting garbage. Even if they made a mistake, the worst that could happen was losing a machine. But this time was different. There were living people inside. A single slip could cost 3 lives. The pressure was immense. But no matter how stressed they were, they had to force themselves to stay calm. The more nervous they got, the more likely they were to make mistakes. Fortunately, they were all highly capable. Anyone on this mission had strong nerves. They quickly collected themselves and carefully maneuvered the machines forward. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. As the machines were swept into the storm once again, everyone held their breath. CU was nervous too, worried something might go wrong, but she kept her eyes on the clock. As soon as 3 minutes were up, she'd have the operators pull the machines out immediately. Meanwhile, the 18 people inside the storm weren't suffering as much as the 100 or so people outside imagined. In fact, they looked around in surprise, realizing they weren't being harmed at all. Other than being trapped inside the machines and unable to move freely, they didn't feel any discomfort. Don't forget our mission, see if there's anything unusual around us. Normally, you wouldn't be able to speak inside a storm, but the machines were like eggshells, sealing them off completely and keeping them safe, so they could talk as usual. Reminded, the others peered outside through the transparent domes. They hadn't realized before, but now that they could see the inside of the storm, their vision went black and their heads spun. The storm was spinning so fast that all they could see were after images, with hundreds or thousands of objects flashing past every few seconds. At such speeds, the human eye simply couldn't make anything out. Forcing themselves to look only made them dizzy and disoriented. Their eyes and brains just couldn't keep up. No way, I can't see anything at all. Same here, I just see a lot of stuff. I want to go outside and take a look. What? The third person's words startled everyone. They first cried out in shock, then hurriedly tried to talk him out of it. Maybe he'd just spoken on impulse, because after that, he didn't bring it up again. 3 minutes passed in a flash. The group soon noticed the machines beneath them starting to move. This movement was different from being tossed by the storm. It was clearly the machines themselves heading out. We're leaving. As soon as the words were spoken, the 6 machines, some faster and some slower, began to carry them back the way they'd come. The howling wind outside grew even louder as the machines moved. The group was happy to be on their way to safety, but they didn't forget their mission. Even as they were leaving, they tried their best to observe the storm's interior. 10 seconds later, the first machine broke free of the storm. A few seconds after that, the second machine emerged as well. Seeing 2 machines make it out safely, the people outside were thrilled, and those inside let out a huge sigh of relief. Now that they were out of the storm, the howling wind was still there, but gradually faded. Only then did they notice their hair and clothes were soaked with sweat. A few more seconds passed, and the third machine also slowly moved away. Just then, everyone heard the familiar sound of something slicing through the air, followed by a loud crash as if something heavy had fallen. Although they couldn't see exactly what had happened yet, everyone felt a sense of foreboding rising in their hearts. And when they finally saw the situation clearly, their bad feeling instantly became reality. Those farther away saw a bunch of machine parts rolling out from near the storm, instantly reminding them of the very first machine that had been scrapped. Could it be that another machine broke down? Someone blurted out instinctively. Hearing this, everyone's faces turned grim. As much as they didn't want to admit it, they all felt this was probably the truth. Recall all the machines now. Siu immediately ordered, her voice snapping everyone back to their senses. Several operators quickly pressed the controls in their hands, and in no time, all 5 machines, except for the one that seemed to be damaged, had retreated from the storm. Everyone was relieved that these 5 machines were safe, but they were even more worried about the 3 people inside the broken one. As for those 3, their situation wasn't great, but at least their lives weren't in danger. The effects of the potions they'd taken were still active. Because the machine had suddenly fallen apart, the 3 of them had no choice but to climb out and hope they could walk out of the storm on their own 2 feet. They'd thought moving inside the storm would be extremely difficult, maybe even impossible, but to their surprise, while it wasn't exactly easy, it wasn't impossible either. Most importantly, they weren't seriously hurt inside the storm. Although the wind felt like blades slicing at their skin, it only caused some pain, no real injuries. Of course, what they didn't know was that the pain was actually the storm's damage, but because they'd taken potions, the harm was reduced to a level they could handle, so they only felt pain without any real wounds. On top of that, they had items that continuously restored their health, so they could keep moving. But now there were less than 2 minutes left before the storm resistance potion wore off. If they couldn't get out of the storm in that time, there would be only one outcome: they'd be shredded by the storm. The 3 of them clearly knew this, so they held hands tightly and struggled to move toward the edge of the storm. "What's that?" The one at the back happened to look up and saw something like a crack in glass, and curiosity flashed through his mind. But before he could think more, the two in front shouted, "Hurry up!" "It's coming," he yelled back, not sure if the others heard him, but he quickly pushed aside what he'd just seen. His only thought now was to get out of the storm as fast as possible. As it turned out, the potion was truly effective. With its wind-resisting power, they actually managed to escape the vortex-like storm. But they'd spent too much time inside, and by the time all three made it out, there were only a few seconds left before the potion wore off. They had to use those last few seconds to get out of the storm's reach, or else, once the potion's effect ended, they'd be swept back in. Normally, running 100 meters in a dozen seconds would be easy for them. But now, after just escaping the violently spinning storm, they were dizzy and unsteady. They could barely walk, let alone run, and had to support each other just to stay on their feet. In that state, how could they possibly escape? Just then, they suddenly felt the world spin, and their feet left the ground. Before they could react, they landed again and found themselves back at the rendezvous point. "These guys aren't light. Almost couldn't carry them," someone said, grinning and rubbing his hands. "Hey, good thing I picked the one who looked the lightest," another rescuer joked proudly. As it turned out, the moment C saw the three coming out, she immediately called for 3 people. She had them take storm resistance, agility, strength, and healing potions, and even had Chanwe cast a wind acceleration spell on them. Their mission was to dash over and carry the 3 dizzy survivors back. With the boost from the agility potion and wind magic, the 3 rescuers managed to run the 100-meter round trip in under 10 seconds, even while carrying people on the way back. But no matter what, the important thing was that everyone was safe. The 3 who'd been rescued were still a bit dazed. After letting them rest a while, the group began asking what had happened inside the storm. Even the 15 people from the other 5 machines joined in. Although they'd been part of the operation, it wasn't the same. They'd stayed inside their machines the whole time and hadn't experienced the storm firsthand. Honestly, they were too scared to leave the machines, worried something might go wrong. These 3, though, had been forced out and had actually felt the storm's power. If anyone could describe what it was like, it would be them. "Honestly, I don't really know what happened. I just felt the machine getting unstable, so I told the others to be careful. But before we knew it, the whole thing just collapsed. Once the machine broke down, they had no choice but to get out, no matter how scared they were." "Were you hurt? Was the storm scary? What did it look like inside?" The questions came one after another, everyone's curiosity overflowing. The 3 were clearly still shaken by what had happened, but now that they were safe, and with so many people asking questions to distract them, their fear had lessened quite a bit. The 3 of them thought for a while, then took turns answering everyone's questions. "We're not hurt. Look at us, we're perfectly fine. We can walk and run, though our legs are still a bit shaky." Isn't that a silly question? Of course the storm is terrifying, but this potion really worked wonders. "I thought I was going to die in there, but it turns out the storm barely affected us at all." "That's true. I was worried I wouldn't be able to move and would get trapped inside, but it was actually pretty easy to walk through. The wind was just really strong, it stung my face." "What was it like inside the storm?" "How would I know? Everything was moving so fast. All I know is there were tons and tons of things inside, but they were all moving too quickly. I didn't even get a good look before hundreds of things flew past me, over my head, right in front of me." As they talked, everyone realized something. Even though the 3 had said a lot, there wasn't much useful information. Most of it was just vague descriptions of things inside the storm. Once they noticed this, people's expressions shifted from curiosity and confusion to indifference. Seeing these changes, the 3 realized that what they'd said wasn't very helpful, but they couldn't do anything about it. They honestly didn't know what else to say. Just as everyone thought this attempt had reached its end, one of them suddenly exclaimed, "Actually, I saw something strange when I was leaving the storm, but I'm not sure what it was." He spoke hesitantly, his uncertainty clear, but his words still made everyone perk up with excitement. Hurry up and tell us what you found. Well, as I was coming out, I vaguely saw something in the storm that looked like cracks, like shattered glass. He described what he'd seen, and everyone listened intently. Siu was also listening carefully at first, but as soon as he started his story, she heard the familiar system notification. Storm fracture detected. Storm fracture information unlocked. Storm fracture, marks left on the storm from collisions with external objects during its rotation. These are the storm's weak points. Focusing attacks on storm fractures will greatly reduce the storm's power. Having spent so much time here, Siu had come to understand this world pretty well. She quickly realized that storm fractures were the key to dealing with the storm. It seemed her initial guess was right. If they wanted the storm to disappear, they would have to enter it themselves. The only problem was that she hadn't known about the existence of storm fractures before. She'd only known part of the solution, not the whole process. The information you gave is really important. Siu patted the person's shoulder, then shared what she'd learned about storm fractures with everyone. At first, people didn't understand why Siu said this, but after her explanation, they suddenly got it. So humans really can fight the storm, someone exclaimed. So our next step is to attack the storm fractures? That's right. Siu nodded, then asked the person who'd seen the fracture for more details, its location, whether it moved, its size, and so on. Unfortunately, although he'd spotted the fracture, it had been by pure chance. He'd been in a hurry to get out and hadn't paid much attention to it. I don't know the specifics, but I'm sure the fracture was very obvious, and it probably doesn't move. Normally, everything else was moving so fast I couldn't see a thing, but I could see the fracture clearly. He hadn't thought much of it at the time, but now he realized how unusual it was. If a person has a wound, no matter what they do running, walking, jumping, the wound stays in the same place on their body, but to others, its position seems to change as the person moves. It's the same with the fracture on the storm. It's like a wound on the storm's body. Given the storm's speed, he shouldn't have been able to see the fracture at all, but he did, and very clearly, almost as if it was moving along with him. In that case, let's try again. Hearing this, Siu breathed a sigh of relief. This had been her main concern. With the storm moving so fast, it should be impossible for humans to accurately target a single spot, even for someone like Duoya, who specialized in ranged attacks. The system must have considered this, so it made the storm fracture relatively stationary. Simply put, once inside the storm, people might feel like they're not moving, but in reality, they're moving with the storm. The fracture is moving too, but since both are moving together, it's as if neither is moving at all. If someone outside could see the fracture, it would definitely be moving at high speed. U-15 will go in as the second group. Same as before, you'll use the machines to enter, and once you're inside the storm, you'll get out of the machines. Once you're inside, pay close attention to your surroundings. Look for any fractures. If you find one, don't attack right away, observe it first, and make sure you're in a position to move freely before you strike. When you attack the fracture, a few things could happen. The fracture might disappear, it might move, or it might stay where it is. In any case, be ready for anything. If something seems off, get out immediately, don't hesitate. Your safety comes first. Even though they now knew about the fractures, no one had tried attacking one yet, so Siu listed out all the possible scenarios. This way, everyone would be mentally prepared and wouldn't be caught off guard if something unexpected happened. Since only 5 machines were left, and each could hold 3 people, only 15 could go in this time. Although there were fewer people, it didn't affect their plan. After a short rest, the second group set out. Everything went just as before. The 5 machines were swept into the storm. This time, though, once they were inside, everyone opened the hatches and stepped out. The 15 people huddled close together, supporting one another. Once they had found their footing in the storm, they split up as Suyu had previously arranged, each group scanning their surroundings. One of them seemed to spot something. Excited, he tugged hard at another's sleeve. This was a prearranged signal, agreed upon before entering the storm, meaning he had found a crack. Although it was possible to speak inside the storm, one had to shout at the top of their lungs to be heard. with the high-speed winds swirling debris and dust everywhere. Opening one's mouth meant inhaling a mouthful of filth. If it was an emergency and speaking was unavoidable, so be it, but if they could communicate through gestures, that was obviously preferable. Feeling his sleeve being tugged, another person began pulling on the next person's sleeve, alerting the group to the discovery. At the same time, he looked in the direction of the person who had signaled him. "Over there." That person pointed, and sure enough, in that direction was a crack about the size of a basketball. The crack looked just as described before, like a spiderweb of shattered glass, dense and intricate. Those who saw the crack instinctively drew their weapons. But they quickly realized a problem. While they could keep their footing in the storm, that was all they could manage. The crack was 2 or 3 meters above the ground. Under normal circumstances, they could have just jumped to reach it. But in the storm, even getting both feet off the ground at once was a challenge, let alone jumping. "What now?" Someone tugged on another sleeve, asking with their eyes. But frustratingly, no one had a solution. This discovery left them feeling stifled. After all, they had finally found a crack, only to be unable to attack it. It was like having a pesky fly buzzing in front of you, but being unable to swat it. Just as everyone was racking their brains for a way to attack the crack, a terrified scream came from behind. Instinctively, they turned to look, and their faces filled with shock. One of them had just flown up into the air. To be precise, he hadn't flown, he'd been swept up by the storm. Normally, being picked up by the storm wouldn't be surprising. But the odd thing was, they had taken a potion whose wind control effect should have minimized the storm's impact on them, even allowing them to harness the wind to move faster. Wait. Harness the wind? Someone seemed to realize something. Nervously swallowing, he tried to tell the others, but in the storm, even spitting out a few words was hard, let alone explaining in detail. A few of them, after thinking it over, decided to bravely try it for themselves. The more timid ones clung tightly to others, crowding closer, trying to communicate their realization. While they were exchanging information, a few more people were swept up into the air. Now, even those who hadn't yet figured out that they could use the wind to float realized something was up. Their initial anxiety turned to curiosity, then eagerness. They wanted to try it too. But they were destined to be disappointed. Time was almost up. The machine outside began to roar deafeningly, signaling that it was time to leave. Those who had been swept up helped the first person down, and the group returned to the machine, letting it carry them out of the storm. Once they were out, before anyone could ask, they eagerly shared their discovery. "You mean you can use the wind to float up and attack the crack?" Siyu summarized, receiving their confirmation. "Yes, but we wasted a lot of time. We only just realized we could control our ascent and descent using the wind, but didn't have time to actually attack the crack, so we still don't know what will happen if we do." Although they were disappointed not to have attacked the crack, the mission wasn't a total loss. At least they'd discovered they could use the wind to perform a wider range of actions in the storm. With the experience of the first two groups, the third team was well prepared. Unlike before, this time they would walk in on their own, not be carried by the machine. The second group had pointed out that getting in and out of the machine wasted a lot of time, and that being strapped together by the machine limited their mobility compared to moving individually. After a moment's thought, Siyu handed 10 return stones to the third group, explaining their use. Clearly, this was Suyu's way of ensuring their safety. While she didn't have hundreds of return stones, she still had a dozen or so left, her last ones. But if it meant solving the storm problem, using them all would be worth it. With the return stones in hand, the previously anxious group breathed a sigh of relief. They kept the stones close, carried all their gear, and clutched their potions, ready to use them as soon as they neared the storm. 5 minutes later, the third group set out. This time, since the machine wasn't needed, the operators could rest. Like everyone else, they watched as the 10 people strode steadily toward the storm, unwavering like determined warriors. When they were about 10 meters from the storm, they stopped and drank their potions. Feeling the force of the howling wind suddenly lessen, they were a bit unaccustomed to it, but mostly relieved. After all, so they'd always harbored some doubts about its efficacy. Now, with their own personal experience, the pressure on them instantly lessened. As they drew closer to the storm, the 10 of them exchanged glances, then suddenly broke into a sprint toward the front. People 100 meters away couldn't help but be surprised at the sight. "You guys can actually run that fast near the edge of the storm?" someone asked, curious, turning to those who'd entered the storm in the previous 2 groups. Someone replied, "How would we know? We were just the first 2 groups to try, and we didn't have any information at all." A few seconds later, another person chimed in, "Actually, it makes sense to be able to move this fast. As long as you learn how to use the wind, we can all fly, so just running a bit faster is nothing special." The others agreed after hearing this, and stopped dwelling on the question, instead turning their attention back to the situation near the storm. At this point, things inside the storm weren't exactly good, but they weren't especially bad either. Thanks to the experience of those who'd gone before, these people knew they could use the wind to float upward, and all of them managed to do so smoothly. However, they ran into a major problem. None of them could find the crack. If they couldn't even find the crack, what was the point of floating up? There was none. Nothing here. Nothing over there either. The 10 of them signaled to each other, checking every area they could, but none of them found any trace of the crack. Though frustrated, all they could do was relay what they'd discovered to the others. As the seconds ticked by and their time in the storm was almost up, they still hadn't found the crack. Just as everyone thought they'd have to return empty-handed again, suddenly, someone let out a loud shout. Everyone was drawn by the cry and instinctively looked in that direction. Before they even looked, they assumed something bad had happened to that person, but instead, they saw him standing perfectly fine on the ground, waving his arms energetically as if calling them over. Everyone. Though they didn't know what he wanted, the other 9 quickly gathered around him. Before they even got close, they saw, less than a meter away from him, a crack about the length of an arm. Everyone's eyes lit up, and in unison, they drew their weapons. Without any hesitation, they launched an attack on the crack. Considering that ranged attacks might have their trajectories altered by the storm and would be hard to aim, only melee fighters had entered the storm. So, in just a dozen seconds, this arm-length crack was struck over 100 times, slashed by knives, stabbed by daggers, bashed by clubs, and chopped by swords. Almost the very next second after they started attacking, Siyu, who was constantly refreshing the storm's information, immediately noticed a change. Large ordinary storm. Storm power, 3613/10,000, currently decreasing at a rate of 0.019 per second. When power reaches 0, the storm will dissipate. Wind strength, 2,000 per second. Storm debris, 14691. If he remembered correctly, just a second ago, the storm's power was still around 3,620, but in the blink of an eye, it had dropped by 6 or 7 points, and the number was still steadily decreasing, not quickly, but very steadily. At the same time, so you noticed the rate of power consumption had also slowly increased by 0.02. They did it. So you immediately shared the good news with everyone. Although the others didn't know what had happened or how Siyu knew about it, that didn't stop them from cheering with joy. What did success mean? It meant all their previous efforts hadn't been in vain. Some of the sharper ones even vaguely sensed Suyu's ambition. They seemed to realize that, in the future, they might be able to seize treasures directly from beneath the storm. Though that was something for later, it didn't stop them from fantasizing about it now. A minute after Suyu's announcement, the 10 people returned safely to the crowd. Just like the previous 2 groups, they were greeted with great enthusiasm, perhaps even more so, since they were the only group to succeed. Let me tell you some good news. You just successfully depleted the storm's power. Since Suyu's earlier announcement came before they'd returned, the 10 weren't sure if attacking the crack was the right thing to do or if it had any effect. Suyu's words were a huge relief, confirming that what they'd done was correct. Now, tell us in detail what happened after you went in, and what you did. After calming them down, Siyu, as usual, asked for a report. After their account, several of their suspicions were confirmed. For example, attacking the crack really could weaken the storm. They could use the wind to move freely while the potion lasted, and the crack's location could actually move. It wasn't always in midair. The reason they hadn't found the crack at first was because their thinking had been influenced by the previous group. Since the earlier group said the crack was in midair and out of reach, they instinctively flew upward after entering the storm and looked up as well. But what they hadn't expected was that this time, the crack was actually low to the ground. Since they kept looking up, they naturally didn't see it. Luckily, someone spotted it in the end, otherwise, their trip would have been for nothing. Did you all remember what they said? Suyu asked the fourth group. The reason for having such a detailed account wasn't just for Suyu's own understanding, but more importantly, so the next group would know what to expect and what to do once inside. The fourth group nodded in succession, each saying they understood. With the potion, entering the storm wasn't difficult. According to the third group, using the wind to float was easy, and attacking the crack was a breeze. As long as you had hands, you could do it. At this point, what they needed to focus on most was finding the crack as quickly as possible after entering the storm. Learning from the previous group's experience, they knew not to just look up when searching for the crack. They needed to check all around, in every direction. It wasn't until the fourth group set out that less than an hour had passed since the first group's departure. After all, the effect of the potion only lasted 5 minutes, and to be on the safe side, everyone had to come out early. So, in reality, each group spent less than 5 minutes inside. Even if you added the time they spent answering everyone's questions and explaining the situation after they came out, the whole process for each group took no more than 10 minutes. This pace wasn't slow at all. In fact, it was surprisingly smooth. With the fourth group's departure, perhaps because of the success of the previous groups, everyone's anxiety had eased quite a bit. But just as they successfully entered the storm, the sudden roar of wild beasts echoed around them. Beasts were coming. That was everyone's first reaction. Their attention had been so focused on the storm that they'd almost forgotten they weren't in a safe zone, but in a perilous forest. It was normal for beasts to appear in the forest, but for them to show up at this exact moment really caught everyone off guard. Suyu reacted quickly. She immediately organized a group to stand guard on the perimeter, prioritizing those who had already entered the storm and couldn't go in again for a while. Lyle, you lead them to defend the perimeter against the beasts. If necessary, you can lure the beasts toward the storm, Suyu instructed. She didn't know how many beasts there were or other details, but that didn't stop her from making use of the resources at hand. The storm was a natural disaster, something even mutant beasts couldn't withstand, let alone ordinary animals. If there weren't many beasts and they could handle them, then they'd just kill them, maybe even roast some fresh meat on the spot for everyone. Mech was here, and he'd surely be happy to show off his skills. If there were too many beasts for them to handle, then they'd use the storm to kill them. After all, they had the potion, so the storm couldn't harm them, but any beast that got too close would be doomed. But beasts weren't that stupid. Knowing the storm was dangerous, they wouldn't approach it unless forced. So Suyu's main plan was to use the storm to drive the beasts away. Lyle, following orders, teamed up with Mech and others to deal with the beasts drawn by the noise, while the rest turned their attention back to the storm. With the experience of the previous dozens of people, the fourth group was truly standing on the shoulders of giants as they entered the storm. They knew about the rift, how to use the wind, and how to attack the rift. Maybe because they knew everything, less than half a minute after they entered the storm, Suyu saw the storm's energy drop by more than 10 points in one swoop. Suyu was startled, but quickly realized this must be because they were attacking the rift. But for some reason, after dropping by more than 10 points, the energy stopped decreasing. A dozen seconds later, the storm's energy dropped again, this time by over 20 points, and the number kept going down, though not as sharply as before, but rather 1, 2, 3 points at a time. It wasn't as fast as at first, but it was still pretty good. So you kept an eye on the time and the information panel, while also checking on Lyle's group handling the beasts. There was about half the potion's duration left for the fourth group, but since they had to come out early, each person only had about half a minute left. At this point, The storm's energy had dropped from 3,613 to 3,530, thanks to their efforts, and the number was still going down. After a while, the storm's energy stabilized at 3,511 and stopped dropping. Someone nearby said they saw people coming out. Siu had just breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the previously unmoving number jump from 3,511 to 3,479. Siu was baffled. Why did it drop by another 30 points? It was a good thing, but it was odd. Hadn't everyone already come out? Why was the energy still dropping, and by so much? Did they somehow break the storm? Siu had a lot of questions, but seeing something unusual happening with Lyle's group, she suppressed her doubts and went over to ask. Siu, what happened? Lyle shook his head. Nothing much. A few shadow creatures suddenly appeared and startled everyone, but Mech took care of them. Shadow creatures appearing at night was normal. Siu nodded and just reminded them to stay alert. When the fourth group returned, Siu asked them about attacking the rift. We were lucky. Not long after we entered the storm, we spotted the rift. All of us attacked it, but after a while, the rift disappeared. At this, everyone looked surprised. Siu asked, disappeared. Seeing it was Siu asking, they didn't keep her in suspense and quickly explained. Later we realized the rift hadn't disappeared, it just moved to a different spot. I think that's how it works. At first, the rift stays put, but after we attack it for a while, it hides somewhere else. When we found it again, we could keep attacking it. Listening to their explanations, Siu felt like something was clicking into place, so she kept asking. Siu, how many times did the rift change position while you were attacking it? It wasn't a hard question, and with so many people, someone quickly answered, 3 times. Someone else added more detail. That's right, 3 times. When we first went in, the rift was on the ground. Then it disappeared and reappeared at about head height. Right before we left the storm, it disappeared again, but since we were almost out of time, we just got ready to leave. At this point, someone else chimed in, a bit smugly. I reacted quickly and managed to poke the rift one more time before leaving. Based on what they said, Siu pieced together the process, and when she compared it with the drop in the storm's energy she'd observed, she immediately understood. Each time the rift disappeared and reappeared, the first attack on it caused massive damage. After that, each hit only did 1 or 2 points of damage. That also explained why she'd seen the storm's energy suddenly drop by 30 points at the end. Someone had attacked the newly refreshed rift just before leaving. After figuring this out, Suyu's expression didn't change much. This piece of information could be important or trivial. Either way, for now, there was only this one rift. Even if the storm took heavy damage from the first attack, they had no way of knowing when the rift would change position, so this discovery didn't make much difference. Even without this knowledge, as long as they kept sending people in to attack the rift in steady groups, they'd eventually be able to deal with the storm. Everything that followed went according to plan. Siu gradually reduced the size of each group from 10 people to 5, since the rift was only so big. 10 people couldn't all attack at once. 5 was the perfect number, ensuring no one was left idle. Although there were beasts interfering nearby, Siyu's side had Mike, whose combat strength was overwhelming. It turned out that Vivian and Doya's decision to have him return to the territory was absolutely the right call. Even though they could have handled the beasts without Mike, it wouldn't have been nearly as easy. And if Mike had been trapped, he wouldn't have been able to contribute at all. Only outside could he truly show his value. As group after group launched continuous attacks on the storm, Siyu's stock of potions dwindled rapidly, and everyone's energy and stamina were gradually being depleted. But all this was worth it, because Siyu could see with her own eyes the storm's power dropping from over 3,000 to over 2,000, and then to just over 1,000. When the last potion was used up, the storm's power hovered at 1416, and the rate of power loss had increased to 0.037 as the rift was attacked. At this rate, even without any outside interference, 10 hours would be enough to make this massive storm, which had raged for so long, disappear. It was about 3 p.m. now, so 10 hours later would be around 1 a.m. After thinking for a moment, So you made a decisive call. She told Lyle to use a return stone to go back to the territory and get another batch of potions from the alchemists. Originally, so you wouldn't have known the situation in the territory while outside, but as the territory leveled up, she could now check some information remotely, including inventory and resource consumption. She checked and saw that the materials for anti-storm potions had started being used again around 10 a.m. In other words, the alchemists had only rested a few hours before diligently getting back to work. Judging by the amount of materials used, there should be over 200 potions ready, enough for 20 people. 20 people could be divided into 4 groups. Based on previous averages, they could burn through another 400 or 500 points of storm power. Even if the rate of power loss didn't increase any further, they should be able to rescue everyone before 10 a.m. All this was Suyu's worst-case scenario calculation, since there might be more than 200 potions, and 4 groups would probably use up more than 400 or 500 storm power, and the rate of power loss would likely keep increasing. Lal received the order and immediately used the return stone to go back to the territory. The first thing he did was find the alchemists. Knowing what their lord intended, Lal was overjoyed to find that the alchemists had actually managed to make 300 potions. He didn't waste any time. He packed the potions into a spatial bag, drank an agility potion, activated a speed rune, and set off at a run. Normally, the round trip would have taken nearly 2 hours, but with the return stone and travel aids, it only took him a little over half an hour to bring the 300 potions back to Suyu. With these 300 potions, Suyu picked out 30 people and split them into 6 groups. An hour later. Large ordinary storm. Storm power, 438/10,000, currently decreasing at a rate of 0.039 per second. When power reaches 0, the storm will dissipate. Wind strength, 2,000 per second. Storm residue, 15142. So you checked the time, it was now 5 p.m. At the current rate of power loss, it would take less than 3.5 hours to rescue everyone. She shared the good news, and everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. That's fantastic. I can't believe what I did today. I actually entered the storm and attacked it. These potions are amazing. It's just a shame we can only drink 10 in a short period otherwise. Just having these potions is already incredible. Don't get greedy. I'm exhausted. I just want to get everyone out and go home for a good rest. Listening to everyone chat, Suyu just raised her eyebrows and didn't join in. She sat by herself, looking as if she was deep in thought. The others didn't dare disturb her, but neither did they want to leave her sitting alone, so a 3-meter space around Suyu was left empty, with only a campfire burning brightly. While waiting for the storm to dissipate, both Lyle and Mike came over to talk to her. Lyle came to discuss the potions and the storm. He had realized from this operation that humans might actually be able to fight back against storms, so he asked the Lord about future plans. Once the shadow problem is resolved, I'll organize 5 teams, each with 100 people. You and Doya will each lead a team. Your job will be to actively attack storms and scavenge whatever is left behind. Lyle's eyes lit up at this, not a trace of fear. He was sure that anyone else would have the same reaction if they heard this. They knew better than anyone how valuable the things left behind by storms were. If they could go on the offensive, he had a feeling their gains would only increase. But Lyle voiced his concern. My lord, 100 people might not be enough. Plus, with the potion limits, it's hard for everyone to go all out. Suyu chuckled and replied, 100 is enough, because I never intended for you to take on large storms right away. You can start with the small ones. After all, while the potions for small storms can't be stacked for longer duration, there's no cooldown between uses. In other words, as long as they have enough potions, they can keep drinking them and maintain the ability to fight low-level storms. I see, Lal nodded in understanding. He wasn't a greedy person. Just because they could now take on large storms didn't mean he looked down on the smaller ones. After all, a storm was still a storm. Without potions, even a small storm could easily claim their lives, so they really had no right to be picky. Besides, small storms could yield plenty of treasures. The size of a storm only determined the size and quantity of the items swept up, not their quality. If you got lucky, even a small storm could snatch away a golden item. Likewise, a large storm with bad luck might be filled with nothing but white or green junk. After learning from Suyu about the upcoming storm-related plans, Lal stepped back a couple of paces and began sorting through everything that had happened today. All of today's events could serve as crucial data for their future proactive efforts against storms. All their preparations and actions would be based on what happened today. After Lyle left, Mek, curious, came over to ask a few questions. "What did that kid just say to you?" Mek's question wasn't meant in any particular way. He was just bored and looking for someone to chat with. They were in the middle of a mission, surrounded mostly by strangers, so he couldn't find anyone to talk to. The people here either treated him with excessive respect or tried to curry favor, which Mek didn't like. So he put on a cold, aloof front, which was enough to discourage most people from approaching. "It's nothing much. I just told him that after this is over, he, Doya, and a few others will lead a team into the forest to proactively attack the storms." A few words were all it took for Mek to understand her plan. To be honest, even he was a little tempted by the things storms could bring. He might not have any use for them right now, but who could say about the future? "Count me in when the time comes." "I want to go too," Mek volunteered. Normally, Suyu never refused such offers. In fact, he didn't even need to ask. He could just join any team he wanted, and no one would turn down a high-level mage. But she was a bit surprised that Mek wanted to get involved in this. "If you want to go, go. I'm not going to stop you. But you don't really seem like the type who enjoys dealing with storms." To be fair, no one really liked dealing with storms. They were just too dangerous. Some people were willing to do it because storms could bring in a lot of money. They needed the cash, so they were willing to take the risk. But Mek was different. He wasn't short on money. His restaurant was the busiest place in the territory, and while it didn't always bring in the most money every day, it was always in the top 3. Because the restaurant made so much, as the owner, he got a hefty share. On top of that, he'd participated in so many missions before, and those missions paid out based on individual contributions. With his combat power, he was almost always the top contributor on any combat mission, so he always got the biggest payout. So if it wasn't for money, was it for the loot? Noticing Suyu's confusion, Mek coughed awkwardly, clearly not wanting to say much more. "I just want to get out and have some fun. I've been cooped up in the territory for so long I'm about to go crazy," Mek explained with a straight face. Honestly, it was a reasonable excuse. Even Suyu, who was a bit of a homebody, thought that being stuck inside all the time, in endless darkness, was pretty miserable. Still, she felt there was something off about Mek. But since he wouldn't say, there was nothing she could do. The guy was thick-skinned, and she couldn't beat him in a fight, so that was that. For now, the matter was settled. As time ticked by, when there were only 10 minutes left before the storm disappeared, everyone could clearly see that the storms, which had been as tall as 2 or 3 apartment buildings, were starting to shrink. Like a balloon losing air, the whole thing was getting smaller and smaller. 10 minutes passed quickly, and they watched as a large storm vanished right before their eyes. It was now around 8:40 p.m. In the past, this would have been a dangerous time at night. They should have been resting safely in the territory, or maybe chatting and strolling with friends. But ever since the polar night descended, they'd lost the daytime and gotten used to doing things at night. So even though it was late, it didn't feel strange. After all, it was always dark now, so what difference did it make? As the storm disappeared, everyone gasped in excitement. They jumped up from the ground, staring at the pile of loot as tall as a small hill. Instinctively, they wanted to rush over, but then remembered they were still on a mission, so they all turned to look at Suyu. Suyu didn't stop them. "Everyone, help clean up the loot. No matter what it's worth, a quarter of the total value will be converted into money and distributed to everyone." In the previous mission to build the underground prison, it was stated that all the spoils belonged to the participants. The territory wouldn't take a cut. Of course, they could sell their loot to the territory if they wanted. But this time was different. Although Suyu had set a very generous reward for this mission, she hadn't said that the loot from this mission would belong to the participants. When not otherwise specified, mission-related loot always belonged to the mission issuer. This wasn't just for territory-issued missions. Sometimes individuals would post-escort missions, like hiring a few strong fighters to help them collect certain resources. Those resources would obviously belong to the person who posted the mission. However, if the bodyguards found something on the way or killed some enemy and got loot, that would belong to them, since the mission target was the resource specified by the issuer. This time, Siyu's mission target was the large storm, so the loot inside naturally belonged to her. After all, she'd paid for all the potions and distributed them for free. If they wanted to share the resources, then next time they'd have to buy their own potions, but that was a matter for the future. Everyone was so excited simply because they wanted to see what was inside a large storm. Even though the loot had nothing to do with them, it didn't dampen their curiosity at all. Now that they'd heard a quarter of whatever was found in here would be given to them, the whole group was fired up, charging straight toward this mountain of treasure. "Let's focus on clearing out one area first and get the people underneath out," Siyu said. The reason she was so eager to have them clear away the debris instead of rescuing people first was simple. They couldn't rescue anyone until the debris was gone. The only entrance was completely blocked by the pile, so if they wanted to get anyone out, they had to move everything out of the way first. Fortunately, she'd brought plenty of people, 300 working together. In less than 10 minutes, they'd cleared an entrance. Meanwhile, the people below had also heard the commotion above. To be precise, they'd noticed heavy objects hitting the ground above them as soon as the first machine broke down. At first, they weren't sure if someone had come to rescue them or if it was just another mishap caused by the storm. But then they heard another loud crash. Because they were directly beneath the storm, they could clearly hear the violent, roaring sound of the storm swirling overhead. They noticed that the storm's roar was getting quieter and quieter over just a few hours. Even thinking pessimistically, it was clear someone had come to rescue them. They'd only been underground for a little over a day, and with enough supplies and morale, their spirits were still decent. But of course, if they could get out sooner, they'd be more than happy. So, when the storm above finally quieted after more than a day, replaced by the sounds of all sorts of objects falling to the ground, everyone jumped up, eyes filled with excitement and longing. However, as the storm faded and the objects swept up by it began to fall, they started to sense something was wrong. "Crap, why does it feel like the soil is getting loose?" someone exclaimed, watching bits of dirt drift down in front of him. He shuddered, nearly plopping right back down. A few others had noticed something was off too, but their minds had been so full of the joy of imminent rescue that they'd forgotten everything else. Now, hearing this, they all jumped and instinctively looked up. That's when they really got a scare. The once solid layer of earth above seemed to be sagging a bit, likely from the constant impacts of heavy objects falling from above. Luckily, there were plenty of support frames around, holding the soil layer firmly in place. Boom! Another loud crash sounded overhead. Now everyone was like startled birds, scrambling to the corners and crouching against the walls as Duoya and Ain shouted for them to move. They were scared, but their eyes still drifted upward, toward the open space above them. The soil layer shook and wobbled, but didn't collapse. That discovery let them breathe a sigh of relief, though they still felt a lingering fear. Most of those present were experienced construction workers. From what had just happened, it was clear. If there hadn't been so many support frames below, with all the heavy debris piling up and falling from above, a collapse would have been just a matter of time. Thinking this, their eyes naturally turned to Ain. Some, though, didn't dare look at him, those who'd argued with Ain earlier about the support frames. Now, it was obvious, if it weren't for all those supports, they'd probably be buried down here. Even with rescue from above, the odds of survival would have been slim. But thanks to Ain, they'd put up plenty of supports and avoided disaster. "Good thing the captain had the foresight, or we'd all be dead down here," one construction worker, who was on good terms with Ain, laughed heartily. He walked over and clapped Ain on the shoulder. He said it without any guilt. He'd followed Ain's lead from the start. Even if he hadn't understood why so many supports were needed at first, Ain had explained, and he'd trusted his judgment. He liked this territory, and the Lord was good to them, so being extra careful felt only right. Ain smiled back, feeling a bit better after hearing that. Even with all the supports, there's still a lot of stuff above us, so everyone needs to be careful. Don't get up yet. Stay crouched by the wall and wait for the Lord to come down and get us, Ain said, pushing the man next to him back into a crouch and settling himself in a corner. Duoya glanced over at Ain, then felt a tug on her sleeve. She turned to see Vivian, crouched beside her, pulling at her clothes. "What is it?" Duoya asked. Vivian nodded toward Ain and whispered, "The Lord really knows how to pick people. That construction captain is pretty impressive." Duoya nodded. "The Lord's judgment has always been spot on." Vivian said, "Do you think the Lord will deal with this when we get back?" Honestly, Vivian was just bored. She was always a bit restless, only able to settle down when working on medicine. Being trapped for a day had nearly driven her crazy. Even with rescue so close, she couldn't help but chat for a bit. Duoya thought about the Lord's usual style, then shook her head. Vivian looked puzzled. "You don't think the Lord will deal with it?" "That's not like her." Duoya glanced around to make sure no one was listening, then whispered, "If you're asking whether the Lord herself will handle it, I don't think so. But if you're asking whether those people will be punished, then it's possible." Vivian wasn't slow. Duoya's words sounded contradictory, but she quickly caught on. "You think the Lord will let Ain handle it?" "If so, that would mean she wasn't intervening directly, but those people would still be punished." Duoya nodded. Vivian hadn't thought of that, but now that Duoya mentioned it, she realized it was exactly the kind of thing their Lord would do. Vivian clicked her tongue, then gave Duoya a long, searching look that made Duoya feel uncomfortable all over before finally looking away. Duoya asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with me?" Vivian shook her head. "No, nothing's wrong. I just suddenly realized you know Lord Su pretty well." Before Duoya could reply, she vaguely sensed something odd about the layer of earth above their heads. On instinct, she yanked Vivian to the side and threw herself in the opposite direction. The commotion this caused was especially noticeable in the otherwise silent, speechless space. Almost the moment she acted, everyone's eyes turned to Duoya, then shot upward to the spot directly above where she'd just been standing, only to see that the tightly packed earth above was now trickling down bits of loose dirt. Ain's eyes lit up, and he blurted out, "That's the exit. Lord Su has already cleared the stuff above that spot. She's coming down to rescue us." The exit was the most reinforced part, since it was the only way out. Ain had made sure the most supports were installed there, so unless the rest of the place collapsed first, there was no way the exit would cave in on its own. That left only one explanation. Someone above was clearing away the dirt, causing the disturbance below. Sure enough, less than a minute after Ain spoke, a sliver of light flashlight beam shone through the exit that had been tightly sealed off. Then someone climbed down from above. Everyone recognized him. It was Lyle. Lyle announced, "Lord Su is here to rescue everyone. Don't panic, go up one at a time." Without giving anyone time to get emotional, Lyle turned and called out to Ain, Duoya, and Vivian, telling them to go up first. Originally, Ain and Duoya wanted to stay behind. After all, one was the head of the construction team, the other the combat squad leader. It wouldn't look good for either of them to leave everyone else behind. But Lyle gave them a reason they couldn't refuse. "I'll watch things here. You three go up first. Lord Su is waiting for you. She has something to ask." Lyle had guessed they'd hesitate, so he used Suyu as an excuse. Sure enough, hearing that Suyu wanted them, the three of them didn't hesitate and went up in order. After they left, Lyle had everyone else line up in 5 orderly teams. The underground prison's exit split into 2 branches, forming a Y shape. One side was a ladder, the other a staircase. The ladder side was narrow, allowing only one person at a time, while the stairs were much wider, enough for 3 or 4 people to walk side by side. With everything organized, the more than 200 people trapped for a day made their way out in less than 10 minutes. Once everyone was out, those waiting above began leading the tightly bound, gagged, and blindfolded shadowy figures down into the underground prison. After this prisoner exchange, Su led everyone back the way they'd come. By the time they returned to the territory, it was already past 10 at night. Everyone, go home and rest. Remember to collect your rewards at the mission hall tomorrow, Sue said, then headed straight back to the Lord's Manor. Seeing her leave, everyone else breathed a sigh of relief and hurried home. Those who'd been trapped all day were especially overjoyed, as if they'd suffered 1,000 hardships. As soon as they got back to their own homes or temporary lodgings, they rolled around in excitement. To be fair, the conditions in the underground prison weren't actually that bad, better than camping out in the wild, since it was sheltered and windproof. But it still couldn't compare to the comfort of home. Plus, with a massive storm raging overhead, no one could sleep soundly. It was like trying to rest while someone upstairs threw a wild party. And there was no one to complain to, since the culprit wasn't even human. In short, it was all over. Everyone returned home and slept soundly. The next day, Sue still didn't rest. She and the new recruits split all the shadow creatures in the territory into 2 groups and spent the whole morning transferring them to the newly built underground prison outside. Besides that, at Ein's suggestion, she took a team of about 20 construction workers to the underground prison to install more support beams. Although yesterday had proven the prison's sturdiness, Ein worried that the storm might have caused some damage. Even if it was minor, he suggested reinforcing it again. Sue had no objections since she was going out anyway, she might as well take care of it. So, over the course of the morning, not only were all the shadow creatures moved outside, but the underground prison was also reinforced a second time. According to Ein, after this round of reinforcement, the prison was now sturdier than it had been before the storm. Sue was very satisfied and immediately handed out bonuses to Ein and the 20-some construction workers. While distributing the bonuses, Ein brought up the previous conflict that had arisen. As Doya had predicted, Sue didn't react much. She just asked if Ein had a plan to handle it. When he nodded, she decisively left it to him. It wasn't a big or small matter, but it certainly wasn't something Sue needed to handle personally. Anyone observant could see that Sue was gradually delegating more power. This wasn't for no reason, nor was it careless. She simply wanted to lighten her own load and let others handle unnecessary tasks. She had no intention of becoming a figurehead. With Suyu's approval, Ein didn't hesitate. He went back and resolved the issue himself, reported the result to Suyu, and she just glanced at it without further comment. The matter was considered closed. Today was a great day. Not only had the territory's biggest problem, the terrifying shadow creatures, been completely dealt with, but that very afternoon, Lyle and Doya each led a team of 100 into the forest to actively hunt down small storms for practice. The results were clear. They were very successful and even brought back a large haul of materials. Although the highest quality of these materials was only blue, the sheer quantity made up for some of the lack in quality. Moreover, the greatest advantage of the materials brought by the storm was that they weren't limited by region. Even if they were all blue-grade, materials from the ocean were as valuable as purple-grade materials on land. The same logic applied to the materials brought by the storm. Since the storm was designed to sweep in from all directions, it brought local specialties from various regions. Scanning the piles of loot, Sue immediately spotted several types of materials that couldn't be produced in her own territory, but were extremely useful. Get a few people over to help. Sort out the materials you recognize and put them in the warehouse next door. Leave the ones you don't know here, I'll handle those. Although Sue had a system to help her, there really were just too many materials this time. There were already hundreds of different types, and as for the total quantity, it was well into the 5 digits. There was no way Sue could sort through all of this on her own. At most, she could pick out the obviously good materials and the ones she urgently needed. The rest would have to be left for others to deal with slowly. Chanyu nodded to show she understood, then sent her assistant outside to post a recruitment notice, hiring a few people to help sort things out. Faced with the mountains of loot, she couldn't help but feel a little helpless herself. Watching her lord walk away without a care, Chanyu sighed quietly, then resigned herself to leading the team to start organizing the chaotic mess. After leaving the quest hall, Sue thought it was getting late and planned to pick up Ling off from the ranch and head home to rest. But as she passed by the clinic, Vivian dragged her inside. Suyu. Once inside, Siyu looked at Vivian in confusion. Why were you crouching there? I was just passing by and you pulled me in. Before she finished speaking, Siyu noticed Vivian looked utterly drained. This rare sight surprised Siyu. For a moment, she didn't know whether to worry about Vivian staking out to catch her, wonder what Vivian wanted, or be more concerned about why Vivian looked like this. Seeing that Vivian hadn't said a word since dragging her in, Siyu had to take the initiative. What's wrong? Vivian gave her a resentful look, then somehow produced a dozen or so identical bottles. The stuff you wanted really did me in. Vivian shoved all the bottles in front of Siyu with a grumpy expression, clearly not wanting to see them again. Take them all. Vivian waved her hand dismissively. Siyu found her attitude a bit odd, but since Vivian obviously didn't want to talk about it, she didn't press. Since it was closing time for the clinic, Siyu didn't linger. She took the items and headed straight to the ranch. Only once she arrived did she take a look at what she'd received. One glance, and she was both pleasantly surprised and a little puzzled. Top-grade nutrient solution. Quality, red. Category, item. Description: a nutrient solution that provides massive growth energy for creatures that have not yet fully hatched. The energy contained is extremely pure, so ordinary creatures cannot use it, otherwise, the excess energy would cause them to explode. On the other hand, the higher the creature's level, the more nutrient solution it can absorb. High-quality nutrient solutions also improve a creature's talent and potential. No doubt, this was what Siyu had previously asked Vivian to prepare for the dragon egg. She hadn't expected Vivian to finish the research so quickly. But what puzzled Siyu was Vivian's attitude just now. Normally, whenever Vivian developed something new, she'd be delighted. But this time, her mood was not only not happy, but rather complicated, with a hint of disgust and annoyance. Still, since she hadn't asked about it earlier, she wasn't going to bring it up now. She was just a little curious. Now that she had the top-grade nutrient solution and was already at the ranch, Siyu decided to test one bottle and see how effective it was. Yi? Lingbao heard footsteps outside and let out a curious little chirp. When it saw Siyu walk in, Lingbao leapt over in delight. Siyu caught the fluffy white ball with practiced ease and set it on her shoulder, where Lingbao curled comfortably around her neck. How's your friend doing? Siyu asked casually, prompting a flurry of excited chirps from Lingbao. Good. But hungry. Lingbao was good, didn't feed it myself. From the broken sentences, Siyu understood what it meant. The dragon egg's life force was running low again. Lingbao was worried, but after what happened last time, it hadn't secretly fed it blood again. Siyu nodded to show she understood. Although she didn't visit the ranch often, she'd already calculated the dragon egg's life force consumption, so she'd planned her visit for today. Even if Vivian hadn't given her the potion today, Siyu would have come anyway, otherwise, the dragon egg would have starved. Before feeding it the nutrient solution, Siyu checked the dragon egg status. Unknown creature's egg. Status: incubating. Life force: 12 out of 100. Incubation time: unknown. Hatch probability: 23%. Maybe because she'd been caring for it well lately, the hatch probability was slowly but steadily increasing. At this rate, Siyu was starting to feel a bit more confident about hatching the dragon egg. She took out the top-grade nutrient solution, showed it to Lingbao, and explained as she poured it onto the dragon egg. Top-grade nutrient solution fed successfully. Life force plus 30, hatch probability plus 0.5%. Top-grade nutrient solution fed successfully. Life force plus 30. Top-grade nutrient solution fed successfully. Life force plus 30, hatch probability plus 1%. This is the nutrient solution Vivian made. With this, the egg won't go hungry anymore, and you don't need to feed it blood again. Siyu waited for the system notification to confirm it worked before saying this, just in case. Lingbao wagged its tail excitedly, making Siyu's neck itch. She held the restless Lingbao in place and made sure to pour out every last drop of the nutrient solution. A single bottle of top-grade nutrient solution provided a full 90 points of life force and increased the hatch probability by 1.5%. Compared to before, it felt almost like hitting the jackpot. Siyu marveled inwardly, then checked her inventory and found she still had 11 bottles of top-grade nutrient solution left, 12 in total, counting the one she'd just used. 12 bottles of top-grade nutrient solution, as long as their effects don't diminish, are equivalent to over 1,000 points of vitality. At this stage, the dragon egg is already consuming about 15 points of vitality per day, and that rate is still increasing. But no matter what, even if the effects of the top-grade nutrient solution start to decrease, and even if the dragon egg's daily vitality consumption rises to over 20 points, these nutrient solutions will definitely be enough to get it through the cataclysm. As long as she gets through the cataclysm, Siu will immediately contact Luya and ask the merfolk to trade her some dragon crystal stones. Dragon crystal stones are dragon clan items. As mentioned before, their purpose among dragons is to incubate dragon eggs. With them, the survival and hatching rates of dragon eggs can be further improved. She learned about dragon crystal stones from Ningxia. Back when the merfolk were suffering from contamination, they reportedly tried to use dragon crystal stones to remove the pollution, but it didn't work. Later, they sought Ningxia's help. When Ningxia saw those glowing red stones, she asked about them out of curiosity. Given the merfolk's attitude toward her, they told her everything. Although dragon crystal stones are precious, they're nothing compared to a life-saving favor. Besides, Siu is trading for them, not asking for them for free, so the merfolk would basically never refuse. Still, when the time comes, she can ask Luya what the merfolk currently lack or need. The merfolk are in a period of recovery, so if she brings them some useful supplies, she'll be able to trade for even more dragon crystal stones. After feeding the dragon egg, Siu tucked away her spiritual treasure and went home to rest. The next 3 days passed uneventfully, with nothing major happening. It was now the 22nd day of the cataclysm, and the temperature in this region had dropped to a terrifying -150 degrees Celsius. At such low temperatures, it's no exaggeration to say that even someone bundled up tightly, if they stayed outdoors for less than a minute without any special equipment, would definitely end up with a host of negative status effects related to the cold. And this was only the beginning. If people couldn't warm up in time and get rid of those negative effects, there was only one outcome: death. Fortunately, every household now had heating devices, warming cauldrons, hand warmers, fireplaces, and so on. Those with better resources could heat their homes with fire. It might still be a bit chilly, but at least it was livable. If they were even better off, they'd not only keep a fire burning, but also use various warming potions and protective runes. For them, this weather felt almost like spring. Everyone had their own way of getting by, but thanks to the territory's abundant supplies and the fact that people could now go out and gather resources even during the long night, anyone willing to put in the effort could survive. Even so, there were still some people who were, let's say, frugal, to put it nicely. Less kindly, they were stingy to the point of risking their lives for money. These people thought that as long as they stayed indoors, they'd be fine. They were too stingy to use their warming cauldrons or fireplaces, only willing to buy a couple of thick quilts, put on every piece of clothing they owned, and huddle with a hand warmer, shivering. At first, this worked. But yesterday, when the temperature suddenly dropped even further, the wind started howling outside. Cold weather is bad enough, but add wind and it's even worse. Even though houses block most of the wind, there are always tiny gaps somewhere. Just a sliver of cold air blowing through is enough to freeze a person. Several people were found not having left their homes all day. Concerned neighbors called for someone from the courier station to check on them. When they opened the doors, they found these people pale as snow and stiff as boards, one step away from death. Many people couldn't understand why anyone would be so stingy as to risk their own life, but since they'd been discovered, they were naturally sent to the clinic. Vivian had been in a terrible mood these past 2 days, though it wasn't really her fault. Ever since they discovered they could actively attack the storm, the territory had been sending out over 100 people every day to gather supplies. Even with potions to help, injuries were inevitable when fighting the storm for resources. Out of a few hundred people, dozens would get injured each day, sometimes over 100. So the clinic had been extremely busy. Under these circumstances, having people add to their workload just because they were too stingy to spend money was enough to make anyone, especially Vivian, lose their temper. What was worse, these stingy people had their reasons. They were willing to risk their lives just to save money, so how could anyone expect them to pay for medical treatment? 17 people were brought in after nearly freezing to death. In the end, only 2 paid for their treatment, and that was just because they were timid and afraid Vivian would beat them up if they didn't. These people were harsh on themselves, but didn't dare cross others, which was at least somewhat understandable. But the other 15 were different. Their skin was thicker than city walls. They said, "It's not like we wanted to come to the clinic," implying that whoever brought them in should pay for their treatment. Though they didn't say it outright, the meaning was clear. Not only was Vivian angry, but the people who'd brought them in were even angrier. They'd acted out of kindness, only to save a bunch of ingrates. After all, just because someone passed out from the cold didn't mean they'd stop freezing. To get them to the clinic, the rescuers had to use runes or potions, otherwise, these people would have died on the way, if not at home. The rescuers never expected to be reimbursed for the cost of runes or potions, but they certainly didn't expect that these freeloaders would want them to pay for the treatment too. So, the 30 people split into 2 camps. The stingy ones thought they didn't need to come to the clinic, so they shouldn't have to pay. The rescuers were angry, but since they were kind-hearted, they couldn't bring themselves to curse or make a scene in the clinic. Even though they were in the right, they ended up looking like the weaker party. In the end, Vivian slammed her hand on the table and told the rescuers to leave. As for those who refused to pay, they'd all stay and be test subjects for new medicines. Don't argue with me. If you're cured but don't want to pay, fine, stay in the clinic and test medicines for a week. As soon as Vivian said this, the 15 people all had different looks on their faces, but none of them were happy about it. Although they were unhappy about it, no one dared to speak up, for fear of angering Vivian. After all, anyone who had lived in this territory for any length of time knew exactly who Mech and Vivian were. It was a well-known fact that these 2 were the last people in the territory you wanted to cross. But paying money was absolutely out of the question, so they reluctantly agreed to stay and test the medicine. Their thinking was simple. Staying at home meant only spending money with nothing coming in, but if they stayed at the clinic, at least they could enjoy the heating for free, no cost at all. Besides, although the words medicine testing sounded scary, they figured it couldn't be that bad. In the past, there had been people who, unable to afford treatment, volunteered to test medicine in exchange for their medical bills. Those people all turned out just fine, and no one ever complained about pain or anything like that, so they didn't take it seriously. Vivian could guess what they were thinking. She kept a straight face, but inwardly she sneered. It was true that some people had tested medicine in exchange for treatment before, but those people were genuinely struggling and were polite and understanding. Vivian's usual research wasn't all bizarre concoctions, so those people had nothing to fear. The worst they experienced was a strange taste, but there were never any real side effects. But these people? They had money but refused to pay, trying to freeload and push their bills onto others. Vivian had no intention of letting them off easy. As it happened, the group in the black cells had been tormented enough and needed a break, and Vivian had been worrying about not having anyone to test her more potent medicines on. Now her lab rats had come to her. These people had no idea just how dark the next few days would be for them, but it didn't matter. Once they agreed, there was no turning back. After this little episode, with these 15 people as examples, others who were stingy but afraid of death didn't dare to be so tight-fisted anymore. Even the overly kind-hearted, seeing how those 15 people who tried to save others ended up being blamed, learned to rein in their generosity. Looking at it this way, it's hard to say whether the consequences of this incident were good or bad. But from then on, no one ever heard of anyone deliberately freezing themselves to death just to save money. 2 more days passed. It was now the 25th day of the disaster. This disaster would last 30 days, which meant they only needed to hold out for 5 more days, just 5 more days, and they would see the light again. As everyone counted down the days, growing more excited and hopeful, so you couldn't shake a vague sense of foreboding. It wasn't the first time she'd had this feeling, but previously, her premonitions had always come out of nowhere, true, but almost as if conjured from thin air. This time was different. So you knew the disaster wasn't over yet. Because when the disaster first began, it was said there would be 3 random disaster events. Now, with 5/6 of the disaster period over, the last event still hadn't triggered. So you didn't believe it wouldn't happen, but with no sign of it yet, there was nothing she could do. She even wandered by Yao Guang's door a couple of times, but got no response, probably nothing to say, so she could only wait. The good news was, as everyone grew more skilled and more people were sent out, the daily haul kept increasing. The value of goods bought by the quest hall had risen from a few dozen gold coins a day to 1 or 200, and now to at least 300 to 500 gold coins daily. Since the disaster wasn't over, no outside merchants could come in to sell goods, so the territory's economy was in a state of only spending, no income. As a result, Jean Luo's face had been growing darker by the day. But she also knew the quest hall couldn't skimp on funds. The goods were being bought at 60 to 70% of market price, and once the disaster ended, selling those materials would bring a huge profit back to the territory. That was the only thing Jean Luo could use to comfort herself. After a busy day, Jean Luo finished checking the accounts at the bank, locked up everywhere, and got ready to go home. But when she reached the bank's storage room and saw the boxes, chewed up as if by some creature's teeth, and then looked inside the boxes that should have been full of copper and silver coins, only to find them empty, she exploded. Soon, there was a furious banging at the gates of the Lord's manor. So you hurried to open the door, only to see the bank owner's face so dark with rage it could drown 10 oxen. See you, what happened? Who upset you? Jean Luo took a deep breath, struggling to stay calm. My lord, the bank's been robbed. Sue you. So you froze for a moment, then immediately notified Lake and quickly got dressed to follow Jean Luo to the bank. When she saw the mess in the bank's storage room, the place where the money was kept, she finally understood why Jean Luo was so furious. To Jean Luo, money was her lifeblood. Now that it was gone, it was as if her very soul had been taken. No wonder she'd exploded. This doesn't look like it was done by a person. So you examined the scene and came to this conclusion. Jean Luo, though she'd lost her head in anger before, had calmed down now and agreed with Su Yu's assessment. These boxes look like they were gnawed by some kind of animal. If it were a person, they'd just break the locks, no need to chew through the boxes. Besides, no human has teeth strong enough to chew through these boxes. After all, these were money boxes. The boxes and their locks were made of high-grade materials. Forget chewing. Even if you hacked at them with a knife, burned them, or soaked them in water, they wouldn't show a scratch. To damage the boxes without making a sound and steal the contents, clearly not something an ordinary person could do. Of course, that didn't mean it was impossible, just that anyone with such skills wouldn't bother with a small territory like this. And even if they did, they wouldn't steal such a small amount. Stealing so little, so you doubted they could even break even. After all, to sneak into the bank's vault and wreck the boxes like this must have taken quite a few tools. Even though Jean Luo made a big fuss, the vault only held less than 300 gold coins worth of currency, not even as much as the quest hall spent in a day. And for convenience, the vault only stored silver and copper coins, small denominations for daily use. There wasn't a single gold coin in there. According to Jean Luo, the warehouse contained silver coins worth 250 gold coins, that is, 25,000 silver coins. The rest were all copper coins, totaling more than 400,000. With so many coins, you could probably crush hundreds or even thousands of people if you threw them all out. No one would be foolish enough to try and steal them. You couldn't carry much away, and it would be a huge hassle. Naturally, the bank did have gold coins, but Jean Luo had hidden those in another location. There weren't many there either, only about 500 gold coins. After discovering the warehouse had been robbed, Jean Luo immediately checked on the gold coin stash. Fortunately, nothing had happened to it. A single gold coin was worth 10,000 copper coins. While 500 gold coins were still quite heavy, They were obviously much easier to carry than hundreds of thousands or even millions of copper and silver coins. My lord. While Suyu and Jinluo were discussing, Lake's voice came from outside. Suyu let him in. Lake knew this was the bank's warehouse, a place for storing money, so it wasn't good to have too many people inside. He had the others wait outside. As soon as he pushed the door open and entered, he was startled by the scene before him, so much so that he forgot to greet Suyu and Jinluo. Once he regained his composure, Lake hurriedly asked, "My lord, Miss Jean, what happened to the bank?" The importance of the bank was self-evident. Seeing it in this state made Lake panic. After all, he was responsible for the territory's security. Petty theft was under his jurisdiction too. Now such a major incident had occurred, and he hadn't noticed at all. It was discovered by the Lord herself. He couldn't help but feel guilty. So you noticed his unease and reassured him, "This isn't your fault. Look closely, this wasn't done by people." Lake put aside his self-blame and quickly examined the boxes and the traces left on the floor. After a while, he hesitantly looked up. "My lord, it really doesn't look like people did this. I think it's a bit like..." He paused, not finishing his sentence, feeling his answer was a bit far-fetched. But Suyu urged him to continue, so he didn't hesitate. Lake said, "I think these look a bit like rat bite marks. Years ago, when I was out adventuring with Lar, we once stumbled into a rat's nest. The rats there were different from normal rats. Since we didn't know there were rats, we weren't on guard, and a lot of our stuff got gnawed on. The marks here look very similar to those." Suyu seemed thoughtful, while Jinluo frowned and said, "But no matter how strong a rat is, how could it possibly have teeth like this?" Lake had no answer for that. He knew how sturdy the bank's boxes were. He couldn't imagine any rat being able to chew through these iron chests. Suyu, however, managed to dredge up some information from her memory. But before she could share her thoughts, the notification that had been making her uneasy these past few days finally sounded. Random calamity event unlocked, 3/3 blizzard, source of fear, gold-eating rats. Gold-eating rats. In the biting cold wind, hungry gold-eating rats will appear in resource-rich areas. Their teeth are razor-sharp, and their appetite insatiable. They devour anything. Well, case closed. It really was rats. From the brief information provided by the system, so you could see the 3 most obvious traits of these rats. 1. Extremely strong teeth, able to chew through even high-grade metals. 2. Voracious appetite, always craving food. 3. Their diet isn't limited to ordinary food. Of these 3 traits, they already had a clear understanding of the first and third. Just from the boxes that had been easily gnawed through, they'd already guessed the culprit had formidable teeth. As for the third trait, so you could also make a guess, the missing copper and silver coins were probably gone for good. They hadn't been stolen, they'd been eaten. And once something's been eaten, there's no getting it back. As for the second trait, while Suyu had deduced it, she had never seen this kind of rat before, so she couldn't quite grasp just how voracious they really were. Still, Suyu was mentally prepared. She'd already started imagining these gold-eating rats as being on par with the legendary gluttonous beast Taotai. Though it was a bit odd to compare Taotai to a rat, it did fit her initial impression of the gold-eating rats. "I think I know what it is now." Suyu explained about the gold-eating rats, and both Lake and Jinluo's faces turned grim. Rats were already creatures humans despised. Everyone wanted to beat a rat in the street. It was the same on this continent. But rats were tough, bred quickly, and survived almost anywhere. You could never get rid of them all, no matter how hard you tried. If it really is rats, we have to wipe them out as soon as possible. Whether they're gold-eating or silver-eating rats, the fact is they consume resources. If we don't catch them, what if they eat up the territory's other resources? At this point, Jinluo was actually relieved that the gold-eating rats had targeted the bank first. Because in any situation, money is always the most valuable and also the least valuable. Humans assign value to it, but in itself, it's useless to people. If it had been the territory's material storage warehouse that was hit instead of the bank, the loss would have been even greater. Suyu and Lake understood this as well. But knowing was one thing, how were they supposed to catch rats? Rats aren't people. They're small, agile, and can hide in any corner. Places humans can't reach are perfect for rats. Without a good method, all they could do was wait and hope to catch them by chance. My lord, I'll arrange for people to keep an eye out for any signs of rats. No matter what, it was best to stay vigilant. As for how to catch them, so you would have to think of a plan. This whole thing had happened too suddenly. No, actually, it wasn't all that sudden. So you had already considered that, since the territory's supplies were abundant, the system might try to disrupt their disaster preparations by targeting their stored resources. Clearly, these gold-eating rats were meant for that purpose. So you told Jean Luo to go rest, and Lake went off to organize a search for the gold-eating rats in the territory. Even if it didn't work, it was better than doing nothing. So you returned to the Lord's manor. When she got into bed, she absent-mindedly petted Ling Ao, who rolled over to her. But she couldn't sleep at all, with gold-eating rats around. How could she possibly sleep? These gold-eating rats must have some weakness, or some trait we can use against them. So you muttered to herself, but unfortunately, she still had no idea what it was. She tossed and turned in bed, but sleep eluded her. Giving up on rest altogether, she spent the night repeatedly reviewing all the information about her territory and the data provided by the system. By the time dawn broke, the only solutions she could come up with were to have someone make some rat poison, or to craft some tools to drive away mosquitoes, rats, and insects. These methods might work on ordinary rats, but when it came to these disaster-spawned, gold-devouring rats specifically targeting them, she wasn't so sure. Still, she had to at least give it a try. Besides these initial, experimental measures, so you also drew up a plan to deal with the gold-devouring rats, just as she had done when facing the shadow of fear. First and foremost, she needed to gather information about the gold-devouring rats, their appearance, behavioral patterns, preferences, and so on. Their appearance was self-explanatory. As for their habits, when did they usually forage? How did they move around? What methods did they use to enter and exit their targets? As for preferences, it was clear they ate, but while these rats seemed to eat anything, that didn't mean they didn't have favorites. If she could figure out their habits, she could set targeted traps. If she knew their preferences, she could use bait to lure them in. After jotting down her plan, Siu thought of the tragedy at the bank and couldn't help but frown. Was it a coincidence, or intentional? Siu began to ponder. Why did the gold-devouring rats choose the bank as their first cafeteria? Was it a random choice or a deliberate one? If it was the former, there was nothing more to say. But if it was the latter, what was it about the bank that attracted them? Although she had already moved a lot of supplies underground, food, which was cheap, commonly used, and abundant, was still stored in many warehouses above ground. There was no reason for the gold-devouring rats to ignore the fragrant fruits, vegetables, and meats, only to go after hard, unappetizing metal. Assuming their choice wasn't random, so you could only think of two possible reasons. One was that the gold-devouring rats simply liked to eat metal. As odd as that sounded, considering these weren't normal rats, it wasn't impossible. After all, there were animals on the ranch that ate stones or wood. Eating metal wasn't that much stranger. The other reason might be tied to the rat's unique traits. Perhaps the coins in the bank's vault had some special property that attracted them. If other materials shared this property, the rats might target those places next. What common trait could the coins in the vault have? So you couldn't figure it out for now, so she set the thought aside and wrote down, gold-devouring rats may prefer metal as food. The result of a sleepless night was that she felt exhausted the next day. Fortunately, Siu always carried various potions with her. She quickly drank a stamina potion and a mental clarity potion, then activated a wakefulness rune. Only then did she feel energized enough to leave the city lord's mansion. Her first stop was to see the alchemists, instructing them to make a batch of pest-repelling potions alongside the anti-storm potions they were already working on. Such potions were common and low-level, so the alchemists nodded in agreement without a word of complaint. Next, Siu headed to the city guard's office. The city guard's office managed the territory soldiers, and it was also where Lake worked. After learning that Lake and his men hadn't caught a single gold-devouring rat, or even an ordinary rat, throughout the night, Siyu felt a bit disappointed, though not surprised. I've asked the alchemists to make a batch of rat-repelling potions. Pick them up later and have your men spray them throughout the city, Siyu instructed. Lake nodded to show he understood. Rubbing her aching temples, Siyu made her way to the clinic. When she arrived, Vivian was watching Qiuyu bandage several wounded people, occasionally offering pointers. Seeing Siyu enter, Vivian paused, then left Qiuyu to her work and followed Siyu into the backyard. What's wrong? Did something happen in the territory again? Vivian, for once, didn't joke around. Her expression was unusually serious. Part of the reason was that, when she arrived at the clinic that morning, she'd sensed something off about the patrolling guards. Most people wouldn't notice, but after so long in the territory, Vivian picked up on it immediately. Moreover, when Siyu entered the clinic, her usually gentle, smiling demeanor was replaced by an uncharacteristic calm. Coupled with what she'd observed that morning, Vivian didn't know exactly what had happened, but she was sure something was wrong. Something did happen, Siyu said, and explained what had occurred at the bank the previous day, as well as the situation with the gold-devouring rats. As Siyu spoke, Vivian's expression grew odd. While the idea of rats invading the territory was certainly disturbing, after all, rats are filthy and no one wants them in their home, Vivian's reaction seemed a bit extreme. I don't know what these gold-devouring rats you're talking about look like, but I did see a few rats the day before yesterday. At this point, Vivian's face turned a sickly shade, looking so unwell that Siyu was momentarily distracted from the topic. I'll go get them, Vivian said, frowning as she turned to leave. Siyu hadn't expected that not only had Vivian encountered rats, but she hadn't killed them instead, she'd caught them alive. A moment later, Vivian returned, carrying 2 cages covered in black cloth, one in each hand. The cages were about the size of an incubator on the ranch, cube-shaped, and about as long as an arm. Vivian was clearly disgusted, so she set the cages on the ground instead of the table. As she lifted the black cloth, Siyu saw 5 rats, each about the size of a palm. The gold-devouring rats looked very similar to ordinary rats, but their fur was chestnut-colored and their bodies were small and delicate, making them less repulsive than common rats. In fact, after looking at them for a while, they even seemed a bit cute. But that impression was quickly shattered. The gold-devouring rats had 2 distinctive features. First, their tails were extremely long, each one was twice the length of its body. The second feature wasn't immediately obvious to Siyu. It wasn't until Vivian, wearing gloves, placed a piece of herb in front of the cage that Siyu suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. These gold-devouring rats seemed to have been starving for a long time. The moment food appeared, all 5 rushed to the edge of the cage and opened their mouths. Staring at the rows of sharp, triangular fangs, gleaming white as if honed on a whetstone, Siyu broke out in goosebumps. All right, now she finally understood why Vivian looked so grim, and she also understood why the gold-eating rats had such powerful teeth. Most rats, regardless of species, only have a few teeth, 3, 5, maybe 7 or 8, up to a dozen or 20 at most. But the gold-eating rat was different. Its teeth weren't just sharp triangles that made your skin crawl to look at, they were arranged in 2 dense rows. Even though she hadn't pried open its mouth for a close inspection, a rough count showed at least 40 or 50 teeth. A rat barely the size of a palm, with 40 or 50 teeth. Siyu had seen creatures with plenty of teeth before. Dozens, hundreds, even thousands of teeth, she'd seen them all. But those were always massive beasts. For a creature like the gold-eating rat, all she could say was, hidden depths. All right, tell me, what's the story with these gold-eating rats? Siyu calmed herself. Aside from the initial shock, she quickly regained her composure. Vivian, seeing this, immediately covered the cage with a black cloth, clearly not wanting to look at the rats any longer. As she did so, she asked, so you've confirmed they're gold-eating rats? And then, Siyu had checked the information as soon as she saw the rat. Although the system had deliberately hidden most of the details, aside from the name, everything else was just question marks or unknown. The name displayed was indeed gold-eating rat. It's like this. Since Siyu had confirmed the rat's identity, Vivian began to explain how she'd ended up with them. The story was actually simple. Vivian summed it up in a single sentence. Remember that top-grade nutrient solution I gave you yesterday? That stuff is a huge supplement for any unhatched creature, so it attracted them. Vivian pointed to the gold-eating rats in the cage. So you understood. That actually made sense. After all, that nutrient solution was a red-quality item, and these gold-eating rats were gluttons. It wasn't surprising they'd be drawn to it. This also explained why Vivian had looked so upset when she handed over the potion yesterday. Most likely, it had something to do with the gold-eating rats, but since Vivian hadn't shared the details, so you didn't want to dredge up unpleasant memories and didn't press for more. You were the first to discover the gold-eating rats. Do they have any special characteristics? That was what you cared about most. As for what Vivian had done or planned to do with the rats, or how she would deal with them, so you didn't really care. Vivian replied, if I had to name one obvious trait, it's that they eat. A lot. Vivian took a deep breath, her tone exasperated. At first, I kept them in an ordinary cage, but they chewed right through it. Luckily, I caught them before they escaped. The cage I'm using now is coated with a special potion. It doesn't harm them if they touch it, but they won't dare to eat it. It wasn't that the potion was poisonous, but its smell was apparently even more repulsive to gold-eating rats than poison. It was hard to describe exactly. Vivian wasn't a rat, after all. She just knew what her potion did. The smell didn't matter as long as it worked. Hearing this, Suyu's eyes lit up. Can this potion be mass-produced? We know very little about gold-eating rats right now, and they're extremely hard to catch. It would be best if we had some tools to prevent or attract them so they don't ruin other supplies. Vivian thought for a moment, then shook her head regretfully. It can be made, but not in large quantities. The potion is slightly corrosive. Small amounts are fine, even if you touch it, but large quantities would be problematic. Most importantly, the potion has a distinct odor. In small amounts, it's hard to detect, but if you use a lot, the smell can get into your system or contaminate other items, which isn't good. Siu was a bit disappointed. But Vivian's explanation was reasonable, and there was nothing she could do about it. But that single word made Siu look up expectantly. Vivian didn't keep her in suspense. But since we have live specimens right here, I can make the most of the opportunity to study them. Maybe I'll come up with something useful. Thank you then. For now, that was the best they could do. As Siu thought about it, another concern came to mind. Her expression grew serious. By the way, with this disaster-level cold, the fact that gold-eating rats can survive such low temperatures means they're extremely resilient. Aside from the risk of them eating up our resources, I'm also worried about something else. The plague. At those words, Vivian's expression grew uneasy as well. She immediately said, my teacher once developed several special potions to counter plague outbreaks in various territories. I know all the formulas, but since different rats carry different bacteria, the formulas need to be adjusted. I'll need some time and I'll need an assistant. I'll start by working on a potion to counter the plague. Siu nodded, then asked Vivian what kind of assistant she needed. Vivian didn't hesitate. I actually have someone in mind, but she might not be willing. So, my lord, I'll need you to ask her personally. Hearing this, Siu realized that Vivian's chosen assistant wasn't an ordinary person, certainly not someone desperate for money. If it were just a regular person, as long as you paid enough, and it wasn't something dangerous or illegal, there'd be no reason to refuse. Who is it? That light-type mage, Ningshi. So Miss Vivian asked for my help personally? Ningshi looked puzzled. She couldn't figure out why Vivian would seek her out. They weren't exactly close, after all. Their only real interaction had been during the Merfolk mission, and even then, they'd exchanged fewer than 10 sentences, less than 100 words in total. It's because you're a light-type mage. Light magic can cleanse all darkness and filth, and Vivian found traces of dark elements on the gold-eating rats. As long as there's darkness involved, having a light-type mage around makes everything much easier. I see. Siu had already explained the gold-eating rat situation to Ningshi, so she understood how serious it was. After thinking it over for a moment, Ningshi looked up and gave her answer. I can help. But in return, I'd like you to sell me something as a favor for helping this time. Ningshi's tone was perfectly reasonable and polite. After all, it was only fair to offer compensation for her help, and as long as the request wasn't excessive, there was no problem. Besides, she made it clear that even if Sue refused, she would still help. After all, she lived in this territory now, and if a plague broke out, it wouldn't be good for her either. What do you need? Sue didn't agree right away, but instead asked what she wanted. Ningxue replied, I need a space pouch, the kind you handed out to everyone during the Merfolk operation, the one with space magic, Lord Sue. The space pouch's abilities were rather unique. Its storage function actually came from the system, but people in this world naturally rationalized it as being due to space magic. Sue thought for a moment and said, I won't hide it from you. There are many grades of space pouches. The higher the grade, the more they can store. Back with the Merfolk, you used a level 2 space pouch. Right now, the best in the territory is level 4. A level 4 pouch has 4 times the capacity of a level 2, but they're extremely rare and absolutely not for sale. If you're willing to help, I'm willing to sell you a level 3 space pouch for 10 gold coins. The level 3 isn't quite as good as the level 4, but it's twice the capacity of a level 2. 10 gold coins was actually a fair bit, but for a space pouch, a one-of-a-kind item on the continent, 10 gold coins was nothing. Back when the territory was just starting out, a level 1 space pouch even auctioned for 37 gold coins. Sue was already giving Ningxue a huge favor, considering all the help she'd given the territory, and also hoping to win her over, so this was half selling, half gifting. Ningxue naturally understood Sue's intentions. In the past, she would never have agreed to a deal with strings attached. She'd rather pay full price than owe anyone a favor. After all, helping research the plague was worth far more than a space pouch. But Sunset Territory was different, or rather, Lord Sue was different. Even though she wasn't one of the territory's people, she was already closely connected to it. She'd helped Sunset Territory a lot, and in turn, she'd gained a lot from it too. If she insisted on keeping everything strictly separate at this point, it would just be pretentious. All right, thank you, Lord Sue. Ningxue agreed readily. Since she'd agreed, and the matter was urgent, Ningxue immediately set off for the clinic to find Vivian. Just before she left, Sue seemed to remember something. She took out a space stone and showed it to Ningxue. I can't sell you a level 4 pouch, but space pouches can be upgraded. If you can get the materials, I can have someone upgrade it for you for free. All the other materials were easy to get, the territory had plenty, and Suyu had even collected them specifically for upgrading pouches. But space stones were truly rare. So far, despite acquiring some through various channels, the territory's warehouse only had 13. Compared to before, 13 was a lot, but ever since the recall stones were developed, space stones had become even more precious. With so few, she wished she could split each one into 10. If Ningxue joined the territory, Sue would gladly give her a level 4 pouch, even for free. With Ningxue's abilities, if she ever upgraded her pouch, Sue would provide a new one. But since Ningxue wasn't part of the territory, there was nothing she could do. Ningxue turned the space stone over and over in her hand, but couldn't see how it was any different from an ordinary stone. Still, she knew Sue wouldn't lie to her, so she memorized what it looked like, said goodbye to Suyu, and headed to the clinic. Once Vivian's matter was settled, Sue took the 2 gold-eating rats she'd gotten back from Vivian and went to the Black Prison. Vivian needed the rats for medicine experiments, but Suyu also needed them as test subjects to understand their characteristics, so she'd taken 2 back from Vivian. Staring at the 2 rats in their cages, Sue watched for a while, then began her experiments. First, she tested the gold-eating rats' preferences for different foods. She brought out fruits and vegetables, meat, metal, wood, herbs, and other materials. After more than a dozen comparative experiments, Sue noticed something odd. The results seemed to change every time. The first time, both rats immediately went for the metal, then ate the wood. The second time, both went for the meat first, then the metal. The third time, one went for the meat, the other for the wood, and after they finished, both chose the metal. After a dozen trials, the results were almost like permutations. Hardly any were exactly the same, making it impossible for Suyu to find a pattern. The only thing she could tell was that the gold-eating rats were definitely omnivorous, extremely so. They'd eat anything, edible or not. If she had to pick a preference, it was clear they liked metal best, followed by wood. These two were most often their top choices, especially metal. She locked the two rats back up and stared at the metal and wood, thinking. Then, as if she'd thought of something, she tried changing the distance. She put the metal and wood, which the rats clearly preferred, in one corner, and the cage with the rats in the opposite corner, with other food right next to the cage. Would the rats still go for the metal and wood, even at the farthest distance? After several more trials, Sue found that when distance was the variable, the results were still messy. The two rats seemed to be deliberately making things difficult, as if they didn't want her to find a pattern. Sometimes they ate whatever was closest, sometimes they went all the way across to the far corner. Apart from food type and distance, what other variables are there? Sue wondered aloud, locking the rats back in their cage. She decided to pause the experiments for now. She'd done so many that the rats' bellies were round and bulging from all the food. If she hadn't kept the portions small, they probably wouldn't have survived so many trials. Wait a minute. Portion size? Sue's eyes lit up. She grabbed the two stuffed rats and headed to the clinic. A few minutes later, she left with two skinny, gold-eating rats. That's right, so she could keep experimenting. Sue got two unfed rats from Vivian, leaving the stuffed ones for Vivian's experiments. After all, she'd already fed them, so it wasn't too much to ask them to sacrifice themselves as lab rats, right? Whether it was too much or not, Sue was quite satisfied with the results of her third round of experiments. The first two rounds had tested food type and distance as variables, but neither produced clear results. Sue concluded that these two weren't the key factors influencing the gold-eating rat's behavior. So, she had just thought of a third variable, the quantity of food, or rather, the amount of food provided. This time, she set up the experiment much like the first one. She placed a dazzling array of different foods in front of the two gold-eating rats, but this time she specifically increased the portions of fiber and herbs. As for the metals and wood, which the rats had previously shown a clear preference for, she only put out a fist-sized piece of each. As soon as the cage door opened, the two gold-eating rats each ran straight for the fiber and herbs. Sue was both surprised by this result and felt it was somewhat expected. Before they could finish eating, Sue caught them and put them back. The two rats seemed quite irritable at having their meal interrupted, and both bared their frightening teeth at her in unison. Although Sue wasn't afraid of rats, not being afraid didn't mean she didn't dislike them, especially since their teeth looked both disgusting and bizarre. So, she decided to be kinder to herself. A few minutes later, several people entered from outside, patrol guards who were on break. Sue called them over to help with the experiment, offering them payment for their trouble. For these patrol guards, serving the Lord was an honor, and with extra pay on top of that, they were more than happy to help. Even knowing the task involved those disgusting rats, they almost started fighting over who got to assist. No matter how it happened, with their help, Sue successfully discovered the biggest variable in attracting gold-eating rats. It was the quantity and amount of food. They would always choose the area with the most concentrated food first. The reason they had previously seemed to prefer metal and wood was simply because those items had the greatest mass. A fist-sized ball of fiber, a small basket of herbs, a fist-sized lump of metal, it was obvious which was heavier. Meat was also quite heavy, so when the portions were about the same, the rats would just pick whichever was closer to them and wouldn't fight each other for it. But if there was a big difference in quantity, while they wouldn't fight to the death over it, they would absolutely not give an inch. With this result, it became clear why the gold-eating rats had chosen the treasury as their target. There were vast numbers of coins inside, hundreds of thousands, and since they were metal, the total mass was enormous. There had once been hundreds of thousands of stones and logs in the territory's warehouse as well, but due to the huge consumption for building and reinforcing the territory, those supplies had been depleted, so the treasury's warehouse now surpassed it. Of course, the very first place the gold-eating rats visited was actually Vivian's laboratory, but that was because Vivian was researching a nutrient solution with a special attraction for living creatures at the time, and only 5 rats showed up. which wasn't enough to be a reference. Strictly speaking, the first place the gold-eating rats targeted on a large scale was the treasury. After reaching this conclusion, Sue reviewed the original system prompt and quickly realized the system had given her a hint. Hungry gold-eating rats will appear in resource-rich locations. The key here was resource-rich. This was actually a hint that the more supplies a place had, the more likely it was to be targeted by the rats. But for the sake of convenience, in any territory, supplies are always stored together rather than scattered. Otherwise, she'd risk forgetting where things were stored herself, not to mention the risk of man-made disasters. But now that she understood how the gold-eating rats chose their targets, Sue could create a target herself. Since they liked places with lots of supplies, she would gather everything the rats could eat, but that wasn't particularly valuable to her, and pile it all in one spot. At the same time, to avoid having her important resources targeted, Sue would need to spend some time moving the more valuable items to separate, hidden storage. Although the main warehouse didn't have much in it, and the cellars and basements were well hidden, there was no guarantee the system wouldn't mess with her and spawn the rats directly inside those places. If that happened, the treasure vaults she'd worked so hard to build would become nothing more than a food store for the rats, a result she definitely didn't want to see. So, without delay, Sue ordered people to clear an open area to use for piling up supplies. Before that, she had people continue experimenting with the two gold-eating rats. This time, the experiment was simple, to see just how broad the rats' diet really was. Although they seemed to eat stone, wood, and metal, those were all normal resources, just lower grade. But even with common basic resources, Sue didn't want to waste anything if she could help it. Every day, the territory produced a lot of garbage, food scraps, discarded items, waste, and so on. Previously, all this trash would be taken to the territory's landfill, which was a special area. The system would clear out, refresh, all the garbage there at set times each day. Of course, this wasn't free, so you had to pay a small fee, but it was worth it for the convenience. If this garbage could also serve as food for the gold-eating rats and attract them, so you wouldn't have to waste useful resources and could even save on garbage disposal costs by piling up the trash as bait. While Sue was organizing the warehouse, the two newly acquired gold-eating rats were getting round-bellied from all the experiments. Because of this, Sue had them sent to the clinic once they were full and brought back the fifth rat, the only one that hadn't been experimented on yet. Once the fifth rat was fed, it had been 7 or 8 hours since the first two rats had gorged themselves, so their stomachs were empty again. This way, she always had test subjects ready for experiments. By 5 p.m., the experiments were done. Almost all of the territory's common, abundant resources had been tested, except for poisonous items. The gold-eating rats would eat anything. They even ate the manure from the livestock. The people Sue had assigned to help started out calm, then became shocked and finally numb. Even though they weren't the ones eating, seeing the rats unhesitatingly gobble up feces made several of them retch. Fortunately, they hadn't eaten dinner yet, so there wasn't much to throw up. Unfortunately, after seeing this, they had no appetite for dinner at all. Seeing how miserable they looked, Sue gave each of them 3 extra meal vouchers on top of their original pay. As the name suggests, these vouchers could be used for free meals at the restaurant. Of course, the supplies aren't unlimited. A single meal voucher can only be used to get 1 serving per person. As for what counts as 1 serving, it mainly depends on each person's appetite. With a meal voucher, it's basically like an all-you-can-eat buffet. Take as much as you want, but if you take more than you can finish, you'll still have to pay the full price for the leftovers. Normally, getting 3 free meal tickets would make anyone happy, but given the circumstances, everyone's smiles were a bit forced. Still, they all sincerely thanked the Lord and left looking exhausted. Since these gold-eating rats aren't picky eaters, that actually works in our favor, Sue said to Lake, who nodded in agreement. He already knew the Lord intended to use a large amount of supplies as bait to lure the gold-eating rats. At first, he'd been worried about the waste of resources just to catch some rats, but after learning how unfussy these rats were, he felt relieved. Starting tomorrow, I'll put out an announcement. Everyone, no matter what kind of trash they have, Must take it to the open ground 100 meters west of the farm after cleaning up, Sue explained her plan to Lake. Lake nodded in understanding. Got it. I'll have people guard the dump. As soon as we spot any rats, we'll catch them right away. Sue was pleased that he understood his role, but she still reminded him, we do need to catch the gold-eating rats, but don't be too quick about it. After all, they're also useful as living garbage disposals. Let them eat some of the trash first before you catch them. Besides using the rats to clear out the garbage, there was another reason for letting them eat their fill. It would make them easier to catch. Which is easier to deal with, a starving animal or one that's full and relaxed? While a well-fed gold-eating rat might be stronger, a starving one is much more dangerous when it goes berserk. Sue had seen it before. So, it's better to deal with full rats than hungry ones, especially since there would be quite a lot of them. Yesterday, about 200,000 coins were eaten at the bank. Based on the rats' appetite from today's experiment, there must have been over 500 rats in the bank's vault yesterday. The number wasn't exact, but it wouldn't be too far off. 500 rats was already a lot. So you mentioned this to remind Lake to bring more people. No way could just a few dozen handle it. Normally, a few dozen people would be plenty, but against several hundred rats, it's nothing. Rats are small, agile, and with the poor lighting at night, catching them would be no easy task. Lake had originally planned to assign just 30 people to guard the dump, but after hearing Suyu's estimate, he immediately became more cautious. He decided to have 50 people guard the garbage pile and another 50 stationed at the streets and alleys leading away from the dump. But with 100 people assigned to this, the territory's guards would be stretched thin. Fortunately, Lake had already prepared for this. Back when the shadowy figures first appeared and they realized they were short-handed, he discussed it with Suyu. Together, they'd selected about 150 trustworthy and capable residents from the territory, and Lake had personally invited them to join the guards. Being a territory guard was a good job. Few turned it down, and those who did had special reasons. In the end, 130 out of 150 agreed to join. Although these recruits had been screened for character and ability, they were new to the job and needed training before they could be put to work. Currently, they were still in training, but they'd already learned the essentials and could be assigned tasks right away. With the urgent need for manpower, there was no time for a proper probation period. I plan to pair each team with new recruits at a 2-to-1 ratio. As long as they do well on this task, they'll be officially on the job, Lake explained to Suyu. The so-called 2-to-1 ratio meant that for every 2 veterans, there would be 1 newcomer in a team. For example, a 10-person team would have 5 new recruits, making 15 in total. A 12-person team would have 6 new recruits, totaling 18, and so on. This way, there wouldn't be teams made up entirely of rookies, which could cause problems, and it would also help the newcomers integrate quickly. Sounds good. Arrange it however you see fit, Sue agreed. Seeing her approval, Lake immediately brought out the grouping plan he'd already prepared. Sue didn't look it over in detail and just told him to get started. Even though it was already late, with such a major threat hanging over the territory, Lake wasn't in the mood to sleep. He immediately sent out the assignments. Day 27 of the calamity. Less than 4 days remained until it would end. Many people in the territory were eagerly waiting for the days of darkness to pass. Compared to before, they now had full confidence that they'd make it through this disaster safely. After all, they knew exactly how they'd gotten through the past month. Despite the calamity, they hadn't really suffered much. Every day, they had food, drink, and a warm bed. Many people's savings hadn't shrunk because of the disaster. In fact, thanks to the storm, their coffers were even fuller than before. But what they didn't know was that in the dark corners, disaster was still lurking, waiting to strike. Early that morning, everyone saw a new announcement posted. From now on, all trash must be dumped at the garbage site on the west side of the farm. To allow for the farm's expansion and the growth of other buildings in the city, Sue had placed the farm far from the residential and commercial areas. Because it was so far away, Sue chose that spot for the garbage dump. That way, even if the gold-eating rats showed up, not many people would notice, and the rats wouldn't affect daily life. Seeing the announcement, many people were puzzled. They couldn't understand why the trash disposal location was suddenly changed, but it didn't really affect their lives, since they usually just threw their garbage into the public bins. For residents with their own homes in the territory, they'd take their trash to the street bins themselves. For those staying at the inn, the staff would collect and dispose of the trash at set times. All this trash would eventually be taken to the dump by designated cleaners, so the residents didn't have to do it themselves and naturally didn't care much about where the dump was located. Aside from announcing the new location of the dump, the notice also specifically reminded everyone to pay attention to hygiene. If you have garbage, clean it up promptly and put it outside your residence. Don't leave it inside for long periods. This was really just a routine reminder. Most people, even if they weren't particularly clean, could manage this much. After all, nobody wanted to live in a pile of garbage. Everyone understood the basics of hygiene. But there were always a few sloppy people. It wasn't necessarily that they didn't know the importance of cleanliness. Some were just lazy, some didn't care, and a rare few even liked the feeling of filth. Some of them, after seeing the notice, reluctantly took it to heart and cleaned up their homes as soon as they got back. Others simply ignored it and went about their business as usual. But these people were in the minority, and they would eventually pay the price for their actions. That price came quickly, because the gold-eating rats hiding in the territory had already gone hungry for a whole day. Although they'd gorged themselves on a warehouse full of coins, Jean Luo had discovered them quickly, and Suyu had responded just as fast, putting the territory on high alert. This left the rats with no chance to act again. Even though they were just rats, the gold-eating rats had some intelligence. They knew they couldn't act rashly or they'd be easily caught. But their intelligence only went so far. After starving for a whole day, the famished rats lost all sense of reason. All they knew was that they were hungry and wanted to eat. So, using what little sense they had left, they searched for a place that was rich in resources, densely packed, and completely unguarded at a time when no humans were around. That's right, the place was the dump that had been specially cleared out in the territory. Although they wanted to catch the gold-eating rats, they knew that if humans were openly guarding the dump, the rats might just give up on this resource point to avoid being caught. So, Lake had people hide in the shadows. When the rats discovered this treasure trove and realized there were no humans nearby, they were ecstatic. Driven mad by hunger, faced with a mountain of food, the gold-eating rats didn't hesitate. Hundreds of palm-sized rats swarmed out from the shadows, moving quickly until they reached the feast before them. Crunch, crunch, asterisk. Squeak, squeak, asterisk. Chomp, chomp, asterisk. The dump was filled with the sounds of rats gnawing on things, enough to make your scalp tingle and your whole body tense up. Maybe it was because they'd been hungry for so long, but the gold-eating rats ate at lightning speed. They weren't picky, either. Whatever was in front of them, they ate. In less than 5 minutes, the piles of garbage that had looked like small mountains were half gone, as if a swarm of locusts had passed through. The people hiding in the shadows stared in shock, but didn't forget their mission. At the command, 50 people in thick protective suits, gloves, masks, hats, every inch covered, rushed out. They moved quietly and swiftly. Most of the rats were either stuffed full or busy devouring food, completely relaxed and off guard. In the first minute, the 50 people easily caught over 200 gold-eating rats, 4 or 5 each on average. Everyone had a bag for catching rats. As soon as they caught one, they'd toss it in and bend down for the next. The gold-eating rats were slow to react, but they eventually realized something was wrong. By the time they sensed danger, half their companions had already been captured. Startled, they immediately stopped eating and bolted. The lighting was already dim to make the rats feel safe while eating, so once they started running, it became much harder for the humans to catch them. But the team had been told from the start, just focus on catching the first wave. Once the rats were alarmed, do your best, catch what you can, and if not, just gather up the rats you have and take them to the Black Prison. As for the ones that got away, there were others assigned to catch them. Let's go to the Black Prison. At the order, the 50 people took their captured rats and headed off. Meanwhile, the rats that escaped scattered through the streets and alleys, only to be chased and intercepted by other teams. Actually, Sue had originally thought of an easier way to catch the gold-eating rats, setting up a trap or mechanism. The first option was to install a device above the garbage pile, so that when the rats gathered to eat, it could snap shut like a pot lid. The second was to dig a trench around the dump and fill it with water. The gold-eating rats couldn't swim and would avoid water, so if the trench formed a complete circle with just a small opening, the rats would be trapped inside. Unfortunately, while the first trap wasn't hard to set up, it would be easy for the rats, who were sensitive to danger, to notice. If something was blatantly placed above their heads, they'd spot it and flee before anyone had a chance to act. As for digging a trench, it would take too long, especially since the weather was cold and any visible water was frozen solid. A shallow pit wouldn't stop the rats, and digging a deep one would take even longer, so that plan was abandoned. Vivian had even suggested using knockout powder, but after testing, Sue found that the gold-eating rats were strangely wary. Not only did they avoid anything poisonous, but they also steered clear of anything with additives. Left with no other choice, Sue had to go with the most troublesome method: manual capture. Fortunately, though it was a hassle, the results were good. While hiding in the shadows, the team had estimated there were about 600 rats, about what Sue had guessed. They caught 230 in the first wave, and another 180 in the follow-up chase, 2/3 in total. The remaining third were either truly impossible to catch, or deliberately let go for the sake of eradicating them completely. So you didn't believe that only a few hundred gold-eating rats had appeared after the disaster ended. That wasn't even half the population of the territory. With the amount of resources in the territory, 600 gold-eating rats wouldn't finish eating everything even after a few months. The system had been building up for so long, how could it be that simple? As expected, things were not as straightforward as they seemed. More than 20 of the targeted rats eventually scattered to 6 different locations. Of these 6 places, 2 were distant underground tunnels, 1 was an abandoned and currently unused warehouse, and 3 were burrows dug in remote corners of the territory. After discovering these 6 rat nests, the people involved didn't act rashly. They left 3 people to keep watch on each of the 6 locations, while the others went to inform Lake and Suyu. "Lord, when should we take action? Do you have any plans?" Before the messenger could even leave, Lake directly asked Suyu for her opinion. Although Lake was asking for Suyu's thoughts, it was clear he already had some ideas of his own. After all, he'd managed this position overseeing hundreds of people for quite some time without any major mistakes. He was certainly capable. Even if he hadn't been at first, after everything they'd been through, he should have learned a thing or two by now. Otherwise, Sue wouldn't have kept someone incompetent in this role for so long. "Let's hear your thoughts first," Sue said, seeing that Lake already had a plan and giving him the chance to speak. Lake didn't hesitate and spoke up immediately. "My lord, I think we should take them down one by one." Sue nodded, signaling him to continue. "Go into detail." "Right now, we've found 6 gold-eating rat nests, but we only have 150 people from the territory's guards available to deploy. That number even included the new recruits. Without them, they'd barely be able to spare 50, and even that would be a stretch." Catching rats was important, but they couldn't devote all their forces to it. After all, there were still shadow creatures to catch, the territory needed patrolling, and storms had been breaking out suddenly inside the territory lately. These were all handled by the guards as well. With 150 people, if we try to hit all 6 nests at once, that's less than 30 people per nest. Instead of spreading ourselves thin and risking problems everywhere, it's better to tackle them one at a time. So you didn't say anything, but Lake didn't mind and went on. "My initial plan is to split our people into 3 groups and clear out the 6 nests in 2 waves. We can set up nets or low walls around the nests to trap the rats inside and catch them in a barrel. If anything unexpected happens, if the rats notice our preparations before the nets and walls are set up, they'll definitely try to escape. But if there's only one exit, them coming out on their own is actually a good thing. We can catch them directly, though some might get away. Also, among the 6 nests, I think the easiest to deal with are the warehouse and the 2 underground tunnels. Lake laid out his plan in detail for about 10 minutes, covering all the bases. It was, so you had to admit, a pretty solid plan. My lord, what do you think? Lake finished, looking at Siu expectantly. Your plan is basically sound, but you've overlooked a few points. Siu proceeded to point out all the flaws in his plan. First, your biggest oversight is assuming there's only one exit. You have to remember, rats dig tunnels. The places they hide are holes they made themselves. In other words, it was very likely there were other exits elsewhere in the territory. They just didn't know where, since the territory was so large. As soon as Siu said this, Lake looked frustrated. He'd taken things for granted and hadn't even considered something so simple. Siu didn't dwell on his mood, continuing, second, there's another big problem. You said we're short on manpower and should take them out one by one. That seems fine, but you missed one thing. If you go after the nests one at a time, how can you be sure the rats in the other nests will just sit tight? In other words, everyone wanted to get rid of the rats, but they weren't stupid. If they noticed humans making a move, they'd be on guard. And if you take them out one by one but can't guarantee all the rats in the first batch are caught, what if the escapees go and warn the others? It had taken so much effort to find the nests. If they missed this chance, it would be hard to find them again. After all, the gold-eating rats had already suffered a loss once. It would be hard to trick them a second time. Lake looked a bit ashamed. Sorry, I didn't think it through. So you didn't criticize him, but instead pointed out the parts of his plan that were correct, or at least appropriate. But you were right about a few things. First, setting up low walls to trap the rats before catching them is a good idea. So you plan to do the same. Otherwise, with the rats' speed and size, it would be nearly impossible to catch them all. Second, the warehouse nest and the two in the underground tunnels are indeed the easiest to deal with. There were reasons for this. The warehouse, though abandoned, had the advantage that the rats couldn't dig tunnels or create other exits inside. The warehouse had been reinforced. Both the walls and the floor were extremely sturdy, so much so that even storms couldn't destroy them. If even storms couldn't break through, how could the rats' teeth? No matter how strong their bite, could it be stronger than a storm? So as long as they guarded the doors and windows, the rats inside the warehouse would truly be trapped. The same logic applied to the underground tunnels, which were mainly for sewage and were built to be very strong. To prevent leaks, the pipes were made of synthetic metal. As it happened, Siu had tested this. While gold-eating rats ate metal, they couldn't eat synthetic metal, not because they didn't like it, but simply because they couldn't chew through it. Siu had personally seen a gold-eating rat break a tooth trying to gnaw on synthetic metal, then leave in anger and frustration to look for other food. Given that, they could use the same method. Guard the tunnel exits and drive the rats out to catch them. These 3 nests are the easiest to handle and don't need too many people. The warehouse has a lot of doors and windows, but 20 people at most would be enough. There are only 3 exits in the underground tunnels. 5 people at each exit will be enough. With this arrangement, we only need 35 people to cover the 3 gold-eating rat nests. The remaining 115 people can be divided among the last 3 locations, giving each spot at least 30 people. It's not a huge number, but it should be sufficient. These last 3 locations are the hardest to deal with because the rats dug the tunnels themselves. We don't know the internal structure of their burrows, so it'll be easy for them to escape from somewhere else. So you said something worrying, but her expression showed no concern at all. She looked completely confident. So what should we do? Lake asked, knowing that the Lord must already have a plan. Think about it. What kind of thing can get in everywhere, no matter how small the opening? Siu hinted. Lake frowned and thought hard, but before he could come up with anything, Duoya and Duoli happened to be passing by and overheard. They exchanged glances and spoke up almost at the same time. Duoya, gas. Duoli, liquid. Siu, huh? Siu was momentarily stunned by the faint sounds behind her, but when she recognized the familiar voices, she couldn't help but laugh. What are you two doing here? Siu asked. Duoya didn't answer, but looked at Duoli. Duoli smiled sheepishly and explained, "It's like this, my lord. Some things in the tailor shop storeroom were damaged. Not much was lost, but I thought I should come and let you know. I ran into Aya on the way here. She was worried about me coming alone, so she came with me. Duoli really wasn't much of a fighter. Even though the territory was safe, things were a bit tense right now. Since Duoya didn't have anything else to do, she came along to protect her and check out the situation. Even the tailor shop got hit by rats? Lake was so surprised by Duoli's words that he forgot what they'd just been discussing. But Siyu hadn't forgotten. Even though rats in the tailor shop were bad news, Duoli said the damage was minor and she seemed calm, so Siyu figured it couldn't be too serious and didn't worry too much. The tailor shop can wait. You heard what they just said, right? Siyu was referring to her earlier question about what could get in everywhere. Lake nodded. Gas and liquid. My lord, are you planning to use poison gas or some kind of liquid? It is a kind of liquid, but remember, we must never use poison gas. Even if they had the right kind of poison gas, how could they guarantee it wouldn't leak? If it failed to kill the rats and ended up poisoning their own people, that would be a disaster. And even if they took the antidote in advance, the land itself isn't alive, it can't take an antidote. Even if they caught the rats, the soil would be contaminated and become toxic, which would be another problem. As for the liquid, it's basically like water, except it has a very low freezing point. In other words, it only freezes at extremely low temperatures. The reason it doesn't freeze is because it's mixed with a material called xianbing grass. Xianbing grass is non-toxic, but it can't be eaten if ingested. It causes a fatal reaction in the blood, since blood is technically a liquid. It's deadly to humans, let alone little gold-eating rats. But xianbing grass itself is non-toxic, and water mixed with it is also non-toxic. What's special about xianbing grass is that although it dissolves in water, it also evaporates into the air. The gas is harmless and doesn't cause the blood reaction, so it's safe to pour the xianbing grass-infused liquid into the rat tunnels. The gold-eating rats will have no choice but to flee. If they manage to escape, good for them. If not, or if they accidentally drink some of the liquid, they're as good as dead. I understand. Leave it to me, my lord. Where can I find the xianbing grass? Siyu had explained everything clearly, so Lake didn't need further instructions. He'd handle the details himself. Siyu pointed toward the alchemy lab. Xianbing grass is an alchemy ingredient. It's stored in the alchemy lab's warehouse. Lake got the idea immediately and left with his team to prepare. After Lake left, Siyu turned to Duoli and Duoya. Let's go check out the tailor shop. Led by Duoli, the three of them arrived at the tailor shop's storeroom. Duoli had already had the storeroom tidied up before coming. She wasn't about to leave it a mess, just so Siyu could see the crime scene. Besides, even if no one else knew, the tailor shop made clothes people wore. They couldn't in good conscience sell items that might have been chewed, stepped on, or otherwise contaminated by rats. So Duoli had all the damaged clothes thrown out, and even the undamaged ones were sent off to be washed, dried, and disinfected at high temperature. The storeroom itself had been cleaned and disinfected, and everything originally stored there had been moved to another storeroom. It was a bit crowded, but manageable. The storeroom was now empty, making it easy for Siyu to inspect. She didn't have much to do except look around and try to figure out how the gold-eating rats had gotten in. How many items were damaged? Can you estimate how many rats there were? Siyu checked the area and found no rat holes, so the rats probably got in through the doors or windows, maybe sneaking in when they were opened. Duoli shook her head. I'm not sure how many, but it can't have been a lot. Fewer than 30 sets of clothes were damaged, and half of those were only partially chewed. Siyu thought for a moment. She couldn't be sure of the exact number, but it was probably no more than 20 rats, maybe only a dozen or so. A dozen rats wasn't a lot, especially since they were small and hard to spot. But Siyu was puzzled. The tailor shop storeroom had a fair amount of stuff, but nowhere near as much as the restaurant or the blacksmith shop. Why would gold-eating rats come here specifically? If the lone rat Vivian caught before was after the top-grade nutrient solution, what were these rats after in the tailor shop? It couldn't be that they just wanted to chew on a few pieces of clothing, could it? The more Siyu thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. So she immediately ordered her people to conduct a search centered around the tailor shop. And sure enough, the search turned up a huge surprise. My lord, We found a place that looks like a rat's nest. There was actually another rat's nest. Siyu was both shocked and a little helpless, though also somewhat relieved. She was helpless because her territory was practically being turned into a honeycomb by the gold-eating rats, yet she had no idea where the holes were, what they looked like, or any particularly effective ways to deal with or guard against them. But she was relieved to have found another rat hole. Even though the news was a bit frustrating, at least it meant they could solve the problem sooner. "Where's this rat's nest? Did you disturb the rats inside?" Siyu asked as she followed her people to the location. "It's under a big tree less than 10 meters from the warehouse." The entrance was hidden by a pile of fallen leaves. The person leading the way explained, taking Siyu to the tree and pointing at the now cleared entrance. "We found it by accident, so by the time we saw it, there were no rats inside. They must have run off long ago." Siyu sighed, but she knew this was inevitable. After all, without knowing the exact location, and with the rats being so clever and sensitive to sounds underground, they would have heard people approaching and escaped long before. "Since they're already gone, let's dig out this rat hole and take a look." Siyu had long wanted to see the internal structure of a gold-eating rat nest, but the previous 3 nests they'd found hadn't been fully cleared yet, so she hadn't had the chance. Now that they'd finally found an empty one, she was eager to check it out. "Yes, I'll get someone to bring shovels right away." The person beside her quickly called over 2 people, each carrying a shovel. The rat hole wasn't very big, and with the 2 of them digging, it took less than a minute to reach a space over a meter below ground, about 2 square meters in size. For a person, this space would be cramped, barely enough for 3 or 4 people to stand pressed together, but for rats, it was a luxury villa. A hole this size could easily hold 100 or 2 rats, and if they didn't mind squeezing, maybe even 300 or 500. But right now, the place was completely empty, not a rat in sight, not even a stray hair. However, inside this not-so-large space, Siyu and her team saw 3 tunnels branching off in different directions. The tunnels were narrow, only wide enough for 2 or 3 rats to pass through at once, so they had no idea where they led. But 3 tunnels? Is it really just a coincidence? Siyu pondered, then decided that coincidence or not, it was worth investigating. There were 3 tunnels in this nest, and they had previously discovered 3 other rat holes dug by the gold-eating rats. Siyu strongly suspected that these 4 nests might be connected. Even though the directions of these 3 tunnels didn't exactly match the locations of the other 3 nests, that didn't mean much. The internal passages could be complex and winding, and the rats could easily change course underground. There was no reason to assume the tunnels were straight lines. Station 10 people here, 7 on guard, and 3 with cages and nets at the entrance. If the tunnels really were connected, then when Lake made a move on the other 3 nests, the rats inside would likely try to escape through this exit. That way, they could just wait at the hole and catch the rats as they fled. But Siyu was still worried about one thing. Since the rats knew to evacuate, there was no guarantee they wouldn't somehow warn the others that this exit was no longer safe. So whether the rats would actually use this as an escape route was still uncertain. But for now, they had to guard it. Once all 10 people were in position, Siyu didn't waste any time. She left immediately and had someone report the situation and her suspicions to Lake. As for herself, she planned to head to the Black Prison to check on the 300-plus gold-eating rats they'd captured earlier. Outside the Black Prison, the guards looked numb. "Captain, what do you think the heavens are up to?" First shadows, now rats. Ordinary people didn't know much, but as soldiers of the territory, and especially as guards of the special Black Prison, they knew far more than most. For example, they knew the shadows were caused by a natural disaster, and so were the gold-eating rats. But in their eyes, all this could just be the heavens messing with them. After all, they didn't know about the system, but if you put it another way, their understanding wasn't wrong. The system really could be considered the heavens of this world. "I don't know. Stop asking." When Siyu arrived at the Black Prison, she immediately noticed that the guards looked utterly exhausted. As she got closer, she heard the noises coming from the rats inside and instantly understood why. Siyu opened her mouth, unsure how to comfort them. After all, everyone was already stretched so thin they wished they could split themselves in two. All she could do was let them tough it out for a few more days. "My lord, are you here to see the rats?" Despite being driven nearly mad by the rats, the captain still greeted Siu seriously and asked about her purpose. Siu nodded, and before he could lead her inside, she promised them a generous bonus. The mention of a bonus made everyone happy, but their excitement wasn't particularly intense until Siu stopped and said, "I'll have the tailor's shop send over some earplugs later." The moment the word earplugs left her mouth, everyone perked up, their spirits instantly revived. Who would have thought that earplugs would excite them even more than money? But it made sense. They were all residents of the territory, with secure jobs and steady pay, not to mention a thoughtful and generous lord who provided good wages, regular subsidies, and bonuses. They might not be rich, but they never had to worry about food or clothing and could afford whatever they wanted. In these circumstances, they cared more about reducing their suffering than about money. At this moment, they looked at Suyu's departing figure with gratitude and a strange sense of reverence. Of course, Suyu, who had already gone inside, had no idea what they were thinking. As soon as she entered the black prison, the racket inside made her frown. Luckily, she always carried a lot in her backpack. She didn't have earplugs, but she did have some soft cotton. She tore off a handful, divided it up, stuffed some in her ears, and handed the rest to the others. With the noise pollution reduced, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The captain of the guards began to report the situation. There wasn't much to report, just the number of gold-eating rats, what they'd been doing, what they'd eaten, when they'd eaten it, all trivial details. Siu listened for a bit, but hearing nothing important, she stopped him from continuing. The captain obediently fell silent. Siu circled the cages containing the gold-eating rats several times. Suddenly, she stopped, then stepped back, straightening her body and staring intently at a rat surrounded by the others in the distance. "You all, come here and look at the gold-eating rats in this cage." Siu called them over and signaled for them to take a look. The group looked carefully but didn't notice anything unusual. In fact, their eyes started to blur. After all the gold-eating rats looked pretty much the same, gray, lively, tumbling around like a dirty stream. "My lord, did you notice something? Forgive us, but we didn't see anything wrong with the rats in there." After the first two spoke, they looked at the third person. The third person was silent for a moment, also seeing nothing unusual. But just as he was about to say so, he suddenly exclaimed, "My lord, I'm not sure if I'm seeing things, but I feel like there's a really strange rat in the center of the cage." Siu nodded. So it wasn't just her imagination. "Go on, what else did you notice?" Siu prompted. He had been doubting himself, but since the lord had noticed it too, he continued, "Actually, maybe I said it wrong. It's not that one rat is strange, but that all the other rats are strange. They all seem to be circling around that one rat." He finished, looking nervously at Suyu. Siu smiled and said, "I thought it was just my imagination too. I also feel like the other gold-eating rats are all circling around one rat. Rather than just circling, it was more like they were protecting it. Why would they protect a single gold-eating rat? Did this rat have something special about it? Try to get that gold-eating rat out of the cage," Siu instructed the person who had noticed the anomaly. Since he'd spotted it, he was to keep an eye on it and get it out, with the others helping. As for how to get it out, there were many ways, but they chose the simplest and most direct. A few people put on protective gear, opened the cage, and went in to catch the rat. But a problem arose. They'd been a bit too hasty. As soon as the rats sensed humans entering the cage, they went wild, running around even more frantically. But Siu could still see that, despite their seemingly chaotic movements, all the rats were still circling that one particular rat. Just as Suyu was about to say something, someone rushed in from outside, clutching their ears. "My lord, bad news. Lord Lake says the gold-eating rats outside have gone crazy." Suyu didn't know exactly what was happening outside, but it was clearly urgent. She quickly gave instructions to those catching the rat and left the black prison. She didn't even need to ask. When she saw the hordes of gold-eating rats running wildly around the black prison, She immediately understood why Lake said they'd gone mad. Because at that moment, the rats really did look insane. Though they hadn't attacked any humans, they were frantically circling the black prison. Lake hurried over and quickly explained the situation. In short, when he was using icegrass water to force the gold-eating rats out of their tunnels, things went smoothly at first. But then, for some unknown reason, the rats suddenly went berserk and started pouring out of the flooded tunnels, completely disregarding their own safety. Even though Lake and his team were fully prepared, they hadn't expected the rats to make such a desperate last stand, nor had they anticipated so many rats would surge out from underground. So many, in fact, that nearly 2,000 gold-eating rats died in the process. If that many died, how many are there in total? It was a number too terrifying to even imagine. After a rough calculation, there were about 2,500 gold-eating rats that died from the icegrass water, 2,300 that were captured alive, and many more that managed to escape. The exact number of escapees was unclear, but it was certainly at least 2,000 or 3,000, if not more. Lord, there's something strange about these gold-eating rats. They're not attacking humans, they're heading straight for the black prison. It looks like they have a purpose. Lake's words immediately made Siu think of that strange gold-eating rat in the black prison, the one being protected by its kin. Siu seemed to realize something and quickly said to Lake, "Ignore the rats outside for now. Take everyone inside immediately and help the others capture that special gold-eating rat. If you can't find it, then isolate the entire cage of rats. Don't let a single one get away." Lake didn't ask why. Without hesitation, he shouted to the people behind him and led several dozen men straight into the black prison. At the same time, Siu used her authority as Lord to issue an emergency announcement, targeting two groups, those with combatability and those without. Those without combatability were to return home immediately, never be alone, and always stay in groups of at least 3. Those with combatability were to gather near the black prison at once and await orders to help clear out the rampaging gold-eating rats. Of course, this second order was mandatory only for residents of the territory. As members of the territory, it was their duty to help in times of crisis. This was their home, after all. As for non-resident fighters, they could help if they wished, but it wasn't their obligation. Regardless, their contributions would be recognized and rewarded. They wouldn't be helping for nothing. Once the announcement was made, the crowds in the streets quickly split into 2 groups under the patrol's direction. Those without combatability or unwilling to help with the rats went one way, while the others grabbed their weapons and hurried toward the black prison. Siu divided the fighters into 2 groups, melee and ranged. The ranged fighters could attack the rats directly without the hassle of chasing them down, making them much more efficient. As for the melee fighters, their job wasn't to attack, but to defend. Siu ordered them to surround the black prison, making sure not a single rat escaped from inside, nor any from outside got in. If any did, don't hesitate, kill them on sight. Although none of them knew why they were doing this, they didn't need to know. All they had to do was follow orders. In such an emergency, no one was foolish enough to waste time. Everyone moved quickly and efficiently according to their assigned roles. Siu took a careful look. There were at least 3,000 rats fleeing outside, and over 800 ranged fighters. On average, each person only needed to kill 3 or 4 rats to clear them all out. But things were far from that simple. Gold-eating rats didn't have much health or defense, but their greatest advantage was speed. Their incredible speed made it almost impossible for many people to land a hit. If you couldn't hit them, that was the best defense. Of these 800 fighters, only about 100 had the skill to actually kill the rats. In other words, instead of each person needing to kill 3 or 4, now each of those 100 needed to kill 30. Of course, that didn't mean the other 700 were useless. Even if they couldn't aim precisely, sheer numbers counted. If the 700 coordinated and attacked the same area, they could create a net of attacks. Any rat caught in it would have no chance of escape. It was less efficient, but it got the job done. With the efforts of those 700, more than half of the 3,000 rats were killed or injured. The ground was soon covered in a sickening mix of gray and red. Thankfully, the low temperatures meant the corpses froze quickly and didn't smell. If it were warmer, not only would the stench be unbearable, but the heat would make bacteria thrive and the plague would spread rapidly, turning 2 disasters into 3. Siu felt that this disaster had doubled in difficulty. Calling it 3 disasters was an understatement. This was 4. And there was still that terrifying shadow locked up in the forest. No wonder so few territories survived the polar night winter, freezing temperatures, powerful enemies born of fear, rats that devoured supplies. If not for careful preparation, even the largest territories would be doomed. Go get Mike, Siu ordered someone nearby. Even though the risk of plague was low in the cold, leaving so many corpses lying around was still a problem. Normally, when dealing with a rat infestation, you either bury all the rats or burn them. But burying them meant digging deep pits, or there'd be trouble later. Not only would the plague keep spreading, but the land would be contaminated. If possible, burning was always better. High temperatures could destroy most threats and prevent future problems. Lord, you want me to burn the rats? Mike hurried over, already guessing Suyu's intent. Yes, deal with it as soon as possible. It might seem like overkill to have a high-level mage burn rat corpses, but Siu didn't want to take any chances. These weren't ordinary rats, and she worried regular fire wouldn't be enough to kill all the germs. Since burning them bit by bit would be too troublesome and wasteful, Siu had everyone put on protective gear and gloves and gather all the gold-eating rats together. 10 minutes later, a mountain of rat corpses stood before Siu and Mike. Of course, the pile included not only rat corpses, but also the gloves and soiled clothing used during the cleanup, anything that might carry germs. Siu didn't care about losing these things. Better to burn it all at once. Begin, Siu said. At her command, Mike immediately raised his staff. Without any incantation, he unleashed several fireballs in quick succession, setting the pile of corpses ablaze. As the flames burned, Siu glanced at him. You've gotten stronger, haven't you? Although Mike had always been powerful, he'd still needed to chant, even if only for a fraction of a second, when casting even basic fireball spells. But just now, Siu clearly saw that Mike had cast fireball instantly. Truly instantly, without any incantation at all. Mike nodded calmly in acknowledgement. A few seconds later, he offered a brief explanation. I had some insights. Siu understood immediately. Insights are a mysterious thing. Much like inspiration, they can appear at any moment, and the benefits they bring are unpredictable. But as long as one gains insight, it's inevitable that their strength will rise to a new level. Siu glanced again at Mike's information. Very good. He had successfully advanced to a master-level mage. While they were talking, the master-level fire mage's fireball had already reduced the mountain of corpses to a pile of ashes. Bury all these ashes in the forest. After being burned, the ashes were already harmless and non-toxic. If one didn't mind, they could even be buried in the farmland to fertilize the fields. But Siu didn't lack fertilizer, and there was no need to make herself uncomfortable for such a small gain. Not only would it bother her, but the farm workers would probably feel uneasy knowing they were walking on mouse ashes. Since that was the case, it was better to bury them outside. After assigning the task, Siu let most people go back to their own business, keeping only 100 people on standby. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Go back and rest. You can collect your reward for today's work at the task hall tomorrow. With that, everyone left as instructed, heading home. Most of the outside problem had been dealt with. Although they hadn't killed every single gold-eating rat, there were still about 100 or 2 running loose in the territory. Compared to the thousands before, that number was negligible. Now, the most important issue was still the special rat inside the black prison. With the outside matters settled, Siu turned and entered the black prison. As soon as she stepped inside, she immediately sensed that something was off. She paused, then hurried to the cage where the special rat was kept. When she arrived, she was surprised to find the cage empty, only traces and some grayish rat fur remained. What happened here? She walked over to a group of people. When she first entered, she hadn't noticed what was going on due to her angle, but as she got closer, she saw a group of people squatting in a circle in the corner of an empty cell. She had no idea what they were doing, but they were completely silent. No, it was more accurate to say that they weren't making any noise at all. The only sound in the entire black prison was the squeaking of rats. It was deafening. Lord Sue. Lake saw Suyu arrive and immediately made space for her, as did the others, clearing a wide spot for her. It's like this. When we came in just now, the gold-eating rats were already in chaos. We couldn't tell which one was the special one, so I had everyone catch all the rats from that cage. Since they'd caught them all, things were even more chaotic than before, so now they were trying to identify the special gold-eating rat. Unfortunately, without the obvious behavioral differences from before, it was impossible to distinguish them by appearance alone. So the group could only squat there, staring blankly, for over 10 minutes. Suyu, she was speechless. After thinking for a moment, she had all the gold-eating rats put into a separate empty room and instructed, keep an eye on them and don't let any escape. When you think they're getting hungry, don't feed them right away. Wait until they're starving, then give them food. Lake was a bit puzzled at first, but he was smart and soon understood. The reason they'd identified the special gold-eating rat before was because the others had tried to protect it. They just needed to recreate a situation where the rats would want to protect it again. For example, since they were willing to protect that rat, would they give up food for it when food was scarce? It might not work, but it was worth a try. However, the rats had eaten quite a lot earlier, so they had to wait until midnight. In the early hours, someone heard a commotion from the room. The people standing guard outside peeked through the window and saw that the rats inside were frenzied with hunger. They threw in 3 fist-sized chunks of ordinary iron ore. Startled at first, the rats quickly realized food had arrived. After confirming it was safe, they excitedly swarmed over. But soon, they realized there wasn't enough food for everyone. The people peeking through the window watched as the iron ore, initially surrounded by a mass of rats, was soon exposed again. Then, they saw a slightly chubby gold-eating rat escorted by 2 others approach the iron ore. Lord Sue is so clever. The special rat has revealed itself. Someone whispered outside the window. Another nodded in agreement and replied in the same hushed tone, "When do we move?" "Right now." While they exchanged a few words, the special gold-eating rat had already eaten half the ore. Whether it was full or for some other reason, it suddenly paused, turned around, and waddled away. The people outside didn't know what it was up to, but they seized the opportunity to dart in and capture it. Suyu, who hadn't slept all night, was stunned when the chubby rat was brought before her. Looking at its noticeably rounder belly, her suspicions were confirmed. Just like a queen bee, gold-eating rats also had a queen. As the key to the colony's reproduction, the queen was naturally revered by the others. Not only revered, but the other rats were even willing to give their lives to protect her. "This is a gold-eating rat? It just looks a bit fat," Lake said curiously, wanting to see what was so special about this rat that the others would protect it so fiercely and even give up food for it when starving. But after staring for a long time, he couldn't see anything special, other than it being a bit fat. "This is the rat queen, similar to a queen bee," Sue explained simply, and Lake understood. Most animals value their offspring highly. Humans are the same. In times of crisis, most people instinctively protect the pregnant. "So, Lord Sue, what do you plan to do with the rat queen?" If it were up to Lake, he'd probably just kill it outright. If it were anyone else, they might have handled it the same way, but Sue didn't. The rat queen definitely had to be killed, but not yet. Sue said, "Since the other gold-eating rats will protect the queen, we can use her as bait to lure them out and clean up the territory." Lake replied, "Understood. I'll get someone on it right away." Given how important the rat queen was, Sue didn't like her, but she had no choice but to feed her well and keep her alive. After all, only a living rat queen could be used as bait. If she died, not only might the plan fail, but given how much the gold-eating rats valued their queen, they might go even crazier. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered, let alone these gold-eating rats, who were never as docile as rabbits to begin with. Who knew what they'd do next? While Sue was keeping the rat queen alive, Lingma woke up and saw what was going on. it immediately bristled with anger. It rushed in front of Suyu, stubbornly demanding her attention, then bared its teeth at the Rat Queen, unleashing its dragon bloodline's pressure. The Rat Queen was so terrified she trembled and nearly fainted. Suyu was stunned at first, then, seeing Lingbao's grumbling, she couldn't help but laugh and quickly tried to comfort it. Don't get the wrong idea. It's just a rat. How could I possibly want to keep a rat as a pet? In fact, she wasn't really keeping it as a pet at best. She was just treating a prisoner well. Lingbao was a bit confused, but it trusted its master and believed her. Suyu explained the situation with the gold-eating rats and the Rat Queen, and only then did Lingbao settle down. It didn't feel awkward about it and continued to stick by Suyu's side. She didn't mind either. She was planning to stay up all night, and if Lingbao wanted to keep her company, she was happy to let it. They chatted to pass the time. Well, chatting was mostly Lingbao chattering away. With Lingbao's level and the Guardian Beast Shrine's level both having increased, Suyu could now communicate with Lingbao almost without any barriers. Only when Lingbao got too excited and spoke too fast might Suyu miss a word or two, but it didn't really affect their conversation. Lingbao, you're amazing. You took great care of the dragon egg. You're the biggest hero. Their topics mainly revolved around two things, the dragon egg and what treasures Lingbao had found on its recent outings. There wasn't much to say about the dragon egg. Ever since they got top-grade nutrient solution, the egg's condition had been stable and even improving, so Lingbao could go out with the team without worry. Unlike before the polar night, when Lingbao only went out at Suyu's suggestion, now, after the polar night began, Lingbao went out on its own initiative. It had discovered that after the polar night started, it gained much more experience from exploring and finding treasures, almost double what it used to get, like it had activated a double XP card. Although Lingbao usually liked to stick close to Suyu or laze around in bed, it wasn't a lazy dragon ferret by nature. It just didn't go out before because there wasn't anything interesting to explore. It's no exaggeration to say that, ever since it figured out how to survive this disaster, the whole calamity had become a giant experience farm for Lingbao. The forest outside was full of treasures. Lingbao barely had to look. Every so often, it would stumble upon a rare material, and then another precious item a little while later. Although none of these things could compare to the dragon egg in value, and the experience they gave wasn't much individually, there were so many of them that Lingbao managed to level up 4 times in just a few days. They chatted from midnight until the chickens at the ranch started crowing. Lingbao finally couldn't fight off sleep and dozed off. Suyu tucked it into bed and turned on the heater. Once Lingbao was settled, Lake and Duoya arrived at the Lord's manor. "My lord, everything is ready," Lake reported. He'd spent the whole night preparing a room and setting up all kinds of arrangements before coming to collect the Rat Queen. Their goal was simple: lure out all the remaining gold-eating rats in the territory and wipe them out in one go. Their method was straightforward and brutal. Lock the Rat Queen in an empty room with glass walls so they could see everything inside, and surround it with all kinds of traps and mechanisms. In short, the plan was to make sure the gold-eating rats would never return. As for Duoya, Lake had invited her along as the territory's strongest archer, just in case. If the Rat Queen somehow managed to escape, Duoya would be responsible for taking her down. Lake was confident in his setup, but he couldn't ignore the possibility of something going wrong. After Lake took the Rat Queen away, Suyu went to bed and slept for more than 10 hours, not waking up until 7 or 8 in the evening. When she woke up, she finally received news that everything had been settled. The message came from Duoya. She said that Lake had successfully used the Rat Queen to lure out over 1,000 gold-eating rats. While they didn't manage to kill every last one, fewer than 10 escaped. Those few stragglers weren't worth worrying about. Interestingly, there was a small accident during the operation. The Rat Queen, used as bait, actually gave birth during the process. This not only startled the gold-eating rats that came to rescue her, but also gave Lake and the others a shock. They quickly realized, though, that with the Rat Queen about to give birth, the gold-eating rats became even more frenzied. The sudden counterattack from the rats left many people injured, not because they were weak, but because the rats fought like they were on stimulants, doubling their combat power. It was only natural that people were caught off guard at first. Once they got their bearings, Lake quickly redeployed the fighters, and the rampaging rats were soon suppressed. In the end, the gold-eating rats were nearly wiped out, with only a handful escaping in panic. Perhaps because the Rat Queen's labor attracted even more rats, they didn't manage to completely eradicate them, but it was close enough. With the rat problem solved, Lake wanted to report to Suyu immediately, but when he arrived, she was still resting, so he went to handle other matters. By the time Suyu woke up, Lake was still busy with follow-up work, so it was Duoya who came to give her the report. It didn't really matter. Duoya had been involved in the operation and knew everything. Hearing that the gold-eating rats had been dealt with, Suyu breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "What about the Rat Queen?" Duoya thought for a moment and replied, "The Rat Queen was so frightened by the whole thing that she gave birth early and nearly died, but fortunately, Lake got her to Vivian in time, and she survived." After speaking, Duoya paused for a moment and added, "Oh right, not only did it survive, it even gave birth to 17 pups." Suyu. Even though Suyu hadn't been there at the time, she could easily imagine how stunned Vivian must have looked when she saw the Rat Queen. But 17 pups. Are rats really that prolific? Even sows aren't that outrageous. And the Rat Queen isn't even that big. How could it possibly give birth to 17 babies? Each one must be the size of a soybean at most. For a moment, Suyu was left speechless. But then again, this is a data world, so nothing's impossible. Still, she was shocked. Now she finally understood why there were so many rats hiding beneath her territory. So far, counting both the ones they'd killed and the ones they'd captured, there were at least 5,000 or 6,000 gold-eating rats in total. Previously, they'd thought only a couple hundred had escaped, but this time, using the Rat Queen as bait, they'd lured out 1,000. Clearly, these gold-eating rats weren't completely brainless. They hadn't all come out at once, keeping some of their strength in reserve. Unfortunately for them, they might have had some smarts, but not much. More importantly, Suyu and her team had been lucky enough to catch the Rat Queen. Otherwise, clearing out all these gold-eating rats would have been much more difficult. These little things were only palm-sized and could run and hide. If they really wanted to stay out of sight, there'd be nothing Suyu and her people could do. "My lord, how do you want to deal with the Rat Queen and the remaining gold-eating rats?" Duoya had come not just to report, but also to ask for further instructions. Suyu didn't hesitate. "Keep the Rat Queen for now, but make sure it's strictly guarded. As for the gold-eating rats, keep 100 and dispose of the rest." "And I heard you say someone was injured by the gold-eating rats?" Duoya nodded. "Yes, but the wounds aren't deep." Suyu frowned slightly and said at once, "It doesn't matter if the wounds are deep or not. Rats live in filthy places and are covered in filth. Since they were bitten by gold-eating rats, the wounds could easily get infected. Don't worry, my lord. Lake has already arranged for them to have their wounds cleaned." Suyu still wasn't reassured and pressed further. "How are they cleaning them?" Duoya was taken aback, then replied slowly, "I'm not sure, but probably just regular disinfection and bandaging." Suyu's frown deepened. "That's not enough. Have them go to Vivian for anti-plague medicine and reimburse the cost." Worried that people might try to save money and skip the medicine, Suyu made sure to mention reimbursement. Duoya understood her lord's concern and nodded before preparing to leave. Before she left, Suyu asked where the Rat Queen was. When she learned it had been sent to the Black Cell, Suyu said she understood, but didn't go there herself. She had more important things to do, sorting resources. Although she'd already hired people to help with sorting, she'd been too busy with the gold-eating rats these past couple of days to pay attention. She had no idea how the sorting was going, and the warehouses were now piled high with materials the others couldn't identify, almost 2 warehouses worth. Only she could deal with those. The rats could wait, but the resources had to be sorted as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the warehouses overflowed, it would be a real problem. If she accidentally overlooked and lost some valuable material, she'd regret it forever. Now it was already the 20th day of the disaster, with less than 3 days left until it ended. Many people were counting down with their fingers, watching the days tick by, getting closer and closer to 30. Their feelings were complicated. If it had been before, everyone would have been wishing for the 30 days to end as soon as possible. But after experiencing the disaster, the territory's overall income hadn't decreased. In fact, it had increased by 300%. Now, people both wanted the disaster to end and felt reluctant for it to be over. But whether they wanted it or not wasn't up to them. With the appearance and end of 3 random disaster events, the calamity was drawing to a close. On the 30th day, there were far more people going out than before. Some hadn't even slept all night, getting up before 5 in the morning to organize large teams, hoping to make a big profit. But the state of the forest disappointed them. Even though it was still technically the disaster period, the storms had vanished from the forest, leaving only piles of debris everywhere. They were disappointed, but didn't forget to search for anything valuable among the debris. By the end of the day, their haul wasn't as good as before, but at least it was safe. Without the storms, it was much easier to move around. As the day ended, many people still hadn't returned, not because they couldn't, but because they didn't want to. Their initial disappointment at the storm's disappearance gradually turned into elation over the course of the day. The storms were gone, but they'd left behind so much stuff that even after a whole day, they couldn't carry it all back. Even Lyle and Doya's teams didn't return overnight, though in their case, they definitely had the Lord's permission. As midnight approached, Siyu, just as she had at the end of the last disaster, sat in her chair, quietly waiting for the final tally. She didn't know how much time had passed when she suddenly heard a familiar ding, and a message appeared before her eyes. Congratulations! A 1-16 has led Sunset Territory through the disaster. Sunset Territory's performance will be broadcast throughout the mid-range region. You have gained the territory aura renowned for. Calculating the results of this disaster based on data. Estimated time, 1 minute. Siyu paused, then instinctively asked, "There's no leaderboard this time?" Come to think of it, there hadn't been a leaderboard during the last Beast Tide and Dark Creature Siege either. And now, again, there wasn't one. What did that mean? Siyu didn't know, but unexpectedly, the system responded. The leaderboard exists, but it's hidden information and not publicly displayed. This does not affect the distribution of rewards. Siyu is still confused. She understood every word the system said, but together, it made no sense. What did it mean for the leaderboard to exist, but be hidden? If it's hidden, why was it displayed before? And the system says it doesn't affect rewards, but since she doesn't know her ranking, she can't tell if she's getting more or less, so how can she know if it's fair? Could it be that? So you couldn't help but think back to the last time a cataclysm ended, when she got an SSS rating, only to find that the rewards were actually worse than for SS. She'd complained about it quite a bit. Although the system did provide some compensation afterward, ever since then, the leaderboard had completely disappeared. And now it was the same situation again. So you thought about it and decided there was nothing sensitive about this, so she spoke up directly. Not letting us see the rankings? Then how am I supposed to know what rewards you're giving out? What if you shortchange me? This system. Before the system could finish, Siyu interrupted it as if she hadn't even heard. I remember last time your rewards were pretty unreasonable. The SSS rating reward was actually worse than SS. The system was speechless because it knew Siyu was telling the truth. That reward really had been unfair, but what could it do? It wasn't up to the system to decide. Besides, this player was sharp. She not only noticed the unfairness, but even demanded compensation. The system hadn't expected her to be so petty, still holding on to this after all this time. Siyu had no idea what the system was thinking. She just kept talking to herself. Are you guys hiding the rankings because you're afraid the rewards will be unreasonable again and you'll get caught? No way, right? You wouldn't stoop that low, would you? Her territory had developed to this point, so you really didn't lack for rewards anymore. Once the cataclysm ended and merchants and trade caravans flooded in, she could trade all the resources she'd collected during this period for money or upgrade materials. It was no exaggeration to say that, if she played her cards right, her territory's resources could increase 5-fold after this cataclysm. And after absorbing a new wave of population, the territory's level could rise by at least 2. Rather than accept some unknown, possibly useless reward, it was better to keep pushing the system, test its limits, and see if she could wring a little more out of it. If she couldn't, it didn't matter. She didn't need anything mediocre anyway. If it was something good. Well, so you felt like the reward this time probably wasn't anything special, or else the system wouldn't be so secretive. Player feedback received. So you hadn't expected the system to be so agreeable. She waited for a while, but the system didn't respond further. She figured it was the same as before. The system had gone off to report the issue, and once it was resolved, it would come back and explain. By now, it was past midnight, which meant the cataclysm season had ended and the mild season had begun. With the end of the polar night winter, today they could finally see the sun again, something they hadn't seen for 30 days. It was still early, though, and the sun hadn't risen yet, so the world was still shrouded in darkness. So you waited patiently, not just for the system's reply, but also for the sunrise. But even after waiting until 5 in the morning, there was still no response from the system. Instead, she saw the sky gradually brighten, as if the clouds were parting to let the sun through. The moment the sky began to change, the whole territory erupted in cheers. Many people knew that yesterday was the last day of the cataclysm, so they'd barely slept, too excited to rest. They stayed up with Suyu, watching as the first light appeared, their eyes brightening with the sky, until they finally let out shouts of excitement. Many who were still asleep were woken by the noise. At first, they were annoyed at being disturbed, but as soon as they heard the excitement outside, they snapped awake and joined the celebration. It's daylight. It's finally bright again. I was so scared. I was really afraid today would still be the polar night. I made a lot of money during this time, but I was going stir-crazy. If it had gone on any longer, I'd have lost my mind. It's so hot, aren't you guys hot? Now that the polar night's over, has the temperature gone up too? Of course. The polar night, the cold, and the storms all ended together. It's all over. I need to go change clothes. Many people had stayed up all night, so Suyu had people light bonfires along the territory streets, not just for light, but also to keep everyone warm. Now that the polar night winter was truly over and the sun had returned, banishing the cold, the bonfires were put out, but everyone was still overheating, bundled up in thick coats, boots, and furry hats. Not only that, but everyone was still carrying their rune potions. They hurried home to shed their heavy layers, and most people ended up wearing just simple long sleeves and pants. The temperature had jumped overnight from -200 to over 10 degrees. The sudden change was a shock, and if they weren't careful, it would be easy to catch a chill. But thanks to their rune charms, everyone felt fine. Still, when they passed the clinic and saw that, for once, there was cheap medicinal soup being sold at the door, many people bought a bowl. The soup wasn't made by Vivian or Lanzhou, but by another doctor who'd helped out during the cataclysm. It wasn't for treating illness, but for prevention, mainly to ward off colds and chills. Vivian and Lanzhou had both checked the recipe and confirmed it was fine, so Vivian had people set up a big pot outside the clinic to serve soup for 3 copper coins a bowl. For people who'd made a fortune during the cataclysm, that was nothing, so hardly anyone hesitated. Even those who did hesitate were just a few, and if they got sick, it wouldn't matter much in the grand scheme. On the first day after the polar night ended, more than half the territory's people chose to go out. Many of them had been able to go out before, but going out at night and going out in daylight were two very different things. Everyone wanted to get some fresh air. Suyu had anticipated this, so she specifically reminded everyone to go out in groups. No one was reckless with their lives, so everyone listened, no one went out alone. After such a long separation from the sun, almost everyone wanted to go out, but many lacked the fighting ability or had other reasons to stay inside the territory. But really, what they wanted was just a place to breathe, so Suyu immediately had people clean up the square and park, set out tables, chairs, benches, and all sorts of sunshades and entertainment facilities. With everything arranged, everyone was content to bask in the sunlight. After surviving the terrifying cataclysm, Sunset Territory finally enjoyed a beautiful, peaceful, and heartwarming day. The first day after the end of the natural disaster was also the first day of the mild season. Everyone let loose and indulged themselves, but by the second day, they had calmed down. They resumed their routines and continued with their lives as usual, not letting the disaster affect them. So you had a relatively easy day today. Since no one was working, the number of matters she needed to manage dropped significantly. Still, she found something to keep herself busy. She took out all the bounty cards and similar items from the warehouse. She then posted 7 or 8 bounties in total. The content was mostly the same, primarily to attract talent and secondarily to call for merchants to come. With the bounty cards combined with the renowned for effect granted after the disaster, the publicity was excellent. By the very next day, results were already showing. Starting from 10 a.m., caravans and merchants of all sizes began arriving at the territory in an endless stream. In just one day, everyone in the territory made a fortune, and so did Siyu. But the one who earned the most individually was Bugua, the territory's professional trader. In just a single day, Siyu gave her a commission of 200 gold coins, and that was only for the deals already closed. If you included those still under negotiation, Bugua's total earnings this time would easily reach 700 or 800 gold coins. Siyu didn't feel the slightest pain in paying out this money. After all, if Bugua could earn so much, it only meant Siyu herself had made even more. The total trade volume for the day reached 30,000 gold coins, with a profit margin as high as 70%. In other words, in just one day, the territory made a net profit of 20,000 gold coins. Of these 20,000 gold coins, 80% came from the intrinsic value of the goods, while the extra was all thanks to Bugua's skills in driving up prices. And it wasn't just about the prices. Many merchants who hadn't planned to buy anything ended up making purchases because of Bugua. So today's results were largely thanks to her. A true advanced trader. Those 200 gold coins were money well spent. While Siyu was happily raking in profits, equally delighted were Jin Luo, who managed the territory's treasury, and Qi Jin, who was in charge of the territory's commercial economy. Jin Luo, seeing large sums of money flowing in, instantly forgot all her previous anger and heartbreak over the gold coins stolen by the gold-eating rats. All day long, her eyes were filled with gold coins, her mind was filled with gold coins, she was surrounded by happiness. Qi Jin didn't handle the money directly, but the influx of merchants brought new life to the commercial sector she managed, so she was both exhausted and elated. Exhausted from endless busyness, but happy to have something worthwhile to do. Miss Jean, Qi Jin came to the bank once again, her face beaming with joy. Jin Luo snapped out of her golden trance, reluctantly looking up and asking with her eyes, "What is it? Is there something you need?" "It's nothing major." Qi Jin paused, then decisively said, "I just need a bit of money." Jin Luo, "Oh, wait a minute." Jin Luo. At first, Jin Luo didn't think much of it when she heard it was nothing major, but when she realized Qi Jin wanted to borrow money, her eyes widened. Just thinking about her hard-earned, plump money pouch shrinking again made Jin Luo's heart ache. But she knew Qi Jin needed the money to make more money, so she didn't refuse, just sighed softly. "How much do you need?" Jin Luo did a quick calculation of the available funds and breathed a sigh of relief. "Around 5,000 gold coins," Qi Jin said, perhaps feeling it was a bit much, and after hesitating, added, "If the territory's funds are tight, 4,000 would do." She had previously submitted 3 versions of her business plan, one for Jin Luo, one for Siyu, and kept one for herself. So now, even though Jin Luo felt a pang at the amount, she didn't doubt it. After all, the plan did require that much capital to operate. Jin Luo waved her hand. "I told you before, I'll fully support you." She thought for a moment, then added, "Will 5,000 be enough? Can you work with an extra 2,000? Qi Jin was momentarily stunned, then smiled and nodded, "Of course. If the merchants had arrived earlier, I'd have asked for double." Jin Luo's eyelid twitched, feeling a bit uneasy. Sure enough, Qi Jin continued, "With 7,000 gold coins, that should last us a month. By next month, we should break even. If things go as expected, I plan to expand further." Expanding, of course, would require even more money. Building up a territory's commercial economy isn't something that can be done overnight. Qijin needed the funds to buy land, build shops, hire people, purchase materials, and smooth out trade channels with merchants and caravans, using money to solve problems that would otherwise take time. In short, while they were making money, they were also burning through it. Jean Luo glanced at the ledger, then at the piles of gold coins around her, and gritted her teeth, nodding, "All right. Thanks to little Bu Gua, the territory has earned a lot. If we can use this money to quickly expand and prosper the territory's commercial economy, it's worth it." Jean Luo might be frugal, but that didn't mean she lacked vision. She just wouldn't spend money unnecessarily, but she'd never hoard capital to the detriment of the territory. What the territory lacked wasn't misers, but people with vision, ideas, and brains. "Thank you for your support," Qijin said, grabbing a stack of Sunset Territory's promissory notes and hurrying off. Jean Luo watched her leave, then went back to counting her gold coins. Thanks to the strong support from Jean Luo and Suyu, Qijin managed to build 2 market streets in less than 5 days, and a third was already in the planning stages. These 2 market streets weren't entirely empty. Some shops already had owners. Of course, these owners were all locals, since the streets weren't officially open yet, so no outsiders would rent them. Jean Luo needed to build up some buzz for these market streets before making further arrangements. Previously, this would have been troublesome. But now, with the territory's publicity aura and using promotional items like they cost nothing, there was no shortage of people. In fact, it was getting crowded. Even though the 2 brand new market streets looked a bit deserted at first, people passing by couldn't help but stop and take a look. But after a while, seeing nothing particularly novel, they'd move on. It wasn't until the 7th day, when the 2 market streets were officially completed, each with 50 shops of various sizes and types, only about 30% of which had owners. These owners were all top talents from various fields that Qijin had recruited through her connections. Even the lowest ranked among them was an intermediate diviner, a profession similar to an astrologer. Although diviners aren't as rare as astrologers, a truly skilled diviner still holds considerable status in the human world. After all, for most people, a diviner is basically a more accessible version of an astrologer. There is a powerful astrologer in the territory, but Yaoguang only serves the territory, or more accurately, only serves Suyu. Occasionally, if she's in a good mood, she might help others, but most of the time she rarely leaves her residence. Fewer than 10 people in the territory even know of Yaoguang's existence, and those who are aware of her true abilities can be counted on one hand. People are both fearful and curious about the unknown, so the arrival of a diviner naturally sparked great interest. Tomorrow was the official opening day for the 2 new streets, and many people planned to check out the excitement, especially to see the diviner. At this point, none of them realized that the fortune-telling shop was just one of many surprises these new streets had in store. The next day, the new streets opened. To create a festive atmosphere, Suyu had the alchemists prepare something to substitute for firecrackers. The crackling sounds echoed through the sky, signaling the official opening of the street. Looking in from the outside, all you could see was a sea of bright red lanterns, red ribbons, and red decorations. The vibrant colors made the whole place feel lively and festive. Even before the firecrackers went off, a crowd had already gathered at the entrance. Once the ribbon at the door was cut, everyone poured in. "Where's the fortune-telling place?" Eager to check out the fortune teller that had been advertised, the crowd hurried along. But the street was so long, and there were so many shops, many of them still closed, that they couldn't find the place right away. That was when they spotted someone with a conspicuous red ribbon tied to their sleeve walking toward them. This person had been specially arranged by Qijin according to Suyu's instructions for a guide. Their main job was to assist visitors to the street during this period, answering questions, giving directions, and so on. With so many guests, one guide obviously wasn't enough, so several more soon hurried over, each responsible for a different section. With the guide's help, the crowd quickly found the fortune-telling shop. Of course, some people saw how many others were already there and decided not to join the crowd just yet. After asking the guides about the rest of the street, they chose to explore on their own. And once they did, they discovered even more surprises. Besides the much-anticipated fortune-telling shop, many of the seemingly ordinary stores on the street held unexpected delights. Inside these shops were goods they had never seen before, some they hadn't even heard of. There were also items they were familiar with or had used before, but these were of higher grade, better quality, and naturally, more effective than anything they'd encountered previously. By the end of the day, the two new streets hadn't actually brought in much income. In fact, compared to the investment, they were running at a loss. But at least the reputation of the new marketplace had spread throughout the territory and even to the surrounding region. There were three main reasons people didn't buy anything that day. They didn't need anything, they hadn't brought money, or they simply couldn't afford it. Whatever the reason, it wasn't a problem with the products themselves, so poor sales were to be expected at first. But it wouldn't stay that way for long. Sure enough, on the second day, not only did the foot traffic not decrease, it actually increased by 15%. All the new faces were people who had arrived in the territory last night or this morning and hadn't had a chance to visit the street before. Most of those returning for a second visit were there with the intention to shop. After all, everyone had their own business to attend to. If they just wanted to check out the excitement, they would have come yesterday. If they came again today, it was definitely to buy something. So, on the second day of the market's opening, revenue soared, more than triple that of the first day. This excellent report was delivered to Suyu. She looked it over and was quite satisfied, but it still wasn't enough. The results were good, but still fell short of what Chi-Jin had promised her before. Still, Suyu wasn't worried. She had already predicted the development trend of these two streets. The growth would be steady, not explosive, but revenue would definitely keep rising for at least a month. Thinking it over, Suyu decided to give things an extra push. She took out a card. 4-star relic card. Category: Special. Quality: Red. Description: After use, allows you to designate a general area to place a 4-star relic. The card was about the size of a bank card, pure white all over. It looked ordinary, but under the light, dazzling silver patterns could be seen swirling across its surface. This card was given to her by the system, a compensation for some feedback she'd provided a week ago. Although the system still hadn't made the rankings public, the reward it gave Suyu was very satisfying, so she didn't dwell on it any further. After all, everything here was under someone else's control. She could test the boundaries within reason, but there was no need to keep pushing her luck. She wasn't the type to court disaster. Would you like to use the 4-star relic card? Yes, no. Suyu chose yes. In a flash, a huge light screen appeared before her, displaying a map of the area centered on Sunset Territory, a map she knew very well. She tapped her finger and selected a spot that was remote, but with a relatively easy route leading to it. Are you sure you want to place the relic here? Please note, once the relic's location is set, it cannot be changed or retrieved. Suyu had already double-checked the location, so she didn't hesitate to confirm her choice. As soon as she did, about a kilometer outside the territory, in a patch of thorny undergrowth, a fire suddenly broke out. The blaze came without warning, its source impossible to identify, and the flames spread with unstoppable force. Even Mike would be powerless to stop it. Soon, the thorns were completely burned away. Strangely, although there was forest beyond the thicket, the fire seemed oblivious to any other flammable material. Once the thorns were gone, the flames gradually died out. Aside from the thorns, not a single other living thing in the forest was harmed. Have you heard? Someone discovered a ruin to the east. A man sat in a tea house, speaking in a mysterious tone. Although the others at the table were strangers, they understood that since he'd brought it up, he was willing to share. So, they all tacitly turned their attention to him. Really? What kind of ruin? Who found it? Where is it? One person reacted quickly, firing off a barrage of questions. The others, though annoyed at his interruption, realized he was asking exactly what they wanted to know, so they didn't mind and fixed their eager gazes on the storyteller. It's true, of course. In fact, quite a few people already know about it. I'm sure it won't be long before everyone hears, the man replied, looking a bit displeased. Seeing this, The others hurried to placate him. Although the man said the news would get out sooner or later, it was clear this information was time-sensitive. If it was true, knowing now meant they might get to see the excitement, broaden their horizons, or even make a fortune. If they waited a few days, by the time they got there, they might not even find the ruins before others had picked them clean. After some back and forth, the man finally relented, acting as if he was only sharing for their sake. The ruins are definitely real. Haven't you heard that over a dozen people were seriously injured and sent to the clinic last night? That group is no joke. Forget the forest outskirts. They could walk through the inner forest without fear, as long as they didn't do anything reckless. They got hurt because they found the ruins and accidentally triggered a trap inside. The man was a gifted storyteller, spinning a tale so vivid that, with a scholar's robe, a hat, and a gavel, he'd be a perfect fit for a storyteller on stage. In short, the group was injured while exploring the ruins and barely made it out alive, only surviving thanks to top-notch healing potions and escape tools they carried. By now, everyone's attention was fixed on the ruins. Of course, some people's thoughts wandered. How do you know all this? Do you know those people? Of course not. I just happened to overhear when I went to the clinic to pick up medicine for a friend. The man's confident reply made everyone more inclined to believe him. Soon, someone else said, "You're making me want to check out the ruins too, but I don't have the skills or the life-saving gear." The man's eyes flickered, and he casually replied, "Then just go buy some." The other man was exasperated. "Buy? It's not about money. Good stuff is hard to find, even if you have the cash." The man smiled and pointed not far away. "Haven't you checked out the 2 new market streets that just opened? There are treasures galore there. As long as you've got money, you'll find what you need. For the sake of this pot of tea, I'll give you another tip. Those top-grade healing medicines the injured used were bought at a clinic on the 2nd Market Street." Hearing this, the man who'd claimed not to lack money immediately brightened. "I only arrived in this territory last night and haven't had time to look around." "Thanks, brother. I'm in a hurry to shop, so I won't stay. The tea and snacks are on me." With that, he called over the waiter, settled the bill, and left. The others exchanged glances, then also got up and left one after another. If anyone had been watching, they'd have noticed that several nearby tables were gradually emptying as well. Soon, only the storyteller remained, smiling as he sipped tea and nibbled snacks. Unbeknownst to others, similar scenes were playing out all over the territory. He was now the head of a secret information hub in Sunset Territory. All rumors, gossip, and hearsay in Sunset Territory were under her control. And since she worked for Suyu, following Suyu's instructions, it meant Suyu effectively controlled all information channels in the territory. The man in the tea house was one of Chiyohi's agents, spreading news about the ruins. There were many others like him throughout the territory. Their goal wasn't just to spread word of the ruins, but also to promote the market streets. If they just directly advertised how great the market streets were, people would get suspicious or simply tune out. But if they slipped that information into a topic everyone found interesting, the effect was completely different. On the surface, it was all about the ruins. But the ruins were dangerous. How could you venture in without proper preparation? And if you needed to prepare, what should you buy? And where could you buy those things? It was true that the injured group had survived thanks to items bought at the market streets, though what happened to them was actually outside Suyu's expectations. Suyu had originally posted a quest to explore the area. To conceal her real intentions, she posted many exploration quests, and the ruins just happened to be in one of the locations. This team was strong, and since they were heading deep into the forest anyway, and the quest reward was good, they took it on. After discovering the ruins, greed got the better of them. They ignored the risks and insisted on going in. Of course, greed is only human, and since they hadn't harmed anyone else, it was what it was. But they paid the price for their greed and had no one to blame but themselves. Suyu's original plan was for someone to discover the ruins openly, then make a big show of recruiting people to explore them. But these people got hurt. Still, their injuries didn't affect her ultimate goal. Because the news of the ruins got out, and the fact that they survived thanks to items bought at the market streets could also be used. In the end, she lost nothing. Those people, with their own bodies, gave her even better publicity. As the news spread, more and more people flocked to the market streets. They saw all kinds of powerful items, some of which they couldn't use themselves, but that didn't mean those items were useless. After shopping, these people all started asking around about the ruins. Siu had placed the ruins there precisely to encourage exploration, so she had no intention of keeping them to herself or stopping others from searching. On the contrary, not only did she not try to stop them, she even went out of her way to spread all the news about the ruins. From the very beginning, she had never planned to organize her own people to explore the ruins. Of course, that was just her own choice. If Doya, Lyre, Vivian, or the others were interested, they were free to organize their own teams to explore. Seeing that the news about the ruins was spreading smoothly, Siu stopped paying attention to it. She checked the information about her territory, and when she saw that the population and other requirements had reached the standard for an upgrade, she decisively upgraded it, not just once, but twice in a row. Congratulations! Sunset Territory has met the requirements for an upgrade and has been successfully upgraded to a small city. The upgrade rewards have been sent to the treasure chest in the quest hall. Congratulations! Sunset Territory has met the requirements for an upgrade and has been successfully upgraded to a medium-sized city. The upgrade rewards have been sent to the treasure chest in the quest hall. The requirements for upgrading to a small city were a population of 1,500, a prosperity rating of 30,000, and a series of building level requirements. For a medium-sized city, the requirements were a population of 2,000, a prosperity rating of 50,000, and similar building level criteria. After leveling up twice in a row, in addition to the corresponding treasure chest rewards, she also received 2 auras, Flourishing Blossoms and Wealth Abounds. Flourishing Blossoms increased the speed at which prosperity was gained, while Wealth Abounds boosted all income within the territory. Both of these auras were exactly what she needed most at the moment. With the territory's upgrade, Siu found that many new buildings had become available. She handed the construction work over to Ayn, only giving instructions on where to place the buildings and leaving the rest to him. As the territory's construction team got busy, Siu found herself busier than ever. With the territory's upgrade, its reputation soared, and more people were arriving. She was kept busy managing the influx of newcomers. Public security, food, clothing, housing, transportation, all of these needed attention. It was essential to leave a good impression on these new arrivals. At the same time, news about the ruins was no longer a secret. Many people had already started organizing their own teams to explore. Although Siu wasn't paying much attention to the ruins herself, she still heard some updates from Doya. For example, the ruins were called Flame Thorns, and both the exterior and interior were covered in a thick layer of thorns. There were a lot of thorns, and they were extremely sharp. It was impossible to simply ignore them and enter the ruins. Anyone who tried would be badly injured before even getting inside. Because of the thorns, movement was very difficult. In the past, when people encountered thorns, they would usually either hack them away to open a path or simply burn them with fire. But there were too many thorns in these ruins, and hacking them away was too slow, so some people thought of just burning them all at once. However, the thorns in these ruins were very special. They were fireproof, and flames couldn't burn them at all. To test this, Doya even brought back a piece of thorn and gave it to Mike. After a lot of effort, Mike only managed to char the surface a little. There was no real damage. Siu was quite interested when she heard this, but unfortunately, she was too busy to get involved. Not only did she have to manage the ever-growing population of her territory, but the 2 newly opened commercial streets were booming, and many people had submitted applications to rent shops. In other words, she was also busy reviewing and negotiating shop leases. So, no matter how interested she was in the ruins, she could only let Doya and the others explore on their own and report back if they found anything. After more than a week, Siu finally selected over 30 promising candidates and rented out the shops. By then, the 3rd commercial street, which Qi Jin had arranged to build, was also completed perfectly. At the same time, the exploration of the ruins was drawing to a close. Several days earlier, the territory's promotional aura had already faded, but thanks to the many bounty items Siu had stockpiled, she was able to keep up a nearly uninterrupted stream of promotional bounties. Even after the aura disappeared, the daily influx of newcomers didn't drop much. The territory was flourishing. Siu couldn't handle everything on her own, so she went to the tavern and used her accumulated recruitment attempts to hire several talented managers. These people had already arrived in the territory over the past few days. Sunset Territory was no longer what it used to be, so recruiting them went very smoothly. With their help, Siu was finally able to offload much of the burden and at last had time to advance the main storyline. On the 150th day, Siu finally finished all her pressing tasks, and anything less important she simply delegated to others. With some free time at last, Siu took out 2 items and contacted Luya and Ainita in turn. Yui? I didn't expect you to contact me. Luya sounded delighted. I've actually been meaning to reach out, but my territory just went through a natural disaster, and I've had a lot to deal with. That's why it took so long, Siu explained with a smile. A natural disaster? Can you tell me about it? I've heard there are all sorts of disasters on land, but I've never seen one myself, Luya said, clearly interested. Sure, if you want to hear about it. Siu gave her a general account of what happened during the disaster, and Luya listened with great interest. After that, Siu asked about the current situation of the merfolk. Luya said the merfolk were doing well. A new second elder had been chosen to maintain the formation and protective barrier. The pollution within the merfolk had been completely cleared, and with help from the elves, they had driven off other sea creatures who tried to take advantage of the situation. From Luya's words, Siu also gathered that the former crown prince was now the merfolk king. As for what happened to the previous king, Luya didn't mention it, and Siu decided it wasn't important enough to ask. Really, we have to thank you, Yui. If it weren't for you, the merfolk would have been in real danger. Yui, you're not just a benefactor to our people, you're also a friend. If you ever need our help, please don't hesitate to ask. Luya spoke from the heart, and her words reflected not just her own feelings, but also those of the merfolk king and the elders. I wouldn't say benefactor, but I am your friend, Siu replied, pausing before continuing. Actually, there is something I'd like your help with. I remember the merfolk have dragon crystal stones, right? Could you sell me some? This time, Siu contacted Luya not only to learn about the merfolk's situation, but also because she needed dragon crystal stones. With dragon crystal stones, the chances of hatching the dragon egg would be much higher. Luya didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. Yes, we do. How many do you need, Yui? These stones aren't really useful to us. However many you want, I can just give them to you. Dragon crystal stones were priceless treasures to humans, but to the merfolk, they were just special stones. The merfolk didn't interact much with the dragons, but every 2 or 3 years, they would trade some items. After 1,000 years, the merfolk's treasury had accumulated quite a few things from the dragons. Siu was suddenly a bit troubled because she didn't know how many dragon crystal stones she actually needed. After all, she'd never hatched a dragon egg before. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Luya was a little puzzled when Siu didn't respond. Siu thought for a moment and said helplessly, I'm not sure how many I'll need. How many do you have over there? Luya wasn't in charge of the treasury, so she didn't know either. She quickly went to ask the 5th elder, got the answer, and then relayed it to Siu. The 5th elder said we have over 300 dragon crystal stones. If you need them, you can have them all. That's not right. What if you need them yourselves? Siu shook her head and was about to suggest taking half, but Luya interrupted her. It's fine. We don't have any use for dragon crystal stones. If we ever really need them, we can just trade with the dragons directly. Siu was a bit surprised and quickly asked, You're still in contact with the dragons? Yes, we are. Luya didn't know why Siu was so excited, but she gave a definite answer anyway. Siu's eyes lit up. This dragon egg was a huge headache. If she could avoid dealing with it, that would be best. Since the merfolk could contact the dragons, why not just ask them to pass on the message about the dragon egg and have the dragons come pick it up themselves? Thinking this, Siu said as much. At first, Luya didn't quite understand, but as soon as she heard the words dragon egg, she immediately tensed up. Even though she wasn't responsible for dealings with the dragons, she knew how much they valued their offspring and that a dragon egg was a hot potato. Even if the egg was with the merfolk, they'd want to send it back to the dragons as soon as possible. Yui, don't worry. I've already told the fifth elder about this. The elder is contacting the dragons right now. Luya didn't know Siu had been raising the dragon egg for over a month. She thought Siu had just stumbled upon it and was worried something might happen to it in her care. Siu wanted to say she wasn't worried, but since Luya said they were already contacting the dragons, she didn't say anything more. Thank you for handling this. It's no trouble at all. The dragons are really petty and protective. Luya felt a headache coming on just thinking about it. She was afraid that by the time the dragons arrived, the egg would be dead, and then there'd be real trouble. Although we can contact the dragons, it will take some time. You'll have to keep taking care of the egg for a while, Yui. As she spoke, she had someone gather all the dragon crystal stones from the treasury, and even went to look for anything else related to dragons that might help the egg. I've gathered all the dragon crystal stones. Besides those, I also found 2 stalks of dragon bloodgrass. I'll have Alan bring them to you soon. Remember to send someone with a conch as a token to pick them up. You should have some elven spring water, right? Dragon bloodgrass combined with elven spring water is great for dragon eggs. Afraid Siu would refuse, Luya quickly added, the dragon egg is very important, Yui, so don't stand on ceremony with me. Once we tell the dragons about the egg, they'll definitely reward us. We won't lose out. Luya was straightforward and sincere. Siu smiled and didn't refuse this time. All right, I'll send someone to meet Alan soon. Since she was in a hurry to send the items, Luya didn't chat any further. After finishing her conversation with Luya, Siu arranged for someone to take the conch Luya had given her to the seaside to meet Alan and collect the items. Once that was done, she contacted Ainita. The main reason for contacting Ainita was to thank her, or rather, to thank Elder Baiko. If it hadn't been for Elder Baiko's tip, Siu wouldn't have figured out what the shadow of fear really was. Although the system would provide an introduction for each random disaster event, she'd noticed that the event descriptions only appeared after she triggered the relevant information. Without prior hints, the descriptions wouldn't be as detailed. All right, I'll pass your thanks on to the elder, Ainita said, happy and relieved that Siu had survived the disaster. By the way, I have another question. Any news about the orc's divine artifact? It had been several months since Ainita was kidnapped. Even if they hadn't figured out the whole story, Siu thought they should have found some clues by now. At the mention of the forbidden bell, Ainita subconsciously frowned. Clearly, the previous incident had left her with some trauma. But she quickly composed herself and replied naturally, there are some leads. Apparently, during a power struggle for the chieftain's position, one of the orcs who was eliminated bore a grudge against the tribe and stole the artifact. But what he didn't know was that the artifact displayed publicly was actually a fake replica. The real one was hidden elsewhere. Siu thought for a moment and asked, so the orcs are saying that the bell that hurt you was the replica stolen by that orc? Ainita snorted. That's what they say, but isn't that a little too convenient? Siu agreed something was off. Clearly, the orc tribe was in chaos, serious chaos, or the artifact wouldn't have been stolen in the first place. Even if the artifact was a fake, it was still presented as real. For some reason, Siu suddenly had a bold idea. Do you think the orcs really hid the real artifact somewhere else? Ainita was quick-witted and immediately understood what Siu meant. You're suggesting that the one the orc stole was actually the real artifact? The divine artifact was the trump card of a tribe. If something really happened to it, no matter how anxious or angry the orcs were, they'd have no choice but to swallow their losses and never let outsiders know. Otherwise, it would be like announcing to the world that they'd lost their trump card. This was exactly what Siu meant, though she also had another idea. I think there are 2 possibilities. One is what you said. The other is that the beastman's sacred artifact has actually been missing for a long time, so they could only use a fake one to intimidate others. But then, even the fake got stolen. The process might be different in both cases, but the result is the same. the beastmen have already lost their real artifact. Of course, it was also possible that Siyu was overthinking things, and the beastmen really were just being cautious, putting the replica out in the open while hiding the real one somewhere else. But she just felt things wouldn't be that simple. Anita thought Siyu's theory was plausible, but she didn't really care. No matter what, the beastmen have to give the elves an explanation for this. Anita's words weren't out of resentment toward the beastmen, since it was clear this incident wasn't targeted at the elves. But since ancient times, every race has had the responsibility to guard their sacred artifacts, because each one is of great importance. If something goes wrong, it could cause tremendous harm to the outside world. Even if the replica hadn't targeted the elven princess, but just an ordinary human, as long as it was discovered that the beastman's artifact was involved, the human representatives would naturally demand an explanation from the beastmen. Of course, if it were an ordinary human who got hurt, it would most likely just be an unnoticed death, and no one would ever find out. But this time, since the elven princess was the victim, the beastmen were bound to be in deep trouble. Now, not only do they have to resolve their internal strife, but they also have to deal with the issue of the real and fake artifacts, and find a way to appease the elves and give them an explanation. If you're interested in what happens with the beastmen, I can let you know when they respond, Anita offered, noticing Siyu seemed quite concerned. Siyu didn't hide her intentions and replied decisively, I am interested in the beastmen's affairs, and not just the beastmen. Anita was taken aback, then seemed to realize something. She recalled how she'd been rescued by Siyu, and how Siyu had helped the merfolk seek aid from the elves. Suddenly, Anita had a bold thought. Is something going to happen to the beastmen too? This was something she shouldn't really say, especially given her special status. And with the artifact incident, the previously cordial relationship between the elves and beastmen had become strained. If others overheard, they might think she was cursing the beastmen because of her own ordeal. But since it was Siyu, she didn't have so many scruples. I don't know either, Siyu answered honestly. At the moment, she really didn't know. But based on her guesses, all 4 major races were likely to face a major crisis. The issues with the elves and the merfolk had already been resolved, so that just left the beastmen and the dragons. Anita didn't doubt Siyu's answer. After a moment's thought, she said, the elves and beastmen used to have some contact, and this time, since the beastmen are at fault over the artifact, if you want to learn more about them or do anything else, you can ask the elves for help. Siyu knew Anita had probably guessed something, so she didn't refuse her offer of help. After all, at the moment, she really had no connections with the beastmen or the dragons. The only beastman in her territory, a rabbit, was just an ordinary beastman with no way of knowing any special information, let alone helping with such major matters. Although the elves had complaints about the beastmen because of the artifact, as 2 of the 4 major races who lived relatively close to each other, their relationship had never been bad, and they couldn't just stand by and watch the beastmen get into trouble. Moreover, from the Queen's attitude lately, Anita vaguely sensed that these incidents seemed to be targeting all 4 major races. They should help each other. If they just watched from the sidelines and got picked off one by one, that would truly be self-destruction. After reaching this understanding, Siyu asked whether the elves had any contact with the dragon clan. Although the merfolk had already helped her reach out to the dragons, Siyu wanted to ask more, just in case she could learn something useful. Unfortunately, while the elves had a good relationship with the merfolk, and the merfolk had ties to the dragons, the elves themselves really had no connection with the dragons. As for why, Anita didn't know either, but she said she could ask the queen. Even though there wasn't much of a relationship, as she'd said before, if something happened to the dragons, something as catastrophic as what happened to the merfolk, the elves would definitely step in to help. With that, there wasn't much left to discuss. After talking with the 2 princesses, Siyu hadn't gotten any particularly useful information. The only good news was that she'd obtained the dragon crystal and dragon blood grass. Siyu handed the dragon blood grass to Vivian. Vivian was thrilled to see it, but when she learned that Siyu planned to mix the dragon blood grass with elven spring water to hatch an egg, she was utterly dismayed. To Vivian, this was simply a waste of a precious treasure. But since it belonged to Suyu, she could only feel heartache in silence. Not only because it wasn't hers, but also because she wasn't stupid. She'd already guessed that the egg was extraordinary. She'd even deduced the egg's identity from the origin of the dragon blood grass, though she didn't pursue the thought further. Since Suyu hadn't said anything, she pretended not to know, though she couldn't help feeling a bit unsettled inside. No matter how impressive she acted, she was still just a child, not even an adult yet. Even the mightiest in the territory, Mech, had only heard of dragon eggs, never seen one, and wouldn't even dare to dream of it. However, there was one person in the territory who did have a connection to dragons, FIA. Her ancestor had once saved a dragon's life. Even after all these years, the dragons still remembered the favor and looked after her. But although FIA lived well in the territory and had helped a lot, she wasn't truly one of them and had never confided her story to Suyu. So naturally, Suyu couldn't approach her. Otherwise, Suyu wouldn't be able to explain how she knew about FIA's past. Fortunately, the merfolk were helping to contact the dragons, and they'd even delivered the dragon crystal. Watching the dragon egg grow healthier under the nourishment of the dragon crystal and dragon blood grass, with its chances of hatching steadily increasing and its vitality barely declining, Suyu was finally able to relax a little. She waited a few days, but there was no news from either the merfolk or the elves, and the system wasn't causing any trouble either. So she simply put the main quest aside for now and threw herself into developing her territory. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Although Suyu was still in contact with the merfolk, she hadn't received any information related to the dragon clan. Luya found this puzzling as well. She told Suyu that she didn't know the reason either. According to the fifth elder, the merfolk had suddenly lost contact with the dragons. There had been a trade between the two clans just 6 months ago, so it didn't make sense for their communication to suddenly be cut off. Moreover, the way these races communicated was quite unique. If they couldn't get in touch, it usually meant either the dragons had deliberately severed contact, or something unexpected had happened to them. There was rarely a third possibility. The first time Suyu heard from Luya about the dragons going silent was half a month after Luya had delivered the dragon crystal. At the time, Luya said that this period happened to be the busiest time for the dragons, so it was normal if they were too preoccupied to socialize with outsiders. Suyu didn't know the specifics, but since Luya said so, she didn't pay it much mind and just continued to wait for news. After all, the dragon egg was doing well. But another half-month passed with still no word, and even Luya started to feel something was off. The fifth elder suggested waiting a bit longer, so they waited another month. Yet, after all that time, there was still no response from the dragon clan. Now, even the fifth elder sensed something was wrong. "It's like this," she explained. 2 months ago was exactly the time of the dragon's once-in-a-century divine descent. It's similar to our merfolk's grand ritual, but even more important. So, it was normal not to be able to reach them. But the divine descent usually lasts only a month. I thought for sure we'd hear something within 2 months, but to this day, not a single message we sent has been answered. The divine descent lasted a month, but there were many things to prepare before and after, so the fifth elder had initially estimated 2 months of silence. But when 40 days passed with no news, she already sensed something was wrong, though she wasn't certain and decided to wait a little longer. "Fifth elder, could you tell me what exactly the divine descent is?" Suyu asked eagerly, curious about this new piece of information. This time, she was certain something had happened to the dragons. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? The merfolk had their incident during their ritual, and now the dragons had gone silent around their divine descent? The fifth elder hadn't intended to reveal too much about the dragons, not because she wanted to hide anything, but because she didn't want Suyu to get into trouble by knowing too much. But then she thought, Suyu already accidentally ended up raising a dragon egg, which was trouble enough. No matter what she said, it wouldn't be more troublesome than that egg. And in fact, because of the egg, it might be better for Suyu to know more. "I don't know the exact details, since every race has its own unique customs," the fifth elder said. "The merfolk's grand ritual is to worship the sea god, while the dragon's divine descent is to welcome the dragon god." Suyu understood. In short, Every race had their own faith, the thing they valued most. And yet, someone always seemed to want to cause trouble at these critical moments. Or perhaps, these were the most convenient times for certain people to make their move. If the merfolk had a sea god and the dragons a dragon god, then didn't the beastmen have a beast god too? So you thought she could ask the elves about that later. The fifth elder, unaware of Suyu's thoughts, continued, "The reason divine descent is considered even more important than the ritual is because it determines the next dragon king." The merfolk valued their ritual, but it was just a ceremony to honor the sea god. Even though the sea god had ignored them many times before, they were sad but not devastated. But divine descent was different. It was about choosing the leader of the dragon clan. Just look at the lengths the previous merfolk king went to for power. Even among the four great races, there were always those who coveted authority. Of course, the elves were a bit different, since all elves were children of the World Tree. They worshipped the World Tree, whose status among elves was equal to that of the sea god or dragon god. The Elf King was chosen directly by the World Tree, and with the elves' blind faith in the tree, unless something unexpected happened, there would never be any power struggles. That's all I know. Divine descent is a major event for the dragons, and outsiders can't interfere. The fifth elder, having explained, now realized the dragons really might be in serious trouble this time. First, the merfolk's ritual was sabotaged. Now, the dragons had gone silent during divine descent. Anyone could see something was wrong. Siu opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but remembered that the merfolk were different from the elves. They didn't have a unique figure like the elf queen. In the end, she couldn't reveal everything, lest something else go wrong. So, Siu only said she would take good care of the dragon egg and asked the merfolk to keep trying to contact the dragons. The fifth elder agreed. The situation was suspicious, and even if Siu hadn't asked, the merfolk would have kept trying. Siu had wanted to ask if the fifth elder knew where the dragons lived, but then thought better of it. The dragons were the most violent and unreasonable of the four great races. Even if she got the address, there was no way she could go there. So she decided not to ask for now. No sooner had she finished talking with the fifth elder than Siu tried to contact Ainita, only to find she couldn't reach her either. Siu, huh? She thought about it. The elves had already survived a disaster, so it was unlikely anything else would happen to them. But even so, she felt uneasy and immediately went to look for Yao Guang. But to her surprise, she couldn't find Yao Guang either. Just as Suyu's heart was pounding like firecrackers, she felt Ainita's communication token activate. The moment she picked it up, both of them spoke almost at the same time. "Ainita, something's happened to the beastmen." "Siu, are the elves okay?" Both fell silent. A few seconds later, they spoke again, in perfect sync. "Siu, something might have happened to the dragons too." "Ainita, the elves are fine." Again, silence. Both were digesting the flood of information. After a while, they exchanged details and fell silent for a third time. Siu gathered her thoughts and summed up, "You guys really have it tough." The merfolk's ritual was sabotaged, the dragon's divine descent went wrong, the beastman's tempering ceremony had problems. She deliberately didn't mention the elves, not wanting to bring up bad memories for Ainita. But Ainita was very frank. "If something happened to me, the World Tree would wither too." "Siu, well, that was blunt, but it was true." As someone who had experienced the storyline where the elven princess got into trouble, Siu indeed knew that back then, the elf tree had shed many of its leaves to help the elf queen support their people. Forget about the elves, even as an outsider, just catching a glimpse of those fallen leaves scattered all over the ground made her feel a pang of heartache. That was the elf tree, the most vibrant and life-filled tree of all. Its leaves had blanketed the ground. One could only imagine how desperate the situation had been for the elves at that time. Fortunately, she had managed to prevent all that from happening. The elf tree was still healthy and thriving. She did have a leaf from the elf tree in her possession, but as Ainita had explained, that was a leaf the elf tree had willingly given her. It was a lush, vibrant green leaf, full of life, not a withered, yellow one that had simply fallen. "How are things with the beastmen now?" Anita had only mentioned that something had gone wrong with the latest batch of beastman cubs undergoing ancestral tempering, but hadn't had the chance to explain the details or the current situation. To put it simply, ancestral tempering for the beastmen was a process to strengthen their abilities. From each batch of shapeshifting cubs, the most outstanding few would be selected for special training. Once they reached a certain level, they would be sent to the beastmen's forbidden grounds to soak in the divine pool. The more beast fruit a cub could eat, the greater their potential. The longer they could soak in the divine pool, the stronger they would become. But this time, during the divine pool immersion, a few cubs mysteriously vanished, and these just so happened to be the most promising ones of the batch. Apparently, there were 21 cubs in this round of tempering. When it ended, they found 4 missing. Of those 4, 3 had eaten 3 beast fruits each, and the last one. Anita's tone grew heavier. The last cub had eaten 5 beast fruits. So you naturally knew what beast fruits were, and she understood what it meant for a cub to be able to consume 5 of them. As had been mentioned before, ever since the founding ancestor of the beastmen, there hadn't been a single cub able to eat more than 3 beast fruits during the shapeshifting phase. Even those who could eat 3 were rare, 1 in 10,000. But this time, 4 had disappeared, and one of them had eaten 5. I also found out that before these 4 cubs vanished, the most talented one had publicly claimed to have only eaten 2.5 beast fruits during his transformation. At first, Sue didn't get it, but then she realized the beastmen were trying to protect this cub. After all, the beastmen had claimed for 1,000 years that no cub had managed to eat more than 3 beast fruits, and now, suddenly, one appeared who could eat 5. The merfolk had enemies, and so did the beastmen. To protect this once-in-a-millennium genius, the beastmen had to lie. Eating 2.5 beast fruits wasn't ordinary, but it wasn't eye-catching either. Among the 21 cubs, it was relatively safe. Yet trouble still found him. Among the remaining 16 cubs, there were those whose potential was both higher and lower than his. It wasn't as if someone else had to disappear in his place. Thinking that way was a bit too sinister. It was just such a coincidence. Of course, from a pragmatic standpoint, if they had to give up one, he would definitely be the one they'd try hardest to protect. By the way, what's going on with the Dragon Clan? Anita had only heard Siu mention that the merfolk couldn't contact the dragons, and that the recent period happened to coincide with the Dragon Clan's divine descent. Although the elves weren't close to the dragons, they were both among the 4 great races, so they would naturally know about something as significant as a divine descent. It's like this: I recently adopted a dragon egg. Siu hadn't even finished her sentence before Anita interrupted her. Anita's voice was full of shock and disbelief. What did you say? A dragon egg? Siu, are you sure? That's not something to joke about. Siu was, of course, sure. She trusted Lingbao, and even if Lingao wasn't reliable, the special reaction between the dragon bloodgrass and dragon crystal stone she'd gotten from the merfolk was proof enough. Don't be fooled, dragon bloodgrass and dragon crystal stone were both precious, but an ordinary egg couldn't withstand them. If it had been any other egg, it would have shattered long ago and become fertilizer for the farm. I'm sure. I originally contacted the merfolk to buy some dragon crystal stone, but Luya gave it to me as a gift. Siu briefly explained the origin of the dragon egg, the matter with the dragon crystal stone and dragon bloodgrass, and finally mentioned in passing that Lingbao was a dragon sable. Anita opened her mouth, but was speechless for a long time. She had originally thought Siu had just learned about the Dragon Clan's situation from the merfolk, and given how Siu had helped both the elves and the merfolk, she thought maybe Siu was also involved in helping the dragons this time. Now it seemed Siu was helping, but not in the way she'd imagined. Though the elves and dragons weren't close, Anita was still the elven princess and knew more than Siu. She quickly thought of something. But it seemed like a big deal, so she didn't dare say it outright, afraid it might cause trouble for Siu. She hurried off to find the Elven Queen. After hearing everything, the Queen's emotions fluctuated greatly, but on the surface she remained as calm as ever. Even with Siu present, not a hint of her feelings showed. Although our relationship with the dragons is ordinary, as 2 of the 4 great races, we should help each other. Anita found the Queen's words a bit odd, but she didn't have time to dwell on it. After politely taking her leave and returning to her own palace, she dismissed the other elves before daring to share her suspicions with Suyu. I won't beat around the bush. I suspect this dragon egg's identity is not simple. But you mustn't tell anyone about this. This was the first time Anita had ever been so serious with Suyu, and Suyu sensed the gravity of the situation, immediately agreeing. She hadn't even dared to tell anyone else in her territory about the dragon egg, let alone anything else about the dragons. It's not a complicated story, just a bit taboo. The old Dragon King had a brother who was supposed to inherit the throne, but he mysteriously disappeared. It caused a huge stir at the time, so I heard about it. When he finally reappeared, he was like I was before. His foundation was damaged, and his strength greatly diminished. Just from this, so you could imagine 10,000 words of follow-up plot. She could even picture a dozen different versions. So the throne changed hands. Anita sighed as she said this, perhaps feeling some sympathy for that injured dragon. After all, the two of them were kindred spirits in a way. She was just luckier she had Suyu. After that, the old Dragon King took the throne. The current Dragon King isn't related to him by blood. The dragon clan values strength above all, unlike the merfolk, so the throne isn't always passed down the same line. It's just that the two strongest candidates in the previous generation happen to be brothers. There were a lot of rumors after the old Dragon King took the throne. You can probably guess the rest, so I won't say more. Suyu responded, clearly uninterested. She could already guess what was coming. It was nothing more than the old Dragon King harming his own brother for the throne, or something along those lines. Whether it was true or not didn't matter, just having such suspicions was normal. Even if the supposed victim came forward to clarify, people would probably just assume they'd been threatened, or were trying to keep up appearances. Wasn't there a perfect example of this among the merfolk? The next part might be related to that dragon egg, Aneta continued. Though this was an important and private matter for the dragons, it was also juicy gossip, so as she spoke, her previous seriousness faded, replaced by a hint of excitement. If the person spilling the tea was this excited, Suyu, as the one listening, was even more eager. After the old Dragon King took the throne, an orc came to the dragons, claiming she was pregnant with a dragon's child, Aneta said, unable to hide the amusement in her voice. She found it odd herself. She hadn't been this worked up when she first heard the story, but now, retelling it, she was getting more and more into it. Suyu's eyes lit up as she listened. She couldn't help but wonder, could the egg she'd picked up be the half-orc, half-dragon egg? But then she thought about the timeline. Something didn't add up. This all happened when the old Dragon King was in power. She didn't know the exact date, but it had to be several centuries ago. No matter how hard it was to hatch a dragon egg, it couldn't possibly stay dormant for hundreds of years. Even if, by some miracle, it was as tough as a rock, it still didn't make sense. That half-blood egg was known to the dragons. Whether they intended to keep it or not, there was no way it would have ended up lost in the wild. Sure enough, Aneta's next words confirmed her suspicions. I don't know the exact details, but the egg didn't survive. Even though it was a long time ago, Aneta's tone still carried a trace of disgust. Suyu, no wonder the elves disliked the dragons so much. Elves valued life, after all. Though the dragons claimed they had nothing to do with the egg's death, only they know the truth, Aneta said. She claimed not to know, but her tone made it clear she was convinced the dragons were responsible. Maybe it's karma. 100 years ago, the current dragon queen laid 2 eggs. Not long after, both disappeared. The dragons searched the entire continent, even came to the elves for help, but in the end, they only found one. Aneta took a sip of her clear dew, calming herself, completely unaware of how complicated Suyu's feelings had become. Suyu. Huh? Gone? No wonder Aneta said it was simple. Suyu finally understood. After all that, these were just 3 unrelated stories. Or rather, 3 pieces of dragon gossip. The first was about the old Dragon King and his brother. The second, the half-orc, half-dragon egg. The third, the dragon queen losing her eggs. Suyu had enjoyed listening, but she had to admit, the only story that might be related to the egg in her possession was the last one about the dragon queen's lost egg. Just as Siu sorted out that these were three separate tales and was about to say something, Annetta's voice sounded again, soft and mysterious. I know you think these are three unrelated stories. Siu, you're not wrong. But since Annetta brought it up, was there more to it? As Siu pondered, Annetta suddenly added, actually, they really aren't related. Siu twitched her lips, wondering how the once cold and noble elven princess she'd first met had turned into this. Who had corrupted her? It's just that very few people know the dragon father of that half-blood egg was the old dragon king's crippled brother. And even fewer know that the current dragon king killed the half-blood egg on the old dragon king's orders. Siu, now that's juicy. She couldn't help but exclaim. Originally, each of these stories was interesting on its own, but not that remarkable. Especially the third one, losing an egg, was a tragedy, but hardly gossip-worthy. But with Annetta's last revelation, everything suddenly became much more intriguing. No wonder I never dared to talk about this. Annetta trailed off, but Siu understood. Even though the story began centuries ago, and knowing it wasn't a big deal as long as you didn't go blabbing to the dragons, it involved the current Dragon King. So, it wasn't just some old, stale gossip. It was a scandal that had been brewing for centuries and still wasn't over. As a current, ongoing affair, talking about it could get anyone in trouble. So, the egg I have might be the one the Dragon Queen lost? Siu wasn't sure how long it took for a dragon egg to hatch, but if it were an ordinary egg, on the surface, if she contacted the dragons and returned the egg, she'd be a hero to the Dragon King and the whole dragon clan. But she'd also become the enemy of whoever was behind the scenes, and that enemy was almost certainly another dragon. She'd only ever considered the egg might have been lost by accident, not on purpose. That's why she dared to ask the merfolk to contact the dragons. Now, she was suddenly grateful the merfolk hadn't been able to reach them, otherwise, she wouldn't even have had a chance to hesitate. Thinking about the merfolk, Siu felt something was off. Since even Anita knew about this, why didn't the merfolk know? Or rather, how could the fifth elder not know? It was normal for Luya to be unaware. After all, she was still young, and her innocent, carefree nature meant she'd never pay attention to such things. But the fifth elder shouldn't be in the dark, especially since the merfolk and dragons had a decent relationship. Even if she didn't know about the old Dragon King's brother, or the mixed blood egg, she should at least have heard about the Dragon Queen losing her egg. Normally, if she knew the Dragon Queen had lost an egg, and also knew she had a dragon egg in her possession, wouldn't she put two and two together? Siu didn't want to think the fifth elder was deliberately hiding something, but clearly, something wasn't right. Seeing Siu silent for so long, Anita thought she was troubled by the dragon egg. She spoke up, just hand the dragon egg over to the elves. You don't need to worry about it anymore. Although Anita had sounded a bit sarcastic earlier, she'd already made up her mind about this. The dragon egg was a problem for Siu, but for the elves, it was nothing. Whoever was pulling the strings behind the scenes would never retaliate against the entire elven race just for a dragon egg. Siu was tempted, but for some reason, she shook her head and refused. I can't give the dragon egg to the elves. Siu appreciated Anita's kindness and understood she was trying to help by using the elves to shield her from the dragon's pressure, but the dragon egg involved more than just the dragons. Is there something you're worried about? Anita was a little surprised by her refusal, but knowing Siu's character, she sensed there must be another reason. If the dragon egg goes to the elves, it'll most likely die, Siu said bluntly. She said this because she remembered what the elf queen had told her. There were many things she couldn't change, but Siu could. No matter what the dragon egg had been through before, judging by the way it was barely alive when she rescued it, it was clear that without her, it wouldn't have survived. In the original course of events, it was doomed to die. As long as the Dragon Clan's affairs remained unresolved, if the egg left her, even if it was hung on the elf tree or buried beneath it, it would still die for sure. It might even bring disaster to the elves. Anita didn't know any of this, so she misunderstood Siu's meaning, thinking she was worried the elves would be blamed if the dragon egg was handed over and something happened to it. If you're worried about the dragons, don't be. To put it bluntly, even if the elves accidentally let the dragon egg die and only returned it after, the dragons wouldn't do anything. With the elf tree and the elven spring water, there's no way the elves could let the egg die. But even if it did, the elves wouldn't be foolish enough to admit it was their fault. They'd just say the egg was already dead when they found it. Even if it's a dead egg, it's still a dragon egg. The elves helping to recover and return it wouldn't be strange. If it survived, even better, the dragons would owe the elves a favor, though the elves wouldn't care about that, and whoever's behind the scenes wouldn't dare seek revenge. That's not what I meant. Siu was about to explain, but Anita seemed to realize something and dropped the subject. I understand. Then you'd better raise the dragon egg yourself. Anita, being the elven princess, had already guessed there was something off about her own kidnapping. Before, she'd been too busy recovering from her injuries to think about anything else. But now that she was healed and the pressure was gone, she started to notice things that didn't add up. These oddities were connected to the Elf Queen. She realized that in the days leading up to her incident, the Queen had kept assigning her various tasks, not to make things difficult for her, but to keep her busy and prevent her from leaving the elven lands. But in the end, she still left for a relatively minor matter. At the time, the elves were preoccupied with the elf tree nurturing new life. The elders and the Queen were all too busy to spare a moment. Most of Anita's duties overlapped with the Queen's, and the birth of new elves was so important that not even Anita felt comfortable leaving the elf tree in her own care, let alone the Queen or the elders. So, the Queen took over, and Anita was left with free time. All this was to say that Anita also sensed some kind of irresistible force at play. No matter how hard you tried, some things were bound to happen. Now that she'd guessed the dragon egg's identity and heard Siu's words, she felt the egg was a bit like herself. It's a dragon egg, after all, not easy to raise. In a few days, I'll have someone send over some elven spring water. Although she didn't insist on taking the egg, Anita still wanted to help. For the elves, the best help was to send spring water, simple, direct, and effective. Thank you. When the time comes to return the dragon egg, I'll be sure to get something extra from the dragons and split it with you. Since Anita's gift was meant to help raise the egg, Siu gladly accepted. If she hadn't known the egg's true identity, she would have thought it would be sent away soon, so the spring water wouldn't matter much. But now, knowing the egg was special and wouldn't be returned anytime soon, she had no idea how long she'd need to care for it. The more spring water, the better. Anita was quick to act. That very night, a dozen or so elven birds flew in with the spring water. But by then, Siu was already asleep, so the birds spent the night playing with a luo. A luo was the name of Suyu's own elven bird. When Siu woke up, she found a dozen birds sprawled out, sleeping belly up on her desk. Suyu. With a sigh, Siu first gathered up the dozen bottles of elven spring water from her desk, then set out a dozen bowls and dishes, filling each with food and water. Even after all this, the elven birds didn't wake up, but Lingbao did. It had caught the strong, familiar yet strange scent and scampered over to the desk, where it saw the pile of birds sleeping in all sorts of awkward positions. Quick as lightning, Siu grabbed Lingbao before it could jump onto the desk, carried it away, and made sure to close the door behind her, leaving the window half open. After a busy day, Lingbao grew restless and wanted to visit the pasture to see the dragon egg. Seeing it so eager, Siu let it go. When she went to fetch Lingbao later, she was surprised to find Bai Chao, who rarely left the house, was also at the pasture. Lord! Bai Chao greeted Siu cheerfully, waving. Siu smiled back at her. She first asked about the situation in the herb garden, then inquired how Bai Chao ended up here. It wasn't that Bai Chao couldn't come, just that it didn't really fit her personality. This rabbit was so timid, she almost never left home. When Siu had tried to take her out before, she'd looked terrified. So why had she come out on her own today? Bai Chao, a little embarrassed, rubbed her own ears. It's not that I wanted to come out. It's Xiao Bai who wanted to go out, and I was worried about her. Siu was about to ask who Xiao Bai was, when a flash of white leapt past her eyes. Suyu. She was just about to check what was going on when another streak of white darted by. Before Siu could figure out the situation, Bai Chao was already anxiously spinning in circles. Xiao Bai. Lingbao. Stop fighting, you two. Bai Chao's attempts to break up the fight were useless, The two white fur balls were still tangled up together. Siyu realized one of the main characters was her own guardian beast and grew curious about the other. Lingbao's combat power was nothing to scoff at these days. Even though it usually looked soft and harmless, in this form it was no pushover. Ordinary creatures couldn't possibly fight it. Even the lions and tigers in the beast garden could only get beaten up by Lingbao, though its small size made things a bit awkward. As Xi wondered what kind of creature could go toe-to-toe with Lingbao, she turned and saw a rabbit. Suyu. She glanced at Bai Chao, who was still standing where she was, so the rabbit she'd just seen wasn't Bai Chao. So this Xiaobai Bai Chao mentioned was a rabbit that could actually fight Lingbao. Stop it, stop it. What's gotten into you two? Seeing that both sides seemed to have calmed down, Bai Chao hurried forward and picked up Xiaobai, holding her in her arms. She wanted to pick up Lingbao too, but was afraid the two would start fighting again, so she could only look at Suyu. This is Xiaobai? Suyu asked knowingly, then stepped forward and scooped up Lingbao as well. Yes, this is Xiaobai. During the disaster, one night I found her at the door. Bai Chao explained how she'd rescued Xiaobai, then recounted what happened today. Basically, Xiaobai wanted to go out, and Bai Chao, worried, followed her all the way to the ranch. As soon as Xiaobai arrived, she fixated on an egg and circled around it for ages. In the afternoon, Lingbao showed up. Seeing Xiaobai, it seemed hostile, and the two started fighting. Bai Chao had lost count of how many times she'd had to break up their fights. While Bai Chao explained all this, Xi was already growing suspicious about this rabbit's identity. Bai Chao said she'd found Xiaobai during the disaster. Never mind how she'd survived such serious injuries, just the harsh environment alone, with its freezing temperatures and storms, would have made it impossible for an ordinary animal to survive outside. To stay alive, most creatures would have hidden in their burrows. In other words, this Xiaobai was definitely not an ordinary rabbit. As Xu pondered Xiaobai's identity, she noticed the rabbit kept glancing toward the dragon egg. It seems really interested in that egg, Xu pointed out to Bai Chao. Bai Chao nodded, she'd noticed too. Do you know why it's so interested? She asked. Bai Chao didn't know, but she could ask directly. She looked down at Xiaobai. Why do you keep staring at that egg? Is there something wrong with it? Xiaobai hesitated at the question. She really didn't want to answer, but considering Bai Chao had saved her life, and they were both of the same kind, and Bai Chao had always been good to her. That's not an ordinary egg. I can sense a very powerful bloodline inside it. Bai Chao didn't know what kind of egg it was, but she faithfully translated Xiaobai's words. As she translated, Xiaobai turned to look at Bai Chao, then at Suyu, and finally said something even more baffling. Is this human the egg's owner? Can I have the egg? I can trade something for it. Bai Chao continued translating. Suyu raised her eyebrows. Ask her what she wants the egg for. Bai Chao relayed the question, and Xiaobai's answer was shocking. I want to eat it. This egg is amazing. It would be a huge boost for me. If I eat it, I'll recover quickly and my strength will increase a lot. Bai Chao choked on her words, unable to speak for a while. What's wrong? What did she say? So you noticed Bai Chao's strange expression and couldn't help asking. When Bai Chao finally translated Xiaobai's answer, Xi was momentarily speechless. Lingbao, on the other hand, reacted instantly. While Xi was distracted, it leapt out of her arms, jumped onto the table, and launched itself at Xiaobai and Bai Chao's arms. Xi's eyelid twitched, and together with Bai Chao, she managed to restrain the two furballs again. Tell her she can't have the egg, and she'd better not even think about it. Otherwise, I'll have Lingbao catch her and make spicy rabbit head out of her. Suyu's tone was gentle, but her words were full of threat. Bai Chao liked Xiaobai too, but her loyalties were clearly with Lingbao and Suyu. Besides, she was a rabbit and a vegetarian. Ordinary chicken or duck eggs were fine, but this was a living egg, in the process of hatching. Bai Chao couldn't accept it, so she sternly relayed Suyu's warning to Xiaobai, then apologized to Suyu and left. I'll keep an eye on Xiaobai. I won't let her do anything to the egg. Suyu trusted Bai Chao, so she simply watched her leave without saying more. Still, with a rabbit eyeing the egg, and now knowing the egg's true identity, and that someone might be hoping for its demise, so you couldn't rest easy leaving it at the ranch. She'd kept it there before because the hatchery gave a bonus to hatching, and Zeit could help watch over it. But now, with the dragon crystal stone, the hatchery's bonuses didn't matter so much, so Siu moved the dragon egg to the city lord's mansion, and at Lingbao's insistence, finally into her own bedroom. When moving the egg, Siu noticed that the table, once covered in spirit birds, now only had empty bowls and plates left. In the center of the table, a letter adorned with bright green leaves lay quietly. Perhaps it was Suyu's warning, or maybe Bai Chao was just keeping a close eye. Either way, Xiao Bai didn't even get a chance to covet the dragon egg, let alone leave the herb garden. Every morning, as soon as she woke up, Bai Chao would drag her off to help with planting herbs. After a busy day, she'd collapse into bed and sleep. And so, the matter quietly faded away. But what Siu didn't expect was that Little White wasn't the only creature eyeing the dragon egg. Watching as the dragon egg was nearly swallowed whole by the big black snake, Siu almost blacked out from anger. The spirit beast in her hand immediately lunged at the black snake, clawing and scratching furiously. "What are you doing here?" Siu fought the urge to curse, dragging the guilty-looking black snake into a corner for questioning. The black snake's eyes darted around, finally landing on the dragon egg. In the end, it decided to tell the truth. "The forest's been a bit chaotic lately, so I thought I'd come over and warn you," the black snake said, putting on a look of sincerity that Siu couldn't quite read. Siu sneered, "Is that so? If you're here to warn me, then why were you trying to steal the egg?" The black snake looked even guiltier, but it was used to being bad-tempered and was a top dog in the forest, so it didn't really feel any remorse. "Of course I'm telling the truth. I just thought the egg looked tasty and smelled delicious, so I wanted to try a bite." Siu was stunned by the snake's shamelessness. "Try a bite, my ass. Try and you'll die more like." The black snake could tell Siu was displeased, but it didn't dare lose its temper. After all, it had just realized that the little spirit beast seemed even stronger than before when it attacked. The snake was proud and didn't think it would lose to the spirit beast. At worst, it figured they were evenly matched. But there was no need to offend Siu and that little creature over an egg and bring trouble on itself. What the black snake didn't know is that if it had actually eaten the egg just now, it would have been in for a world of trouble. Trouble far worse than the spirit beast. Even a snake that ruled the forest was no match for a dragon. Any adolescent dragon could squash it with a single blow. Luckily, none of that happened. "Enough. Cut the nonsense and tell me exactly what's going on in the forest," Siu said, finally regaining her composure. So many creatures coveting the dragon egg one after another, this was clearly abnormal. She suspected it was the fate of the dragon egg at work. After all, it was destined to die. Whether it was Little White the rabbit or the black snake, both counted as life and death tribulations for the egg. She shuddered to think how dangerous things were even by her side. If she'd really agreed to send the dragon egg to the elves, it probably wouldn't have survived the journey. It's not a big deal, really. It's just that a bunch of outsiders have moved into the forest lately. The forest was already full, so with these newcomers, the original residents have even less space to live in, the black snake said with a careless shrug. To it, this really wasn't a big deal. Whether other creatures had a place to live had nothing to do with it. It had its own territory, and no one with any sense would dare mess with the boss of this area. The black snake was basically the local tyrant of this forest. A lot of creatures moved in? Do you know why? Siu frowned, feeling something was off. The black snake shook its head. How would I know? If they weren't so noisy, I wouldn't even bother coming out. The black snake was pretty lazy, especially after it dealt with the neighboring black bear. The new bear that took over wasn't nearly as strong, so the snake only had to intimidate it occasionally and didn't need to worry much. Unlike before, when it had to constantly deal with the black bear's provocations. Have you considered giving me that egg? I can trade you something for it. I've gotten my hands on some nice treasures lately, the black snake said, seeing Siu silent, and started eyeing the dragon egg again. Siu snorted coldly and tossed the spirit beast onto its head. Watching the black snake get pinned and beaten by the spirit beast again, Siu sternly warned, "Don't even think about that egg." You can't afford to mess with it. Don't be fooled by the black snake's pitiful look. Siyu had worked with it before, but their relationship was never one of friendship, just mutual use. She didn't expect a few words to make the snake give up. The only way to deal with it was brute force, so that every time it thought about the egg, it would remember the beating from the spirit beast. Fine, fine. I won't think about it anymore. Just get this little thing off me. The black snake held in pain, its body writhing as it failed to shake off the spirit beast. Only when Siyu saw it had truly given up did she let it go for now. You seem pretty free lately. Why don't you go check out those newcomers and see if you can figure out why they're here? Siyu ordered the black snake bluntly. The black snake looked disgruntled, but with the spirit beast glaring at it, it couldn't refuse outright. The atmosphere grew tense. Of course, I won't make you do this for nothing. Here's a beast fruit from the beast tribe. I only have one left. If you can find out what's going on, I'll give it to you, Siyu added. She hadn't given all the beast fruits to Vivian for the dragon egg's nutrient solution, but she'd only kept one as a keepsake. Now that she had dragon crystals and plenty of elven spring water, she didn't need the beast fruit anymore, so she decided to use it as payment for the black snake. Deal. Leave it to me. This is my turf. Finding out some news is a piece of cake. The black snake's eyes lit up at the sight of the beast fruit. Its attention shifted from the dragon egg to the beast fruit in an instant. For the sake of the beast fruit, the black snake went all out. In less than 2 days, it returned battered and bruised. Got the news. Those newcomers are from another mountain range over 10 kilometers away. Their home borders the orc tribe. Lately, the orcs have gone crazy, killing lots of wild beasts. The animals in the mountains are all terrified they'll be next, so they fled here to take refuge. Siyu, what a coincidence. The moment she heard it involved the orc tribe, Siyu more or less understood what was going on. It was just that 3 orc cubs had gone missing, and the orcs, desperate to find them, started attacking all the surrounding creatures indiscriminately. Better to kill the wrong one than let the culprit escape. Siyu could understand why they'd gone mad. After all, a genius cub who'd eaten 5 beast fruits had disappeared. That was a huge blow to the entire orc tribe. But she didn't support their actions, so many innocents were being killed. And were the orcs really looking for their cubs by doing this? No. Siyu felt they were just venting. Even if they were angry over the missing cubs and wanted to take it out on others, what good did this do in helping find them, aside from causing needless harm? Siyu was speechless. All right, I get it. Any other news? Siyu pressed on. Black Snake's eyes darted around, but he stayed silent. Siyu rolled her eyes. Come on, spill it. I'll give you the beast fruit once you're done. As she spoke, she took the fruit out of her backpack. Tempted by the beast fruit, Black Snake swallowed and finally stopped playing coy. I heard from a few squirrels that the orc tribe went crazy because they lost something. Apparently, there was some internal problem in the orc tribe, which is why they lost it. Siyu frowned and gestured for him to continue. But to her surprise, Black Snake just shook his head and fell silent again. That's all you've got. What else do you want? Those guys aren't orcs themselves. It's already pretty good that they managed to find out this much. Don't expect too much. Seeing that he wasn't lying, Siyu nodded to show she understood, then tossed the beast fruit to Black Snake and told him to get lost. Black Snake, now in possession of the beast fruit, didn't care about being shooed away and slithered off happily. After Black Snake left, Siyu immediately contacted Luya to check on the situation with the Dragon Clan. Upon learning that there was still no contact with them, Siyu said they could keep trying, but there was no need to mention the dragon egg anymore, as she had already handed it over to the elves, who would take care of it themselves. Luya didn't suspect anything. After all, she knew Siyu had a good relationship with the elves. Keeping the dragon egg personally would be a hassle, but handing it to the elves would make things much simpler. Still, Luya sounded a bit aggrieved. She asked Siyu why she hadn't given the dragon egg to the merfolk. Hearing this, Siyu instantly felt like she was in the middle of a love triangle. If she really had to entrust the dragon egg to someone, Siyu's first choice would indeed be the elves, not the merfolk. The merfolk had plenty of their own troubles, and besides, they lived in the sea far away and much less convenient than the elves, who could just open a portal. But she couldn't say that outright, so Siyu racked her brain for an explanation and quickly wrapped up the conversation. Before she could even catch her breath, Siyu received a voice message from Anita. Siyu, the orc tribe has invited the elves to help investigate the missing cubs. Do you want to come along? I'm in. Siyu agreed without hesitation. She had always planned to visit the 4 major races sooner or later. It was just that the dragon clan had been out of contact, and now the orcs were in trouble, so she hadn't had the chance until now. If she could choose, Siyu would most want to visit the dragon clan, since she knew the most about them, and there was still that dragon egg to deal with. The sooner she could return it, the better. But given the current situation, that wasn't an option, so she could only tackle things one at a time. In that case, get ready. I should arrive at your territory early tomorrow morning. Got it. Can I bring people? How many? Anything I should watch out for? Siyu could hear the urgency in Anita's voice, so she quickly fired off a series of important questions. You can bring people, but not too many. The orc tribe is on edge after what happened, so we need to be careful. I'll disguise you all as elves when the time comes. Anita went over the precautions again. They would have to pose as elves when entering the orc tribe, not as humans, and they mustn't blow their cover, or there would be big trouble. Understood, Siyu replied seriously, taking Anita's instructions to heart without the slightest impatience. She knew it wasn't easy for Anita to get them into the orc tribe. Normally, even without Anita's help, Siyu could have gotten in if she had the right connections. But now, with the orc tribe on high alert after losing their cubs, they were suspicious of everyone. If they found out the elves had brought humans into their territory, they would definitely start suspecting the elves as well. To avoid causing trouble for the elves and to ensure everything went smoothly, Siyu decided to bring only a small group. Although Anita said she could bring a dozen or so people, Siyu only brought 7, making 8 in total, including herself. Doya, Lyle, Vivian, Lilith, the Beast Tamer, Dillo, Anlo, Wood Mage, and Ningxue. Except for Ningxue, everyone else was from her own territory and among the people Siyu trusted most. Although Dillo and Anlo were newcomers, Dillo had already accompanied her on many missions, and while Anlo hadn't been out before, his contributions to the farm were significant. The orc tribe lived in the forest, and forests belonged to the wood element. That was Suyu's main reason for bringing Anlo. Plus, Anlo's loyalty was already maxed out, so Siyu felt safe bringing him along. As for Ningxue, Siyu hadn't planned on including her, but by coincidence, Ningxue had quietly joined the territory just a couple of days ago. When Siyu realized this, she was shocked then delighted. After all, Ningxue's strength spoke for itself, and she had participated in many of the territory's operations, so she was already in sync with the team and had all the qualities needed for the mission. So, knowing Ningxue was now one of her own, Siyu didn't hesitate to add her to the let's call it the mission list. Since Anita would be arriving the next day, time was tight. Siyu held a late-night meeting, prepared supplies, and went over the precautions. Each of the 8 people received a level 3 spatial pouch, fully stocked with all necessary supplies. Everything was ready, they just had to wait for Anita to pick them up. Early the next morning, Siyu led her group to wait at the city lord's mansion. Around 8 o'clock, 2 special guests arrived at Suyu's mansion. Lord Su, we've come to escort you as per Her Highness's instructions. Anita hadn't come herself, instead, she sent 2 elves. I'm Miffy, and this is Michelle. Miffy introduced herself, then took out a pile of items. These are disguise potions, and these are voice-changing potions. Miffy counted the group and handed out the corresponding number of potions. Here's the situation. Elves and humans differ in both appearance and physique. To hide your identities, you'll be going to the orc tribe disguised as elves. To prevent exposure, Her Highness prepared these disguise tools for you. Siyu nodded in understanding. She had actually wondered about this before. Anita had said they'd need to pose as elves to enter the orc tribe, but elves were known for their unique looks, and even their voices had a special quality. Although their voices couldn't compare to those of the merfolk, they were still far superior to ordinary humans. Since they needed to disguise themselves as elves, their appearance, the most superficial aspect, had to be flawless, leaving no room for suspicion. Miffy explained the effects and precautions of the potions, Then she and Michelle demonstrated how to use them. After a round of fussing, the group of 10, well, 8 people and 2 elves, had all undergone a dramatic transformation. Once the potion was applied, their appearances gradually changed. You could still vaguely recognize traces of their original looks, but the potion didn't turn them into completely different people. Instead, it subtly altered the positions of their facial features, the shade of their skin, and even the color of their eyes. As for their voices, the changes weren't drastic. Some became deeper, some more youthful, and others clearer and crisper. Are you two going to the Beastmen tribe like this as well? So you looked at the 2 elves, who had gone from stunning beauties to delicate, girl-next-door types, and made a reasonable guess. That's right. Miffy nodded. Otherwise, wouldn't it be strange if only you changed? If only part of the group changed and the rest didn't, it would look odd. But if everyone changed, the Beastmen wouldn't be able to tell the difference. As for whether the Beastmen would be suspicious about why the elves did this, that wasn't Suyu and the others' concern. Since Anita had arranged it this way, it meant the elves and Beastmen had already negotiated about it. The elves had provided a suitable explanation for why they needed to change their appearance to enter the Beastmen's territory. If everyone's ready, let's go. After confirming there were no issues, Miffy glanced at Michelle beside her. Michelle, who hadn't spoken the entire time, waved her hand, and a portal appeared before them. Miffy and Michelle led the way, with Suyu's group in the middle, and they all stepped through together. The other end of the portal wasn't inside the Beastmen tribe, but rather at a location nearby. After all, Michelle couldn't just open a portal inside someone else's home, nor could she place it too close to their territory. It's about half an hour's journey from here to the Beastmen tribe, Miffy said. This half hour wasn't at a human's normal walking speed, but at the flying speed of elves. Elves had wings, and they weren't just for show, they could really fly. This potion will allow you to temporarily have our ability to fly. Miffy took out another batch of potions. After everyone drank and learned to control their wings, Miffy flew at the front to lead the way, while Michelle brought up the rear to make sure no one fell behind. Miffy's estimate was spot on. After half an hour, they saw many figures with animal ears and tails, or hands that ended in beastly claws, half human, half beast. Although beastmen could maintain a fully beastly or fully human form, the human form was more convenient for daily activities, while the beast form was better for fighting. To make it easy to switch between the two, they usually stayed in a half-human, half-beast state when there were no outsiders around. When Bai Chao, the rabbit, was usually in the herb garden, she would also let her ears and tail show. So you had once seen this by accident and only understood the reason after asking. Who goes there? The beastmen who saw them approach looked on warily. But as they drew closer and the beastmen saw the wings on their backs, they were first stunned, then quickly changed their attitude. May I ask if you are honored guests from the Elven tribe? One beastman stepped forward politely, his previous arrogance gone. Miffy and Michelle clearly didn't appreciate their earlier attitude, but since this was someone else's territory and the beastmen had now changed their demeanor, they didn't press the issue, though their own attitude had grown noticeably colder. We're here with Her Highness to assist in the investigation of the missing cubs, Miffy replied coolly, showing none of the warmth she'd had with Suyu and the others. Judging by the ears and tail, this beast man appeared to be a jackal. The jackal beast man picked up on Miffy's cold tone. A flicker of disdain flashed in his eyes, but he maintained a polite and respectful expression. I need to verify your identities, he said, pulling out a piece of jade green stone. Suyu's group had no idea what this stone was, but Miffy and Michelle did. Miffy's expression instantly turned ugly, and while Michelle's emotions didn't show as much, there was a flash of anger in her eyes. Without hesitation, Michelle waved her hand and sent the jackal beastman flying. At the same time, Miffy, keeping her composure, angrily rebuked him and explained the stone's purpose to Suyu and the others. Beanstone? How could a lowly beastman like you have something like this? Miffy sneered, snatching the bean stone from the jackal's hand. She continued coldly, We're here to help your tribe, not to be questioned and humiliated by you. Even if your chieftain were here, he wouldn't have the right to demand a blood test from us. And you, a mere underling, where did you get the nerve? Siyu's group put on angry expressions as well, though inside they had already figured out what was going on. The bean stone could verify whether someone was an elf by using a drop of blood. Siyu and the others had only changed their appearance and voices with the potion. Their blood definitely wasn't elven. So if their blood was tested, their cover would be blown. But Miffy and Michelle were so forceful that there was no way, nor any need, for a blood test to happen. That said, Siyu also felt there was something off about this jackal beast man. While Miffy was being tough to discourage the blood test, even if Siyu's group really were elves, not imposters, Miffy would never agree to it. After all, the elves were guests, invited by the beastmen to help. What kind of host would ask their guests to shed blood? There were plenty of ways to verify someone's identity. Why use the most humiliating and degrading method? Clearly, today's incident wouldn't be so easily resolved. To put it nicely, this jackal beast man was just overly concerned about his tribe, with a blunt and simple personality. But to put it bluntly, he was deliberately stirring up trouble between the two tribes, showing no respect for the elves. Why, you're going too far. The jackal beast man, still coughing up blood from Michelle's blow, whimpered as he spoke, while the other beastmen looked on angrily. Earlier, when they'd first spotted the group arriving, some beastmen had already gone to report the news. No one had expected things to escalate like this, so when the messenger returned with the elders of the tribe, they were all stunned by the scene before them. Before anyone could say or do anything, another stunning beauty stepped out from behind them. Elves were known for their beauty, but now all the other elves had taken a potion to conceal their looks, except for her. This made her stand out all the more, a dazzling flower among a sea of green leaves. Your Highness, the beastmen are going too far. Miffy ignored the angry, confused, or guilty looks from the beastmen and walked straight up to Anita. That's right, this breathtaking elf was none other than Anita. Given her unique status, she definitely needed to prove her identity. Besides, the beastmen had already negotiated with her countless times over the artifact, so whether she concealed her appearance or not was irrelevant. In fact, hiding it would only be pointless self-deception. Miffy recounted everything that had just happened to her princess, without any embellishment. The elves were known for their gentle and kind nature. They acted according to their conscience and principles, never needing excuses or false justifications. If the wolf beast man had only wanted to verify their identities, neither Miffy nor Michelle would have been so angry. What truly infuriated them was the wolf beastman's disrespectful behavior toward the elves and his dismissive attitude. After hearing Miffy's explanation, a trace of anger appeared on Anita's delicate face. She turned to the beastmen elders and demanded sharply, "Is this how your tribe treats its guests? We came here to help, and yet you question us. Fine, I can understand your current state of mind. But what do you mean by asking us elves to give our blood? You know very well what elven blood means, don't you? Your tribe must give us a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, don't blame the elves for cutting off all dealings with you. I believe Her Majesty the Queen would support my decision." With her full aura unleashed, everyone present bowed their heads, not daring to meet her gaze. Anita was the heir apparent of the elves. Among the beastmen, only the chieftain was on equal footing with her, even the young chieftain ranked below her. After all, the position of young chieftain could change at any time, but the princess of the elves was irreplaceable. If that changed, it would mean she had already become queen. Currently, the beastmen had no young chieftain, only the chief. In other words, wherever Anita went among the beastmen, her status was absolute. And since the chief wasn't present, these beastmen could only stand there and take her scolding. Of course, Anita wasn't one to hurl insults, but that didn't stop her from using her strength and presence to make them uncomfortable. Anita was not the type to press an advantage relentlessly, but she also knew that the wolf beastman's actions could not have been his own idea. Someone must have been supporting or even directing him from behind the scenes. She was representing the entire elven race now, so there was no way she could let this go easily. Otherwise, she'd be helping outsiders trample on the elves' dignity. For a moment, the whole place fell silent. The beastmen were buckling under the immense pressure radiating from Anita's anger. Even the elders were sweating profusely. Just as Suyu was wondering why there seemed to be no one capable among the beastmen, a group of beastmen hurried over from afar, surrounding a few individuals. Your Highness, this was our tribe's mistake. We will deal with it severely. Please forgive us. Anita glanced coldly at the speaker, showing no sign of letting the matter drop. Elder Snake, that's easy for you to say. What kind of mistake was this? What do you mean by deal with it severely? You want me to forgive you without saying anything specific? Do you think the elves are easy to bully just because I'm being polite today? Elder Snake was a little displeased. He hadn't expected that, even after lowering himself so much, the elven princess would still refuse to let it go. So much for the elves' supposed gentleness and kindness. All lies. Elder Snake thought he was hiding his emotions well, but Anita saw right through him. Even Suyu, standing in the back, noticed that this so-called Elder Snake was not as easygoing as he appeared. Just as Anita said, Elder Snake only promised to deal with it, but how? This was their territory. If Anita let it go easily, what happened to the wolf beast man afterward would be entirely up to them. They had 1,000 ways to handle it. So there was no way Anita would let them take the man away so easily. As the atmosphere grew tense again, the chubby old man beside Elder Snake waddled forward. Your Highness, please calm your anger. May I say a word? Seeing this plump beast man, Anita's expression softened a little. So you immediately realized that this person must have left a good impression on her. Please speak, Elder Bear. The old man known as Elder Bear stroked his beard with a cheerful smile, but his movements were swift and decisive. He flashed to the wolf beastman's side, and with the ease of picking up a chick, lifted him up. With his other hand, he struck the beastman's throat, then tapped his limbs a few times without hesitation. Because of these actions, the wolf beastman's face twisted in agony. For some reason, though his mouth was open and his eyes wide, he couldn't make a sound. Even so, everyone could see the pain he was in. Elder Bear finished all this in less than 5 seconds. Then, as if tossing out the trash, he flung the wolf beast man to the ground, still wearing his genial smile. He turned to Anita and said, "That was the first thing I wanted to say to your Highness." Anita nodded, showing no particular reaction, but the other beastmen could feel the pressure on them ease a little, sensing that her mood had improved. Elder Bear continued, "I will take this wolf beast man away and interrogate him thoroughly. No matter the result, I will report to your Highness. If you have any concerns, you may see and question him at any time." A faint smile finally appeared on Anita's face. With Elder Bear handling things, I am at ease. I'll leave this beastman to you then. Elder Bear chuckled. Thank you for your trust, your Highness. He raised his hand, and a few beastmen immediately came over to carry the wolf beastman away. Before they left, an elf beside Anita tossed over a bottle. Neither the elf nor Anita said what was inside, but Elder Bear and the other elders knew it was elven spring water. Michelle hadn't held back earlier, and the wolf beastman had just been punished by Elder Bear. Though Elder Bear had controlled his strength and not killed him, just to be safe, Anita had someone give him the spring water. Before giving the spring water, if this jackal beastman died, Anita would be dissatisfied but powerless to intervene, since it would be reasonable and justified. But once the spring water was given, the jackal beastman absolutely could not be allowed to die. Elder Bear naturally understood this. So, upon receiving the spring water, he immediately had everyone stop, then personally walked over to the jackal beastman and poured the spring water down his throat. Your Highness, honored guests of the elves, please follow me to the orc tribe to rest. Elder Bear tossed aside the empty bottle, turned, and invited Anita and the other elves into the orc tribe. At this point, the matter had come to a temporary close, so Anita didn't press further. The group made their way into the orc tribe in grand fashion, drawing curious looks from many orcs along the way. Since most of the attention was focused on Anita at the front, Suyu and the others didn't feel much pressure. "This is the residence the orc tribe has prepared for our honored guests," Elder Bear said, leading them to a very flat and spacious area. The orc tribe resembled a primitive village, lush with vegetation, flowers, and trees everywhere. They would only clear land for building when necessary, constructing their homes on these open plots. The building materials were all sourced from the forest, wooden houses, naturally. Though simple wooden houses, they were well built, decorated inside and out with plants, and set amidst the beautiful forest, giving the place a unique charm. Your Highness, would you like to rest now, or do you have other plans? Elder Bear asked. Anita thought for a moment, then replied, Since I'm here on behalf of the elves to help find the missing cubs, there's no reason to waste time resting. You few stay here and settle in. You few come with me. The rest are free to move about the tribe. Anita didn't hesitate, assigning everyone their tasks. During this, she didn't spare Suyu and the others a single glance, as if they were just ordinary elves among the group, nothing special. Once she finished her arrangements, she turned to Elder Bear and asked, Is there a pass permit for moving around the tribe? Without hesitation, Elder Bear produced a number of paw-shaped tokens. Besides these, there were 5 tokens marked with writing. Anita didn't ask about the difference between the 2 types of tokens, nor did she take them herself. The one responsible for distributing the tokens was Miffy. Whether by coincidence or design, 4 of the written tokens ended up with Suyu and her group, while the last one went to Michelle. After the tokens were handed out, Anita left with several elves and Elder Bear. Of the remaining elves, 3 stayed behind to settle in as Anita instructed, while the rest dispersed with their tokens. Suyu and her companions were led by Miffy and Michelle to a corner. It's best not to talk too much inside the orc tribe, so I'll keep this brief, Miffy said, showing her paw-shaped token. There are many elders in the orc tribe, and there are 2 types of pass permits, elder passes and general passes. An elder pass allows free movement within the area governed by that elder. A general pass allows access everywhere except restricted areas. Clearly, most of the tokens Elder Bear handed out were elder passes, the paw-shaped ones, specifically bear paw prints. The bear paw print represents Elder Bear. Any bear beast man who sees it will show respect, and within Elder Bear's territory, the holder has great freedom. Of course, elder passes can sometimes be used in other areas too, depending on whether the local beastmen are willing to give Elder Bear face. There are dozens of elders in the orc tribe, almost 1 for each race. With so many people, factions naturally form. In areas governed by elders friendly with Elder Bear, his tokens will also be honored. The written tokens are general passes, which function like the bear paw tokens but cover the entire orc tribe. Because of their broad authority, each elder only has a few general passes. Elder Bear being able to produce 5 is already quite generous, since he doesn't need them himself, but his subordinates might. Miffy had clearly given all 4 general passes to Suyu's group, while Michelle kept one for herself since she would be accompanying them. Suyu had already noticed that Michelle was a formidable fighter among the elves, otherwise, she wouldn't always be the one handling combat situations. It was also clear that Michelle's task this time was to protect Suyu and her group. As for Miffy, her job was just to brief them on the situation. She had other important matters to attend to later. That's the general situation in the orc tribe. Suyu, do you have any questions? Considering they were inside the orc tribe, Miffy didn't address her as Lord Suyu. Suyu understood and didn't mind. After thinking for a moment, she asked a few questions. Do you know which elders are on good terms with Elder Bear? Elder Bear has a good reputation in the orc tribe. Many elders are friendly with him on the surface, and most beastmen will show him respect. Among them, Elder Rabbit and Elder Monkey are especially close to him. But you should be careful around the leopard tribe. They've had conflicts with the bear tribe in the past. It's mostly in the past now, but it's best to avoid the leopards. Suyu nodded, understanding now why Anita had chosen Elder Bear as their point of entry. Whether Elder Bear was truly a good person or just putting on a front, as long as his public reputation was good, their bear paw tokens would be more useful than ordinary elder tokens. And dealing with someone like that had its advantages. If he was genuinely good, they didn't need to worry. If he was just pretending, he'd still be constrained by his need to maintain his reputation. Do you know which tribes the 4 missing cubs are from? Previously, Suyu hadn't known much about the orc tribe and had thought of them as a single group. But now, seeing the obvious distinctions among the tribes, She realized the cubs' identities must be important information. That's actually a very important clue, but so far I only know that one of the cubs is from the monkey tribe. The other three, especially the prodigy, their identities are unknown. Miffy had only just arrived here herself, so it was understandable she didn't know more. Anita probably knew more, but she was clearly busy, so they'd have to ask later. Although it was a bit disappointing not to have more information, Siu had already decided on a general investigation plan. Start with the monkey tribe, then the rabbit tribe. The former because their cub was a victim, and there would be more clues. The latter because of the herbs. Before learning she could come to the Beastmen tribe, she had already sought out Baichao to understand the situation, and had even accepted a commission from Baichao to deliver some items to her parents. Coincidentally, these two tribes were also ones that the bear tribe had clear alliances with, so their movements would be much more convenient. How many days can we stay here? Having a plan wasn't enough. Siu also needed to know the time frame so she could make arrangements. Mifei thought for a moment and said, in theory, we should stay until the matter is resolved. But if there are no further developments, we'll return in at most a month. If there are clear leads to follow, we'll stay longer, but no more than 3 months. Considering that Siu was, after all, the lord of a city, Mifei added, of course, if you need to leave early, that's fine too. A month, that was quite a long time. After all, the whole affair with the Merfolk tribe had only taken a week from start to finish. No matter how complicated things got with the Beastmen, it shouldn't take 4 times as long. Knowing the time frame, and that she could leave early if needed, Siu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She asked a few more questions, received the Beastmen tribe map from Mifei, and watched as Mifei departed. Mishue, do you have any plans? Siu turned to the aloof elf who had stayed with them. Mishue shook her head. Her Highness tasked me with protecting you. Siu nodded, not pressing further. She lowered her head to study the map, located the Monkey Clan's territory, and immediately set out. The Monkey Clan's location was about an hour away from where they were, but the Beastmen tribe had its own transportation, beasts similar to horses, specially tamed for travel. With their tokens, they managed to secure 9-horned steeds and reach the outskirts of the Monkey Clan's territory in just half an hour. Which tribe are you from? What business do you have with the Monkey Clan? We're from the Elf tribe, here at the invitation of the Beastmen to help investigate the missing cubs. With Mifei, who usually handled negotiations, absent, and Mishue being the taciturn, action-oriented type, Siu had to take on the role of negotiator. Siu produced her official token, and the others followed suit, showing their public or bear paw tokens. Seeing the tokens, the Monkey Clan guards' eyes lit up, and their expressions became much friendlier. So you're honored guests from the Elf tribe. Thank you so much for helping us. The Monkey Clan Beastman greeted them warmly and led them inside. This was just a guard post outside Monkey Mountain. The actual Monkey Clan settlement was still a 7 or 8-minute walk away. Siu led her horned steed, following the Monkey Clan Beastman while asking about the situation. I heard one of the missing cubs is from the Monkey Clan. At her words, the Monkey Clan Beastman stiffened, his face clouded with sorrow. Yes, and he was the most talented cub our clan has seen in nearly 30 years. Seeing his distress, Siu offered a few words of comfort before continuing. Would it be possible for us to meet the cub's family? The Monkey Clan Beastman hesitated, but in the end didn't refuse, though he didn't immediately agree either. It's possible, but I'll need to take you to see Elder Monkey first. Of course, Siu replied with a smile. We were planning to pay our respects to Elder Monkey first, but we heard on the way that he wasn't in the clan, so we thought we'd visit the missing cub's family first. The Monkey Clan Beastman was impressed by Siu's polite and orderly manner, and his opinion of her improved greatly. Elder Monkey just returned from outside, he explained, implying that the elder had indeed been away, but had just come back as they arrived. Siu had wanted to ask if he knew which tribes the other 3 missing cubs belonged to, but since they'd soon meet Elder Monkey, she decided to wait and ask him directly. Besides, this Beastman might not know the details. Elder Monkey was tall and thin, looking much younger than Elder Bear, full of energy and spirit, though a trace of exhaustion between his brows betrayed the hardship of the past few days. Elder Monkey, these are honored guests from the elf tribe. The Monkey Clan beastman bounded over to Elder Monkey and quickly explained the situation before stepping back in silence. Thank you for your help, elf tribe. Elder Monkey forced a smile, though it was clear he wasn't truly happy. So you knew his mood wasn't directed at her, so she didn't mind and got straight to the point. With each passing day, the chances of finding the cubs and the risks they face increase. So I'll skip the pleasantries. Elder Monkey, do you know which tribes the other 3 missing cubs belong to? Elder Monkey, still immersed in grief, was momentarily startled by Suyu's directness. But then he set aside his emotions and earnestly shared everything he knew. I only know that 2 of the cubs are from the Ox clan and the Leopard clan. As for the most talented one, he always claimed to be of average talent, so no one paid much attention. At present, only the clan chief and our elders know his true identity. Ox clan, Leopard clan. Thinking of the poor relations between the Leopard and Bear clans, Siyu felt a headache coming on. But she set that aside for now. Her priority was to investigate the Monkey clan situation. Elder Monkey, do you know the details of the ancestral tempering that day? For example, when did they enter? In what order? How long did the cubs stay inside? How did you discover they were missing? Did you find any clues? Siyu rattled off a series of questions. Far from being annoyed, Elder Monkey was moved by her thoroughness and concern. If even an outsider like Siyu cared so much about the missing cubs, how could he, as an elder of the affected clan, not be concerned? This is how it happened that day. There were 21 cubs in total. To avoid confusion, they were divided into 4 groups and entered in turn. The first 3 groups had 5 cubs each, and the 4th group had 6. The ancestral tempering for the Beastmen tribe is always at a set time noon. The cubs, along with the elders and clan chief, wait outside the forbidden ground. When the time comes, the clan chief leads the cubs inside. Once the arrangements are made, the clan chief comes back out. Obviously, the longer the tempering, the better. In past years, the young ones could usually temper themselves in the forbidden ground for about an hour and a half on average. But this year, even the shortest time among the cubs was 2 hours. Elder Monkey was clearly very proud as he said this, but Siyu felt a jolt of unease in her heart. The average time had jumped from an hour and a half to a minimum of 2 hours. This was no small improvement. If it were just the top performer who'd made such a leap, that would be plausible. After all, there was a once-in-a-generation genius among this year's cubs. If the average for others was an hour and a half, no one would be surprised if that genius stayed inside for 3 hours. Elder Monkey didn't notice Siyu's reaction and continued. I remember it clearly. After 2 hours, 5 cubs came out. Another 10 minutes or so passed, and 3 more came out. After that, every 10 minutes or so, 2 or 3 cubs would come out, all the way until they'd been inside for 3 hours. Because cubs kept coming out one after another, even when 3 hours had passed and 4 cubs still hadn't emerged, no one was suspicious at first. But when another half hour went by with no movement, people started to worry. Still, since the tempering and atavism process is crucial and must not be disturbed, we all decided to wait a bit longer. The reason they chose to wait was, first, they didn't want to interrupt the cubs' tempering, and second, they all believed the forbidden ground was the safest place in the entire orc tribe. None of them thought anything could go wrong for the cubs inside, so they waited another half hour. At 3.5 hours, the 4 most outstanding cubs still hadn't come out. Everyone was worried, but also afraid to disturb them, so in the end, only the chieftain went in to check. The chieftain had expected to find 4 cubs still tempering, but to his shock, the forbidden ground was empty. Anyone who can become the orc chieftain isn't a fool. He didn't cling to wishful thinking, but immediately sensed something was wrong. He quickly came out to inform the elders, and together they went in to search for the cubs. As for the 17 cubs who hadn't had any trouble, their respective tribes guarded them closely. That's basically how it all happened. After Elder Monkey finished recounting everything, he seemed to have aged decades in an instant. Siyu still felt some goodwill toward Elder Monkey. At least for now, he truly seemed responsible and genuinely concerned for the younger generation. Whether his concern was for the whole monkey tribe or just for the missing monkey cub, his efforts were real. Elder Monkey, please calm down. I have a few questions for you. Although Elder Monkey's account of the tempering and atavism process sounded perfectly normal, with no apparent issues, the fact that something had happened meant there must be a major flaw hidden beneath the surface. Go ahead. As long as it helps us find that child, you can ask anything. Elder Monkey sat down on the chair the monkey orc had brought earlier, looking even more exhausted. Elder Monkey, is there a direct connection between how long a cub can temper and the number of beast fruit they've eaten? Elder Monkey frowned in thought, then nodded slightly. There is some connection. In the past, when the orc tribe was weaker, we didn't specifically select suitable cubs for tempering in the Forbidden Ground. Every cub had one chance. If I recall correctly, any cub who could eat one beast fruit could withstand half an hour of tempering. If they could eat 2 beast fruits, they could basically handle an hour. 3 fruits meant an hour and a half. Hearing this, so you had a rough idea. Why did orc cubs in the past average an hour and a half in the Forbidden Ground? Because to be allowed in, even the weakest had eaten at least 2.5 beast fruits. According to Elder Monkey's calculations, that meant they could last at least an hour. And every year, there were always a few outstanding cubs. Some could eat more than 3, even 4 fruits, so the average worked out to about an hour and a half. Then, Elder Monkey, don't you think the tempering times for this year's cubs are a bit off? Based on what you've said, even excluding the 4 missing cubs, the average tempering time for this year's group is already 2.5 hours. In previous years, only cubs who'd eaten 4 or even 5 beast fruits could withstand that long. This unusually long duration was the first major issue Sue noticed. This, Elder Monkey thought for a moment and realized Sue had a point. Although they were happy to see more cubs able to temper for longer, he had to admit that the timing was suspicious. Seeing Elder Monkey frown in silence, Sue didn't wait for him and voiced her own thoughts. Elder Monkey, is it possible that some cubs finished tempering but didn't come out right away, instead lingering inside the Forbidden Ground for a while? Elder Monkey immediately shook his head. Impossible. Sue had only been speculating, but seeing Elder Monkey so certain, she couldn't help but ask why. Why are you so sure, Elder Monkey? Elder Monkey replied, although it's the first time for all those cubs, before the tempering, both their tribe elders and the chieftain would tell them to come out immediately after finishing, so as not to affect the others. Most cubs are obedient, so it's basically impossible for them to linger inside after finishing. Of course, there might be a few mischievous ones, but the Forbidden Ground isn't a place you can just hang around in. There's the pressure of the beast god inside. Anyone who enters feels immense pressure. Only during tempering does the pressure ease a little. Once tempering ends, the pressure returns. If a cub doesn't come out quickly, even if it's not life-threatening, it would be extremely uncomfortable. So you understood. In short, it was basically impossible to linger inside the Forbidden Ground. The cubs really did stay in there for 2 or even 3 hours. Is there any other exit from the Forbidden Ground? Elder Monkey hesitated, then shook his head. Actually, matters of the Forbidden Ground shouldn't be discussed with outsiders, but you are honored guests of the elves, and with such a serious incident, I won't hide anything. There is only one exit to the Forbidden Ground, and during the tempering, we all wait at that exit. Suyu raised her eyebrows. Since that's the case, and there's only one exit, and you all saw the cubs enter the Forbidden Land, but never saw them come out, doesn't that mean they're still inside? Elder Monkey let out a sigh. That's what we think too, but we really haven't been able to find them. With someone guarding the only exit, it was impossible for the cubs to have left. That could only mean the 4 cubs were still inside. But it had already been several days since the incident during the trial, and the Forbidden Land had been searched from top to bottom. Still, they had found nothing. Even though it seemed impossible, the only explanation left was that someone had taken the cubs away. On my way to the Beastman tribe, I noticed a lot of wild beasts were in a panic. Elder Monkey, do you know why? Sue was actually referring to what she'd heard from Black Snake, that the Beastmen, enraged by the missing cubs, had taken it out on the surrounding wild beasts and gone on a killing spree. When she first heard this from Black Snake, she'd thought the Beastmen's actions were rather odd. From what she'd seen since arriving, Elder Bear had the image of a good-natured, honest man, and Elder Monkey was a kindly old man. She didn't know much about the other tribes, but as one of the victimized tribes, the monkey tribe didn't seem like the type to lash out indiscriminately, preferring to kill the innocent rather than let the guilty escape. The wild beasts nearby are panicking? Elder Monkey looked confused, as if he really didn't know. I've been so busy searching for clues these past few days that I haven't paid attention to anything else. Sue thought, as expected. The killing spree had nothing to do with the monkey tribe. If it wasn't them, then it was most likely one of the other 3 tribes that had lost cubs. So far, she knew of 2 other tribes that had lost cubs, the cattle tribe and the leopard tribe. For some reason, she strongly suspected the leopard tribe was involved. Since Elder Monkey didn't know, Sue didn't press the issue. After all, Elder Monkey didn't seem to care about it. Right now, all he cared about was any clue related to the cubs. Sue asked a few more questions. Seeing that she'd asked everything she needed, she requested to meet the family of the missing cub. Elder Monkey nodded wearily, then called over the monkey beast man who had guided them earlier, asking him to continue serving as their guide. On the way, Sue inquired about the cub's family. The monkey beast man thought for a moment and said, "The cub's name is Xiaomai. His father is Mai Ti, his mother is Mai Na, and Xiaomai has an older brother named Demai." Sue, well, that's easy to remember. After learning about Xiaomai's family, they arrived at a treehouse. The monkey beast man went up and knocked. The door was soon opened by a female beast man with a sorrowful expression. No need to guess. This must be Xiaomai's mother, Mai Na. Mai Na, these are honored guests from the elf tribe. The chief invited them to help us find the missing cubs. The monkey beast man introduced Suyu and her companions. Mai Na, however, didn't look happy at all. Her face was still full of despair. The monkey beast man understood the family's grief, but since there were important guests present, he was about to remind her to be polite. Before he could speak, Sue interrupted. "Hello, Mai Na. I'd like to learn more about your child, Xiaomai. If we have enough clues, I believe we can find him soon." At the mention of finding her child, Mai Na finally showed some emotion. "Thank you. Please forgive my rudeness. Come in and have a seat." Mai Na stepped aside to let them in. Sue glanced at the others. In the end, only Suyu, Duoya, and Enluo went inside. The other 5, along with Mi Shui, followed Suyu's earlier instructions and went to other parts of the monkey tribe to gather information. Otherwise, if everyone just followed Suyu around, it would be far too inefficient. Once inside, the monkey beast man, as before, found a corner to sit in and acted as a background presence. He didn't leave, but he didn't interfere either. Suyu and the other 2 sat on a row of wooden chairs. After pouring them drinks, Mai Na sat across from them. "Do you have any news about Xiaomai? Is he all right?" Mai Na looked terrible. Her face was haggard, with obvious dark circles under her eyes. The beast fur exposed on her body had lost its luster, turning yellow and dry. All of this showed just how much pain this mother was in after losing her child. She must be suffering as if her heart were being cut with a knife, unable to sleep at night. "I'm sorry, we don't have any information about the cubs yet, but I believe we'll find them soon." After saying this, Sue took control of the conversation, not letting Mai Na's grief dictate the pace. "Mai Na, do you know which cub Xiaomai usually got along with? Or, among the cubs who entered the Forbidden Land for the trial, did he have any close friends?" Mai Na seemed a bit dazed, but after Sue repeated the question, she came back to herself. Xiaomai is a very cheerful child. He has many friends in the tribe, but he doesn't interact much with cubs from other tribes. If I remember correctly, this year he was the only monkey tribe child eligible for the trial. Sue quickly understood what she meant. Xiaomai had many monkey tribe playmates, but no friends from other tribes. This time, he was the only monkey tribe child in the trial, so he wasn't familiar with the other 20 cubs. She made a note of this and continued, "Did you notice anything different about Xiaomai around the time of the trial?" "Different?" Mai Na didn't quite understand. "I mean, did he act differently from usual, like a sudden change in mood, doing things he normally wouldn't, or hiding something from you?" Sue explained patiently. My Na's eyes lit up, and she nodded without hesitation. Yes, yes. Don't get too excited. Take your time. Siyu had only asked casually, not really expecting a clue. In her experience, this was a pretty basic lead, and things shouldn't be so simple. But the answer surprised her. My Na calmed herself, but spoke quickly. 2 days before the trial, Xiaomai was very quiet. He's usually lively, but those 2 days he barely spoke. Some of his playmates even came to ask me why he wasn't playing with them. At this point, my Na suddenly covered her face and began to cry. We all thought Xiaomai was just nervous about the trial, so we didn't pay much attention. Was it because we neglected his feelings that this happened? So you couldn't shake the feeling that things weren't as simple as they seemed. The disappearance of the young ones was definitely the work of outsiders. It couldn't have anything to do with the cubs themselves. Even if it did, it must be that the cubs were unknowingly manipulated into doing something. Outsiders. Manipulation. Siyu's heart skipped a beat. While comforting Mena, she gently asked for the names and addresses of Xiaomai's monkey tribe playmates. She had wanted to ask more, but seeing that Mena was on the verge of a complete breakdown, Siyu had no choice but to leave for now. Before she left, Mena clung tightly to Siyu, her eyes full of hope. Don't worry. Xiaomai will be fine. We'll definitely find him. Only after the door closed did Siyu let out a heavy sigh of relief. Then she asked a monkey tribe beast man to take her to visit Xiaomai's closest friends. Normally, these monkey tribe children would be running around the whole tribe, playing everywhere. After all, they were monkeys. You could tell just by looking at them that they were experts at jumping and climbing. But ever since the incident with Xiaomai and the other missing cubs, even though everyone knew the kidnappings targeted the most gifted young ones, the entire tribe had started keeping a close watch on all their cubs. Forget playing outside, they didn't even have a chance to leave their homes. But in a way, this made things easier for Siyu and her group. Otherwise, with those kids running wild all over the place, it would have taken all day just to find them. Siyu visited several families in a row. The monkey tribe beast folk were all very welcoming. After all, Xiaomai was a friend to their children, almost like half their own child. Now that Xiaomai was missing, they were deeply upset too. When they learned Siyu was from the elven tribe and had come to help find the missing cubs, they all cooperated, bringing their children to answer her questions. Unfortunately, the first few cubs didn't provide any useful information. It wasn't until the 5th house that Siyu finally found a clue. This cub was called Xiang, a rather timid little female. When Siyu asked if she'd noticed anything off about Xiaomai's mood before he disappeared, Xiang hesitated, then nodded. Siyu had asked this question at the previous 4 houses, but those cubs either nodded or shook their heads right away. Xiang was the first to show such obvious hesitation. Siyu sensed that Xiang knew something. You noticed Xiaomai was upset, do you know why? Siyu asked gently, offering Xiang a few pieces of candy so as not to scare her. With her parents' permission, Xiang took a piece of candy. The sweet taste soothed her nerves, and memories she'd nearly forgotten started to resurface. Those days, Xiaomai was always unhappy. I wanted to ask him why. Xiang frowned in thought, then continued. Xiaomai said he was scared of embarrassing himself. Scared of embarrassing himself? What kind of answer was that? Even Siyu was taken aback, and Xiang's parents, who were listening nearby, were just as puzzled. Xiang's father worried she might be making things up, which could hinder the search for Xiaomai. He quickly crouched down and patted her head. Xiang, don't say things like that. Xiaomai is the most talented cub of our monkey tribe this year. How could he possibly embarrass himself? On the contrary, Xiaomai had brought great honor to the monkey tribe. Hadn't they seen how the other tribes, those without any cubs qualified for the trial, had lost influence lately, even getting fewer resources? Xiang nervously bit her lip. Siyu quickly reassured her, it's all right, Xiang. Just tell us what you know, I believe you. Looking at the gentle big sister in front of her, who even gave her candy, Xiang finally mustered her courage and said loudly, I'm not making it up. That's what Xiaomai said. Xiaomai said that if he didn't do well in the trial, he'd embarrass the monkey tribe. So he had to do his best. He couldn't let the tribe lose face. A clue, there it was. Siyu narrowed her eyes. Though her face remained gentle as she praised and patted Xiang, her mind already racing with speculation. Xiaomai was just a little cub by human standards, only 4 or 5 years old. How could he possibly understand things like doing well, embarrassment, or saving face? Clearly, someone must have said these things to him, putting pressure on him and making him feel down. I see. Xiang's parents realized something was wrong too. They looked at Suyu, hesitant and uneasy. Don't worry, Xiang has been very helpful. I'd like to ask her a few more questions, if that's all right. Suyu thought this little beastman girl was definitely important. She would have asked more questions regardless of the parents' answer, but they had no reason to refuse. Of course, anything to help. Suyu nodded, keeping her gentle demeanor as she continued to question Xiang. Xiang, do you remember when Xiaomai started feeling unhappy? Xiang counted on her fingers. It was about 3 days before he disappeared. So, 3 days before the trial began, someone with ill intentions had already approached Xiaomai and said something to him, making him anxious and stressed. And 3 days before, do you know if Xiaomai left the monkey tribe? So you wanted to know where Xiaomai had encountered this person. Xiang shook her head firmly. No, we never leave the tribe, everyone would worry. So, if he hadn't left, that meant the culprit had infiltrated the monkey tribe. So you asked a few more detailed questions, but unfortunately, Xiang didn't know any more. Still, this child had already provided a crucial clue, one that even the monkey elders, or perhaps even the chief, might not know. After leaving Xiang's house, Suyu had the monkey beast man lead her to the monkey elder. She told the elder about the pressure someone had put on Xiaomai, then watched his reaction. The elder's face first showed disbelief, then turned to rage, with a trace of heartache mixed in. The anger was clearly directed at the malicious outsider. The heartache was for Xiaomai for such a young child to suddenly bear such a heavy burden, and now to have vanished, his fate unknown. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even have known how much that child was suffering. When Elder Monkey spoke these words, his voice choked with emotion. Elder Monkey's genuine feelings were unmistakable. Suyu was now almost certain that this elder was truly a good and caring senior. He regarded all the monkey tribe beastfolk as his own children, which explained why he was so heartbroken after Xiaomai's disappearance, as if he had lost his own child. But in a way, that wasn't wrong. Suyu had already learned from the monkey beastfolk who'd led her here that Elder Monkey had never married or had children. The other monkeys all respected him deeply because he truly put the tribe first, devoting all his energy throughout his life to the tribe's development. Since he had no children of his own, every member of the monkey tribe was like his child. Elder Monkey, please don't be too upset yet. We still haven't found Xiaomai. You're right. Finding Xiaomai is the most important thing. Elder Monkey wiped his tears and quickly regained his composure. I asked Xiang about it. Xiaomai and the others never left the monkey tribe, so whoever did this must have snuck in. Elder Monkey, you might want to investigate this closely. After all, Suyu had only just arrived and didn't know much about the monkey tribe. Getting this clue from Xiang was already quite an achievement. Now that she was sure Elder Monkey was a good person, Suyu felt she could leave this matter to him. It was, after all, an internal affair of their tribe. Whether someone sneaked in or entered openly, the fact that an outsider had entered the monkey tribe was significant. This is something we should investigate ourselves. Elder Monkey's expression turned stern as he knocked on the table. He summoned a few monkey beast folk, gave them instructions, and they immediately left to carry them out. Once they had gone, Suyu lowered her voice and hesitated, as if troubled. Actually, there's another possibility. At this point, Elder Monkey had a very good impression of Suyu. After all, they'd been investigating for days with no leads, but Suyu had found out in less than half a day that someone had put pressure on Xiaomai. Given Suyu's identity as an elf, Elder Monkey not only liked her, but even trusted her. Please, go ahead. Whatever you say, even if it's inappropriate, I'll pretend I never heard it. Suyu silently praised Elder Monkey's wisdom, then didn't hesitate to share her other suspicion. It might not have been an outsider. Elder Monkey froze, his gaze growing complicated as he looked at Suyu. Her meaning was clear. Many people could have come into contact with Xiao Mai. It could have been a beast folk from another tribe, someone disguised as a beast folk, or, most troublingly, someone from the monkey tribe itself. If that was the truth, it would surely cause unrest within the tribe. It would mean, without exaggeration, that there was a traitor among them. You're right. Though he hated to admit it, Elder Monkey had to acknowledge that Suyu's suspicion was valid and not unlikely. After all, it was always easier for insiders to act. Elder Monkey, you are wise. In that case, I'll take my leave and look for clues elsewhere. The monkey tribe had already uncovered quite a few clues. There might be more, but they would be well hidden. Rather than waste time digging deeper, it was better to see if there were any easier leads elsewhere. Still troubled by Suyu's words, Elder Monkey couldn't help but wonder if there really was a traitor in the tribe. When Suyu said her goodbyes, he simply waved his hand and had a monkey beast folk escort her out. Before she left, Elder Monkey gave Suyu 5 monkey tribe tokens and a communal token. The monkey tribe's tokens bore a long tail design and were about the size of a bear's paw. This is the way out. Brother, do you know where the rabbit tribe is? Suyu stopped the monkey beast folk who was about to leave, intending to ask for directions. Although she had a map, the rabbit tribe's location was a bit vague. She could probably find it with some effort, but it would waste time. Fortunately, the monkey beast folk knew where the rabbit tribe was and even kindly led her part of the way. Go straight from here. She understood, since even in her own territory, strangers weren't allowed in the herb gardens. Seeing Suyu didn't take offense, Ah Huan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly went to speak with the guards at the garden entrance. After a brief exchange, one of the rabbit guards went inside while Ah Huan returned to Suyu's group. Not only were outsiders forbidden to enter, even rabbit tribe members couldn't just go in as they pleased. Soon, a female beast folk who resembled Baichao came out from the herb garden. You're Baichao's friend? The beast folk before her was clearly Baichao's mother. She smiled warmly and invited Suyu and her companions to her home as guests. I am Baichao's friend. She asked me to bring these things to you. Suyu took out a package and handed it to Baichao's mother. Baichao's mother didn't open the package right away. Instead, she set it aside and exchanged some pleasantries with Suyu. After a bit of small talk, Suyu got to the point about why she was there. Auntie, as you know, we're here to investigate the missing cubs. I'd like to ask you a few questions, if that's all right. Suyu asked politely. Naturally, Baichao's mother had no reason to refuse. Although none of the missing cubs this time were from the rabbit tribe, everyone was part of the beastin community. Crimes against cubs were simply too heinous. If she could help, she certainly would. After all, if they just stood by and did nothing, what would they do if their own cubs were targeted next? Go ahead and ask. It's just that our rabbit tribe wasn't eligible to participate in the trial this year, so I might not know much. Suyu was aware of this. That was why she'd only paid a brief visit to the rabbit elder before leaving. Since the rabbit tribe wasn't a victim this time, and they didn't have any cubs in the trial, they were basically uninvolved. Still, Suyu didn't mind. If she could find a clue, great. If not, it wasn't a loss. She started with a few casual questions. Though Baichao's mother was a bit puzzled, she still answered everything she knew seriously. Are you familiar with the monkey tribe? Baichao's mother nodded. Yes, we are. The rabbit and monkey tribes have always had a good relationship. And as you know, I'm in charge of the rabbit tribe's spiritual herb garden. We often trade spiritual herbs with the monkey tribe, so we've become quite close over time. So you knew about spiritual herbs. They were different from regular herbs, possessing spiritual qualities. Simply put, they were high-grade herbs with potent effects, but also much harder to cultivate. Suyu was very interested in spiritual herbs, but now wasn't the time to discuss that. Besides, her current identity meant she shouldn't show too much interest, so she planned to ask about it later using Baichao's name. Since you're familiar with the monkey tribe, do you know which other tribes have poor relations with them? Actually, asking the monkey elder directly would have been the easiest way to get an answer, but things were sensitive now. She didn't dare ask, for fear of being accused of sowing discord among the beastin. Even if everyone knew certain tribes didn't get along, it was best to keep such things unspoken. Besides, she was currently representing the elves. The monkey elder might appreciate her help, but that didn't mean he wanted her to know about these internal matters. As expected, Baitsao's mother frowned, looking like she wanted to say something but hesitated. Clearly, she knew something, but it wasn't convenient to say. Siyu had anticipated this. She didn't press further, instead shifting the topic to spiritual herbs. Besides asking me to deliver these things, Baichao also wanted me to ask you about spiritual herbs. Siyu inquired about how to cultivate spiritual herbs, what to watch out for, and how to obtain seeds, among other things. Spiritual herbs were precious, but not exclusive to the rabbit tribe. Plus, since it was her own daughter asking about cultivation, Baitsao's mother not only answered seriously, but even gave her a handbook on spiritual herb cultivation. Please give this to Xiao Qiao. Of course, Siyu nodded, putting the handbook away without looking at it. She wouldn't understand it anyway. She'd just hand it over to Baichao later. As for seeds, our rabbit tribe sells spiritual herb seeds. If Xiao Qiao needs any, she can have her territory's lord send someone to buy them. Baichao's mother never doubted Siyu's story. Siyu's story was half true. Baichao was indeed living in a human territory, and the lord there did want to grow spiritual herbs. She just hadn't mentioned that she herself was that lord. In Baichao's mother's eyes, Siyu was an elf and Baichao's friend, just helping out today. Thinking this, Baichao's mother's fondness for Siyu grew. Especially since Siyu hadn't pressed her earlier, but had changed the topic instead. While Siyu's real motive was simply to get information on spiritual herb cultivation if she couldn't get any clues, Baichao's mother saw it differently. She thought Siyu was a polite, perceptive, and humble elf. Could you ask everyone else to step outside? There's something I'd like to tell you privately, for you to pass on to Xiao Qiao. Baichao's mother seemed to have made up her mind, and spoke to Siyu in a low voice. Siyu nodded and had everyone else leave the room. Once only she and Baichao's mother remained, the rabbit woman whispered, "Don't be fooled by the beastkin's outward unity. There are actually quite a few private tensions." Siyu kept her expression neutral, but inside she was cheering. For a normally timid rabbit beastkin to say something like this, it meant she really trusted her. "Auntie, don't worry. What you tell me today will stay between us," Siyu promised. Baichao's mother breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "I can't speak for the others, but the snake tribe and leopard tribe don't get along well with the monkey tribe. Once, when we were trading spiritual herbs with the monkey tribe, the snake tribe interfered and ruined quite a few herbs. The matter was settled fairly by the chief, so it's in the past now." So you could tell that, despite what Baichao's mother said, she hadn't really let it go. And who could blame her? After working so hard to grow those herbs, even if she'd been compensated, she'd still feel upset. If only Vivian knew about this, if she heard someone had destroyed precious herbs for selfish reasons, she'd probably want to burn down the snake tribe herself. But there was nothing they could do. Whether rabbit or monkey, both were weaker than the snake tribe. The fact that the chief was willing to mediate was already a blessing. And what about the leopard tribe? So you remembered Mifei mentioning that the leopards and bears didn't get along, while the bears were close to the monkeys and rabbits. By the logic of the enemy of my friend is my enemy, the monkeys and leopards probably didn't get along either. That goes back many years. Apparently, the leopards tried to expand their territory and accidentally encroached on the bears, which led to conflict. The leopards weren't as strong as the bears back then, so they suffered quite a bit. So you understood. Territorial disputes were the most common cause of conflict among beasts. But what does this have to do with the monkey tribe? Could it really be that the leopard tribe is taking out their anger on the monkey tribe because of the bear tribe? After all, the leopard tribe was already in the wrong for accidentally trespassing on someone else's territory. It wouldn't make sense for them to go looking for more enemies for no reason, right? Perhaps seeing her confusion, Baichao's mother lowered her voice even further. Actually, when the leopard tribe trespassed into the bear tribe's territory, the bears didn't even notice. It was the monkey tribe who discovered it and reported it to the bears. Siyu, well, that makes sense now. The leopard tribe suffered a loss because of this incident. At first, they held a grudge against the bear tribe, but since they couldn't beat them, they just kept it to themselves. Now, having suddenly learned that it was the monkey tribe's tattling that got them into trouble, and given that the monkeys are much weaker than the bears, it's only natural that the leopards would start openly targeting the monkey tribe. Thinking of this, Siu couldn't help but admire the chieftain. She had only been in the beastmen tribes for less than a day, yet she'd already learned so much about the tangled conflicts between the different clans. If she had to sum it up in a vivid way, it was like a big elder managing dozens of unruly kids who were always fighting and bickering, yet somehow the elder still managed to keep the whole family running smoothly. That kind of skill was truly extraordinary. Siu had a lot on her mind, but she didn't show it on her face. After leaving Baitsao's house, she quickly took out pen and paper and wrote down all the relationships and clues she'd uncovered. For example, the missing children were from the monkey, ox, and leopard tribes. The bear tribe had good relations with the monkey and rabbit tribes. The leopard and snake tribes didn't get along with the monkey tribe, and the leopards also had a bad relationship with the bears. After writing it all down and reviewing it carefully, she decided her next stop would be the ox tribe. The ox tribe was quite far from the rabbit tribe, located in the completely opposite direction. Fortunately, they had horse-horned beasts for transportation. Though it would still take some time, at least they wouldn't have to go on foot and exhaust themselves. After more than 2 hours, Siu and her group finally arrived at the ox tribe before nightfall. To enter, they used a communal pass. The ox tribe didn't recognize the bear or monkey tribe's passes, only the communal ones. They had 6 communal passes, but there were 9 people in their group, so 3 couldn't go in. But Siu wasn't comfortable leaving just 3 people outside, so she only brought Mi Shui, Duoya, and Ningxia with her. With Mi Shui around, safety was basically guaranteed. Besides, there shouldn't be any major danger inside the ox tribe. The only reason they were being so cautious and not letting outsiders in was because of the missing child. If Siu's group hadn't had the communal passes, just being from the elf tribe wouldn't have been enough to get them in. She assigned the other 5 to investigate the surrounding area. Lilith was a beast tamer and had brought Xiao Hui with her, giving her plenty of room to operate among the beastmen. Dillo and Onlua were a puppeteer and a wood element mage, respectively, both able to be very effective when no one was around. That's why Siu left them outside. Inside the ox tribe, there were eyes everywhere, so it wouldn't be as easy to move around. After making all the arrangements, Siu followed an ox beast man who called himself Dashan into the tribe. As usual, the 4 of them first paid a visit to the ox tribe's elder. The elder was a burly, middle-aged man who looked much younger than the elders of the monkey or bear tribes. Even so, he seemed utterly exhausted, likely due to the missing child. I hope you'll understand. With the child still missing, we can't afford any more trouble, the elder explained, justifying why they couldn't let the whole group in. Siu expressed her understanding. After all, even if she didn't, it wouldn't change anything, might as well earn some goodwill. Sure enough, her attitude made the elder look much more at ease. Siu asked about what happened on the day of the trial. The elder's answers were similar to those of the monkey tribe's elder, with only minor differences in detail due to their different vantage points, nothing important, and Siu didn't dwell on it. Because of the important clue she'd found with the monkey tribe, Siu reasonably suspected that the missing ox tribe child might also have been pressured in some way. When she asked to meet the child's family, she was unexpectedly refused. "It's not that I won't let you meet them, but this child," the elder sighed, then continued, "this child, Emu, lost his parents early on and was raised by his great-grandmother. Now that Emu is missing, we're afraid the old lady would be devastated if she found out, so we've kept it from her." The elder explained that he'd told Amu's great-grandmother that the boy was exceptionally talented and needed to study with the chieftain and other children for a while, so he wouldn't be back soon. Although she missed Amu, she was proud to hear he was doing so well, and that pride helped suppress her longing. The elder had ordered everyone in the tribe not to mention the truth in front of the old lady. Luckily, because of her health, she rarely went out, so the secret had been kept. The few ox women who might interact with her were careful to only look after her and chat, never mentioning anything else. I see. After hearing this, Siu didn't insist on meeting the great-grandmother. The old lady's energy was limited, and she probably didn't know what had happened to Amu anyway, so there was no point in questioning her. Then, Elder, do you know if Amu had any close friends in the tribe? I'd like to look for clues from them. Since she couldn't start with the family, so you could only try those who had contact with Amu. Normally, children only interact with two groups, family and friends. That I do know. I often had my grandson look after Amu, the elder replied. Though he looked only about 30 by human standards, he was actually in his 50s or 60s, so having grandchildren was normal. The elder's grandson, Dashu, was a healthy, energetic boy. The Ox tribe was very united, especially caring for the old, weak, and disabled. That's why the elder had Dashu play with Amu, to prevent the orphan child from becoming withdrawn. Dashu and Amu were truly close. As soon as Suyu asked, Dashu started chattering away about Amu. The elder interrupted his grandson's rambling, telling him to focus on Suyu's questions and not talk nonsense. Dashu pouted in protest, but didn't argue. He cared about Amu too. Although Elder Nyo hadn't let anyone in the tribe tell the elders or children that Amu was missing, Big Tree was a clever child. After not seeing his little friend return for so long, he had already guessed something was wrong. Because of this, he would even go out of his way to chat with Amu's great-grandmother, just to distract the old lady's attention. Siu also found this child in front of her to be very sharp, so she didn't beat around the bush. She directly asked Big Tree if he had noticed anything unusual about Amu in the days leading up to his refinement. Big Tree scratched his head, then nodded. I'm not sure if it counts, but I felt like Amu seemed a bit down those days. Hearing this, Siu immediately felt a sense of familiarity. Previously, Asyang had said something similar, except she was talking about Xiaomai. As expected, this wasn't a coincidence. Someone really had been deliberately saying strange things in front of these little ones. Elder Nyo also realized something. He glanced at Siu a couple more times, then hurriedly grabbed his grandson to question him. Don't dawdle. Tell us in detail what was going on with Amu. Big Tree was a little intimidated by his grandpa, so he didn't dare keep anything back and spilled everything he knew. Amu kept saying he wasn't good enough in the 2 days before the refinement. He seemed really anxious. I tried to comfort him, but it didn't seem to help. He'd agree and say he was fine, but the next day he'd be anxious again. Why didn't you tell me something so important? Elder Nyo was about to be driven mad by his own grandson. He never would have thought that his clever, lively little grandson would actually keep something so important from him. Although for now it just seemed like a psychological issue with the child, Elder Nyo could sense that Suyu's questions had a clear direction. He guessed that Siu already knew some clues, which was why she was asking so specifically about the children's emotions. Since Siu was asking, it meant this was very important. The more Elder Nyo thought about it, the angrier he got. He couldn't help but give Big Tree a light smack on the back. Although it didn't hurt, Big Tree felt embarrassed, especially with outsiders present. His face immediately fell, and even his horns drooped in dejection. Seeing this, Siu quickly comforted Big Tree. She still had a few more questions to ask, and if Big Tree got upset now, how would she continue? While soothing Big Tree, Siu also explained to Elder Nyo, there's no need to be so angry. I'm sure Big Tree didn't mean to keep it from you. He probably never imagined it might be connected to Amu's disappearance. Hearing Siu speak up for him, Big Tree sniffled pitifully and echoed, I was going to tell Grandpa, but Amu always said he was just nervous about the refinement and didn't want others to worry about him. If others worried, he'd just get more nervous. No matter how clever and sensible Big Tree was, he was still just a child. How could he understand all this? He was worried, but Amu's words made sense to him. He wanted to tell someone, but was afraid it would just make Amu more anxious, so he kept quiet. The day before the refinement, Amu wasn't nervous anymore. He was happy and relaxed, just like usual, so I forgot all about it. If Amu's earlier words were what kept Big Tree from telling others, then Amu's cheerful mood the day before the refinement was what made Big Tree forget about the whole thing. Until he just now recounted it, Big Tree had truly thought Amu was just nervous. It wasn't until he noticed Suyu and his grandpa's strange reactions that he realized he'd made a mistake. See, Elder Nyo, the child is still very clever, Siu said with a smile, continuing to praise Big Tree. From an adult's perspective, Big Tree had made a mistake, or rather, he'd been too careless. But from the perspective of a peer, Siu felt it was already very good that Big Tree remembered and was able to share this. At the very least, Siu now had 2 clues, and because of the similarities, she could conclude this wasn't a coincidence. Someone with ill intent was targeting these children. Sigh, this child. Elder Nyo still looked stern on the surface, but inside he was overjoyed. Partly because his grandchild was clever, and partly because someone was praising him, but also because there was finally a lead in AMU's disappearance. Big Tree, you can go now. Elder Nyo sent Big Tree away. Big Tree knew his grandpa was about to discuss something important with this gentle stranger. He wanted to stay, but knew it wasn't his place, so after hesitating a moment, he trotted off. Once Big Tree was gone, Elder Nyo turned serious and asked Siu why she'd asked those questions. Siu didn't hide anything and directly told him what had happened with Xiaomai of the monkey tribe. The missing child from the monkey tribe is called Xiaomai. I asked his friends, and one of them said Xiaomai was also feeling very down in the 2 days before his refinement. Hearing this, what else could Elder Nyo not understand? It was obvious. Someone was targeting their beastman tribes. I just don't get it. Why would the bad guys want to put pressure on the children? How is that connected to their disappearance? Elder Nyo was puzzled too. But he was now certain this was related to the missing children. If it was just one child, it could be a coincidence. But with the monkey tribe's child experiencing the same thing, it definitely wasn't. By the way, Elder Nyo, do you know which tribes the missing children are from? Siu was very curious about the most talented and most mysterious missing child. Elder Nyo frowned and said, I only know there's one from our Nyo tribe, and then the monkey tribe and leopard tribe. As for the last one, I'm not sure. Siu felt a headache coming on. This answer was exactly the same as Elder Monkey's. Then who do you think would know the identity of the 4th missing child? Elder Nyo answered without hesitation, that would be the chief. He paused, then added, of course, the elder of that child's tribe would know too. It made sense. If a tribe produced an outstanding child, even if not everyone knew, the elder as the head of the tribe would definitely know. If even the elder didn't know, how would the chief know about the child's talent? After all, each tribe's transformation ceremony was presided over by their own elder. Only the ancestral refinement was presided over by the chief. Night had already fallen. Although Siu still had many questions, she forced herself not to ask further and instead took her leave, returning to the temporary residence Elder Xiong had arranged for them. When Siu arrived, she learned that Anita had already returned. Perhaps Anita was worried about disturbing her, or perhaps she was concerned about revealing her identity, so she hadn't contacted Siu using the voice transmission token. After all, elves don't need voice transmission tokens to communicate with each other. If Siu took one out, it would definitely arouse suspicion. How did it go? Looks like you picked up a lot of clues today. Anita smiled at Siu, her face completely relaxed. Siu nodded and returned the question, you must have learned a lot too. After a pause, she recounted her discoveries among the monkey and ox tribes. Anita's expression didn't change at all throughout Suyu's account. You already knew? Anita shook her head. No, but maybe it's because I already know so much that these things don't seem like much anymore. Siu, what a humble brag. Anita wasn't joking. Once Siu finished, Anita began to share what she knew. She really wasn't exaggerating, she did know a lot. One piece of information in particular was a real bombshell. Siu, I heard from the chief today that one of the missing cubs has already been found. Want to guess which one? Siu was stunned, then blurted out, could it be the most talented cub? Anita had wanted to keep her in suspense, but Siu guessed it right away. Seeing Anita's expression, Siu knew she'd guessed correctly. But instead of feeling happy, her feelings were complicated. Actually, it wasn't a wild guess. Of the 4 missing cubs, she'd already visited the monkey and ox tribes. If the one found was Xiaomai or Amu, the 2 elders wouldn't have acted the way they did. Even if they were pretending, their act was too convincing. Unless the chief found the cub but didn't tell them, but that didn't seem reasonable. So the cub Anita mentioned could only be from the leopard tribe, or the mysterious prodigy whose identity was still unknown. With a 50-50 chance, Siu instinctively picked the special one, and it turned out to be correct. That's right. The most talented cub, his name is Amon, and he's from the serpent tribe. We found him in the Forbidden Grounds, and he was already unconscious when we found him. The more Siu heard, the stranger she felt. Anita seemed to sense her thoughts and sighed. You think something's off too, right? I feel the same, but as an outsider, there are a lot of things I can't say. Although the beastmen invited the elves to help, in reality, they didn't want the elves meddling in their affairs. As for why they invited them despite that, there were many complicated reasons. Siu had some guesses, so she didn't press further. She wasn't concerned about the politics between the elves and beastmen, she only cared about the cubs. Did this Amon say anything about what happened? No, he was still unconscious when I left. Anita shook her head. Siu frowned, suspicious. Is he really unconscious? Anita smiled. Who knows? Siu understood. Anita's point was clear. They were unlikely to get any information out of Amon. As for why, there was no explanation. But one thing's for sure, the chief definitely wants to find the other 3 cubs as well. Anita didn't say what her evidence was, but since she was so sure, it must be true. I checked out the Forbidden Grounds. I didn't find anything unusual. I also learned that during the beastmen's atavistic tempering, the tribe is sealed off, no outsiders are allowed in. Anita's implication was clear. If someone really caused trouble, it was most likely an insider. After all, with the place sealed off, it would be nearly impossible for an outsider to sneak in and target the cubs under everyone's noses. Even Anita herself wasn't confident she could do it. The Forbidden Grounds weren't ordinary. Even beastmen felt immense pressure inside, let alone outsiders. Anita had only been inside for less than 10 seconds before she felt an overwhelming pressure. It was only because of her own strength, the beastman's token she carried, the chief's escort, and her lack of ill intent that she was able to stay even that long. Why does it feel like things are getting messy, even though we've already found one cub, so you couldn't help but say? Anita nodded in agreement. Siu took out her notebook and decided to start her analysis from the beginning. Since 2 heads are better than 1, she roped Anita in to help. It was already late, and Anita didn't need to go out anyway. The biggest clue we have is that 2 of the cubs were put under pressure before the tempering. It's a pity I didn't have time to visit the leopard tribe today. If their cub experienced the same thing, that would confirm the pattern. Anita wasn't as fixated. It's fine, even if the leopard cub didn't have the same experience, we can still analyze things separately. What if the leopard cub disappeared for a different reason? Siu thought she had a point. She didn't need every cub to have the same experience to analyze the case. You're right, Siu said, then began discussing the monkey and ox tribe cubs. Let's ignore who spoke to them for now and focus on their motive. Xiang said Xiaomai was worried about embarrassing the monkey tribe if he didn't perform well in the atavistic tempering, so the person must have said something along those lines like, if you don't work hard and perform, you'll disgrace the monkey tribe. Anita didn't speak, but nodded in agreement. They said all that to increase the pressure on Xiaomai and Amu, making it easier to take the next step. So, Siu, what do you think their next step was? Anita asked, playing along. Siu thought for a moment, then said, since they used the tempering as leverage, whatever they did next must also be related to the tempering. Whenever a living being is anxious or worried about something, they always hope things will go smoothly. What Xiaomai and Amu care about most is definitely the tempering process. So after applying pressure, that person could naturally say things like, I can help you with your tempering, or I can make sure you perform well during the tempering. This person took advantage of the young one's desire to contribute to their race, luring them into doing certain things, and that's what led to their disappearance, Aneta concluded decisively. Siu nodded, she thought the same. Besides that, I've discovered something else. I don't think the mastermind's real target is the young ones at all, Siu said, surprising everyone. Aneta blinked. Oh? If it's not the young ones, then what is it? She didn't ask Siu why she thought so, she just wanted to hear the answer. Siu hesitated for a moment, then said firmly, it's the Forbidden Land. Aneta was stunned. It sounded a bit far-fetched, but the more Annetta thought about it, the more sense it made. If you think about it, the biggest difference between the day of the ancestral tempering and normal days is the gathering of the young ones and the opening of the Forbidden Land. Because of the tempering, the young ones are gathered together and in a place ordinary people can't access, which makes it easier for someone to make a move. The Forbidden Land is the same. Normally, it's heavily guarded, and only during the ancestral tempering does the chief send people to open it. So there are only two possible targets, the young ones or the Forbidden Land. More precisely, it's something inside the Forbidden Land thereafter. As for what exactly, Sue didn't know, she'd never been inside. The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became. She spoke quickly. Maybe we were all wrong from the start. The real target is the Forbidden Land. They used the young ones, did something to them, and as long as the young ones entered the Forbidden Land, they could achieve their goal. As for why the young ones disappeared, Sue figured it was just necessary sacrifice for their plan. At this point, Sue noticed Annetta's expression had become especially grim. "Sue, we shouldn't get involved in this anymore," Annetta said, as if she'd already guessed something. Sue suspected that if it weren't already night, Annetta would have told her to pack up and leave immediately. "Can you tell me why?" Annetta hesitated, then raised her hand to set up a barrier. In every generation, the Beastkin have outstanding individuals who serve as the pillars of the race. All of them must undergo tempering in the divine pool inside the Forbidden Land. You're right, their target is the divine pool. If anything happens to the divine pool, the strength of the new generation of Beastkin will be severely weakened. Sue understood. Now she knew why Annetta was so serious and why the Beastkin chief always acted so evasive around her. Clearly, they were afraid the elves would find out. If they were so afraid of being exposed, it meant something had already happened to the divine pool, otherwise, there'd be no need to be so nervous. But even though they were afraid, they still invited the elves over. In reality, they were using the elves. Just like the merfolk, when disaster strikes, there's always another race to help shield you from the storm. In any case, tomorrow I'll have Miffy and Miss You escort you all home, Annetta said. She herself couldn't leave, since she was the invited elven princess. If she left in a hurry before the missing young ones were found, it would definitely arouse suspicion, especially from the chief, who might guess they'd learned something. The elves weren't afraid of such things, but there was no need to invite trouble. And even though the Beastin were using the elves, Annetta, looking at the bigger picture, was willing to go along. She couldn't just stand by and watch disaster befall the Beastin. But Suyu and her group absolutely couldn't stay any longer. The Beastin territory was no longer safe. If their identities were exposed and the mastermind pinned the Divine Pool incident on them, not only would their safety be at risk, but it would also damage relations between the elves and Beastin. All right, I'll take my people and leave tomorrow. But how do we explain it? We only just arrived today. If we leave after one day, even if we're not as conspicuous as you, it'll still look suspicious. No need to worry. The Beastkin have no right to interfere with the comings and goings of elves. Besides, the chief has bigger things to worry about right now, Annetta said. She could come up with countless excuses, but she couldn't be bothered. At this point, it was the Beastkin who should be feeling guilty. As the ones being used, the elves, Annetta included, might be willing to cooperate for the greater good, but that didn't mean they weren't angry about it. No one likes being used, especially when it involves getting dragged into something this serious. By the way, when you return tomorrow, help me report all this to Her Majesty the Queen. The matter was too complicated to explain in a few words, and since they were still in Beastin territory, Annetta couldn't use elven methods to send messages. Since Sue was leaving anyway, she could deliver the message. Sue readily agreed. She also had something else she wanted to discuss with the Elven Queen. After making their plans, the two went to rest. The next day, Sue gathered her people and, under the escort of Miffy and Miss You, left the Beastin territory. As before, the portal couldn't be opened inside the Beastin lands, so they walked some distance out first. Then Miss You opened a portal, and they returned directly to their own territory. Once home, everyone dispersed, but Suyu followed Miffy and Miss You to the Elven lands. Aneta had already informed the Queen of Sea's visit the night before, so when Siu arrived, many elves were there to greet her. One immediately took over from Miffy and led Siu to the Queen. The Queen looked the same as before. Siu looked at her, and the Queen looked back. Siu had the feeling the Queen also had something to say to her. Curious as she was, Siu didn't forget her purpose. She carefully and thoroughly reported everything about the beast and young ones, the divine pool, and the rest to the Elven Queen. The Queen's expression didn't change, but Siu could sense she was anything but calm inside. A few seconds later, the Queen sighed, and Siu felt goosebumps rise all over her arms. The Queen seemed not to notice her reaction and simply asked, "Do you remember what I told you before?" Siu nodded. "Of course. That's why I came here today. You said that after the 5th attack by the dark creatures, you would tell me something. 2 months ago, when the double calamities ended, Sunset Territory had already endured 3 waves of attacks from the dark creatures. During these 2 months, Sunset Territory faced another dark creature assault every month. Although each wave of dark creatures was stronger than the last, Sunset Territory wasn't standing still either. In other words, the territory's development outpaced the rate at which the dark creatures were growing stronger. As a result, they were able to handle these threats smoothly. One could even say they crushed the dark creatures with ease. The most recent attack occurred on the 190th day. This assault lasted a full 10 days, ending after more than 200 days had passed. Siu spent another 10 days making adjustments, upgrading, and developing her territory. Just as she was about to seek out the Queen to fulfill a promise, she received an invitation from Aneta to visit the Orc tribe. So she decided to go to the Orcs first. After all, she could visit the Elves anytime, but the Orcs weren't always so accessible. So, Your Majesty, can you tell me a bit more now? For example, some secrets about this world. The Queen smiled faintly, not at all surprised that Siu had already guessed what she wanted to say. You're very clever. I believe you must have figured out a lot since you arrived here. But before we get to that, I want you to meet someone. The Elf Queen fell silent, and Siu saw a slender, graceful woman stroll out from behind the throne. It was a completely unfamiliar face. Siu was sure she'd never seen it before. Yet, for some reason, the woman's aura and mannerisms felt oddly familiar. It was as if she had met this person before, just not with this face. Siu quickly came up with a candidate who fit the bill. Kiina. That's right, Siu was referring to the former mermaid queen, Leah's mother, the twin pearl child of the merfolk, Kiina. Siu wasn't surprised to see Kiina here. After all, the merfolk and the elves had a close relationship, and as the queen said, Siu had already guessed a lot, including that Kiina, like the queen, probably possessed certain memories. Given that, it was only natural for the two to meet here. This is the first time I've met you with this face, and yet you guessed it right away. Kiina brushed her high ponytail of chestnut curls, a bright, heroic smile lighting up her face. Unlike Hong Si, the persona Kiina used to disguise herself, who was always reserved, gentle, and demure. Perhaps that image was better suited to staying by Luya's side and caring for her. But that wasn't her true nature. The free-spirited, confident woman Siu saw now was the real Kiina. All right, let's sit and talk. The queen waved her hand, and 2 chairs appeared out of thin air, with a table of tea and snacks set before them. Honestly, if someone unaware of the situation saw the scene, they'd probably think it was some sort of tea party, never imagining that a human, an elf, and a mermaid were about to discuss earth-shattering secrets. Since we're all here, let's not waste time. Kiina's real personality was as decisive as she appeared. And it made sense, after all, anyone who could dig out her own mermaid pearl to save someone else wasn't simple. I've died once, so there's nothing left to fear. What happened back then did leave me gravely wounded, on the brink of death. Later, I really did die, but someone saved me. In return, I gave that person my mermaid pearl. Suyu's heart was in turmoil. She didn't even know which part of that statement to focus on. After I was resurrected, I was no longer a mermaid. That's when I learned that the one who saved me was a shaman from the Snow Mountain tribe. She needed a mermaid pearl, so she took mine. But later, she found out she couldn't use it. Kiina laughed at this point. The Snow Mountain tribe, so you knew of them. They were a small, obscure group living atop remote snowy peaks. Just because they were small didn't mean they lacked extraordinary individuals, they just weren't well known. Kiina didn't keep her in suspense and continued, "It's true that mermaid pearls can bring someone back to life, but not all pearls can do that. There are different grades of pearls. The more powerful the pearl, the stronger the owner's lingering will attach to it. Until that will is gone, the pearl belongs to its original owner, and no one else can use it." So you understood. So the shaman from the Snow Mountain tribe never intended to save Kiina at first. She just wanted to take the pearl and leave. But because the pearl still held Kiina's will, she couldn't use it. She had no choice but to revive Kiina to erase that will. Whether the shaman's actions were right or wrong, she was definitely a formidable figure. Otherwise, she couldn't have resurrected someone. Kiina had said it herself. She was truly dead at the time. The pearl only kept her body from decaying and her soul from dispersing. It couldn't actually bring her back to life. Besides, the shaman needed the pearl, so she wouldn't have used it to resurrect Kiina. That meant the shaman knew an entirely new method of resurrection and could actually pull it off. After I was revived, a flood of memories suddenly appeared in my mind. I learned that the merfolk would face a great calamity. So, once I recovered, I returned to the merfolk as Hongxi. So you understood the rest of the story. Kiina used her prophetic memories to manipulate the pieces on the board, turning the tables and trying to save the merfolk from disaster. Though she glossed over the process in a single sentence, so you knew it must have been incredibly difficult. After all, even the elf queen had failed despite giving her all. I made a pact with the sea god. He gave me power to help avert the disaster. As for the price, Kiina didn't say, but from the looks of things, it clearly wasn't her life. Otherwise, she wouldn't be here, safe and sound. Besides, after her resurrection, Kiina was just an ordinary person. She had nothing the sea god would covet. Trading an ordinary life for limitless power, by any measure, it was a loss for the sea god. But Siyu felt that the sea god truly had lost out, though he didn't seem to care. The merfolk were his followers, after all, and he was willing to help. Moreover, Kiina was the twin pearl child, his favorite. Even if she wasn't anymore, he'd still show her some favor. But I was still too careless. I never expected them to have so many tricks up their sleeves: controlled puppets, corrupted forbidden grounds, dark creatures, imposters wearing other skins, and even mind-bending spells. So you couldn't help but comfort her. It's not really underestimating the enemy, it's just that the other side was too well prepared. Now, many of Siyu's questions about the merfolk had finally been answered. Why was the pollution in the merfolk palace sometimes there and sometimes not? Why did the attacks from the fishmen and dark creatures fluctuate in intensity? Why did the merfolk seem to be on the verge of collapse, like a crumbling tower that swayed but never actually fell? It was all thanks to Kiina. But Kiina's power alone was limited. She could help deal with the surface-level pollution and resist most of the physical attacks against the merfolk. That's right. This is all I could do. Kiina accepted Siyu's comfort calmly, unlike others who might have blamed themselves in this situation. Is it that you can't tell anyone about these things? Siyu felt that Kiina could have done even more. If one person's strength wasn't enough, why not bring in more help? But she hadn't done so. It couldn't be that she hadn't thought of it, so it must be that she couldn't do it. Thinking of the queen, it seemed she was in the same situation. It all made sense. Kiina nodded. Yes, those memories are crystal clear, but I can't tell anyone. Well, that was before. Now that the calamity has passed, I can finally talk about it. You're much better off than I am. You might not be able to speak of it, but at least you can change things. I don't even have the ability to change anything. The one who said this was clearly the queen. Only now did Siyu realize the queen was here too. Maybe Kiina's story had been so captivating that she'd forgotten she was still in the Elven lands. The queen was right. Both she and Kiina had memories, but the difference was, the queen could only rely on Siyu to change things, while Kiina, though unable to speak of her memories, could still use her own strength to turn the tide. Though her power was limited, what she did was enough that the merfolk could survive even without Siyu and the elves. albeit with heavy losses. I think this might be related to her resurrection, Siyu voiced her bold guess. Seeing both of them look at her, she continued, you two are puppets, chess pieces. But once the puppet's body is destroyed, once the chess piece is shattered, the puppet is no longer controlled, and the chess piece no longer has to move according to the player's will. This was the first time Siyu had so openly stated in front of the queen that they were the ones being controlled. Even though everyone knew it deep down, no one had ever said it out loud. It always felt like saying it would bring some kind of misfortune. But Siyu suddenly found the courage. No one knew what she was thinking. So that's how it is. Kiina let out a short laugh. In that case, I should be grateful I died once. Otherwise, I'd never have had the chance to change any of this. The queen sighed and said nothing. If rebirth through fire could truly change everything, the queen might have been willing to take that risk too. But the elves and the merfolk were different. Kiina hadn't been the merfolk queen at the time, and the merfolk wouldn't have perished without her. But for the elves, without the queen, chaos would have been inevitable. Suddenly, Siyu thought of something and looked up at Kiina. Did you deliberately give up the throne to the previous merfolk king? Kiina raised an eyebrow but said nothing. I get the feeling you knew something all along. You knew you were going to die, so you couldn't become the merfolk queen. Losing the queen and losing the child of the twin pearls are two very different things for the merfolk. Siyu felt this was the real truth. The child of the twin pearls was important, but the merfolk could survive without them. But if the queen died, the merfolk would be too weak to face the other sea clans, and chaos would erupt in the oceans. If the merfolk didn't handle it quickly, the balance of power in the seas would be overturned. Even if they rushed to choose a new queen, there would still be unrest, and the worst part would be the struggle for the throne. Foolish contenders might fight each other for power, disregarding the safety of the merfolk. So, if Kiina's death was inevitable, she absolutely couldn't become queen. That was the most reasonable explanation Siyu could think of. Otherwise, from what she knew of Kiina, she didn't seem like someone irresponsible enough to give up the throne just to avoid pressure, or someone so willful as to dig out her own pearl to resurrect a friend, only to die in the ensuing chaos. That strong sense of incongruity had always been there. Siyu just hadn't known about all that Kiina had been through, so she'd been suspicious, but lacked the clues to figure it out, and had to accept things as they appeared. You're so clever it's a little scary. Kiina clicked her tongue and subconsciously rubbed the goosebumps on her arm. She didn't say whether Siyu's guess was right, but that was as good as admitting it. So your memories weren't something you gained after resurrection, but something you had before you died. You were just restricted and couldn't do anything at the time, Siyu stated the truth directly. Kiina nodded helplessly. Yes, that's right. But I'm not as amazing as you think. I just figured, since I was going to die anyway, why bother being queen? It's such a tiring job, so many things to deal with every day. Since I didn't have long to live, I might as well enjoy myself while I could. Siyu. Elven queen. She really could let things go. But Siyu thought that, for all the casualness in her words, maybe this really was what Kiina had thought at the time. She knew she was going to die, so she gave up the throne, resurrected her friend, set up countless formations to protect the merfolk as best she could, and then faced death calmly. Her resurrection, though, must have been something she hadn't expected. She hadn't lied about what happened after she came back. So why did you hide it? Siyu asked curiously. Kiina was even more helpless. After I came back and realized that guy hadn't done a good job as king, I regretted it. If I'd known he'd turn out like this, I would have dug out both my and his pearls and given them to Melior and let her be queen. Siyu finally understood Kiina's way of thinking. She clearly felt that, as someone who had memories from the start, she'd chosen such a fool to rule the merfolk, which was embarrassing, so she simply pretended she didn't know anything. Kiina, I only got my memories after resurrection. What happened before has nothing to do with me. Siyu, well, that's just so Kiina. Kiina had finished telling her story, and the truth about the merfolk had been revealed. Next, it was the Elven Queen's turn. But what the Queen was about to say definitely wasn't about the elves. After all, Siyu knew the elves inside out. What the Queen was going to reveal now was the secret she had promised to tell Siyu after the 5th Dark Creature invasion ended. In fact, All of this originates from a battle between two worlds. When Siyu heard this, her heart skipped a beat, an inexplicable sense of dread sweeping over her. She forced herself to calm down and kept listening. The clay sculptor was the poorest person in his village. He loved making clay figures and possessed an extraordinary talent for it. Clay figures are lifeless by nature, but as the sculptor's skills improved, his creations became increasingly lifelike. Until one day, he crafted a clay figure indistinguishable from a real person. That clay figure was the first to come alive. At first, it treated the sculptor, its creator, with absolute kindness, and with its help, the sculptor's life improved greatly. Gradually, though, the sculptor became dissatisfied with his life. He wanted to create more clay figures, to have them all serve him. He was half successful. At this point, the Elven Queen paused and looked at Siyu. Can you guess what happened to the sculptor in the end? Siyu thought for a moment and replied, because his abilities couldn't keep up with his growing greed, the clay figures eventually went out of control, and he was killed by them. The Queen clapped her hands. That's certainly a very reasonable ending. Reasonable, but not correct. Siyu had guessed wrong. But then, there could be countless possible endings to this story. It was perfectly normal to guess wrong. After hearing Siyu's answer, the Queen continued, later, the clay figures did indeed go out of control, because there was another master, even more skilled than the sculptor. His clay figure techniques were even more refined, and he was more powerful than the sculptor. He intended to take all of the sculptor's clay figures for himself. As the Queen spoke, Siyu gradually pieced together a real-world version of the story. With overwhelming strength, the master became the new owner of the clay figures. His ambitions were even greater than the sculptor's. He wanted to use the clay figures to rule the world. That's the end of my story. The Queen smoothed her sleeve, which she had unconsciously clenched. Siyu, cliffhanger. How shameless. Although she grumbled inwardly, Siyu still asked another seemingly off-topic question. So what about everyone else? Everyone else? Of course, the other people in that world. Siyu smiled. The master wants to rule the world with his clay figures, but he's not the only person in the world. What makes him think his clay figures can take on the whole world? The Queen thought for a moment, then nodded seriously. You're right. No one wants to be ruled, so they're all fighting for their freedom. Siyu felt like the Queen's words had a double meaning. No one wants to be ruled, not just the people of that world, but also the clay figures being controlled. The clay figures refused to be manipulated, turned on their master, and then sought to become the new rulers themselves. As Siyu pondered this, the Queen seemed to see through her thoughts and suddenly said, they're trying very hard, but the clay figures are already close to succeeding. Siyu's mind raced, and suddenly she remembered why she had come here today. Besides listening to stories, she had another purpose, to inform the Queen about the orcs' divine pool. Although she had successfully prevented disasters for both the elves and the mere folk, the orcs and dragons were still suffering, and the orcs' divine pool had also encountered problems. In fact, from the very beginning of the story, Siyu had understood the Queen's point. The sculptor and the master weren't important. The real protagonists of the story were the clay figures and ordinary humans. As absurd as it seemed, this appeared to be the truth. She'd heard tales of machines gaining self-awareness and turning on humanity, and now it seemed to be coming true. This was exactly what she and the others were experiencing. The system and this datafied world were the best proof. Clearly, this wasn't something contemporary technology could achieve. So, were they trapped in a digital world created by their own technological inventions? And now, these data entities wanted to rule the human world? Siyu felt something was off, but no matter what it was, it couldn't compare to the shock of this revelation. Seeing Siyu lost in thought, the Queen exchanged a glance with Kayena, then got up and left. When Siyu came back to her senses, she realized she was alone. No. Strictly speaking, she had always been alone, because the Queen and Kayena were both clay figures. They should have been on the opposing side. But reality didn't seem to be that simple. Kayena aside, Siyu hadn't interacted with her much, so she couldn't say for sure whether she was an enemy, but the Queen and the elves had helped her many times. That much was undeniable. And everything she now knew had been told to her by the Queen. Even though the queen and the elves were clay figures, they weren't on that side. This was clear from how they had almost lost Ainita. They would never turn on each other. The same was true for the merfolk. Besides, there were others: Dolly, Doya, Lyle, Lake, Vivian, Mech, Lilith. Unknowingly, Siu had returned to Sunset territory. She sat alone in the Lord's manor, thinking for a long time, until she finally figured something out. She recalled the ultimate goal of those people: to merge the continents. But the queen had said she didn't want that, and that the merfolk felt the same. From that, Siu realized the queen was hinting that neither the elves nor the merfolk were on that side. As for the orcs and dragons, they were probably not on that side either, since they were victims too. The queen simply didn't know their stance, but that didn't mean they were enemies. Wait, Siu suddenly noticed something. She realized that the world seemed to have 3, maybe even 4, factions. The first faction was herself, just her alone. The second faction was the elves, the merfolk, and the residents of her territory. Even those outside her territory, anyone who opposed the merging of the continents belonged to the second faction. The third faction was the organization pushing for the merger, the common enemy of Suyu and the second faction. As for the fourth faction, Siu wasn't sure it existed, but it was the system. What she just realized was off was the system itself. From beginning to end, the system had never deliberately helped her, but it hadn't misled her either. Back when she knew nothing of the truth, if the system had given her just a little nudge, she could have easily joined the third faction. As much of a pain as the system could be, at least it hadn't done anything truly irreversible. If you considered the system as a fourth faction, so you could easily see that its stance was separate from the other 3. In other words, the system wasn't on the side of merging the continents, nor was it trying to stop the merger. It didn't care about the outcome at all. It was more like it was simply providing a stage for everyone to perform on. Although the second and third factions were both data, and the system was also data, they were different. The system was the one controlling the data, while the second and third factions, just like herself, all lived under the system's control. This kind of participant, who was involved yet detached, reminded Siu of a competition where besides the 2 competitors, there was always a third essential role: the referee. Congratulations, A1-16, on successfully uncovering most of the world's truth. Current progress, 88%. Suyu. She was a bit speechless and somewhat annoyed at being monitored, but mostly she was surprised that her guess had been confirmed. So you really are the referee? Since the system clearly knew what she was thinking, Siu figured she might as well ask directly. No comment. Siu nodded knowingly. In this situation, admitting is admitting, denying is denying, and neither denying nor admitting is basically defaulting. So the system had tacitly agreed. It really was the referee. Who said you could think that way? Siu didn't care what the system thought. She continued, "You're the referee, so your goal is to give humans a fair chance to compete." She waited a few minutes, but the system didn't respond. Siu understood again, it was tacit approval. The system was about to lose its mind. How could this woman be so good at guessing? Why doesn't she just ascend to heaven? Give her the pen, let her write the story. The reason Siu asked that was because she felt that as the balancing force, if humans were stronger than data, that was the normal trend. After all, data was created by humans, so the system wouldn't interfere. But if data was stronger than humans, and humans were about to be replaced by data, that would go against the natural order. So, to maintain balance, the system would step in to help humans, giving them a chance to fight back. Siu thought this made sense, but also didn't. Why would humans suddenly be able to create data that could replace themselves? She wasn't saying humans didn't have the ability, it was just too sudden. This powerful data seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, catching humanity completely off guard. She even suspected it might not have been created by humans at all. Wait a minute. Could this really be an alien plot to take over the planet? Siu muttered, her imagination running wild. Congratulations, A1-16, on successfully uncovering the entire truth of the data world. Current progress, 100%. Siu was surprised that she'd blurted out the truth, but found it more amusing than anything. So, what if you don't say anything? Didn't you still give yourself away? The system was completely dumbfounded. So you didn't care what it was thinking. Right now, she just felt a calmness that came from knowing the truth. Since it was aliens trying to take over the planet, their goal must be related to domination. In other words, merging the continents was probably connected to ruling the planet. Maybe merging the continents was the same as conquering the world. If you thought of the two continents as two planets, merging them would be like connecting two worlds. As Suyu's thoughts wandered, somewhere she couldn't see, the system was staring blankly at a screen full of garbled code. Then, as if it had suddenly thought of something, the system seemed to cheer up. It immediately threw a new mission at Suyu. Main quest: Journey to the Dragon Clan. Objective: Go to the Dragon Clan and uncover their secrets. Quest item: Dragon Stones x10. Time limit: 1 month. Dragon Stone. Quality: purple. Type: item consumable. Description: Dragon stones come in pairs, a parent and a child stone. The child stone marks an origin point. Using the parent stone allows instant teleportation to the vicinity of the Dragon Clan. Within the Dragon Clan's territory, using the child stone teleports you back to the origin. What's this about? Forcing her to go to the Dragon Clan? So you couldn't figure out why the system wanted her to do this, but she didn't think it was trying to harm her. After all, now that she knew the system was the referee, it had to be fair to some extent. Even if it wasn't perfectly fair, it wouldn't be too biased. Combining everything she'd learned today with what she already knew, it wasn't hard to guess that merging the continents required a huge amount of energy. Connecting two worlds would take a lot of power, and the main sources of that energy were the 4 major races. Their plans to deal with the merfolk and elves had already been foiled by her. Unfortunately, the plot against the Beastmen seemed to have succeeded. Now, only the Dragon Clan remained. Was the system sending her to the Dragon Clan to sabotage the enemy's plans? Or to send her to her death? So you didn't know what the system was thinking, but she knew she had no choice but to go. 10 dragon stones meant she could only bring 10 people. That didn't seem like much, but against the Dragon Clan, humans were completely outmatched. She was heading straight into their lair. 10 people, 100 people, it wouldn't make much difference. She wasn't going there to fight, so the number of people didn't matter much. What she was really struggling with was whether or not to bring the dragon egg. If she brought the dragon egg to the Dragon Clan, they'd definitely take it. But once it was in their hands, who knew if it would survive? The Dragon Clan was hardly safe right now, and a defenseless dragon egg wouldn't stand much chance. But if she did bring the egg, she'd have the advantage of being able to use the favor of returning it to move freely among the Dragon Clan. That much so you could count on. The Dragon Clan always repaid their debts, and Faya was proof of that. If she didn't bring the egg, it would be safe, but she probably wouldn't even get through the Dragon Clan's gates. However, the quest had a 1-month time limit, which meant nothing major would happen to the Dragon Clan for at least a month. So she could wait and see. There was no need to rush off immediately. So she settled in to wait. But she wasn't just sitting around, she was busier than ever. She kept in frequent contact with Anita to keep up with the Beastman's situation, monitored the dragon egg at all times, and didn't neglect the development of her own territory. Even though the Dragon Clan could easily crush them, she wanted to increase her margin for error and give herself more room to maneuver. During this time, she worked hard to strengthen several of her mages. This time, she planned to bring more mages with her. After all, physical attacks were basically useless against the Dragon Clan. She didn't intend to make enemies of them, but with all the infighting among dragons, no matter whose side she took, she was bound to offend someone. Just thinking about it gave Siyu a headache. Over the next 10 days, while Siyu was busy recruiting many high combat power personnel, she also managed to raise the strength of all the mages she already had. Even the mages she didn't plan to bring to the Dragon Clan received this boost. Mike was now a master-level mage. Thanks to Suyu's focused training, he had even reached a bottleneck, his strength almost at the Grandmaster level. A mage of this caliber could, in the human world, single-handedly wipe out a small city. Besides Mike, Both Vivian and Ningxia had successfully advanced to master level as well. The remaining two, Chanwei and Anlua, were at the peak of the advanced level, while Yuei, despite his initially poor talent, had managed to reach the advanced mage level thanks to a talent-boosting item Siyu gave him. In addition to these 6 mages, Siyu used her accumulated recruitment attempts over the past days to bring in more than 20 new people, a third of whom were mages. She had almost gathered mages of every element. Beyond mages, she also gradually filled in other professions that her territory lacked. Apart from the long-desired, but previously unattainable professions like witches and spirit censors, she also recruited various production specialists, such as gem inlay craftsmen, talisman makers, and refiners. So you couldn't help but feel that perhaps it was just her imagination, but the territory's development had gone unusually smoothly over these 10 days. The daily flow of people was unexpectedly high, the auras from the aura sachets were all beneficial, and even the random events were more advantageous than not. The most obvious improvement was in the tavern's recruitment. It was visibly getting better. Siyu suspected the system had done something. She wanted to knock on the system and ask, but then thought, what if asking brought about some bad change to this good fortune? So she decisively chose to pretend she knew nothing. When everything was finally ready, there were 18 days left on the quest timer. Siyu held the dragon egg in her arms, accompanied by 7 others, 8 people in total. Among the 7, 5 were old acquaintances: Duoya, Yaoguang, Vivian, Mike, and Chanwei. The remaining 2 were Shailing and a newly recruited high-level earth mage, Mingjun. Shailing was the child who had been forced to inherit the power of a god-level mage. She had once been on the verge of death, unable to control her energy. But after a long period of physical recovery and ability training, her stats now far surpassed Mike's. She was now a Grandmaster-level ice mage. Her rapid progress was entirely due to the god-level mage's talent and energy. Unlike ordinary mages, for whom god level was an unattainable end goal, for her, it was just the starting point. Of course, stats on paper don't equal real combat power. Even with a whole level's difference, Shailing still couldn't beat Mike in a fight. But she was still very strong, second only to Mike, so after Siyu tested her basic abilities and found no issues, she brought her along. As for Mingjun, his magical talent was also quite good. He'd been recruited not long ago, and Siyu brought him mainly because the Dragon Clan's lair was in a mountainous region, where earth magic would be especially useful. Out of the 7, 5 were mages, making the only 2 non-mages stand out a bit. Siyu brought Duoya not out of habit, but because of the dragonbone pattern bow. She suspected there might be some connection between the Dragon Clan and Duoya's father, so she brought Duoya along, with the bow in tow. As for Yaoguang, it was obvious Siyu wouldn't have chosen to bring her. Not only did Yaoguang lack combat ability, but with her frail little body, Siyu worried she'd be more of a liability than a help. But Yaoguang had insisted on coming, and Siyu agreed without hesitation. She figured Yaoguang probably knew something again. When dealing with someone so full of secrets, as long as they were trustworthy, there was often no need to ask questions, just follow their lead. Thanks to their items, the journey to the Dragon Clan was smooth, so smooth, in fact, that there was barely any journey at all. With a single use of the item, everything went black, and when they opened their eyes again, they were already at the foot of a mountain range as black and red as a volcano. The mountains glowed red, black smoke billowing from the peaks, and the temperature around them was noticeably high. Before Siyu and the others could even speak, a dragon's roar echoed from afar. A fierce wind swept over them, but Chanwei reacted quickly, casting a wind-shielding barrier around them, a simple task for a high-level wind mage. With the shield in place, the force of the wind against them gradually lessened. But soon, they noticed the temperature around them was steadily rising, not quickly, but inexorably. Mike instinctively tried to cast a protective shield for everyone, but Siyu stopped him, looking instead at Shailing. The little girl clutched the staff Siyu had specially commissioned for her, muttering under her breath. Mike understood and paused, though he kept his hand ready. If Shailing failed, he'd have to step in, since the temperature was still rising. But if she succeeded, Her higher level and the suitability of ice magic for this situation made her the better choice. Perhaps from nerves, Shailing's incantation was a bit halting. Even though the spell she was about to cast was only intermediate level, she seemed to struggle with it despite being a Grandmaster level mage. But in the end, she succeeded. As the temperature around them dropped, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, none more so than Shailing herself. For Mike and the others, the incantation was second nature, but for Shailing, it was like a child reading a foreign language book, obscure and unfamiliar. Even the words themselves were hard to recognize. Still, Shailing had worked hard, memorizing every spell she might need by rote. She could recite them smoothly, but when it came time to actually use them, the swirling magic energy and her nerves made it much harder. But as long as she succeeded, all the effort was worth it. "Well done," Siu said, patting Shailing's head and holding her hand tightly. Though Shailing was the strongest among them, she was still a child, probably more scared than any of them, so Siu took extra care with her feelings. But Shailing wasn't an ordinary child. She'd been through much more at an even younger age, and for now, being in a strange place wasn't enough to frighten her. Her emotions remained steady. However, this sense of calm didn't last long before it was violently shattered. And it wasn't just her, everyone present had a drastic change in expression. Because they all felt the ground beneath their feet shaking violently. No one spoke. Instead, they all tacitly began to flee. Zhenyu was even busier than the others, casting speed-enhancing spells on everyone as she ran. They didn't stop until they'd made it from the foot of the mountain to the edge of a magma pool. At that moment, the dragon egg in Siu's hands suddenly flew up on its own. Although Siu hadn't explained the story behind the egg, she had told the others it was a dragon egg. Now that they were among the dragons, there was really no need to keep its identity a secret. So when they saw the dragon egg fly off by itself, everyone panicked. Siu wasn't as fast as the others, so she was at the back. But suddenly, a fluffy white creature popped out from somewhere on her body. It was Lingbao. Lingbao shot after the dragon egg like a bolt of lightning, with the wind mage Zhenyu, the fastest among them, close behind. The two of them watched helplessly as the dragon egg floated above the magma, then, like a bird that had lost its wings, suddenly plummeted down. Seeing the egg about to fall into the magma, Lingbao's fur stood on end. Instinctively, it wanted to leap after it, but with nowhere to land below, even if Lingbao made it, it couldn't stop the egg from falling into the magma and might lose its own life in the process. No one else had time to react. Zhenyu's speed suddenly increased, and with a nimble leap, she soared into the air. Below her was the searing magma, hot enough to incinerate anything to ash. For an ordinary person, this would have been suicide, but Zhenyu was no ordinary person. As she leapt into the air, a faint silver-white halo appeared around her ankles, the sign of wind magic's flight spell in action. Although flight is the most energy-consuming of the basic wind spells, Zhenyu was now an advanced mage. If she was only supporting herself and there was no outside interference, she could fly for at least half an hour. But she didn't need nearly that long. In just a few seconds, she flew to Lingbao's side, grabbed Lingbao by the tail with one hand, and caught the dragon egg with the other. She managed to catch the egg. Everyone saw it and breathed a sigh of relief. But to their shock, the dragon egg suddenly tumbled out of her grasp and fell straight into the magma, as if on purpose. This time, Zhenyu really couldn't react in time. When she caught the egg, it was already close to the magma, and no one had expected this to happen, so no one was prepared. They could only watch as the dragon egg plunged into the magma. Zhenyu was powerless to stop it. All she could do was hold the struggling Lingbao tightly and return to Suyu's side. Suyu took Lingbao from her. By now, she had regained her composure, the earlier shock and surprise gone. Calm again, Suyu had a vague guess as to what was happening. "Don't worry, Lingbao. The dragon egg went down there of its own accord. No living being would seek death for no reason, especially when it had such a strong will to survive before. It must know that the magma won't harm it, which is why it went down there." Suyu held the struggling Lingbao firmly, explaining in a calm and rational tone. Lingbao's struggles gradually weakened, then stopped altogether. Suyu let out a sigh of relief, then patted Lingbao's head to comfort it further. Think about it. It's a dragon egg, with a dragon inside, and this is the dragon's home. They must have the ability to survive in magma. Lingo felt that Siyu made sense, and it calmed down. Feeling a little embarrassed, it let out a couple of soft whimpers, then turned to Zhenyu, who had just saved its life, and whimpered gratefully at her. Zhenyu didn't understand what it was saying, but she could guess. She smiled, as long as you're okay. Siyu was about to say something when the ground suddenly shook again. This time, they didn't even have time to run before a creature several dozen feet tall appeared before them. Almost instantly, Siyu guessed the creature's identity, a dragon. This was a dragon. Why have humans come to the territory of the dragons? What is your purpose? And how did you get here? A majestic voice boomed in their ears, as if thousands of speakers were blasting at once. The sheer force of the voice made everyone's heads ache. Fortunately, Siyu was prepared. She quickly handed out earplugs and explained, "We found a dragon egg in the wild. We're on good terms with the merfolk and originally wanted to return the egg to the dragons through them, but we couldn't get in touch. So we had no choice but to come here ourselves. Before we came, the elves also entrusted me with a gift for the dragons." As she spoke, Siyu quickly produced an item radiating a strong elven aura. The first thing Siyu said was true. The second wasn't a lie either, but the reason she mentioned it was to clarify their intentions and make it clear they hadn't come uninvited, but only because they couldn't contact the dragons. She also wanted to let the dragon know they were connected to the merfolk. As for the second point, the elves' gift was real. The Elven Queen had given it to her as a pretext, in case the dragons made things difficult for her. Siyu's group had come to return the dragon egg, and they also had ties to both the merfolk and the elves. No matter what, the dragons couldn't openly harm them. Even if they disregarded the favor of returning the egg, they still had to consider the merfolk and elves' reputations. Sure enough, after Siyu finished speaking, the overwhelming pressure that had pinned them down instantly lessened. A moment later, a tall man, over 2 meters in height, appeared before them. There was no need to ask, this was clearly the dragon in human form. As he approached, Siyu stepped forward and handed him the elf's gift. He took it, glanced at Siyu and said, "You're quite bold." Although dragons rarely entered the world of men, that didn't mean they never did. It wasn't as if no one had ever seen a dragon. But those who boasted dragons are nothing special before meeting one always ended up trembling in fear and begging for mercy when they finally did. But these humans before him, except for the youngest girl, showed no fear in their eyes, only a bit of breathlessness from the dragon's pressure. But that was all. Siyu just smiled and said nothing. The dragon examined the item in his hand, confirmed it was indeed from the elves, and his attitude softened a little. "I am Mingjung. You say you're here to return the dragon egg." Mingjung accepted the items from the elves. Although he acknowledged that these humans were indeed connected to the elven race, he was highly suspicious of Siyu's claim about the dragon egg. Yes, but just now, the dragon egg jumped in by itself. Siyu pointed to the lava behind her. Mingjung frowned. Seeing that she didn't seem to be lying, he suppressed his doubts and simply said, "Wait here." Then, with practiced ease, he dove straight into the lava. He was so skilled and decisive that, if you didn't know better, you'd think he was just diving into water. But everyone here knew that the surging, glowing red stream was not water, but molten lava that could melt a person instantly. However, for the Dragon Clan, lava was no different from a small creek by a human's home. They'd played in it since childhood. For them, let alone tough-skinned adult dragons, even a healthy, unhatched dragon egg would be perfectly safe in lava. That was why Mingjung hadn't immediately questioned Siyu's words. Siyu and the others thought they'd only have to wait a short while, but to their surprise, more than 10 minutes passed and the lava remained calm, without the slightest change. There was no sign of Mingjung or the dragon egg, not even a single hair or a fragment of eggshell. "Let's just wait. Everyone take a break. Who knows how long this will take." Siyu had considered leaving, but now that she no longer had the dragon egg, their most important bargaining chip, she really couldn't go. She had to wait for the dragon egg to reappear, dead or alive. Even a piece of eggshell would be something, at least it would be an explanation. Because the ground was covered in scorching lava rock, no one dared to sit down. Fortunately, Siyu was prepared. She took out heat-resistant chairs, and Shaling cast ice shields on everyone once again. With these shields, the temperature around them became comfortably mild. As time ticked by, Siyu and the others gained nothing. Well, except for Shaling. Shaling was actually the one who benefited most. Over the past while, she'd had plenty to do, casting ice shields on everyone every 10 minutes or so to prevent heat stroke, and chatting with the other mages nearby to exchange experiences. But compared to theory, what Shaling lacked most was practical combat experience. She already knew plenty of theory. Aside from Shaling, the next biggest beneficiary was Mike. The Dragon Clan's territory was rich in fire element, and it was extremely pure. Training here was twice as effective for Mike. Seeing how focused he was, everyone tacitly left him alone to meditate in a corner. As nearly 5 hours passed, Siyu told everyone to replenish their strength, eat, and drink as needed. They always brought plenty of supplies on outings, and this time was no exception. They were prepared for a long wait. But, unexpectedly, they'd barely started eating when Siyu heard a strange noise from the lava. It sounded like water coming to a boil. But lava isn't water, why would it boil? Before Siyu could process it, her mouth acted on instinct. Run! With that, everyone jumped up and bolted, leaving their food scattered on the ground. At a time like this, survival was the priority. They had plenty of food, no need to risk their lives for a meal. They ran as fast as they could, and after barely 100 meters, a loud boom exploded behind them, followed by a wave of intense heat surging their way. Almost simultaneously, several mages began chanting. In an instant, a fiery red shield appeared around them, Mike's doing. The next second, they felt themselves moving faster thanks to Chanwe. Then, a shimmering white and blue shield formed outside the red one, Shaling's ice shield. Finally, they heard a rumbling sound behind them. Instinctively looking back, they saw a massive wall of earth, dozens of meters high, rising to block the oncoming lava, clearly Mingjun's work. But the lava was too powerful and the wall lasted less than 5 seconds. Still, it bought them enough time to escape. They kept running until the lava stopped, then finally paused to catch their breath. Luckily, they'd all taken potions to restore energy and stamina before eating, so the meal was just for comfort. They could have skipped it. Otherwise, they might not have been able to handle such intense exertion. Panting heavily, they watched the lava, now flowing about a dozen meters away. Thanks to Shaling's ice shields, they barely felt the heat, no risk of heat stroke or burns. What happened here? Mingjiang's surprised voice rang out. He was holding an egg in one hand, his face clearly shocked. Before anyone could react, Lingbao, who cared only about the dragon egg, not the lava, dashed straight toward Mingjung, clearly trying to snatch the egg back. Mingjung, though surprised by the devastation around him, sensed something approaching and aiming for what he held. He casually reached out and easily caught Lingbao. "Little one, you still dare, what did you do?" Mingjung sneered, amused that this little ferret dared provoke him. But the next second, he felt a sharp pain in his hand and reflexively let go. Lingbao broke free, and at the same time, the egg in Mingjiang's other hand slipped and fell. Lingbao leapt to catch the egg, and Chanwe quickly cast a flight spell to help. Lingbao caught the egg with ease, wrapped it in his big tail, and scampered off. The scene was deadlocked for a moment. Siyu's group didn't dare make a move. After all, Lingbao had just injured the dragon, and dragons were known for their tempers. They worried he might hold a grudge and retaliate. So, they all gripped their dragon stones tightly, ready to teleport home at the first sign of trouble. On the other side, Mingjung was indeed angry, not so much because he was hurt, but because he'd lost face being injured by a creature he considered weak. However, his anger didn't last long. Very quickly, he began to ponder why that little creature, who looked like it could be crushed in his hand, was actually able to injure him. Don't be fooled by his current appearance as a slightly taller than average human. He was, after all, a dragon. A dragon's outer scales are hundreds of times tougher than advanced synthetic metals, truly impervious to blades, bullets, fire, and water. When it comes to armor, the strongest isn't pure dragon scale armor, but it's definitely armor that contains dragon scales as a material. So why was he so easily scratched by that white ferret? While Mingjung was still racking his brains over this, he heard the voices of the humans nearby. I apologize for Lingbao injuring you. This is elven spring water, a token of compensation, Siu said, handing the spring water to Mingjung. Of course, this wasn't the elven spring water the elves had gifted Suyu, but rather the portion they'd given her to help raise the dragon egg. After all, she'd been raising the dragon child for the dragon clan for so long, there was no way she'd be willing to use her own bottle of elven spring water. But since this was meant for raising the dragon egg anyway, using it as a favor wasn't out of the question. Mingjung glanced at the spring water, but didn't take it. Instead, he looked up at Suyu, or more accurately, at the Lingao in her arms. What species is it? It actually managed to injure me. Clearly, Mingjung cared more about Lingao itself than about his own injury. Seeing that Mingjung didn't seem angry, Siu explained Lingbao's identity as a treasure-seeking beast and mentioned that it had eaten a flood dragon's inner core, transforming from a pure-blood white ferret into a dragon ferret. She concealed the existence of the black dragon, only saying that the inner core was found in a secret realm. The main reason for not mentioning the black dragon was that she didn't know its status within the dragon clan, nor whether Mingjung had any enmity with it, so there was no need to bring up unnecessary matters. As expected, Mingjung didn't care about how could there be a flood dragon's core in a secret realm, but now he understood why Lingao was so formidable. After all, it now counted as half-dragon. And once a treasure-seeking beast survived its perilous juvenile stage, it became a true favorite of the heavens, practically hand-fed by fate itself. Now, with dragon blood in its veins, even ordinary dragons might not be able to do anything to Lingao. The only reason it was just caught earlier was simply due to a difference in size. Seeing how focused Mingjung was on Lingao, Siu couldn't help but feel suspicious. She didn't suspect Mingjung of wanting to harm Lingao. Rather, she wondered, since she had a dragon egg, and considering how much dragons cared about their offspring, shouldn't Mingjung be more concerned about the egg, instead of only focusing on Lingao? With this question in mind, Siu organized her thoughts and brought up the dragon egg again. Mingjung shot Siu a sidelong glance and said blandly, I don't know why you think this egg is a dragon egg, but I can tell you very clearly it's not. Siu wondered if she'd misheard. At first, she hadn't believed it was a dragon egg either. Lingbao's vague hints weren't enough to confirm it. But as time passed, more and more evidence supported the idea. For example, ever since the dragon egg was moved to the city lord's mansion, there were several nights when she'd faintly heard dragon roars, immature, but unmistakably dragon roars. Secondly, among the system's previous compensations, Siu had found something extremely rare, a vial of essence dragon blood. This was a precious item, but its grade was so high, gold quality, that its uses were quite limited, since compatible materials were hard to come by. But even within its limited uses, anything made from it would be priceless. Siu didn't want to wait around to gather materials, she didn't have the time. And since the system had so coincidentally sent her a vial of dragon blood, she suspected it was meant for the dragon egg. If it were ordinary dragon blood, it wouldn't matter much if used directly. But this was essence dragon blood, which needed to be processed with other materials. Otherwise, even someone as strong as Mike would die from consuming it. So Siu used the essence dragon blood on the dragon egg. It's not uncommon for dragons to use dragon blood on unhatched eggs. Many do this to increase the hatching rate and improve the hatchling's innate talent. Now the egg was doing just fine, didn't that prove it was a dragon egg? Besides that, there was the dragon crystal stone she'd gotten from the merfolk, something only dragon eggs could absorb, and it was being used up nicely. There was plenty of evidence to prove it was a dragon egg, yet this dragon in front of her claimed it wasn't. Siu didn't hide her doubts, clearly looking at Mingjung with suspicion. Mingjung was displeased by her look and immediately said, Hey, what's with you humans? Why don't you believe me? I'm a dragon, wouldn't I know if this was one of our eggs? There's absolutely no dragon aura on this egg, and even its life force is extremely weak. If I hadn't just seen it move, I'd have thought it was a dead egg. Suyu felt Mingjung was telling the truth. There were only two possibilities. Either Mingjung knew it was a dragon egg but was deliberately denying it for some unknown reason, which would likely make him their enemy, something Suyu didn't want and didn't think was likely. After all, Mingjung hadn't shown any hostility so far. If he'd wanted to harm them, he could have done so before Suyu revealed her identity, intentions, and her dealings with the merfolk and elves. The other possibility was that there was something wrong with the dragon egg. It was protecting itself by concealing its aura, making it undetectable to other dragons. Dragons are extremely sensitive to the aura of their own kind. Otherwise, Suyu wouldn't have been so worried about dragons discovering the presence of a dragon egg in her territory. But now, even after bringing the egg right into their lair, it was as if all the dragons had vanished except for Mingjung. Not a single one had appeared. Suyu figured Mingjung hadn't come for the egg, but simply because he'd noticed an outsider in the dragon clan's territory and came to check things out. Still, even though Suyu had plenty of evidence that this was a dragon egg, none of it was something she could say out loud. Especially the matter of the dragon blood. If she said the egg had been tempered with essence dragon blood, Mingjung wouldn't be excited that it was a dragon egg. Instead, he'd be suspicious about where she'd gotten such a thing. Essence dragon blood is the heart's blood of a dragon. Even extracting a single drop is a huge drain on vitality. No matter how precious their offspring, dragons would never be foolish enough to trade the life of a living dragon for an egg that might not even hatch. The dragon clan usually used ordinary dragon blood for their own hatchlings. Only those dragon eggs that were deemed exceptionally gifted at birth would receive the combined power of most dragons, each dragon contributing a drop of their heart's blood to nurture the hatchling. Suyu thought for a moment, then countered, since you say this isn't a dragon egg, then why was it able to enter the magma unharmed? Mingjung was momentarily speechless. That was actually the second question on his mind, right after his curiosity about how Lingao managed to injure him. But this question wasn't entirely without an answer. I admit, the magma of my dragon clan is off-limits to ordinary beings, but dragons aren't the only creatures in this world that can enter it. Although Mingjung didn't know what other beings could survive in their magma, he was sure such creatures existed. Suyu nodded, then continued, so you're saying you agree this egg is no ordinary offspring? Mingjung naturally agreed. In that case, why was it able to absorb Lingbao's blood, that is, the blood of this dragon ferret? Suyu emphasized the word dragon. What? Mingjung was stunned. Suyu explained how Lingao had been drawn to the dragon egg, found it, and even injured itself to feed the egg its blood in order to save it. I've read that some races value the purity of their bloodlines and would never accept the blood of other species. Suyu's point was simple. This egg was clearly the offspring of a high-level race, yet it willingly accepted Lingbao's blood. Lingbao was only connected to the dragon clan, so if this wasn't a dragon egg, what else could it be? For an egg of this caliber, even on the brink of death, it would never merge with another bloodline just to survive. Doing so wouldn't save it, it would only hasten its death. You're telling the truth? This time, Mingjung was truly excited. Because he knew that if what Suyu said was true, then this egg really was a dragon egg. Suyu's reasoning was absolutely solid. If you don't believe me, try dripping your own blood on it. After all, Lingao wasn't a pure-blooded dragon, and to avoid Mingjung suspecting any trickery, it was best for him to do it himself. After hearing Suyu's explanation, Mingjung was already 80% convinced. Without hesitation, he extended his claw and scratched his skin. Dragon blood was precious, but as long as it wasn't heart's blood, ordinary dragon blood was no different to dragons than regular blood was to humans. Just a few drops, Mingjung didn't mind at all. If this really was a dragon egg, forget a few drops, he'd be willing to bleed a few buckets if needed. After all, with a dragon size, a few buckets of blood was just a minor wound. Watching the dark red blood, tinged with a faint golden glow, merge into the egg, Mingjung couldn't hold back anymore. He snatched the dragon egg from Suyu's hands, but before he could say or do anything, Lingbao smacked him with its tail and snatched the egg back again. The dragon egg didn't resist either. It swayed slowly, then snuggled up to Lingao. Suyu, Mingjing, Everyone. Siu cleared her throat and fell silent, while the others quietly took 2 steps back. Not everyone could witness the Dragon Clan's family drama, though everyone was watching with great interest and wanted to see more. As a professional spectator, if Vivian didn't have some respect for the Dragon Clan, she'd have already pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds to snack on. Sorry, Lingbao is very fond of the dragon egg. When we first rescued it, the egg was in grave danger, so Lingbao is very worried. No need to explain. Whether he was used to it or not, Mingjung waved his hand, his excitement still evident. It found the dragon egg and even nurtured it with its blood. It's not only the egg savior, but also mine, and, in fact, the benefactor of our entire clan. Siu breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, the Dragon Clan was fiercely protective and had a bad temper, but they were also deeply loyal and valued relationships. Otherwise, Siu wouldn't have taken such a risk. If the dragon egg hadn't hidden its aura and caused so much trouble due to its identity, they would have already been treated as honored guests by the Dragon Clan. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, on behalf of the Dragon Clan, I invite you all to visit us as our honored guests. Although the Dragon Clan had some troubles recently, recovering a dragon egg was a momentous occasion. They could use the joy of this event to dispel the previous gloom. Before Suyu and the others could respond, Mingjung transformed back into his dragon form, scooped them all up, and flew toward the Dragon Palace. Being carried by a dragon was a privilege few could ever experience, a story to make others envious for a lifetime. But Suyu's group was miserable because Mingjung's flying skills were truly terrible. It wasn't that he was going to crash, but he was so restless, constantly swooping up, down, left, and right, that everyone was dizzy and disoriented. They didn't crash, but they all felt airsick. When they finally landed, everyone instinctively squatted on the ground, still looking like they might collapse at any moment. Mingjung transformed back into human form and looked at them in confusion. What's wrong with you all? Everyone, what do you think? The quickest to recover was Chanwe. Maybe because she was a wind element user and often flew, she was the most used to being in the air. It wasn't as wild as riding a dragon, but she handled it better than the others. It's nothing, they're probably just tired. Chanwe didn't have Siyu's knack for smooth talking, so she just found a random excuse. Mingjung didn't think much of it. Once he was sure they were all alive, he suggested taking the dragon egg inside first and would come back to escort them in a while. Given the current situation in the Dragon Clan, it wasn't appropriate to bring outsiders into the palace without warning. But if he brought the dragon egg in first and explained, Siyu and the others would immediately be treated as honored guests. Siyu had recovered by now and nodded in agreement to let him take the egg. She didn't really have a choice anyway. They were already deep in dragon territory. But while Siyu agreed, the dragon egg and Lingbao did not. Lingbao refused to leave the egg, and now that the egg had recovered, it was acting like a child who'd just found a new toy eager to stick close. But now, realizing it was in a strange place surrounded by unfamiliar auras, it had become clingy. No matter how hard Mingjung tried, he couldn't separate it from Lingao. If it was just Lingbao's will, that would be one thing. But the dragon egg didn't want to leave either, and Mingjung was afraid that forcing them apart would harm the egg. The situation was at a stalemate. Fortunately, Siyu reacted quickly. She pulled Lingbao over, stroked it soothingly, and, without anyone noticing, slipped something into its thick fur. After she finished, she looked at Mingjung. Since they don't want to be separated, why not take them both? After all, Lingao is half dragon by blood. Mingjung didn't dwell on it and agreed right away. It wouldn't be appropriate to bring a whole group of people inside, but bringing a little one wasn't a big deal, especially since this little one had half dragon blood and was a fully grown treasure-seeking beast, with a bloodline level not much different from theirs. All right, let's go then. Seeing that Lingao wasn't particularly close to him, and the dragon egg was sticking to Lingbao, Mingjung simply took the lead, walking ahead and occasionally glancing back. Several times he looked back. He saw the little one following with the dragon egg. Although there was some distance between them, they never got lost, which finally put his mind at ease. He strode ahead without looking back. The dragon clan's lair was luxurious and extravagant. Gold glittered everywhere. There was no artistry in the design. Everything was piled up with wealth. There weren't any winding corridors either. After just 2 turns, Mingjung arrived in front of a nest of lazy, sprawled-out, shape-shifted dragons. "Wake up. Look what I brought back." Mingjung didn't stand on ceremony. He transformed his tail and gave each dragon a smack to wake them up. Once they were all awake, he pointed at Ling Bao and the dragon egg on its tail and introduced, "This is a treasure-seeking beast with half our bloodline, and this is a dragon egg our clan lost." The whole place fell silent for a moment. Then, instinctively, Ling Bao grabbed the egg and darted back over 10 meters. The spot where it had just been was immediately surrounded by a dozen dragons. "What? A dragon egg? Where? Don't push me, I want to see the egg too. Our dragon clan hasn't had a newborn in over 100 years. Whose family is so impressive, managing to have a kid without anyone knowing? They say the more people, the more trouble. Turns out, the more dragons, the noisier it gets." The commotion made Ling Bao's fur stand on end, and even the dragon egg seemed to sense Ling Bao's irritation. It slowly floated up and, taking advantage of the dragons tangling with each other, bunked each of them in turn, as if venting for Ling Ao. After all, it was just an egg, and dragons were thick-skinned, so it didn't hurt, but the sudden action left them stunned for a moment. Mingjung was dumbfounded, but couldn't help finding it funny. He quickly teased, TSK, "What are you old guys doing? Acting like this in front of the youngsters, don't you have any shame?" He glanced at the now thoroughly tangled-up dragons and shook his head in mock resignation. "Forget it, I'm going to see the Dragon King. If you want to meet the little one, sort yourselves out first." Without waiting for a response, Mingjung nodded at Ling Bao and left quickly. Ling Bao, already fed up with the noise, hurried off with the dragon egg as well. The Dragon King's palace was quite far from here, but at the moment, the Dragon King wasn't in his own quarters. He was sitting in the main hall, deep in thought. He was so absorbed that he didn't even notice Mingjung's arrival. "Your Majesty, look what I brought back, a dragon egg." Mingjung's attitude toward the Dragon King was clearly different from before. While not exactly reverent, he was much more respectful than he'd been with the other dragons. He didn't bother keeping it a secret and revealed the egg's identity right away. "A dragon egg?" The Dragon King frowned at Mingjung, then noticed the small Ling Ao on the floor beside the egg. The Dragon King's reaction was almost identical to Mingjung's when he'd first learned it was a dragon egg. He pointed at the egg, his tone incredulous. "Don't tell me that's a dragon egg. Do you even believe that yourself?" Mingjung understood the Dragon King's doubts, so he quickly recounted everything that had happened. At the end, he asked, "Brother, do you know of any dragons in our clan who lost an egg? I have no idea whose kid this is." The Dragon King's expression changed. Mingjung was puzzled, but then seemed to realize something and looked in disbelief at Ling Ao and the egg behind it. The Dragon King reacted the same way. Their expressions startled Ling Bao, who tried to bolt, but the Dragon King quickly caught it. Mingjung hurried to intervene, repeatedly emphasizing that Ling Ao was their savior. "No matter whose child this treasure-seeking beast is a benefactor to our dragon clan." He paused, as if remembering something, and added, "Oh right, there are a few humans outside. They're the ones who brought the dragon egg back. By all rights, we should treat them well." The Dragon King's gaze was still fixed on the egg, but seeing it shrink back behind Ling Ao under his intense stare, he restrained himself and looked away, so as not to scare it. "Go invite them in. No, I'll greet them myself." With that, the Dragon King's excitement and gratitude towards Suyu and the others was clear. By the time Suyu and her group were seated in the Dragon Palace's main hall, half an hour had passed. Although the wait was long, and they'd felt many prying eyes on them, this half hour was even more nerve-wracking than the 5 hours they'd spent waiting for Mingjung to search for the dragon egg in the magma. Still, they finally entered the Dragon Palace smoothly, personally welcomed by the Dragon King, and became honored guests of the Dragon Clan. Mindful of etiquette, the Dragon King, though eager to learn the egg's identity, first hosted a banquet for Suyu and her companions. After rounds of polite toasts and heartfelt words of gratitude, once everyone was full, the other, less important dragons left. Only Suyu's group, Mingzheng, the Dragon King, and a dragon named Tangyu remained. I've already heard about the egg from Mingzheng, but I'd like to hear it from you again, the Dragon King said, his tone brooking no refusal. Suyu didn't refuse. The Dragon King's caution was understandable. After all, the egg showed no signs of life. Any dragon would be suspicious. Besides, the dragons were courteous and respectful, so Suyu had no complaints. She repeated everything she'd told Mingzheng, but considering she was now speaking to the Dragon King, the leader of the dragons, equal in status to the queen, and most likely the egg's father, she added even more detail than before. She included many extra details, but left out anything that shouldn't be said. I see, the Dragon King nodded, his expression unreadable. No one could tell if he believed Suyu's story. After a few seconds, the Dragon King said, although all the current evidence points to this being a child of our dragon clan. But it doesn't have the aura of our dragon clan. Miss Su, do you have any thoughts on this? In fact, when Mingzheng first asked if any dragons had lost an egg in recent years, the Dragon King couldn't help but recall the dragon egg that had been accidentally lost 100 years ago. Who have such difficulty reproducing? It's something that happens maybe once in 1,000 years. The lost dragon egg was like a thorn lodged in their throats, causing the Dragon King and Queen a century of pain. Even though they'd caught the culprit and punished them as they deserved, they had still lost their child forever. Still, as much as the Dragon King hoped this was his child, he was rational. He hadn't become Dragon King by being naive or gullible. He couldn't just trust a stranger's word. The dragons had just suffered a crisis not long ago. If, because of his personal feelings, he let a wolf into the fold at a time like this, he'd be a sinner to his people. Now that there was an obvious issue with this dragon egg, he had to get to the bottom of it. Suyu had already anticipated this question, so she was prepared with an answer. Regarding this, I think the Dragon Clan would know better than I do. After all, it's a dragon egg. Of course, I'm not shirking responsibility. If you really want my opinion, I do have 2 ideas. The Dragon King, seeing her calm composure, thought much the same as Mingzheng. They both believed Suyu wasn't lying. Of course, that didn't necessarily mean this was a dragon egg. They thought Suyu genuinely believed the egg was a dragon egg. Even if it turned out to be fake, she hadn't meant to deceive them, her intentions were good, so the dragons wouldn't make things difficult for her. Please, go ahead. Realizing Suyu was most likely not an enemy, the Dragon King's tone softened a bit, though his expression remained stern and cold. The first possibility is that, after being lost for so many years, the dragon egg hid its own aura to protect itself. The second possibility is that something happened to the egg, causing its aura to disappear or be concealed. Mingzheng couldn't quite follow and blurted out, "What's the difference between the two?" As soon as he said it, he regretted it. He noticed Suyu giving him a complicated look, and when he glanced over, the Dragon King was looking at him the same way. The Dragon King was even more direct. After all, Mingzheng was one of his own. He patted Mingzheng on the shoulder. "I told you to study properly, but all you do is fool around. Now you can't even understand a simple explanation." Mingzheng. Suyu cleared her throat to ease the awkwardness and explained, "The difference is that in the first case, the egg is actively hiding itself. In the second, it's most likely being passively concealed by outside factors. If it's actively hiding, they just need to find a way to make the egg feel safe and relaxed, and it will naturally reveal its aura. But if it's the latter, then things get complicated, because it's unlikely they'll find the cause or a solution anytime soon." "Your reasoning makes sense," the Dragon King nodded, then continued, "So, Miss Su, what do you think we should do?" "One moment, please." Suyu summoned Ling Bao, whispered a few words, and everyone watched as Ling Bao approached the dragon egg, gently patting and soothing it, making soft, chirping noises. The dragon egg seemed to enjoy it, wobbling closer to Ling Bao. Even those unfamiliar with them could see their close bond. Other than Suyu, no one present understood Ling Bao's language, so everyone looked on in confusion. Only Suyu watched intently. As the minutes ticked by, 10 minutes later, Siu saw that the Dragon King and the others still hadn't reacted, and knew it hadn't worked. I just had Ling Ao comfort the dragon egg, telling it this is its home, and it's safe here, so it can relax. But it doesn't seem to have responded. The Dragon King asked, puzzled, so what are you saying? Without hesitation, Siu replied, it's very close to Ling Bao, and I know I've treated it well during this time. Even if it doesn't trust me, it would trust Ling Bao. Yet even so, it still hasn't responded, so I personally lean toward the second possibility. The egg was found and nurtured by Ling Bao, who even fed it with its own blood, so of course it was close to Ling Ao. Even though Siu had provided a comfortable environment and gone to great lengths to find spirit fruits and dragon crystal stones to nurture it, the egg still preferred Ling Bao and would definitely listen to it. But after all Ling Bao's coaxing, the egg still didn't respond. That could only mean it was unable to respond. Seeing the Dragon King about to speak, Siu preempted him as if she could read his mind. If you're going to ask why it's being forced to hide, or how to solve this, I'm afraid I don't know. After all, I don't know much about dragons. The Dragon King fell silent. Mingjung didn't know what to say either. Just as the atmosphere was about to sink into awkward silence, the third dragon present, the female dragon named Tangyu, who hadn't spoken until now, suddenly said, first of all, regardless of whether this egg is a dragon or not, until it's proven otherwise, it cannot leave the dragon clan. Siu frowned slightly at these words. But Tangyu's next words made her relax. But since Miss Siu and this treasure-seeking beast have raised the egg together to ensure its proper growth, we invite you all to stay as guests of the Dragon Clan for a few days. We will make sure you are well taken care of. Siu understood that while Tangyu's words sounded polite, they were not really up for negotiation. Humans and dragons didn't have much room to bargain anyway. But Siu had intended to stay anyway. She was concerned for the egg's safety, and she also wanted to find out what had happened to the dragons, and to help them through their crisis so the mastermind wouldn't succeed. Although Tangyu's words fit perfectly with her plans, Siu didn't agree immediately. She hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Given the differences between dragon and human customs, and the fact that the dragons hadn't expected outsiders, they hadn't prepared much. Even this meal had been cobbled together from some human foodstuffs found deep in the storerooms. No one knew which dragon had stashed them there. Fortunately, Siu and her group had brought everything they needed, so food and drink weren't a problem. All they needed was a quiet place to rest. With food and lodging settled, Siu requested to visit a place where the Dragon Clan's history was recorded and asked if there were any related books or documents she could read. Her explanation for this was that she wanted to look through these records to see if there were any other ways to prove the dragon egg's identity. The Dragon King was very busy, so the task of looking after them was handed over to Mingjung. Mingjung saw that this request wasn't too difficult, so he turned and went to the storeroom. About 10 minutes later, Siu stared at the mountain of books that could almost fill half the territory's warehouse, her scalp tingling. She took a deep breath, then looked at the others behind her. A few minutes later, 7 people, everyone except the youngest, Sha Ling, were sitting on the floor, hugging books and reading furiously. Mingjung wasn't spared either. Seeing that there weren't enough people, and knowing Mingjung had nothing else to do, Siu dragged him in to help search as well. The Dragon Clan has a history spanning thousands of years, so it wasn't surprising that there were so many records. But while the sheer number of records wasn't surprising, being tormented by them was another matter entirely. After everyone spent 6 or 7 grueling hours reading through half a room's worth of dragon history, they came up empty-handed. Just as Siu was starting to wonder if her approach was wrong, how could there be no clues in all the Dragon Clan's records? Mingjung stood up, patted the dust off himself, and said, "This room is too small to hold all the books. There are several more rooms next door, all packed to the brim with books." Suyu. Everyone, so many books. For a moment, everyone looked utterly defeated. Siu didn't know whether she should be happy that there were still books left to read, meaning there might really be a clue, or sad that there were still so many books left. Mingjung also realized something was wrong. He had to stay and read too. If there were several more rooms of books, did that mean he'd have to read through all of them as well? At this thought, Ming Zhang's face turned green. He quickly left and came back dragging a dozen or so dragons who hadn't managed to escape in time. Siyu and the others recognized them. They were the same group of dragons they'd seen earlier, all tangled up together. With a dozen more pairs of hands, their efficiency improved a lot. But there were just too many books, so even after reading all day and into the evening, they'd only managed to get through less than a fifth of them. Reading was exhausting, especially for these impatient dragons. Forcing them to read so many books was worse than making them fight and get a few injuries. After all, physical injuries are just that, physical. You get used to it and can bear it. But reading all these books was mental torture, and they just couldn't get used to it. But even if they couldn't get used to it, they had no choice. This was about the dragon egg's identity, so they could only grit their teeth and accept it. After 3 straight days of reading, everyone, humans and dragons alike, felt like their brains were buzzing, and just seeing words made them nauseous. But their hard work paid off. They finally found a way to verify the egg's identity. Just as they were about to carry out the verification, a strange female dragon suddenly appeared. She rushed to the front of the group, her eyes fixed on the dragon egg beside Ling Bao, scaring Ling Bao into hiding behind Siyu with the egg. While Siyu was still puzzled by all this, the words of the dragons who followed behind the newcomer revealed her identity. "Your Majesty, why did you come out? You're not well. Please go back and rest." This was actually the Dragon Queen? Siyu looked on curiously, but wasn't too surprised. After all, if the egg really was the Dragon King's, then the Dragon Queen would be its mother. As a mother, of course she'd care about her child. But for some reason, Siyu hadn't seen the Dragon Queen at all in the past few days, and now she suddenly appeared? "Don't pull me. I want to see my child." The Dragon Queen was clearly strong. 3 or 4 dragons couldn't hold her back. Of course, maybe her health really was poor, so the others didn't dare use force. But her strength was obviously not weak. Siyu couldn't let this farce continue, so she quickly stepped forward to explain, "We're still researching how to prove whether this egg is a dragon child. Until we have proof, it might not actually be a dragon egg." The Dragon Queen paused, turned to look at her, then said seriously and firmly, "This is definitely my child." How could I not recognize my own child? Siyu felt this line sounded familiar. She glanced at Mingzheng, then continued, "Can you sense any dragon aura from this egg?" Only then did the Dragon Queen react. She looked at the egg, shook her head, but remained confident. "Even if it doesn't have a dragon's aura, it's still my child. There must be some other reason it's like this." The Dragon Queen's attitude surprised everyone present, Siyu included. Siyu was puzzled, but she sympathized with a mother who had lost her child. So she let Ling Bao spend some time with the Dragon Queen and the egg, planning to talk with the Queen herself. When the Dragon Queen was finally allowed to touch the egg, she was so excited her hands trembled as she reached out. The moment her hand touched the egg, feeling its warm, smooth surface and the familiar, intimate sensation, the Dragon Queen couldn't help but burst into tears. The dragons who had followed her in panicked and rushed to comfort her, but she pushed them away. Amid the chaos, no one noticed a single sparkling tear fall onto the egg, which trembled slightly, then went still. After the Dragon Queen calmed down, Siyu talked with her for a while, then held her head in frustration. She had thought the Queen might have some basis for believing the egg was her child, but it turned out she had none at all. She just stubbornly believed it was hers. This attitude made even Siyu, who had been sure of the egg's identity, start to doubt it. Siyu felt the Dragon Queen was not a reliable basis for proving the egg's identity because her mental state didn't seem normal. It was as if, after losing her child and suffering too much, she'd become unhinged, and now any egg she saw, she'd believe was hers. There are real-life cases like this. Siyu sighed helplessly. Just then, the Dragon King arrived. He walked straight to the Dragon Queen, holding her tenderly and about to say something, when the Queen unceremoniously pushed him aside. "You're blocking my view of my precious child." The Dragon Queen sounded a bit annoyed, then continued to gaze lovingly at the egg, even speaking gently to Ling Bao. "Dragon King. Siyu. Everyone." The other dragons didn't seem surprised by this at all. They tacitly turned away, not daring to look. The only one bold enough was Mingjung. After all, the Dragon King was his brother, so he had nothing to hide. If there weren't outsiders present, he'd definitely have made a few jokes. As for Suyu and her companions, since they weren't members of the Dragon Clan and were mostly there to watch the excitement, they didn't stare openly, but they kept sneaking glances out of the corner of their eyes, making sure not to miss any of the drama. Suyu cleared her throat. Your Majesty, we've found another way to verify the identity of the dragon egg. The Dragon King had just been feeling rather awkward himself, so when Suyu offered him a way out, he immediately seized the opportunity. What method? Although he was asking Suyu, the Dragon King's attention was still mostly on the Dragon Queen. While marveling at how different the Dragon King and Queen's relationship was compared to the merfolk, Suyu took out the information they'd found and explained briefly. The book says that the Dragon Clan has a place called Flame Valley. There, a flower called the Blazing Flame Flower grows, which can be used to verify a dragon egg's identity. If it's a true dragon egg, the blazing flame flower will be absorbed as nourishment. If not, the flower will turn to ash. The Dragon King glanced at the book and immediately sent someone to fetch the flower from Flame Valley. There really was a place called Flame Valley among the dragons, and a fiery red flower grew there, though none of them knew its name or use. Who would have thought they'd find a record of it in the clan's ancient texts? The dragon sent to fetch it returned in less than 3 minutes, bringing back a large handful of blazing flame flowers. To avoid suspicion, the Dragon King personally carried out the test. Following the book's instructions, he placed the flower stem against the top of the dragon egg, making it look as if the flower were planted on the egg. Then, the Dragon King dripped a drop of his own blood where the stem met the egg. The next second, everyone saw the blazing flame flower wither rapidly, as if all its nutrients had been sucked dry. Anyone could see that the flower had clearly been drained. Chaos broke out once again. The Dragon Queen hugged the dragon egg and the little spirit beast clinging to it, crying softly and muttering, "I knew this was my child, my poor baby. It's mother's fault. Now that you're back, I'll take good care of you and never lose you again." She wasn't sobbing, just quietly shedding tears, and with her gentle, graceful appearance, anyone who saw her couldn't help but feel pity. Even the Dragon King, who had been annoyed that the egg was stealing all his wife's attention, felt a pang of guilt for the child they'd lost for 100 years after hearing her heartfelt words. After a whole day of turmoil, everyone was exhausted. Although Suyu was still worried about the dragon egg and the little spirit beast, seeing the Dragon Queen's state, it was clear she would never let go. So Suyu could only give a few earnest reminders before taking her group to rest. After a day's rest, when Suyu woke up, it was as if the entire Dragon Clan had been transformed. Finding the dragon egg was already cause for celebration, and even more so because it was the Dragon King's child. The whole clan was in high spirits. When Suyu and her companions appeared, dragons of all sizes treated them with utmost respect, a far cry from their previous arrogance. After some discussion, Suyu had the others split up to gather information from the dragons. They were now considered benefactors of the Dragon Clan and could move about freely, so safety wasn't much of a concern. Even if they did run into danger, they had teleportation stones and dragon travel stones to quickly return to their territory. The others went off on their own, while Suyu went to look for the little spirit beast. She found it playing with a few young dragons. When it saw her, it immediately abandoned its new playmates and rushed to her side, chattering away. Suyu managed to learn a lot about the Dragon Clan from the little spirit beast. For example, that Mingjung was the Dragon King's younger brother. Or that Tangyu, who had been quiet before, was the clan's healer, one of the rare dragons born with healing abilities. Compared to other dragons, her combat power wasn't high, but her healing was formidable. She also learned that the reason the Dragon Queen hadn't come looking for the egg earlier was because the Dragon King hadn't told her about it. 100 years ago, after giving birth and losing her child, the Dragon Queen was devastated and her health suffered. She repeatedly snuck out to search for her child before she'd fully recovered, which took a heavy toll and left her with lingering illness. So her health was still fragile. Thanks to the Dragon King's care, she'd recovered a lot over the past century, but she still couldn't handle emotional shocks or wander off on her own, or she might relapse and lose consciousness somewhere unknown. A few days ago, before the egg's identity was confirmed, the Dragon King hadn't dared tell her, for fear of giving her hope only to dash it again, which could have broken her completely. Having gathered the information she needed, Siu patted the little spirit beast's head in praise and asked where the dragon egg was. The little spirit beast didn't answer, but led the way. The young dragons quickly followed. When Siu found the dragon egg, she saw it nestled in the Dragon Queen's arms, enjoying her gentle caresses. Siu wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but the once dark-colored egg now seemed to be fading, as if it had been corrupted before, but was now gradually returning to normal thanks to the warmth of family. "Your Majesty," Siu greeted the Dragon Queen. The Dragon Queen was very fond of Siu, the human who had saved her child, so instead of the impatience she showed other dragons, she smiled and patted the seat beside her. "Come, sit. Don't call me Dragon Queen. If you don't mind, just call me Miaosha." Miaosha smiled gently, her whole aura transformed from grief to motherly warmth. Siu knew all this was thanks to the dragon egg. "Miaosha." Siu was more than happy to get closer to the Dragon Queen. "You're here to see it, aren't you?" Miaosha stroked the egg, then moved it a little closer to Siu, though she never let it out of her protective embrace. Seeing this, Siu stopped herself from reaching out. She glanced at the egg, a flash of doubt in her eyes. Miaosha noticed her hesitation and asked, "What's wrong?" It seems a bit different from before," Siu admitted. She didn't plan to hide it, since she was worried the egg's changes might not be good. Her own abilities were limited, and this wasn't her territory, so it was best to speak up. The person before her was none other than the dragon egg's mother. Judging by how much she cared, if anything was truly wrong with the egg, as long as she spoke up, Miaosha would do everything in her power to protect it. Sure enough, after hearing Siu's vague words, Miaosha grew visibly anxious. "What's different about it? Is there something wrong?" Siu had learned from Lingao that Miaosha's health wasn't good, so she didn't dare keep her in suspense, lest Miaosha start imagining the worst. "It's actually not a big problem," Siu explained. "It just seems like its color is a bit lighter than before." She recalled what the dragon egg had looked like at first. When Lingao first brought it back, it was pitch black. It didn't even look like an egg, more like a rock. But after being carefully cared for by Siu and Lingbao, the egg's once rough and unappealing exterior gradually became smooth, finally looking somewhat like an actual egg. How could this happen? Miaosha wasn't comforted by Siu's words. Instead, she grew even more worried. Why is it fading? Fading. Although Siu had thought the same thing, hearing Miaosha say it out loud struck her as oddly funny. Suppressing her inappropriate amusement, Siu said, "Don't worry. I think this might be a change that happened because it finally got to see you all. It should be a good change." Miaosha didn't seem fully convinced, or rather, she was simply too anxious. For Miaosha, regaining what she'd lost brought not only joy, but also anxiety and fear. Her emotions were actually worse than before. It had only been a day. The Dragon King was busy preparing the celebration for the egg's return, and the Dragon Queen didn't want to interact with the other dragons. She just wanted to care for the egg herself. That was why no one else had noticed anything yet. But now that Siu had discovered it, she couldn't just stand by and do nothing. "Do you remember what it looked like when you first laid it?" Siu asked. Miaosha thought for a moment, then replied with difficulty, "I think there were 2 eggs, both white." Siu already knew Miaosha had laid twins, so she wasn't surprised by this answer. "You see, the eggs were clearly white at first, but now it looks like this. That's not normal. If the egg can return to being white, that would mean it's truly healthy again." As Siu spoke, she realized something. She might know why the egg no longer had a dragon aura, because something was masking it. For an egg to go from white to black was almost like a corruption process. But for an unhatched baby, still barely conscious, how could it possibly become corrupted on its own? So Siu suspected the egg's darkening was due to external factors, some kind of contamination. The dragon egg was fragile and defenseless, but dragons themselves were different. Their dragon aura was a natural nemesis to dark or unclean things. So the egg fading, its color lightening, was probably because it had spent a day with the Dragon Queen, and her aura was gradually purifying it. As for why the dragon blood, rich in dragon aura, hadn't purified the egg before, so you believed the dragon blood had been absorbed by the baby dragon inside. The egg consisted of two parts, the shell and the baby inside. The baby was obviously more important than the shell. If the shell was corrupted, the baby would be too. The baby absorbed the dragon aura to purify itself, but didn't waste any on the shell, so the outside still looked black. I see. Miaosha was delighted by Suyu's explanation. She hugged the egg tightly, even lowering her head to kiss it gently. Then, as if struck by a thought, she looked up at Suyu. If the little one needs dragon aura, should I just give it my blood directly? Would that help it recover faster? Suyu quickly shook her head, a little startled by the Dragon Queen's impulsiveness. She was sure that if she didn't stop the Queen, the Dragon King would throw them out of the Dragon Clan, no matter that they were benefactors. Too much of a good thing can be bad, Suyu explained. Lingmao could sense its longing before, but she hasn't said the egg wants dragon blood now. That means it doesn't need it at the moment. Some things need to progress step by step, naturally. Miaosha was a little disappointed that she couldn't immediately heal her child, but seeing that things were steadily improving, she didn't dwell on it. Later, Suyu and Miaosha chatted for a while. During their conversation, Suyu tried to subtly probe for information about what had happened in the Dragon Clan recently, but whether it was because Miaosha wasn't as gentle and easygoing as she appeared, or because she was simply too focused on her lost child, Suyu didn't manage to learn anything useful. After Suyu left, the Dragon Queen watched her departing figure for a long moment, then lowered her head and gently stroked the egg. It had been 4 days since Suyu arrived at the Dragon Clan. Although she'd helped the egg return to its family and become an honored guest, she still had no clues about her own mission. All she could do was continue reading the Dragon Clan's historical records. Even though the egg's identity had been confirmed, the books hadn't been taken away at her request. Mingjung had probably checked with the Dragon King and told her she could look through them as she pleased, then left them alone. So Suyu and her companions spent several more days reading. On the evening of the 7th day, after finishing the last batch of books and starting to organize the useful information, the door was suddenly flung open with force. Before Suyu could react, Mike and the others instinctively shielded her and Vivian behind them. "Who's there?" Mike barked sharply. Suyu tried to peer around to see, but with the light behind the intruder, all she could make out was a blurry, dark silhouette. The figure said nothing. Just as Mike was about to attack, the intruder seemed to anticipate it and fled immediately. Everyone was left bewildered by the strange encounter. Before they could react, the Dragon Clan members arrived late, led by someone they all recognized, Tangyu. Wasn't Tangyu the clan's doctor? Why would she show up at the scene of an assassin chase? While Suyu was still puzzled, Tangyu stepped forward and asked, "Did any of you see a strange figure just now?" Suyu also stepped forward. "We saw it, but couldn't make out any features. I couldn't tell what kind of creature it was. If they were in human territory, it would probably be a person, but here in the Dragon Clan, it was hard to say if it was human or beast." Tangyu nodded, then turned and said a few words to the other dragons. They left, leaving only Tangyu behind. What exactly happened? What happened here? Suyu had been curious about what was going on, but she'd held back from asking, worried it would be inappropriate if the other party didn't want to talk. Now that Tangyu had stayed behind, though, it was clear she wanted to discuss something. Tangyu didn't hide anything and spoke directly. "I just came from the Dragon Queen. I learned the dragon egg is recovering and wanted to share the news with everyone. But on my way here, I ran into an unknown creature attacking one of our dragon hatchlings. I led my people in pursuit, and we ended up here." Suyu understood Tangyu was suspicious of them. It was only natural. Why would something happen at any other time, but just when they were visiting the dragons, an incident occurred? What's more, the unknown creature had deliberately lured Tangyu and her group in this direction, right where Suyu and her companions were poring over dragon history. It was an obvious attempt to frame them. "Is the hatchling all right?" Suyu asked. Tang Yu thought for a moment before answering. It's already been treated. It's fine. Do you know what caused the wound? Siyu pressed. Tang Yu glanced at them, her tone a bit odd. When I found the hatchling, the wound was still icy cold. Siyu understood immediately. Icy cold? Wasn't that a suspicion directed at Xiaoling? Even though the dragon lands were full of firestones and magma, Xiaoling was a master-level mage. Her power was enough to cause harm regardless of the environment. Siyu was blunt. So you suspect us? That's not it, but we do need an explanation. Tang Yu didn't really want to believe Xiaoling was responsible. After all, Xiaoling looked like a child of less than 10. But reason told her that, no matter how young she appeared, she was still a master-level mage. A mage of that level was not to be underestimated, even by dragons. Dragons were naturally restricted when fighting humans, so they couldn't use their full strength. In short, Xiaoling did have the ability to injure a dragon hatchling. What kind of explanation? Proof that Xiaoling didn't hurt the hatchling. Siyu smiled. If she really did, why would she be foolish enough to come back here? Besides, Xiaoling doesn't even have the ability to hurt a dragon hatchling. Siyu knew that just saying so wouldn't convince Tang Yu, so after comforting Xiaoling, she brought her out. It's not up to me to say, come check for yourself. Dragons were natural mages. They could sense the elemental fluctuations within a mage's body. Tang Yu didn't quite understand, but she came over to check anyway. The moment she did, she was stunned. She discovered that, while this human child did have a deep reservoir of magical energy, the elements inside her were chaotic and unruly. If a mage's internal elements were disobedient, no matter how much magic power they had, they couldn't cast high-level spells. As for low-level spells, those couldn't possibly harm a dragon, not even a hatchling. What's going on? Tang Yu asked instinctively. Siyu shook her head. That's the child's secret. She is a master-level mage, but her magic is limited. Whoever tried to frame her really picked the wrong target. Siyu was sincere. If they'd tried to frame Mike, she really wouldn't have had a way to prove otherwise. Tang Yu didn't press further. As long as it was clear Siyu's group wasn't involved, there was no need to pry into their secrets. She didn't suspect Xiaoling of deliberately disrupting her own magic to mislead them. It would be suicidal to do so. I understand. I was mistaken. I apologize, and I'll have someone send a gift as compensation. Tang Yu apologized politely. Siyu accepted graciously. After all, even when Tang Yu had been suspicious, she'd remained courteous and never spoken out of turn. Now that things were cleared up, there was no issue. As for the compensation, Siyu didn't really care. What she cared about was whether she could use this incident to learn more from the dragons. Siyu chose her words carefully. This is really a matter for the dragons, and we shouldn't interfere. But since someone is trying to frame us, I hope you can share some information so we can help find the real culprit as soon as possible. If someone would attack a hatchling, there's no guarantee they won't target the dragon egg. After all, I cared for it for some time. I don't want it to be hurt. Tang Yu hadn't intended to say more, but after the earlier misunderstanding, she felt a bit embarrassed. Siyu's words were also tactful, so after thinking it over, she didn't refuse. You can ask what you want, but there are some things I can't tell you. Siyu was satisfied with this outcome. She hadn't expected the dragons to trust her easily anyway. Where was the hatchling injured? By the Dragon Palace pool, not far from here, Tang Yu replied, as she'd been the first to find it. How far is the pool from here? Tang Yu thought for a moment. It's actually quite far. We chased the creature for 20 minutes before arriving here. Siyu thought to herself, that really is far. If it took dragons 20 minutes, it would take us at least an hour or two. Was the hatchling's location obvious? Very. It was right by the road, otherwise, I wouldn't have seen it on my way here. When you found the hatchling, was it conscious or unconscious? It was already unconscious, but fortunately the injuries weren't serious. Tang Yu let out a sigh of relief at this point. She was angry that someone had attacked a dragon child, but grateful the hatchling wasn't seriously hurt. Still, even if the hatchling was fine, the culprit had to be caught, otherwise, who knew if they'd strike again? That doesn't add up, Siyu said, raising a question that made Tang Yu's heart skip a beat. Tang Yu asked, what do you mean? If the injuries weren't serious, Why did the hatchling lose consciousness? Well, Tangyu was momentarily at a loss. She didn't know the reason, but she realized Suyu's suspicion made sense. If the hatchling was unconscious, the injuries probably weren't minor, unless the attacker's goal was to knock it out. But if they only wanted to knock it out, why injure it at all? If it were another creature, maybe it accidentally hurt the hatchling while trying to knock it out. But dragon hatchlings are tough. If it wasn't intentional, there shouldn't have been a wound. Tangyu knew this too, but she had no answer. Tangyu thought Suyu made a lot of sense, but she really couldn't figure it out herself. After all, dragons were used to solving problems with brute force. Anything that required thinking, they'd just as soon settle with their fists. But now, they couldn't even find the real culprit. Who were they supposed to use their fists on? I'd like to ask for Miss Su's help, Tangyu admitted, knowing she couldn't work it out on her own, and naturally turned to Suyu for assistance. Because of the whole dragon egg incident, Tangyu already had a favorable impression of Suyu and her companions. Although there had been a misunderstanding just now that made her feel a bit distant, once it was cleared up, her goodwill remained. And after Suyu's reasonable explanation, Tangyu's opinion of her improved even more. Now that she needed help, her attitude was even more polite. Let's first analyze the possible motives for targeting the dragon hatchling, Suyu began. First, they might want to kill it. Second, they might want to kidnap it. Third, maybe they want something from the hatchling, like its blood or scales. Fourth, they might want to tamper with it in some way. Tangyu nodded in agreement, but then asked, the first two are easy to understand, but could you elaborate on the last two? Suyu thought for a moment. For the third point, maybe they're after the hatchling's blood, scales, or teeth. You can check the hatchling to see if anything is missing or damaged. If it's blood they took, it might be harder to tell, but you can look at the size of the wound. If the wound is large, it's likely they wanted as much dragon blood as possible. If they didn't care about the hatchling's life, the wound would be even bigger. On the other hand, if the wound isn't large, then it probably wasn't about the blood, unless the culprit was very patient and confident they wouldn't be caught. If they wanted to tamper with the hatchling, you should also check carefully. I can suggest a few possibilities. Maybe they wanted to control the hatchling, infect it with a contagious poison, or plant some kind of tracking device. Suyu analyzed seriously, noticing Tangyu was looking at her more and more strangely. Suyu paused. What is it? Tangyu shook her head. Of course, she couldn't admit she was surprised a human could come up with so many devious ideas. It's nothing. I just think Miss Su is very clever. I could never have thought of all that. So you didn't think it was a big deal. Actually, I think there's another possibility. And I think it's the most likely one. What is it? Tangyu was startled. She'd thought Suyu's analysis was already thorough and was about to follow her suggestions, but this new statement caught her off guard. The real target isn't the hatchling at all. The hatchling is just a tool to achieve their real goal. Suyu's voice grew cold. They want to frame us. Tangyu was stunned. You said it yourself. You chased the culprit for 20 minutes and still couldn't catch them, yet they still had time to show up in front of us. That means it was easy for them to shake you off, but instead, they led you right here to where only we were. And it just so happens that the wounds on the hatchling seem to match the abilities of Shaling, who's the strongest on our team. Tangyu frowned deeply. Seeing that Tangyu didn't argue but was deep in thought, Suyu continued, there's something else that bothers me. You said it took you 20 minutes at full speed to get here. Ordinary humans couldn't do that. Not just ordinary humans, most creatures couldn't. Outsiders can't just come and go in the Dragon Palace as they please, let alone achieve their goal and escape you at the same time. So you didn't spell it out, but her meaning was clear. She suspected there was a traitor among the dragons. After all, only a dragon could meet all those conditions. When Suyu realized this, she felt a headache coming on. From the mere folk, to the beast in, and now the dragons, none of these races could keep out of trouble, and there was always someone on the inside helping things along. It was almost absurd. Dragons might not like to use their brains, but that didn't mean they were stupid. Especially since Suyu had practically spelled out the answer, Tangyu also realized there was a problem within their own ranks. Even if Suyu hadn't said it, Tangyu already suspected as much. After all, there had been an incident during the last divine descent. It was my fault for misunderstanding you in the first place. Now that you've been dragged into the dragon's internal affairs, we'll make sure you get an explanation, Tang Yu said, turning to leave, but Siyu called out to her. Since you said we're involved now, we're willing to help the dragons investigate. Would you let me see the injured hatchling? In the end, Tang Yu agreed, but said she couldn't bring everyone. Siyu understood, so she only asked to bring 2 people, Vivian and Yao Guang. When Tang Yu learned that Vivian was a healing mage, she agreed after thinking it over. But when she asked about Yao Guang, before Siyu could answer, Yao Guang took something out. You're from there. Tang Yu was surprised. Clearly, she recognized it. Yao Guang smiled and nodded. My master needs a high-quality dragon horn and sent me to collect it. Siyu could clearly sense that after learning Yao Guang's identity, Tang Yu's attitude became even friendlier, though this time, there was a faint note of respect. The item your master requested from the dragons was prepared long ago. You can take it any time, Tang Yu said, and without further ado, led the 3 of them to where the hatchling was resting. When they arrived, Tang Yu asked Yao Guang if she wanted to stay while Tang Yu fetched the dragon horn, or go together. Yao Guang chose to go together. If it had been before, Siyu would have worried about Yao Guang acting alone, since she had no combat ability. But seeing Tang Yu's attitude now, she felt the dragons would definitely keep Yao Guang safe. After Yao Guang and Tang Yu left, Siyu and Vivian saw the injured hatchling. Because of its injuries, its once massive body had shrunk to about half the height of a person. Still unconscious, it looked like a giant stuffed animal. We've already treated Amo, but it still hasn't woken up. We don't know what's wrong, the dragon guarding nearby sighed worriedly. This is a healing mage, can she take a look? Siyu asked. It wasn't that she didn't trust the dragon's healing skills, but it never hurt to have another look. Siyu was really hoping the young dragon would wake up soon. If it did, she might be able to get some information from it and use this as a breakthrough to learn more about the dragons. The dragon standing guard beside her hesitated. She had wanted to refuse, but seemed to recall Tang Yu's words, so in the end, she nodded in agreement. I'll have to trouble you too then. The dragon on guard was a red dragon. She didn't know exactly what was wrong with the young dragon, but she trusted Tang Yu. Tang Yu had already treated the young dragon, but it still hadn't woken up, so she didn't think these 2 humans could do much either. Siyu glanced at Vivian. Vivian nodded to the red dragon, then stepped forward to examine the injured young dragon. The wound isn't large, and there hasn't been much blood loss. No signs of poisoning, and no traces of other medicines. The dragon's scales and other areas are intact, no missing pieces. I'm not sure if it's been controlled. I'm not an expert in that. Too bad Dillo isn't here. What are you talking about? At first, the red dragon thought Vivian was here to treat the young dragon. Her initial words sounded normal, but as she went on, the dragon started to feel something was off. Siyu said, you can ask Tang Yu about that in a moment. Ask me what? Tang Yu's voice came from outside the door just then. When the red dragon saw Tang Yu, it was as if she'd found her backbone. She quickly repeated what Vivian had said. Tang Yu wasn't surprised. After all, these were the same questions Siyu had just asked her to check. She just had people follow those instructions. So she said to the red dragon, it's fine. Don't worry about it. The red dragon was still confused, but since Tang Yu didn't say more, she didn't press the issue. Did you bring the item? Siyu asked Yao Guang, who was standing next to Tang Yu. Yao Guang nodded. Now I can actually help a bit. As she spoke, she shook the dragon horn in her hand, startling the red dragon again. She looked at Yao Guang in surprise, then at Tang Yu. Only when Tang Yu explained that she had brought Yao Guang to retrieve the horn did the red dragon calm down a little. Siyu, Vivian, and Yao Guang didn't pay much attention to the red dragon's reaction. Tang Yu would explain things, so the 3 of them gathered together, with Siyu and Vivian watching to see what Yao Guang would do with the dragon horn. Dragon horns can be used to make excellent astrological rulers. This one was acquired by my master years ago in a trade with the dragons. Yao Guang paused, as if recalling something, then continued, I was still young then and couldn't use it. My master found it troublesome to carry around, so he left it with the dragons for safekeeping. Siyu understood now, no wonder Yao Guang wanted to come along. She was here to retrieve something. but it probably wasn't the only reason. What was odd, though, was that this dragon horn wasn't very large, only about a third the size of an adult dragon's horn. "This is a young dragon's horn," Yao Guang explained, noticing Suyu's confusion. "Young dragons shed their horns. This one was shed by a young dragon." As she spoke, Yao Guang prepared her astrological ruler. "I'll step outside for a bit. No need to worry about me." With that, Yao Guang left with the ruler. If it were any outsider wanting to move around alone in the Dragon Clan's territory, Tang Yu would never have agreed. But knowing Yao Guang's identity, she didn't stop her. She was focused on checking the young dragon's condition. Just as Vivian had found, the only wound on the young dragon was about the size of a palm. It looked as if it had been cut by a sharp blade. If you considered ice, it was likely something like an ice blade. But given how tough dragon hide was, an ordinary ice blade couldn't possibly hurt a young dragon. So there must be something special about the weapon. "Miss Su, have you figured out why it hasn't woken up?" Tang Yu was very worried. The young dragon looked fine, but the fact that it hadn't woken up was anything but normal. "I haven't found anything either. But there are ways to keep someone unconscious that don't involve drugs. Could it be a curse?" Su suggested. Tang Yu shook her head. "Impossible. There are dragons who know curses too. I've already had one check, and there are no traces of curses on it." Su and Vivian exchanged a glance, both thinking of something. Vivian spoke. "Is there any trace of dark element on it?" "What do you mean?" Tang Yu was momentarily stunned, then immediately understood. Vivian suspected the young dragon's injury might be related to abyssal dark creatures. "I hadn't considered that. But ordinary dark creatures couldn't hurt a dragon." "Right, and ordinary dark creatures couldn't escape from you either," Vivian added, leaving Tang Yu speechless. Su broke the silence. "It might not be a dark creature. Don't forget, black magicians can do the same." She felt a bit regretful that she hadn't brought Ningxia along. But that was just wishful thinking. If Ningxia could have come, she would have brought her. But Ningxia had left the territory on urgent business, and time was tight, so Su hadn't brought her. "This is a lead. I'll report it to His Majesty the Dragon King." Tang Yu gave the red dragon a few instructions, saying she would stay with the young dragon. The red dragon hurried off to deliver the message. Just as the red dragon left, they heard Duoya's voice from outside, along with some other people. Su knew the young dragon was inside, and it wasn't convenient for outsiders to enter, so she took Vivian and went out. As soon as they stepped outside, they saw everyone gathered there. Besides that, Mike was standing over a dark, humanoid, unidentifiable creature. "What's going on?" Su asked. Mike snorted. "You hadn't been gone long before this guy started sneaking around outside. No idea what he was up to." Su checked and found that the humanoid thing was actually a dark creature that had transformed into human form. Tang Yu didn't come out because she was watching over the young dragon, so Su sent a dragon to find Mingzheng, while she herself went to tell Tang Yu about the dark creature. "There are dark creatures in the Dragon Clan?" Tang Yu's eyes were full of disbelief. Su didn't explain. She figured Tang Yu would see for herself soon enough. The evidence was right outside. It wasn't something you could just refuse to believe. Tang Yu wanted to go out and see, but was afraid to leave the young dragon alone, so she asked Su to fetch the Dragon King and let him handle it. After all, a dark creature infiltrating the Dragon Clan was no small matter. "I've already sent a dragon too." Before she could finish, a dragon's roar sounded from outside, followed by Mingzhang's stern voice. So you couldn't help but marvel at how quickly the Dragon Clan took action, then stepped outside to explain the situation. Mingzheng stared at the twisted dark creature on the ground, thinking of the still unconscious dragon hatchling. His eyes reddened, and then he transformed into his dragon form. With practiced ease, he scooped up Su and the others, and at the same time, hooked the dark creature up with one claw. By the time they arrived before the Dragon King, Su and her companions were once again dizzy and disoriented. Fortunately, this time Chanyu had learned to use wind magic to ease the jolting of their journey, so everyone only felt a bit dizzy, not nearly as nauseated as before. Once they'd recovered, the thing on the ground had already lost all signs of life. The Dragon King was furious. Even though he knew there were outsiders present, he could barely contain himself, because he had just discovered that the aura on this dark creature was almost identical to the unfamiliar aura that appeared during the recent divine descent. It wasn't hard to guess that the previous incident with the divine descent had likely been sabotaged by a dark creature. With new and old grudges piling up, this was the real reason for the Dragon King's rage. Seeing the Dragon King still fuming, Siu simply led her group to a corner to quietly discuss what had happened. Actually, when we split up yesterday, I already sensed something was off about the atmosphere in the Dragon Palace, said Mike, who was the strongest among them and, naturally, the most sensitive. I kept feeling like there was something shrouding the uppermost part of the Dragon Clan. When I tried to investigate, some strange force attacked me. Siu suspected that this force was either related to the dark creatures or to the system. So, what's the deal with this dark creature? How did you catch it? Earlier, they'd only mentioned that the dark creature was sneaking around outside their rooms, but hadn't explained how they caught it or what abilities it had. When we went outside, the dark creature tried to run, but Chani reacted quickly and gave chase. On the way, we ran into some other dragons, and with their help, we managed to catch it. When you caught it, did you notice anything strange? Siu asked. Duoya nodded. There was something odd. We've encountered dark creatures before, but none have ever been able to change their forms so flexibly, and this one changed shape several times. Siu was shocked. Dark creatures are only supposed to be able to shapeshift once. Duoya replied, that's how it usually is, but we saw this one change forms multiple times and... She handed Siu a slip of paper. Siu calmly slipped it into her backpack, pretending nothing had happened. Just then, the Dragon King had regained his composure. Mingjung came over to call them to discuss the matter of the dragon egg. What the Dragon King said was much the same as what Tang Yu had told them. The dragon egg had recovered. Only now did Siu remember this matter. She'd almost forgotten about it with all the recent framing and trouble. My child is doing well now, and it's all thanks to you for bringing it back to me, the Dragon King said, producing several boxes. This is a small token of our gratitude. Please accept it. Siu didn't refuse and accepted the gifts directly. The Dragon Clan was in a time of turmoil, and the Dragon King was truly grateful to them, but he really didn't have time to entertain guests. Sure enough, the Dragon King's next words were that things had been unsettled in the Dragon Clan lately, especially with the dark creature incident. For their safety, he would have someone escort them home tomorrow. As for the dragon egg, there was no need to ask. The Dragon King definitely wouldn't let them take it away. This was the outcome the Dragon King wanted, but not what Siu had hoped for. Your Majesty, are you aware of what's happened to the beastmen? Siu asked. What about the beastmen? The Dragon King frowned. He really didn't know. The two clans had encountered trouble one after another, each busy with their own problems. How could they pay attention to others? Siu didn't mention the incident with the divine pool, only that the beastmen's ancestral awakening had gone wrong, and several of their young had been lost, including one with exceptional talent, the only one of its kind in 1,000 years. Although the Dragon and Beastman clans weren't especially close, as two of the 4 great races, they knew a fair bit about each other, aside from private matters. The Dragon King understood the importance of the ancestral awakening to the Beastmen. It was as vital as the divine descent was to the dragons. He quickly realized that what had happened to the dragons was probably no coincidence, since the Beastmen had also suffered. He didn't suspect Siu of lying, since it would be easy to verify. There was no point in making up such a story. How do you know about the Beastmen's troubles? The Dragon King had heard from Mingjung that this human girl was on good terms with the elves and merfolk, but not that she had any connection to the Beastmen. The Beastmen invited the elves to help search for their missing young. I happened to hear about it when I asked the elven princess for help, Siu replied. Of course, she couldn't say she'd already been to the Beastmen's lands. Even though the Dragon King probably wouldn't mention it to the Beastmen, you never knew. If he did, it would be hard for Anita to explain things to the Beastmen. I see. Is there anything else you know? The Beastmen lost their young, and the dragon's hatchling was injured. Isn't that quite the coincidence? Siu pretended not to know about the Dragon Clan's divine descent issue, so she only mentioned the young of both clans being harmed. The Dragon King gave a cold laugh. It is quite the coincidence. Not only were our young harmed, but our divine descent was sabotaged as well. So you hadn't expected the Dragon King to be so blunt. Since he'd brought it up, so you didn't hold back either. I don't know exactly what the divine descent is, but from what you've said, I suspect the mastermind behind the incidents with the beastmen and the dragons is the same group. She hesitated, then added, to be honest, the merfolk also suffered an incident not long ago. If this had been a few months ago, she wouldn't have mentioned the merfolk's troubles. But now, the merfolk had recovered, a new king was in place, and their clan was stable. Besides, word of the merfolk's troubles had spread throughout the seas, even if the details weren't known. It wasn't exactly a secret, so there was no harm in mentioning it. What? The merfolk too. Mingjung, listening on the side, already felt a sense of dread. Hearing Suyu's words, his bad feeling only intensified, his heart pounding so hard it made his head buzz. Yes. A few months ago, I was invited to visit the merfolk, right during their sea god festival. At that time, some other sea creatures colluded with dark creatures, trying to wipe out the merfolk. So you didn't go into detail, but she made it clear that the merfolk had also been targeted. For example, she didn't mention that the ones colluding with the dark creatures were the fishmen, or that there were traitors and puppets within the merfolk, or that something had happened in the Forbidden Land and the formation had been damaged. She kept all of that to herself. But what she did say was already enough. This is outrageous. The Dragon King's anger, which he had just managed to suppress, flared up again. It seems this matter is far from ordinary. Even Mingjung, who usually seemed a bit unreliable lately, was now deadly serious. He exchanged a glance with the Dragon King, then spoke up, Miss Su, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. I believe you didn't come here just to tell us these things, did you? Su admitted it readily. To be honest, I had already anticipated something would happen to the Dragon Clan. Of course, it wasn't my own discovery, but rather that of an astrologer by my side. So you hadn't intended to mention Yao Guang at first, worried it might bring her trouble. But since Yao Guang's master had been able to trade for a young dragon's horn from the dragons, and could use her status to ensure her disciple was well treated among them, so you no longer needed to worry about the dragons doing anything to Yao Guang. What kind of astrologer is so powerful they can even foresee the affairs of the Dragon Clan? The Dragon King was skeptical. But he was quickly proven wrong, as Tang Yu arrived with Yao Guang. When the Dragon King saw the astrolabe in Yao Guang's hand, he fell silent. Clearly, he had recognized Yao Guang's identity. After all, that person had once said the dragon horn was for her disciple, and that one day, she would send her disciple to claim it. So, this human child, who looked only a teenager, must be that person's disciple. It was I who foresaw the Dragon Clan's troubles. Besides that, I also discovered that each of the other 3 clans faces a calamity that could wipe them out. Yao Guang fiddled with her astrolabe, her gaze unfocused, staring somewhere in the air as her eyes drifted from place to place. The first to suffer was the elves, then the merfolk, followed by the dragons and the beastin. Now, the disasters of the elves and merfolk have passed and things have returned to calm, but the Beastkin's calamity is not yet over, and they are already showing signs of decline. With just one sentence, she left all the dragons present pale and sweating with fear. Even the Dragon King was no exception. If anyone else had said this, he would have ordered them thrown out immediately. But the one speaking was the most prized disciple of that person. That person had once helped the Dragon Clan through a great crisis. In return, the dragons had offered rare treasures, but she had only taken a young dragon's horn. The horn was never taken away, but left with the dragons, along with a message. Her disciple would come for it one day. Before leaving, she had said the Dragon Clan would face another great disaster. If nothing unexpected happened, her disciple would come to claim the horn at that very time, bringing with her those who could help the dragons. The current Dragon King hadn't experienced these events himself. They had happened during his predecessor's reign, and the story had been passed down to him. But so much time had passed since then that the Dragon King had almost forgotten about it. It wasn't until Yao Guang appeared with the astrolabe that he remembered. So, could these humans before him really be the ones who would save the Dragon Clan? The Dragon King found it hard to believe, but he never again mentioned asking Suyu and her companions to leave. On the contrary, when Suyu offered to help, he gladly accepted. Everything was going so smoothly that Suyu felt uneasy, as if the plot surrounding the dragons was accelerating, like an invisible hand was pushing her forward at breakneck speed. Even so, despite this hidden help, or perhaps because she had arrived too late, in the following days of investigating the Dragon Palace, they found many clues, but not a single piece of truly crucial information. The only thing that could be considered important was the injured dragon hatchling, but it still hadn't woken up. They'd given it spring water of life, 1,000-year-old marrow, fire vein Ganoderma, countless top-tier life-saving medicines, but the hatchling remained unconscious. After some thought, Suyu decided to return home and bring Dillo back with her, and check if Ningxia had returned. If so, she'd bring Ningxia as well. Of course, she had to inform the dragons about this. The Dragon King agreed without hesitation. After all, the hatchling's safety was at stake, and it had already been unconscious for 4 or 5 days. There was no time to lose. Since Suyu didn't have enough dragon stones, the Dragon King immediately made over 30 for her on the spot. Not long after receiving them, Suyu returned to her territory. It happened to be lunchtime, so most people were there, and she easily found Dillo. As for Ningxia, Dolly said she had come back a few days ago, but had left again soon after. With no other choice, Suyu gathered some light element herbs and items from the warehouse, then took Dillo back to the Dragon Clan. As soon as Dillo saw the hatchling, she frowned. This feels so familiar, just like those puppets. No, there's a difference. Dillo drew out her puppet threads and tried to manipulate the hatchling. The little dragon, which had lain motionless for days like a corpse, suddenly convulsed. The sight startled Tangyu, who immediately checked on the hatchling. What's going on? Tangyu couldn't help but ask Dillo. There was no blame in her tone, only surprise and concern. She was surprised that this seemingly ordinary human's arrival had triggered a reaction in the hatchling, and worried because the reaction was clearly abnormal. Do you have any soul stones? Dillo didn't answer, but asked a question instead. Tangyu immediately sent someone to fetch one. Keep an eye on it, don't let it get away. Dillo didn't explain further. When she got the soul stone, she had Tangyu put a drop of the hatchling's blood on it. The next moment, the hatchling suddenly leapt up from the bed, but was immediately pinned down by several dragons who had been prepared for this. Just as I thought. Dillo handed the soul stone to a dragon and told them to destroy it. The dragon obediently crushed it to powder. Once that was done, the hatchling lay back down, stiff as before. Only then did Dillo begin to explain. There are 2 souls inside it. They're fighting for control, but since they're evenly matched, neither can win, so it hasn't woken up. Dillo had suspected this, which was why she'd used the soul stone as a test. A soul stone with a drop of blood can draw out a soul. Since both the body and blood belong to the hatchling, it naturally drew out the hatchling's own soul. With the hatchling's soul drawn away, the intruder gained the upper hand. Fortunately, they had pinned the hatchling down in advance, and Dillo destroyed the soul stone in time, so nothing bad happened. So, what do we do now? All the dragons present looked grim, their eyes full of hope as they turned to Dillo, since she was the one who had discovered the problem. Dilua shook her head. Don't look at me, I don't have enough strength. I can see the problem, but I can't solve it. If it were an ordinary human, she'd be confident. But this was a dragon. She couldn't even beat a dragon, and that uninvited guest could fight a dragon to a standstill. What made her think she could solve this? Actually, there's another way. For example, if you could find the body belonging to that other soul and bring it here, you could forcibly put the soul back. But that method was nearly impossible. After all, they didn't even know who the other soul was. How could they possibly find the body? The world was so vast, and they had no leads. It wasn't even like searching for a needle in a haystack. How could that be possible? One of the dragons said with a bitter smile. Dilua's expression remained calm. Why is it impossible? To prevent the soul from dissipating and to leave a backup plan, that body can't be too far from the young dragon. How big of an area are we talking about? Siyu asked. Dilua thought for a moment. I don't know how large your dragon territory is, but at the very least, it shouldn't be farther than the spot where I first arrived here. The dragon's eyes lit up. Without another word, they immediately went out to search. The place where Dilua first arrived was actually the same spot where the dragon tone teleportation brought them, which was about the same as where Siyu and the others had first arrived. For dragons, that really wasn't far at all. So, what should we do now? Even though there was hope of finding the body, they still had to prepare for the possibility of failure. I don't know much about dragons, but you should assign someone strong to keep watch here to prevent the other soul from seizing control and escaping. Also, stop feeding it any nourishing things. It's best if its body is a little weak this way. Even if the other soul wakes up, it won't be able to run. And your dragon clan should have ways to track your own kind. Use one on it, so even if it does escape, you'll be able to find it. Dilua had thought through everything, covering all the possible bad outcomes and how to deal with them. After she finished, Dilua turned to Siyu. Lord, let's go out and search too. Siyu nodded, but after leaving the room and making sure no one was around, Dilua suddenly whispered, there really are two souls, but besides that, I discovered the other soul is also a dragon. Siyu's expression didn't change, but her heart was racing. She knew Dilua wasn't deliberately hiding this, she just didn't want to cause more trouble. They were outsiders, after all, and the dragons would naturally trust their own kind more. If they brought this up, it would only backfire and make the dragons think they were trying to sow discord. Since that was the case, it was better to let the dragons find out for themselves. If they discovered the truth on their own, they couldn't possibly doubt themselves, could they? So, you're not really planning to go out searching, are you? Since they knew the other soul was a dragon, there was no way they could investigate every dragon's past. Didn't you say before you wanted me to take a look at the dragon egg? Siyu replied, to be precise, I want you to look at the dragon egg sibling. Dilua was puzzled. The dragon egg was originally a twin, both disappeared, and later only one was found. But up to now, I've never seen the one that was recovered. I don't know if it's hatched or... Although she said this, Siyu felt the best-case scenario was that the other egg was like the one she found alive, but not yet hatched. If it really had hatched, given how much the dragon queen cared for her children, she shouldn't have never mentioned the other child, nor would she have poured all her love and attention into just one. But if it was alive but unhatched, that was also strange. As long as it was alive, the dragon queen could take care of it. You want me to find where the other dragon egg is? Dilua stated. She could indeed use bloodlines to search for someone, but obviously, they couldn't get blood from the dragon king or queen. It doesn't have to be the parents, a sibling will work, right? So you knew they couldn't approach the dragon king or queen, but they could have Lingbao persuade the dragon egg to give a little blood. Of course, to avoid harming the dragon egg, Siyu would use elven spring water to replenish it. Once Siyu made up her mind, she wouldn't change it easily. She brought Dilua to meet up with the others, then found Lingbao. At that moment, Lingbao was playing with the dragon egg. Only 2 dragons stood guard at the door. There was no one else inside. Siyu whispered a few words to Lingbao, who immediately patted the dragon egg. The dragon egg, which had previously been hard and ashy, was now a round, smooth, gleaming white egg. Perhaps because it had recovered, the little dragon inside could now communicate briefly with Lingbao, even though it hadn't hatched yet, something even the Dragon King and Queen couldn't do. The reason was probably related to the life-saving blood Lingbao had given the egg during its most fragile period. Ing. Lingbao held out a blood-red bead, about the size of a soybean, and handed it to Siyu. This was a blood bead, basically. Dragon blood condensed into a solid for easy carrying. Siyu patted Lingbao and the big white egg, then took out a bottle of elven spring water and poured out half. With such a tiny bit of blood and so much spring water, it would definitely be replenished. I need to go out for a while. Things aren't safe for the dragons right now, so be careful. If necessary, go back immediately, understand. Siyu patted Lingbao, and after making sure it still had the return stone she'd given it, she felt reassured. Lingbao guessed she had something to do and wanted to go along, but if it left, the dragon egg would want to follow too. So you couldn't take the dragon egg, it would be too conspicuous and troublesome. So Ling Bao stayed behind to keep it company. Once they reached a place with no dragons, Dilua strung the blood bead onto her puppet silk like an ornament. Then she summoned her puppet, which, without hesitation, charged off in a certain direction. The group followed the puppet, winding their way around, avoiding dragons along the way. It took 4 or 5 hours and a huge amount of magic, but finally, deep within the dragon's many mountain ranges, they found an extremely inconspicuous cave. It turned out bringing an earth mage was a very wise decision. If not for Yi Mingjun, they'd probably still be wandering at the foot of the mountain. There was no path up to this cave at all. Dragons could fly, so they didn't need roads, but that made things tough for the group. It's in here. After Dilua and her puppet confirmed the location, she put the puppet away and carefully stored the blood bead in her spatial pouch. Let's go in and take a look. Everyone, be careful. Having been through many explorations before, the group didn't need Siyu's reminder. They each took out a series of potentially useful items from their own spatial bags and equipped themselves. Once everything was checked and ready, the group slowly made their way into the cave. They had expected to face some kind of ordeal, but to their surprise, it took them less than a minute to reach the deepest part of the cave. Under the illumination of their tools, they saw a broken egg lying alone on the ground, surrounded by a few scattered, dusty pieces of eggshell. Looks like the egg is dead, right? Yi Mingjun felt the answer was obvious. When dragons hatch, they always eat their eggshells. The shells are a top-quality supplement for them, providing a huge burst of energy right away. Over the past while, Vivian had read quite a few books on dragon history. She'd started out wanting to better understand dragon medicine, but inevitably picked up other bits of knowledge as well. If the eggshell wasn't eaten, then it must mean... Chanwe shook her head, a look of sympathy on her face. It wasn't their own child, but it was still a life. And judging by how shattered the shell was, it was hard to imagine what this egg had gone through before it died. Check the area, but don't touch anything. Leave the eggshell alone too, Siyu reminded everyone, and they immediately got to work. Soon, they discovered that aside from the eggshells, there were some spots on the ground that were a noticeably different color from the rest. After checking, Siyu determined that these were likely bloodstains. Over time, the blood had seeped into the ground, causing the discoloration, though it wasn't very obvious. Didn't they say the Dragon King's people recovered an egg? Is this the one they brought back? Vivian was speechless. It was already absurd enough that someone's newborn could be stolen, but for the rescued child to end up like this? No, something's off. Siyu pointed at the eggshell. Even if dragons are different from humans and don't care about burial rituals, there's no way they'd just leave a dead dragon egg like this. After all they saw now was the shell. But what about the dragon hatchling that should have been inside? Even if the egg died, there should at least be a body inside, right? At the very least, there should be yolk and egg white. None of them had ever seen the inside of a dragon egg, but they all knew it couldn't possibly be empty. Maybe they brought the egg back, found it was dead, and then took out what was inside to bury it, leaving the shell here? Yi Mingjun offered a tentative guess. But that was quickly shot down. That's unlikely. Even if a dragon egg dies, they would never separate what's inside from the shell and deal with them separately. They always bury the whole thing together, Doya said. She'd also read some books on dragons and happened to remember this detail. No matter what happened, it's clear the other dragon egg is dead. On this point, everyone agreed. This scene was like a corpse left exposed in the wild. There was no way anything could have survived. There's something here. Mike hadn't joined the discussion, instead focusing on searching the area. In a corner, he found something odd. He didn't touch it, just called the others over to look. It was a small, round, gray-black bead. Since no one knew what it was and Siyu couldn't identify it, she decided to keep it for now. Maybe it was just luck, but right as Mike announced his find, Shailing, who had been hiding behind everyone, a bit scared, gently tugged on Siyu's sleeve and pointed in a direction. "Sister Sue, I sense a strong ice element over there." At those words, everyone's expression changed. They all knew the young dragon had apparently been injured by ice magic, so anything related to ice made them extra alert. After a quick inspection, Siu decisively gave the order, "Mike, blow this area open." She wasn't worried about attracting attention. They'd been here for a while. If anyone was going to notice, they already would have. Besides, they hadn't seen any signs of other creatures around. "All right, everyone stand back." The group retreated, giving Mike space. With a loud boom, a large hole was blasted open in the indicated spot. Sure enough, there was a hollow behind it. It was shallow and not very big, with little inside except a roughly polished square table. On the table sat a transparent container filled with liquid, and soaking in the liquid was a fist-sized, unidentified meatball. The meatball looked like some kind of creature with its skin stripped off, wrapped in a transparent membrane. Since both the container and liquid were clear, even from a distance, they could see the meatball's surface, pitted, scarred, with crimson veins. Ugh, Lee Mingjun, on his first mission with Suyu and his first time seeing something like this, immediately rushed outside to vomit in disgust. The others didn't feel much better. That meatball didn't look like a dead thing. More accurately, it definitely hadn't always been dead. Dillo, the calmest among them, stepped closer in curiosity and took out her puppet strings. The strings seemed to be drawn toward the container, floating above it, but as she was about to dip them into the liquid, she quickly yanked them back. No way, whatever that meatball was soaking in, it was definitely filthy. If her puppet strings touched it, she'd have to replace them. She wasn't afraid, but that didn't mean she wasn't grossed out. As she pulled her strings back, Dillo said to the others, "My puppet strings are reacting to it." She put it mildly, so it took the others a moment to catch her meaning. Lee Mingjun, just finished vomiting, stared in disbelief. "Don't tell me that's what was inside the egg." Dillo nodded. Lee Mingjun, feeling a bit better, immediately rushed out again, followed by Shailing and Duoya, who was worried about her. Shailing had been shielded from seeing anything, but she couldn't help overhearing, and her mind conjured up some unpleasant images. The others felt a bit nauseous too, but they'd seen worse, so they managed. Siu was now considering whether they should take this thing back. No matter what, she trusted Dillo, and this meatball was probably the unhatched dragon hatchling, forcibly removed from its egg. "It's still alive." Vivian's words stunned everyone. Siu hadn't even decided what to do next, and was startled by this revelation. She wasn't the only one. Everyone had assumed that what was inside was the corpse of a dead hatchling, but now Vivian was saying it was still alive? In an instant, the disgust in everyone's hearts vanished, replaced by sympathy and pity. Siu was also a bit shaken. If it had been a corpse, she could have comforted herself by thinking of it as no different from a specimen preserved in formaldehyde, something she could accept. But it was alive. "Does it still have any senses?" Siu asked Vivian, her gaze, like everyone else's, unable to linger on the container any longer. Vivian frowned, stepped forward, and took out her staff. After a moment, her expression grew complicated, though there was a barely perceptible hint of relief. "It doesn't have any senses." For most, that might sound like a bad thing, but for the dragon hatchling in its current state, it was actually a blessing. Siu thought of its condition as similar to a vegetative state, alive, but completely unresponsive to the outside world. It couldn't see, hear, smell, or speak. She felt a bit of relief, just like Vivian, but there was still a lingering sadness. Sadness for this life. "Are we going to take it back with us?" Doya asked, unable to bear the thought of leaving it. This must have been done by someone within the dragon clan. Otherwise, outsiders could never have stolen a dragon egg, let alone treated it so cruelly. Siu paused, then continued, "We don't know who's behind this or if there are still spies around. Taking it back could be dangerous. But just leaving it here didn't feel right either, especially since they'd already disturbed the place and couldn't restore it to how it was. Lee Mingjun, see if there's a suitable spot nearby. Make another storage space and put both the hatchling and the eggshell inside." Siu wasn't planning to hide it somewhere else. Not only were they unfamiliar with the dragon clan's territory, wandering off elsewhere would make them easy to spot, but if the dragons caught them with this, it would be impossible to explain and could cause serious misunderstandings. Besides, she believed that sometimes the most dangerous place was the safest. Do you have anything to mask its aura? Siyu asked Vivian. Although she figured that, for these things to have gone undiscovered for so long in the dragon clan, there probably wasn't any aura left on them. Unless the dragons were in on it, it was better to be safe than sorry. I do, but I'm not sure if it'll work. Still, quantity has its own advantages. As one of the few people with a level 4 spatial pouch, Vivian carried all sorts of potions. Her extensive experience with missions had taught her that anything could happen, so besides the usual potions, she often brought along some unusual ones as well. She took out over a dozen bottles of aura-masking potion. Once Yi Mingjun found a spot and used magic to carve out a new cave, they placed the items inside and sprayed the potion everywhere, as if it cost nothing. Luckily, the potion was colorless and odorless. Otherwise, the place would have either changed color or become so pungent it could choke a crowd. Once everything was done, the group hurried back toward the Dragon Clan. On the way, they ran into Mingjung, who was leading a group of dragons, seemingly searching for something. "What are you all doing here?" Mingjung eyed them suspiciously. He didn't really suspect Siyu and the others of wrongdoing, but something felt off. "We're looking for a way to wake the hatchling," Siyu replied vaguely, unsure if all the dragons present knew about the situation. Mingjung's suspicion eased a little. He knew it was Suyu's group who had discovered the hatchling's 2 souls in one body, so she wouldn't lie about this. After brushing off his doubts, Siyu asked Mingjung if there was any progress. He said they had found nothing. That was within Suyu's expectations, so she wasn't surprised. "There's something I'd like to ask you about," Siyu said, referring, of course, to the egg in the cave. Seeing she wanted to talk, Mingjung sent the other dragons away. "What's so secretive?" "I heard Az has a sibling," Siyu said. Az was the nickname the Dragon Queen had given the big white egg. After hatching, the Dragon King would give it a formal name. At this, Mingjung's expression changed and he blurted out, "Who told you that?" Siyu had already prepared an excuse, so she remained calm. "When I visited Her Majesty the Dragon Queen, I heard her mention it by accident." This was true. The Dragon Queen had indeed mentioned another egg, and not just once. But every time she brought it up, she'd immediately stop herself, as if she'd said something she shouldn't have. If it had only happened once or twice, so you could have chalked it up to a slip of the tongue, but it had happened 4 or 5 times now. What was even stranger was the Dragon Queen's attitude when she mentioned it. There was disappointment, sadness, and most surprisingly, a faint trace of anger and resentment. It was obvious something was wrong. Siyu suspected the Dragon Queen was doing it on purpose, trying to draw her attention and get her to investigate. "You were a benefactor to the Dragon Clan, but I can't tell you about this," Mingjung said. But his attitude was as good as admitting it. "So Az did have a sibling." "The dragons really are stubborn," Yao Guang, who had been quiet until now, suddenly laughed when Mingjung refused to answer. "It's inevitable that something would happen to your clan, and now it has. You know better than anyone that you can't solve it on your own. Now that someone is finally willing to help, you keep pushing them away for the sake of your so-called pride. If that's the case, there's no reason for us to stay." Strictly speaking, Siyu and her group had come to the Dragon Clan for the Dragon Egg and to help with the clan's disaster. Now that the first issue was resolved, if the dragons refused to cooperate on the second, there was no point in wasting time here. Siyu regretted not being able to help the dragons, but since Yao Guang had said as much, she wouldn't insist on staying. This might give the mastermind another chance to get something from the dragons, but 2 of the 4 great clans hadn't had any incidents. Without those 2, Siyu felt the enemy's plan wouldn't be so easy to achieve. There was still hope for a turnaround. "In that case, we'll head back. We've been away from our territory for days, and there are many matters that need my attention." Siyu had been with the Dragon Clan for half a month. Although there were others managing her territory, there were some important decisions only she could make. Seeing that they were serious about leaving, Siyu even took out the other half of the Dragonstone. Mingjung hurriedly stopped them. "No, you can't leave." After he finished speaking, he realized his words were a bit unreasonable, so he quickly added, "I need to discuss this matter with His Majesty the Dragon King." Having said that, Mingjung was ready to go find the Dragon King immediately, but he was worried that Suyu and the others would run off if he left them alone. So, for the third time, he simply swept them all up and took them along. Suyu. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to the palace where the Dragon King resided. Mingjung went in first and said something inside. After a moment, a voice from within summoned them to enter. Perhaps Mingjung had already explained things to the Dragon King, because once they entered, the Dragon King didn't bother with pleasantries and got straight to the point about what happened back then. At the time, Yao laid 2 dragon eggs. I was overjoyed and the whole dragon clan was delighted. But soon after, disaster struck. Both eggs vanished overnight. Even though many years had passed, the Dragon King was still furious as he spoke. We searched desperately and eventually found one of the eggs in a cave in the Dragon Clan Mountains. As for the other egg, we never found it. When they heard the words, "a cave in the Dragon Clan Mountains," Suyu and her companions couldn't help but twitch their eyelids. Recalling what they had seen in the cave, they wondered if the Dragon King had also witnessed those things back then. But on second thought, if even outsiders like them felt such regret and anger at that scene, how much more would the Dragon King feel? If he really knew everything, there's no way he could remain so calm. Sure enough, the Dragon King's next words confirmed that when they found the dragon egg, it was still intact. Yao was devastated. The egg we recovered became her whole world. Gradually, she grew weaker. At first, we thought it was just grief, and that she was exhausting herself caring for the child, barely eating or sleeping. But then, one day, she suddenly collapsed. Dragons do need to eat, drink, and sleep, but those aren't their only means of recovering strength and spirit. In other words, if they aren't injured or otherwise affected, there's no reason for them to faint for no reason. After a thorough examination, we made a shocking, no, terrifying, discovery. That dragon egg was abnormal. It was like a disgusting parasite, growing by draining the energy and vitality of those around it. The Dragon King's expression was complicated. There was disgust, but also a trace of helplessness, for the egg was still his own child. Once we realized this, we took it away from Yao. She had already been weakened by the trauma of losing her twins, and before she could recover, her child was taken from her. She was distraught, her health declined further, and after being drained by the egg, she remained unconscious for a long time even after the egg was removed. When she woke up, she wanted to see the dragon egg. Of course, I refused, so I lied and told her the egg had died. We didn't want to do this, but the egg was simply too dangerous. Although it hadn't hatched yet, it could forcibly drain the life force of others. Not just the weakened Dragon Queen, even I, the strongest Dragon King at the time, was nearly its victim. There was no way we could allow such a dangerous creature to remain. So you knew she shouldn't interrupt, as the story clearly wasn't finished, but she couldn't help asking, "Does Her Highness the Dragon Queen know about this now?" The Dragon King shook his head. "We've kept it well hidden. She still believes the dragon egg is dead." So you immediately countered, "No, I think she knows. She knows you lied to her." Now Siu finally understood why the Dragon Queen had shown such anger and resentment when mentioning the lost dragon egg. She was furious at the Dragon King and the others for deceiving her, and hated them for taking her child away. Siu didn't hide this and told the Dragon King about the Dragon Queen's attitude. From what she could see, the Dragon King himself didn't seem to have done anything wrong. The real problem was the Dragon Queen. In fact, from the very beginning, Siu had felt that the Dragon Queen's mental state was a bit off, but she hadn't said anything, lacking both the opportunity and evidence. But if you set aside her status and just see her as an ordinary person, a mother who lost her child shortly after giving birth, then got the child back, only to have her beloved partner take the child away again without explanation, and even lie about it. After so many blows and traumas, who could possibly remain mentally sound? If, under such circumstances, the Dragon Queen was still completely sane, so you would not see her as strong and brave, but rather as something terrifying. While Siu was analyzing the Dragon Queen's state, the Dragon King was already stunned by her words. He never imagined that the Dragon Queen had already figured out the truth. Meow, she. Compared to Her Highness's situation, I think the current matter is more urgent, Siyu said. She wasn't heartless, she sympathized with the Dragon Queen, but what was done was done. Rather than worry about the past, it was better to focus on the present. After all, there was still a young dragon struggling out there. Siyu considered the worst-case scenario, perhaps the Dragon Queen, seeking revenge on the whole dragon clan for losing her child, was now targeting the young dragons. Of course, this was the worst possibility, but not impossible. How did you deal with that dragon egg? Siyu felt the Dragon King was taking too long with his story, so she just asked directly. It was still my child, so I didn't want to kill it. Instead, I locked it away in a remote valley of the Dragon Clan. After all, it was his own child. Even though it had done such things, the Dragon King comforted himself, thinking it was still just an unhatched egg, and didn't know any better. Neither the Dragon King nor the other dragons who knew about this had intended to harm it. They just wanted to hide it away, wait for it to hatch, and then teach it right from wrong, so it wouldn't do anything evil. Which direction is that valley? So you didn't have time to go there now, so she just had the Dragon King point it out. She only needed to confirm the general location, especially whether it matched the place they had discovered. It's in the northern mountains of the Dragon Clan. So it wasn't the same place. The cave Siyu and the others had found was on the southern side, the complete opposite direction. Siyu organized her thoughts, then asked about events further back. Who stole the dragon eggs back then? And how did you deal with them? At this question, the Dragon King and Mingjung exchanged glances, both looking grim. But since they had already promised to answer everything, they didn't hide it. It was a member of the Dragon Clan who stole the eggs. I had some personal grudges with him, and to get back at me, he stole my children. Although nothing specific was said, Siyu had already learned more detailed information from Anita, so she understood that the one who stole the dragon egg was most likely the former Dragon King's brother. He's being held in the Dragon Clan's blazing furnace. In other words, he's still alive. Although the words blazing and furnace sounded terrifying to dragons, it wasn't much at most, a form of torment, but not something that would cost him his life. What exactly is the grudge or feud? Siyu pressed on, determined to get to the bottom of it. She actually found this piecemeal, secretive way of answering quite annoying. It was troublesome and a waste of time. But there was no helping it. She had to make sure the information she knew was brought out into the open. Otherwise, even if she knew about the Dragon Clan's past grudges, she couldn't mention them. And while she did know quite a bit, none of it was currently useful. Seeing the Dragon King still hesitating and being evasive, Yao Guang seemed to lose patience as well. Without a word, she stood up as if to leave. This startled the Dragon King, who, fearing she would really go, immediately spilled everything except for secrets concerning the life and death of the Dragon Clan. Yao Guang was finally satisfied with this level of efficiency, though in truth, she hadn't really intended to leave. She just felt stifled and wanted some fresh air. Unexpectedly, her action had startled the Dragon King into cooperating, which was a good thing. The one who stole the dragon egg is called Hanrue. He's the previous Dragon King's older brother and was once a candidate for the throne. The story the Dragon King told was almost identical to what Siyu had learned from Anita, which proved he wasn't lying. When it came to the part about killing the orc woman, the Dragon King explained, it wasn't that we wanted to make things difficult for her. The Dragon Clan doesn't actually care about interbreeding with outsiders. But that woman used her pregnancy as an excuse to see Hanrue, entered the Dragon Clan, and nearly stole our clan's most precious treasure. I was ordered to capture her. During the pursuit, she accidentally fell from the mountains and died, and she was pregnant, so it was 2 lives lost. As expected, Anita, though she knew a lot, wasn't a dragon herself and couldn't know everything. Just as the orcs would never talk about the incident at the Divine Pool, the dragons would never reveal information about their clan's treasures to outsiders, even if the treasure hadn't actually been stolen. So naturally, Anita didn't know the whole story. Does Hanrue know all this? Siyu asked. Logically, unless he was completely blinded by love, Han Rui should have understood that the Dragon Clan wasn't at fault. It was the orc woman who tried to steal from them, which led to this outcome. Of course he knows. It involved him, after all. But we all knew it wasn't his fault, so we didn't blame him. We just didn't expect him to hold a grudge against us. This was pretty much what Siu had guessed. Han Rui knew the whole truth, but still took action, which made Siu wonder if he was just using this as an excuse, or if he truly loved the orc woman. Comparing the two, Siu thought the former was more likely. If it were the latter, why did he abandon the orc woman and let her bear all the pressure alone when she came to the Dragon Clan? To put it bluntly, he suspected that his injury and loss of power were the work of the old Dragon King. After being crippled, he probably experienced the coldness of the world, and so came to resent the entire Dragon Clan. The so-called revenge was just an excuse. Siu didn't hold back and directly voiced her suspicions. Before the Dragon King could respond, Siu asked again, "So what's Han Rui's situation now?" The Dragon King replied, "About 5 years ago, we released him." After his release, he stayed with the Dragon Clan for a year, kept to himself, and rarely saw anyone. After a year, he left and hasn't returned since. We don't know where he is now. Although Han Rui had done wrong, he had truly acted remorseful over the years. Plus, since there were issues with the dragon egg, the Dragon King didn't feel much attachment to the child. So imprisoning him for 100 years was considered enough. Siu didn't comment on whether the Dragon Clan's actions were right or wrong, but offered a reasonable guess. If that's the case, then it's reasonable to suspect he still holds a grudge against the Dragon Clan and wants to destroy it. The Dragon King didn't understand. "We didn't do anything to him, just locked him up for 100 years, and that was because he broke the rules." Siu suddenly smiled, raised an eyebrow, and retorted, "Are you sure you really didn't do anything to him? Or rather, maybe you have a clear conscience, but what about the other dragons?" Without waiting for a reply, Siu continued, "Don't forget, he was once a candidate for Dragon King. But after he was crippled, the throne was no longer his. Are you telling me there were no dragons who fawned over the strong and stepped on the weak?" As the Dragon Clan's benefactor, she had brought them the dragon egg and was now helping solve their problems. Siu wasn't here to serve the dragons. So within reason, she didn't shy away from saying things bluntly. As long as her logic was sound, the Dragon King wouldn't be so petty as to take offense. Even if, for argument's sake, no one in the Dragon Clan mocked or belittled him, would he really be content? After being crippled, the only child he managed to have died because of you, because of the old Dragon King's orders. Do you really think he wouldn't hate you? Siu thought for a moment, but ultimately didn't voice her darkest suspicion, that Han Rui's crippling might have been the old Dragon King's doing. She didn't know Han Rui and didn't understand this dragon, but she knew that dragons, like humans, have emotions and desires. No one is truly free of wants. They say you shouldn't just listen to what someone says, but watch what they do. This applies to any race. The most obvious result here was that Han Rui resented the Dragon King, probably resented the old Dragon King, and maybe even the entire Dragon Clan. No matter how well he pretended, his actions had already given him away. And what could fuel such deep hatred? If not the loss of his child, then it must have been something that happened to him personally. But there was no need to say more. This was at most the trigger for Han Rui's actions, but not the whole story. Besides, so much time had passed. One of the dragons involved was already dead, the other missing and possibly dead as well. There was no way to investigate further. You suspect what's happening to the Dragon Clan is related to Han Rui? The Dragon King could accept this conclusion, since his relationship with Han Rui was terrible. Whether Han Rui was good or bad, it didn't matter much to him. "That depends on what exactly has happened to the Dragon Clan," Siu said, looking at the Dragon King. "So far, all I know is that the young dragons have been injured. What else has happened?" The Dragon King sighed, then began recounting events from a few months ago. Some time ago, the Dragon Clan's treasure sensed the descent of a god. The whole clan was overjoyed, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Dragon God. All preparations before the descent of the Dragon God went smoothly. But on the day of the ceremony itself, as every dragon awaited the Dragon God's arrival, they witnessed something unprecedented in the entire history of the dragon race. The dragon god's statue suddenly shattered and collapsed. Every dragon present was injured, the ceremony was ruined, and to this day we still haven't found the cause. Though the Dragon King summed it up in a single sentence, the situation at the time was even worse than he described. Led by the Dragon King, all the dragons circled around the statue, eagerly awaiting the dragon god's descent. But then, the statue suddenly shattered, and every dragon plummeted from the sky, coughing up blood in unison. Even the Dragon King, the strongest among them, was no exception. That day, dragon blood nearly covered the entire dragon domain. Fortunately, the dragon's territory was almost completely isolated from humans and other races. Otherwise, the commotion would have affected a much wider area. And then, the ceremony failed. I told everyone to go back and rest, and stayed behind to inspect the statue myself. I didn't find anything wrong with it, but the dragon god had already left. The statue was actually a medium. During the descent, the dragon god would briefly enter the statue, bestow blessings on all the dragons present, and might even choose the next Dragon King. If chosen, a dragon's scales would become even more dazzling than before. But if no one was chosen, that was normal too. Maybe the dragon god simply hadn't found a suitable candidate and might pick one at the next ceremony. Was Hanrui chosen this way too? So you thought of Hanrui and couldn't help but ask. The Dragon King nodded. Yes. Not just him, I was chosen by the dragon god as well. So you felt something was off about that statement. After a moment's thought, she realized the Dragon King had left out a key figure, the former Dragon King. Seeing her expression, the Dragon King guessed she'd figured something out. By now, he was certain this human was indeed clever. No wonder she was the one that person had said could save the dragon race. He took the initiative to explain, the old Dragon King was a special case. Back then, Hanrui's accident happened to coincide with the previous Dragon King's abdication. The dragon god didn't respond, so the then Dragon King made the decision himself and let the old Dragon King take the throne. Siyu fell silent after hearing this. Such a convenient coincidence. If there wasn't something fishy about it, even the old Dragon King himself probably wouldn't believe it. Whether or not the old Dragon King believed it, the Dragon King's expression kept shifting as he recounted this old story. In fact, when Hanrui had his accident, many dragons suspected the old Dragon King, he himself included, but they had no proof. Besides, the old Dragon King was well liked among the dragons. Everyone usually saw him and Hanrui as close as brothers, and it was even the old Dragon King who saved Hanrui after his accident. If not for him, Hanrui probably wouldn't have survived at all. Even though he became a crippled dragon, at least he lived. So, over time, those suspicions faded. Their logic was simple. If the old Dragon King had really orchestrated everything, why not finish the job and silence Hanrui for good? If he had and Hanrui was dead, maybe the Dragon Clan wouldn't be facing so much suspicion and trouble now. So it's clear now Hanrui must resent the Dragon Clan because he was crippled. He was once a candidate for Dragon King, so he knows everything about the clan, making it easy for him to act. Suyu's words were cautious. While it looked like the old Dragon King was to blame, there was no proof. High probability didn't mean certainty. But Hanrui's grudge against the Dragon Clan was definitely tied to his own downfall, that much was beyond doubt. I need to see the statue for myself. It'd be best if you could take me to the site where the accident happened during the ceremony. Even though months had passed, Siyu believed there would still be clues left if only she could find them. If there were no clues, then her trip to the Dragon Clan would be pointless. Of course, Mingjung will follow your instructions. Having said everything, even things he'd initially thought he couldn't reveal, the Dragon King now felt unburdened. He directly ordered Mingjung to assist Siyu in all matters within the Dragon Clan. The Dragon King had only one thought now, to get to the bottom of everything and restore peace to the dragons. I suggest Your Majesty go find the Dragon Queen right now and explain everything from start to finish. As someone who'd suffered from communication failure drama, Siyu felt her advice was absolutely necessary. If this weren't a private matter between husband and wife, she would have gone to the Dragon Queen herself to clear things up, just to prevent any misunderstandings, detours, or further complications. The Dragon clan was already chaotic enough, they couldn't afford more confusion. I'll do everything I can to help the Dragon clan resolve this. But first, there's something else I need to say. I suspect the egg you found back then isn't actually your child. The Dragon King and Mingjung were both shocked, but Siu didn't want to hear their why. Impossible. What happened? How could this be? She spoke rapidly, not giving them a chance to interrupt. Once you've calmed the Dragon Queen, you need to do two things. First, send someone to check on the dragon egg in the valley. The second thing, Siu looked at Lee Mingjun and signaled him. He'll take you somewhere. There, you'll find your other child. I suggest you go yourself, take a few trusted people, and if possible, bring the Dragon Queen too. Explain everything clearly, don't let any more misunderstandings fester. The drama might be juicy, but cleaning up the mess was a real headache. After dropping several bombshells in a row, Siu took advantage of the Dragon King's days to quietly speak with Lee Mingjun, reminding him to take the Dragon King over, show him the eggshell and the contents of the vessel, and recount how they found it. Once everything was arranged, Siu immediately took Mingjung and left. When Mingjung came back to his senses, Siu told him to take them to the site first, and she'd explain once they arrived. This time, Mingjung was even faster than before, almost in the blink of an eye. They reached the location of the statue. Just as the Dragon King had said, it was an open clearing. In the center had once stood a dragon statue, but now it had collapsed, leaving nothing in the middle. Where are the statue fragments? Suppressing his curiosity, Mingjung decided to focus on the task at hand. I'll go get them. It had to be said, the dragon's size and speed were a huge advantage. Mingjung, as easily as he'd moved books before, quickly brought out all the statue fragments. While examining the statue fragments, Siu casually brought up the matter of the other dragon egg. When Mingjung heard that Suyu and the others had found the dragon egg in a cave in the mountains, he recalled the direction they had returned from when he first encountered them. So you guys just want to look for the other dragon egg? Mingjung hadn't expected that Suyu had actually lied to him. Yeah, honestly, I didn't expect things to turn out this way either. It's just that I'd heard the Dragon Queen mention another child several times before, but I'd never seen it, so I was curious. That's why I had my puppeteer help me search for its location. And that search ended up uncovering something extraordinary. Thinking back to that gruesome scene, Siu still felt a chill run down her spine. To smash open a dragon egg before it hatches and pull out the living dragon hatchling, no matter where you are, that's an act of extreme cruelty and bloodshed. Mingjung felt uneasy. He wanted to ask more, but Siu had already found something during her inspection and had no time to pay attention to him. It looks like this statue shattered from the inside. Siu frowned, examining the strange cracks several times before coming to this conclusion. Normally, if something breaks due to external force, the cracks would run from the outside in. But the cracks on this statue were the opposite. On closer inspection, it was clear the fractures spread from the inside out. Siu called Mingjung over to help her try to piece the statue back together. Although the statue was large, the fragments were also sizable, so assembling them wasn't too difficult. When the last piece was put in place, Siu immediately frowned. There's a piece missing. The dragon god statue depicted a dragon coiling in the air, but now, near the dragon's head, there was a clearly missing chunk. What's going on? Siu immediately turned to ask Mingjung. This was obviously an internal dragon clan issue. Mingjung was puzzled too. He distinctly remembered personally gathering up the fragments after the statue broke. There shouldn't be any missing. And although this was the dragon god statue, aside from its symbolic meaning, it wasn't particularly valuable. The stone used was rare, but not nearly precious enough to be worth stealing. I'm not sure either. I'm certain that when I cleaned up and moved the fragments, nothing was missing. Siu had expected this answer and didn't really think he could provide more, so she continued inspecting the reassembled statue. Looking at the missing section, she suddenly asked, "Is this missing part especially important to your dragon clan?" Mingjung glanced at the missing area and nodded without hesitation. Absolutely. I don't mind telling you, the heart of our dragon clan is located right there. As he spoke, even if Mingjung was slow, he realized something was wrong. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, both impressed that Siyu had immediately grasped the key point and alarmed by the implication. Even if it was just a statue, it represented the dragon god. And how could it be such a coincidence that the missing piece was exactly where the dragon clan's heart would be? I won't say more. This is something your dragon clan should investigate yourselves. With the dragon king absent, you should ask the other elders and see if they know anything about the statue. Siyu wasn't familiar with the other dragons, so it wasn't convenient for her to act. If she asked, they probably wouldn't tell her anything anyway. This was something Mingjung would have to handle himself. There was no reason for her to work herself to death for the dragon clan while they just sat back and did nothing, right? Mingjung nodded immediately, about to leave, but then hesitated. I'll go ask now. Will you all be all right here? No problem. Though, it'd be best if you left us a dragon we could order around, Siyu replied bluntly. After spending so many days with the dragon clan, she knew Mingjung's relationship with the Dragon King, his status among the dragons, and that he had a group of dragons under his command. Make sure it's an obedient one. No bad tempers, Siyu instructed. Mingjung already had a dragon in mind. Using the dragon clan's own communication method, he quickly summoned a dragon who looked particularly honest and docile. With a labor at hand, Siyu didn't keep Mingjung any longer. He set off to gather information, while Siyu led the others to continue searching the area for anything unusual. She'd thought that after so much time had passed, if there were any clues, the dragon clan would have found them by now. Since they hadn't, she assumed there was nothing to be found. But after just a simple check, she actually discovered several important clues, leaving Siyu speechless. She couldn't tell if the mastermind behind all this had been careless, or if the dragon clan was just too oblivious to have missed such obvious clues. First, Siyu found a small, inconspicuous stone fragment at the spot where the statue had originally stood. But this stone wasn't ordinary, it was a type used for setting up formations. Thinking back to the endless tricks and troubles during the Merfolk incident, Siyu naturally assumed that the mastermind had set up a formation here as well. She just didn't know what its purpose was yet. Second, less than 100 meters away, Vivian found an unusual leaf among the rare greenery of the dragon clan's territory. She said that burning this leaf would release a gas that, if inhaled, would cause hallucinations. Considering the dragon's high rank and resistance to ordinary drugs, Siyu decided to test the leaf's effects using the obedient dragon Mingjung had summoned. The dragon, though reluctant, didn't refuse. It seemed Mingjung was right, this was indeed a compliant, mild-mannered pushover. How do you feel? Siyu asked, completely guilt-free. After all, it was for the dragon clan's own good. It wasn't like she was picking on the dragon for no reason, so she felt no guilt. At first, the dragon seemed normal, but within 3 minutes, he started getting woozy. No matter what Siyu asked, he just kept repeating the same phrase. Dragon god, hee. Siyu, well, that confirmed it, the stuff worked on dragons. Siyu immediately had Vivian dispel the negative effects from the dragon. Perhaps because dragons were so powerful, or maybe because the leaf was so potent, Vivian had to cast Dispel Magic 7 or 8 times before the dragon finally came to his senses. Once he was lucid, Siyu asked, "Do you remember what just happened?" The dragon shook his head in confusion, then nodded in a daze. Siyu was a little worried she'd broken him, but fortunately, after a few minutes, he fully recovered. I think I saw the dragon god. Siyu was a bit confused by what he said, and only after asking a few more questions did she finally understand the effect of this leaf, aside from causing hallucinations in those who inhale it, is that the hallucinations are shaped by whatever the person is thinking about at the time. I was just thinking about the dragon god statue, and then I saw the dragon god appear right in front of me. Siyu took note of this clue and continued to ask, "Are you feeling any physical discomfort?" Little Dragon shook his head. Other than feeling a bit dizzy, there's nothing wrong. That's good. Although she said this, Siyu was still a bit suspicious inside. Because the Dragon King had said that at the time, they had suddenly coughed up blood. As for the statue shattering out of nowhere, so you could still suspect it was a trick caused by a combination of an array and the hallucinogenic leaf, using the hallucination to distract the dragons from noticing the array's activation. That way, even a simple offensive array could be used to destroy the statue. But the injuries they suffered were real. As for the reason, Siyu still didn't know. To get a clearer picture, Siyu had Little Dragon take her to visit many other dragons. Although those dragons didn't know what Siyu was up to, they all knew Little Dragon was under Mingjiang's command. Since Little Dragon was following Siyu, it meant Mingjiang had sent her, so naturally they didn't hide anything. After questioning a dozen or so dragons, Siyu finally learned something strange from one of them. I'm not sure if I saw it wrong, but I think there was a dragon who wasn't injured. The one who provided this information was a white dragon. The white dragon was very cautious and only told Siyu, even making Little Dragon leave the room. How do you know that dragon wasn't hurt? Siyu wasn't doubting him, she just found it odd. All the dragons had been injured and were coughing up blood, and the scene was chaotic. Who would have the time to pay attention to others? Even if he did pay attention, he couldn't read minds or see through bodies, so how could he know that dragon wasn't hurt? What if the other dragon was actually injured, but just pretending to be fine? Perhaps because dragons were so powerful, or maybe because the leaf was so potent. Vivian had to cast a spell magic 7 or 8 times before the dragon finally came to his senses. Once he was lucid, Siyu asked, "Do you remember what just happened?" The dragon shook his head in confusion, then nodded in a daze. Siyu was a little worried she'd broken him, but fortunately, after a few minutes, he fully recovered. "I think I saw the dragon god." Siyu was a bit confused by what he said, and only after asking a few more questions did she finally understand the effect of this leaf, aside from causing hallucinations in those who inhale it, is that the hallucinations are shaped by whatever the person is thinking about at the time. I was just thinking about the dragon god statue, and then I saw the dragon god appear right in front of me. Siyu took note of this clue and continued to ask, "Are you feeling any physical discomfort?" Little Dragon shook his head. "Other than feeling a bit dizzy, there's nothing wrong." "That's good." Although she said this, Siyu was still a bit suspicious inside. Because the Dragon King had said that at the time, they had suddenly coughed up blood. As for the statue shattering out of nowhere, Siyu could still suspect it was a trick caused by a combination of an array and the hallucinogenic leaf, using the hallucination to distract the dragons from noticing the array's activation. That way, even a simple offensive array could be used to destroy the statue. But the injuries they suffered were real. As for the reason, Siyu still didn't know. To get a clearer picture, Siyu had Little Dragon take her to visit many other dragons. Although those dragons didn't know what Siyu was up to, they all knew Little Dragon was under Mingjiang's command. Since Little Dragon was following Siyu, it meant Mingjiang had sent her, so naturally they didn't hide anything. After questioning a dozen or so dragons, Siyu finally learned something strange from one of them. I'm not sure if I saw it wrong, but I think there was a dragon who wasn't injured. The one who provided this information was a white dragon. The white dragon was very cautious and only told Siyu, even making Little Dragon leave the room. How do you know that dragon wasn't hurt? Siyu wasn't doubting him, she just found it odd. All the dragons had been injured and were coughing up blood, and the scene was chaotic. Who would have the time to pay attention to others? Even if he did pay attention, he couldn't read minds or see through bodies, so how could he know that dragon wasn't hurt? What if the other dragon was actually injured, but just pretending to be fine? The white dragon replied matter-of-factly, "It was actually a coincidence. That bastard was trying to steal my AU. I was injured at the time, and instinctively wanted to check on AU. That's when I saw that guy circling around AU, looking lively and energetic, not at all like someone who'd been hurt. He's not even as strong as I am, and since everyone's injuries were about the same, why was he so full of energy? Not only that, but there were no traces of blood at the corners of his mouth. I almost collapsed to the ground myself, so why was he able to fly around so nimbly?" "See you." Her pen paused in the middle of taking notes. After a moment, she asked with difficulty, "Why didn't you tell the other dragons?" The white dragon snorted, looking like he thought he was the smartest in the world. "Who in the dragon clan doesn't know that guy's trying to steal AU from me? If I said something bad about him, they wouldn't believe me. They'd just think I was slandering him out of jealousy. I can't let Au think I'm the kind of dragon who lies. Suyu, honestly, if she hadn't heard the white dragon's explanation, she would have thought he was just trying to badmouth a rival in love. But if what the white dragon said was true, then there was indeed a problem. If all the dragons were injured, but one wasn't? Suyu didn't really believe it was a coincidence, but she also worried that the mastermind might have made a mistake. To avoid any misunderstandings, she questioned many more dragons. Of course, she first asked the white dragon for the names of Au and his rival, so she wouldn't accidentally question the main suspect without realizing it. The Dragon King didn't recognize the child, but the Dragon Queen, just like when she'd seen the big white egg before, rushed over and hugged the container holding the meatball. When the Dragon King realized the truth, it was like a bolt from the blue. He was devastated. Still, they brought back both the eggshell and the hatchling. As for the egg they'd once thought was their child, when the Dragon King sent someone to check on it, the dragons there watched as a shadowy figure took the egg away right before their eyes. After learning all this, Suyu met with the Dragon King and Queen. With them were the big white egg and its pitiful, vegetative brother. Not long after Suyu arrived, Tangyu came as well, along with several of the Dragon Clan's elders. When it comes to the future of the Dragon Clan, it was indeed something that deserved the attention of everyone. This is definitely a dragon eggshell. All the elders, including Tangyu, examined the broken shell and confirmed its origin. But when they checked the meatball inside the container, they all looked pained. The Dragon Clan is not a cold-blooded race. Even if the meatball inside the container wasn't a dragon hatchling, they would still feel pity. But since they'd already confirmed the shell was from a dragon egg, the identity of the meatball was clear. But what puzzled everyone was that they couldn't sense any dragon aura from the meatball, just like with the big white egg at first. It's not just that there's no dragon aura. I've noticed that all the blood seems to have been drained from its body. Tangyu's face was icy, but anyone could see she was barely holding it together. After all, this was just too cruel. It made everyone's blood run cold. Not only was the hatchling cut out of the egg alive, but its blood was drained as well. What kind of perverse act is this? This poor child. I truly wish I could bear this suffering instead. It's too late, too late. I don't even know if this child can still be saved. This is outrageous. Have we dragons been hidden from the world for so long that we've become prey for any petty villain to trample on? We must get to the bottom of this immediately, or every dragon hatchling will be in grave danger. I swear, if I ever find out who did this, I'll make them wish they were never born. A group of dragon elders were all overcome with grief. After the sorrow came intense rage, as if the victim here wasn't the Dragon King's child, but their own. This wasn't far from the truth. Dragons had always been tolerant and caring towards the young, so long as a hatchling didn't particularly offend them, they'd treat any child as their own. After all, some dragons might never have offspring in their entire lives. In fact, more than half of all dragons were childless. If not for their long lifespans, the dragon race might have gone extinct countless times over by now. Suyu and her companions, being outsiders, knew it wasn't their place to join the discussion, especially with the dragons still so emotional. They wisely kept silent. It wasn't until half an hour later, when everyone had calmed down, that they finally noticed Suyu's group. Before anyone could ask, the Dragon King introduced Suyu and her companions, making a point to emphasize Yaoguang's identity. Among the elders, some knew about the events of the past, while others did not. But after a round of hushed discussions, their attitude towards Suyu's group clearly improved. Seeing that it was finally appropriate to speak, Suyu asked, "When you recovered that dragon egg all those years ago, did none of you ever question its identity?" The Dragon King replied, "No. Both Amiao and I were certain that was our child." The Dragon Queen said, "I knew it wasn't my child." One question, two answers. Suyu looked at the Dragon King and Queen, one shocked, the other calm, and thought to herself that she'd been right to insist the Dragon King explain everything earlier. If the Dragon Queen hadn't been present, they would have wasted a lot more time. Suyu turned to the Dragon Queen. "Miosha, if you want justice for your child, it's best to tell us everything." Hearing Suyu call her by name, The Dragon Queen's attitude was especially warm, perhaps because Suyu had brought back both her children. She was even friendlier than she was to the Dragon King. That dragon egg was never my child. It was a disgusting maggot, Miosha said, gently stroking the surface of the container. If she wasn't afraid of hurting the dragonling inside, she'd have reached in to touch the fleshy lump herself. Others might find it revolting, but she never would because it was her child. I always knew it was feeding on my life force, but I couldn't say anything. I could sense my child's bloodline from it, but I knew it wasn't my child. Recalling what Tang Yu had said earlier about the dragonling in the container being drained of blood, a bold idea occurred to Suyu: blood swapping. It was something even possible in the real world, so in a world with magic, it should be even more feasible. Though she'd found her answer, Suyu didn't interrupt, letting the Dragon Queen continue. I was afraid it would hurt my child, so I kept it close, hoping that one day I might find a clue. At this point, the Dragon King was utterly speechless. He finally understood why, when he'd tried to explain everything to Amiao earlier. Her gaze had been so calm, yet tinged with hatred so different from his own emotional turmoil upon hearing the truth. He'd thought she hated him for keeping secrets, but now he realized that wasn't it at all. She'd known everything from the start. Knowing her as he did, she must have hated him for not even recognizing his own child, for failing to bring their child home. When Miosha fell silent, Suyu finally voiced her theory. The mastermind must have swapped the two children's blood. The meaning was clear, but the shock it caused among the dragons was enormous. Miosha was no exception. Even though she, like Suyu, had already guessed the truth after hearing Tang Yu's words, her face still went pale and she swayed. The Dragon King instinctively reached out to steady her, but she leaned the other way, and Tang Yu helped her sit down. Suyu had no time for the couple's emotional drama. Once she'd clarified the Dragon Queen's side of things, she shared her earlier discoveries at the statue. There were many clues, but the key points were the formation and the hallucinogenic leaf. There was also another crucial clue, a missing piece from the statue. Suyu only mentioned it briefly, but after she finished, Mingjung naturally picked up the thread. I asked the elder in the Forbidden Grounds. He said that long ago, the dragon god statue contained a dragon heart. That heart was the true key to summoning the god's descent, because it belonged to the dragon god himself. That's why it's called the dragon god's heart. The elder in the Forbidden Grounds Mingjung referred to as the oldest living dragon, older than anyone present. Ordinary dragons lived about 1,000 years. The strongest or luckiest could live several thousand, but that was rare. This elder, though, had lived a full 2,100 years. Do any of you know about the dragon heart? Suyu asked the other dragons. When she saw them all shake their heads, she felt a strange sense of déjà vu. It was just like with the mere folk, most of them had no idea how deadly pollution was to their kind. Now, it seemed most dragons didn't know about the dragon god's heart either. If that's true, then haven't we already lost the dragon god's heart? The Dragon King's face was grim. Though he was still deeply worried about the Dragon Queen and wanted to mend their relationship, he knew what was most urgent. He quickly composed himself and focused on the matter at hand. Seeing that she was no longer needed here, the Dragon Queen left slowly with Tang Yu's support. Your dragon clan has passed down its legacy for generations. Has no one ever mentioned this before? Suyu found it hard to believe, yet somehow not surprising at all. No. The old Dragon King never brought it up. In the Dragon Clan, the legacy was usually passed down from one Dragon King to the next, with only a few elders in the know. All the dragons were present at the scene, and none of them knew about this, so it was unlikely that any other dragons would know either. Even the old dragon in the Forbidden Land had only heard rumors about it, and couldn't confirm whether it was true or not. Whether it's true or not, the important thing is that the people behind the scenes believed it, which is why they took action, Suyu said. She didn't think the other side would act for nothing, so she simply assumed the dragon god's heart really existed. I believe the dragon god's heart is real. After coming to this conclusion, Suyu changed the subject. In the past 100 years, not counting this time, how many times have you held the divine descent ceremony? Twice. There was no fixed interval between divine descents. It could be 10 years, several decades, or even 100 years. That was normal. So, what's different about this divine descent compared to the previous two? Siyu wondered. If Han Rui was a traitor, then at the latest, his betrayal must have started when the dragon egg was stolen. If he hadn't already had those thoughts, he wouldn't have stolen the egg. Since that was the case, from the time the egg was stolen until now 100 years, there had been 3 divine descents in total. Why did things go wrong this time in particular? Sabotaging something as important as the divine descent couldn't have been done on a whim. Han Rui and his group must have made thorough preparations. There had to be some difference between these 3 ceremonies, and that difference was likely the cause of everything. The dragons began to rack their brains, trying to recall any differences between the 3 divine descents. While they were thinking, Siyu also told them what the white dragon had said, that there were dragons who seemed to have gone unscathed, and asked them to help keep those dragons under control for now. Not all of those dragons were necessarily problematic, but there was definitely something off about some of them. She hadn't done this earlier mainly because she didn't have the strength to do it herself, so she'd only been gathering information. Catching dragons was a job for the Dragon King and the others. Just as Suyu gave the list and asked the Dragon King to round up the dragons, one of the dragons suddenly seemed to remember something. If someone is innocent, they'd be baffled by the question. The statue had been broken 2 or 3 months ago, not just a few days ago. How could he make the connection so quickly? But whether he admitted it or not didn't matter. Siyu had Vivian take out the leaf and waved it in front of the dragons. Recognize this? If not, we'll let you try it out. You'll recognize it after 1 dose. There were 11 dragons in total, 2 more than the 9 who'd returned together, since Suyu's list included 2 who hadn't come back as a group. Of these 11, 8 showed obvious changes in expression when they saw the leaf, including the one who'd tried to argue. The other 3 remained completely confused. Those 3 might really be innocent, but to be safe, they were locked up separately. The 8 suspicious ones would need further questioning. Since they refused to talk, Siyu had Vivian give each of them a dose of the potion made from the hallucinogenic leaf. She'd already tested it on a young dragon, so she knew the hallucinations it caused were related to what the person was thinking about. Since they wouldn't talk, Siyu hoped the potion would force something out of them. But what happened next shocked everyone. As soon as the 8 dragons drank the potion, their bodies changed color, startling everyone present. The Dragon King and the others quickly shielded Siyu and her group as they watched the 8 dragons writhe on the ground, shedding their claws, scales, and horns until, unbelievably, they turned into flood dragons. Seeing this, Siyu couldn't help but think of how mermen disguised themselves with mermaid skins to move freely among the merfolk. The thought made her shiver, but she also understood why so many dragons had betrayed them. Calling it betrayal was actually wrong because they weren't dragons at all. They were infiltrators planted as spies. What happened next was out of Siyu's hands. Although they weren't true dragons, they were still flood dragons, whose combat strength was second only to dragons themselves. The history between flood dragons and the dragon clan was complicated, something that couldn't be explained in just a few words. On the other side, the 8 captured flood dragons were still in a frenzy. Siyu led Vivian to administer the potion to the 3 dragons who had been isolated separately. As expected, they all fell into hallucinations, but none of them transformed into, or rather, reverted to, the form of a flood dragon. Still, the fact that they weren't flood dragons didn't prove they were innocent. After all, they could be traitors like Han Rui, dragons who had betrayed their own kind. So, they remained in confinement. However, since they weren't flood dragons, the current situation was explained to them so they could understand and cooperate. Although these 3 dragons felt wronged, caught up in disaster through no fault of their own, after seeing the flood dragons, they accepted the suspicion and stayed quietly in their small rooms. In reality, there were no guards outside their rooms. They could leave at any time. This arrangement was meant to encourage voluntary cooperation. After all, staying put would only mean a few days of boredom, but if they left, it would be tantamount to admitting guilt. Fortunately, these 3 were clever and cooperative. For several days, They didn't leave their rooms, only occasionally asking the dragons outside for news. By now, the truth that the flood dragons were the masterminds behind the plot against the dragon clan had been uncovered. To root out all the hidden flood dragons within the clan, the Dragon King spent a fortune to have Vivian prepare the hallucinogenic potion, enough for every dragon to be tested. To be safe, the highest-ranking dragons, including the Dragon King and Queen, were in the second batch to use the potion. Fortunately, none of them turned out to be flood dragons. After that, they mixed stronger and weaker dragons together for the tests, which were conducted in front of the entire dragon clan. Although there weren't many dragons, after taking the potion, each dragon would go mad for a while, so they had to wait until one batch recovered before testing the next. This inevitably wasted some time. By the time the last batch finished testing, nearly 3 days had passed. In total, 29 flood dragons were rooted out. Half were exposed by the potion, while the other half tried to escape when they realized something was wrong and were caught. Since they tried to flee, their identities were clearly suspect. Testing confirmed it. All those who tried to escape were indeed flood dragons. 29, plus the original 8, made 37 in total. Considering there were only 782 adult dragons in the clan, this meant nearly 5% were imposters, a fact that shocked everyone. The most terrifying part was that all 37 had grown up within the clan, with names and identities, not some mysterious outsiders. The fact they could impersonate others so confidently meant the real dragons had died, allowing the flood dragons to take their places. A 5% infiltration rate meant 5% of the dragon clan had died mysteriously. The only consolation was that the young dragons showed no reaction to the potion. It was unclear whether the potion didn't work on them, or if the flood dragons hadn't replaced any young dragons, or simply couldn't. The next step was to interrogate the flood dragons and extract clues from them. Normally, the dragon clan would handle the interrogations themselves. First, because the flood dragons were powerful, Suyu and her group couldn't interrogate them like ordinary prisoners. Second, the dragons feared that secrets concerning their clan might be revealed to outsiders. Although Suyu had come to help and already knew much about the dragons, she was unaware of their core secrets, especially those concerning the clan's survival, and had never tried to pry. However, since Vivian was the one who created the potion, and she expressed a strong desire to experiment on the flood dragons, the dragons agreed to let her attend the interrogations. Vivian had been thoroughly enjoying herself these past few days. Just 2 days ago, she'd even returned to her territory to fetch all the potions she'd stockpiled that weren't suitable for human testing. Over 130 different potions. The dragons in charge of the interrogations couldn't help but feel a deep sense of dread toward this seemingly delicate and adorable human girl when they saw the sheer number of potions she'd brought. Especially after witnessing the flood dragons being used as test subjects, their fear of Vivian only deepened. Of course, there was no room for sympathy. The dragons knew exactly what the flood dragons were up to. If they hadn't rooted them out, the clan would have suffered even more. But that didn't make them any less afraid of Vivian. At first, seeing so many potions just gave them a brief chill, but they didn't pay it much mind. After all, flood dragons were only slightly weaker than true dragons. Ordinary drugs shouldn't affect them. Even the flood dragons themselves thought so. When they realized this human doctor intended to experiment on them, they only felt contempt and anger at being humiliated by a human, never fear. Until a few hours later, Vivian, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "Flood dragons aren't so tough after all, couldn't even handle 10 potions before breaking down." Hearing the anguished groans of their kin from the next room, the other flood dragons felt a chill run down their spines. Still, since they hadn't experienced it themselves, they assumed Vivian was bluffing. Until their turn came. Vivian managed to break all the flood dragons in just a day and a half. The process was so harrowing and intense that the watching dragons instinctively coiled their tails tighter, afraid that even a careless flick might anger this terrifying human girl. "Did you get anything out of them?" Suyu asked. Most of them are tight-lipped, but when they first took the potion, they let slip a few things. Here's a summary of what we got. Vivian handed over a notebook filled with the Flood Dragon's statements, her face alight with satisfaction, clearly pleased with her test subjects. Siyu glanced at the notes, her brow furrowing as a sense of foreboding welled up inside her. She immediately sought out the Dragon King and asked, "Is your clan's greatest treasure still safe?" The Dragon King nodded instinctively. "Of course. Only those of dragon blood can enter its resting place, and the interior is a labyrinth. One wrong step, and even a dragon would perish." But as soon as he finished, the Dragon King realized what Siyu was implying, and a sense of dread crept over him as well. After spending time together, the Dragon King had come to recognize Siyu as an exceptionally clever human, one with unique skills and insight, able to see things the dragons themselves missed. Even those around her were extraordinary. The dragons had always been proud, but the Dragon King had to admit, aside from their unmatched fighting power, in every other respect, they couldn't compare to these humans. Since Siyu had specifically brought up the matter of the treasured artifact, the Dragon King didn't doubt her honesty or suspect any ulterior motives. Even though he had just checked on the treasure not long ago and knew it was safe, he still decided to go and see for himself. Half an hour later, the Dragon King hadn't returned, but instead sent Mingjung to escort Siyu and her companions somewhere. Siyu realized her suspicions were correct. The Dragon Clan's treasured artifact really had gone missing. Mingjung had lost count of how many times he'd flown people through the sky, but this was the first time the journey was so smooth, no showing off, no turbulence. Along the way, Mingjung briefly explained the situation. Big Brother didn't find anything unusual when he got there. The treasure just vanished into thin air, Mingjung summarized, leaving Siyu completely baffled. When they arrived at their destination, Siyu discovered that the place where the treasure was hidden was actually another valley. She was speechless, but then thought about how the Dragon Clan's territory was full of mountains, caves, and valleys were hardly in short supply. Not just the treasure, but even their living quarters, including the Dragon Palace, were all built by modifying mountain caves and valleys. "Big Brother, I've brought them," Mingjung called out. The next second, a massive golden dragon with dazzling scales appeared before them. But almost immediately, the golden dragon vanished, so quickly it felt like an illusion, and the Dragon King appeared in its place. "You stay here," the Dragon King instructed Mingjung. "You all, come with me," he said to Siyu and the others. The Dragon King led them on foot into the valley, winding through twists and turns for over 10 minutes before they finally reached the end. Just as it seemed they'd hit a dead end, the Dragon King raised his hand, and the scene before them changed dramatically, as if someone had flipped a slide. Suddenly, they found themselves in an underground magma cave. Molten lava surrounded them on all sides, and the stone walls glowed red-hot from the heat. Xia Ling quickly cast several ice shields. Since she'd been using this spell frequently lately, she was now extremely proficient. What used to take her 10 seconds, she could now cast 7 or 8 times in just a few seconds. "Sorry, that was my oversight," the Dragon King apologized, realizing he'd forgotten to warn Siyu and the others about the extreme environment in his anxiety over the missing treasure. Siyu didn't mind and simply asked about the treasure. "That's where the treasure was kept," the Dragon King said, pointing. They saw a flat stone floating above the center of the magma, but above the stone, nothing but empty air. "What exactly is the Dragon Clan's treasured artifact?" Siyu asked. Now that the treasure was gone, the Dragon King saw no reason to hide the truth. The Dragon Clan's treasure is actually the heart bone of the dragon god. The heart bone, simply put, is the bone near the heart. Siyu's heart sank. "Dragon King, do you remember what was missing from the statue?" The Dragon King's face stiffened. How could he not remember? The statue of the dragon god was missing the piece near the heart, and the elders had always said there was a legend about the dragon god's heart inside the statue. The dragon god's heartbone and the dragon god's heart. What were these flood dragons planning? Siyu didn't know what the Dragon King was thinking, but she had already guessed. The heartbone and the heart, the two most vital and energy-rich parts. The people behind the scenes must be the same group trying to merge the continents. They must have stolen these two items to supply the energy needed for the fusion. But now the dragon god's heart was missing, and the heart bone was gone too. Did this mean the enemy had already succeeded? Siyu suddenly felt overwhelmed. But soon, she thought of something. She quickly opened her quest log and saw that the main quest related to the Dragon Clan was already at 85% completion, with less than 9 days remaining. The progress isn't complete yet. Why isn't it complete? By now, Siyu felt there were no secrets left in the Dragon Clan. She knew the truth about the divine descent, had uncovered the real and fake dragon eggs from the switched at birth incident, discovered the twin souls in the young dragon, the dragon god's heart in the statue, and the dragon clan's treasure, the dragon god's heartbone. What clues could she possibly be missing? And where was she supposed to find them? Siyu realized her own pondering wasn't enough, so she urged the Dragon King to think as well. Was there anything he hadn't told her? If he remembered anything, he needed to say it immediately. The Dragon King was even more anxious than Siyu. After all, this was his clan's crisis. He mentally reviewed all the Dragon Clan's secrets over and over until finally, he landed on a very old memory. "I remember a legend," the Dragon King suddenly exclaimed, startling everyone. "I read it as a child among the Dragon Clan's historical records. It described a very strange ritual. If the ritual succeeded, the dragon god could be resurrected." Siyu's heart skipped a beat. As absurd as it sounded, she didn't think it was necessarily impossible. The Dragon King continued, "To resurrect the dragon god, you must find the dragon god's body. The most important parts are the dragon god's skull and heartbone. You also need the dragon god's heart." The ritual was complicated, but the dragon god was no ordinary being. He was one of the true ancient gods. That's impossible. Siyu was certain the dragon god could never be resurrected. The Dragon King didn't argue. "I think so too, but it's just too much of a coincidence. The legend specifically mentions the dragon god's heartbone and heart. And, of course, the skull as well. But if the heartbone and heart existed, it wasn't surprising there would also be a skull. Where is that book?" Siyu urgently wanted to see it for herself, to check for any other clues. "It should be among the Dragon Clan's historical texts. Didn't you see it?" The Dragon King knew Siyu and her companions had read through those books. Siyu turned to her group. They all shook their heads in unison. "We didn't see anything like that. If we had, we would have brought it up immediately," Doya said confidently. Such an obviously suspicious passage, she was sure she would have noticed and reported it to the Lord, and trusted the others would have done the same. Then the book is missing. Either it's truly lost, or someone took it. Clearly, everyone thought the latter was more likely. Those history books were useless for anything but reference. While their contents were valuable, in practice, they were just junk. No one would bother to move them, let alone steal one for no reason. Since the book had already disappeared, so you could only pin her hopes on the Dragon King, hoping he could recall more details. The Dragon King also wished he could remember more, but unfortunately, he was quite young and mischievous at the time, and didn't have the patience to read. The only reason he even looked at that book was because the first half of the ritual described in it sounded so mysterious and impressive. But then, at the end of the ritual, there was a suspiciously added line, "This is only a rumor, not to be believed." If it had been real, the young Dragon King would have been extremely interested. Not only would he have read it over and over, he would have told others about it too. But after seeing it was labeled as fake, he instantly lost interest and put the book back. "There's another way. We can ask the other dragons and see if anyone else has read this book," Siyu suggested. Since the Dragon King had seen the book and hadn't hidden or thrown it away, surely others must have seen it too. It couldn't be such a coincidence that the book disappeared right after the Dragon King finished reading it, right? And even if it was, there was still a chance that other dragons had read it before him. So, the Dragon King took them back and asked around the entire clan. Sure enough, they found 2 other dragons who had also read the book. Meanwhile, Vivian took her precious potions and went to question the flood dragons, hoping to use the book's contents to test them. Before Vivian got any results, Siyu first listened to the accounts of the 2 dragons who had read the book. Their descriptions were generally the same as the Dragon King's. It was a book full of mysterious nonsense, describing a way to resurrect the dragon god and listing the materials needed for the ritual. However, when one of the dragons described how to perform the ritual, his account differed slightly from the Dragon King's and the other dragons. I vaguely remember it said that if you want to resurrect the dragon god, besides the materials, the location of the ritual is also very important. As he spoke, he frowned, clearly struggling to recall, making everyone anxious. But no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't remember. After all, this was something from hundreds of years ago. The Dragon King himself was 700 or 800 years old, and the book existed when he was a child. That meant the book had to be at least 500 or 600 years old. That was a long time ago. Just as this dragon was scratching his head in frustration, Vivian brought good news. "Lord, come quickly." One of the flood dragons slipped up. He said they're doing all this to become dragons. See you. Damn, this plot again. First, there were the fishmen who wanted to become merfolk, and now the flood dragons wanted to become true dragons. No wonder the merfolk and dragons got along so well. They were both in the same boat. With mixed feelings, Sea went to see the flood dragon who had let the secret slip. The flood dragon seemed to realize he'd messed up. Figuring the more he said, the more mistakes he'd make, he simply clammed up and refused to speak, no matter how many potions Vivian used on him. Looking at his miserable state, Sea felt a strange sense of sympathy, not for the suffering Vivian had put him through, but for him, and in fact for all the flood dragons, because they were probably being deceived. Like the fishmen, the flood dragons had likely made a deal with the organization behind the scenes. On the surface, it looked mutually beneficial, but in reality, both the fishmen and the flood dragons were being used. You say you're working with the dark creatures because you want to become dragons? At first, it was just speculation that the flood dragons were cooperating with the dark creatures, since Mike and the others had captured one. But later, it was confirmed when a flood dragon, unable to withstand the torture, confessed. So there was no doubt about it. Siu asked, but seeing the flood dragon remain motionless and silent, she didn't mind and continued as if talking to herself. Cooperation is supposed to be mutually beneficial. You're working with the dark creatures, and they're helping you become dragons. But what are they getting out of it? The flood dragon still said nothing, determined to play the mute to the end. Siu chuckled and went on, "Let me tell you the truth, the last ones to work with the dark creatures were the fishmen. Just like you, they wanted to replace the merfolk, but they failed." Still no response, but Suyu noticed his eyelids twitch. She went on to reveal what happened to the fishmen and how they were used. The fishmen thought they could replace the merfolk, and they needed the merfolk's pearls. But what they didn't know is that the dark creatures wanted the pearls too. In other words, their interests were in conflict. This was something they'd learned from interrogating the fishman leader after their defeat. The fishmen wanted the pearls so they could become merfolk, but they never imagined that the dark creature's goal was also the pearls, since they contained vast energy needed to merge the continents. You destroyed the statue, took the dragon god's heart, and even stole the dragon bones. Whether you're trying to resurrect the dragon god or become dragons yourselves, I can tell you very clearly, you're not going to succeed. As soon as she finished speaking, the previously lifeless flood dragon suddenly went berserk and lunged at Suyu. Suyu didn't even flinch or blink, because there was a cage made by the dragons themselves between them, a cage even dragons couldn't escape from, let alone a flood dragon who'd been tortured for days and was now extremely weak. Impossible. Don't talk nonsense. We will become dragons. We are the true dragons. The rulers of the sky. Ha ha. What's the point of saying all this? We have everything we need, and soon we'll become true dragons. Then you'll all live under our rule. You'll all die. All of you. Ha ha. Suyu's expression didn't change. She just watched quietly as if enjoying a good show. Half of what she'd just said was actually speculation, based on the fishman's case. But the flood dragon's reaction confirmed everything she'd guessed right. The calmer Sea was, the more uneasy the crazed flood dragon became. In fact, the moment Sea mentioned the fishmen, he'd already started to doubt those people. Once the seed of doubt is planted, it will slowly take root and grow, even if Siu does nothing more, especially since everything she said made sense. The flood dragon's denial wasn't because he didn't believe her, but because he didn't want to face the consequences of being deceived, so he stubbornly insisted he was right. Gradually, the flood dragon calmed down, but a sense of panic grew inside him. Seeing this, Siu felt the time was right and was about to speak, when suddenly someone burst in. It was Duoya, her face filled with anxiety and fear. Lord, while the dragons were searching various dragon territories, they discovered many hidden caves of all sizes. In one of the caves, they found piles of bones. What? Siu jumped in shock, then quickly asked, whose bones? Could they be dragon bones? No, they're not. Duoya instinctively denied it, then realized she'd said too much, giving the dragon a meaningful glance. Siu understood and followed her out. Seeing Siu leave, the dragon didn't feel relieved. Instead, he grew even more anxious. If he wasn't afraid of exposing himself, he would have called out to those two humans and demanded an explanation. Bones? Why are there bones? And it seems like there are a lot of them. Whose bones are they? Could they belong to dragons? Have they already started attacking the dragons? In his empty cell, the dragon paced back and forth, nervous and afraid. No, that human said they weren't dragon bones. She didn't seem like she was lying. If they're not dragon bones, then whose are they? As the dragon thought, Siu's words replayed in his mind. The fate of the fish people kept flashing before his eyes, and a bad feeling grew in his heart. Not far outside, Siu and her companions sat quietly, waiting. Seeing how calm Siu appeared, Mingzheng gradually relaxed as well, but he couldn't help but ask, Miss Siu, do you really think Tubo will fall for it? Tubo was the name of the dragon from earlier. Siu calmly took a sip of tea. It doesn't matter if he doesn't. Did you prepare the bones I asked for? If he doesn't believe us, just throw them in front of him. A chill ran down Mingzheng's spine. He thought to himself, these humans are ruthless, each one more so than the last. That's right, Duoya and Siu had just put on an act. The cave and the bones were all made up. Normally, the dragon might not have believed them, but Siu had already mentioned what happened to the fish people, planting a seed of doubt. Plus, the dragon had been tortured for some time, especially with the use of hallucinogenic drugs that affected the mind. Even the strongest would go mad after enough of that. A creature as powerful as a dragon might not be completely broken, but it would still affect his thinking. After waiting half an hour with no movement inside, Mingzheng brought out several massive bones as Siu had instructed. Without a word, Siu drank a strength potion and dragged the bones into the cell. When the dragon saw her actually bring in the bones, his gaze immediately locked onto them. The moment he realized they were dragon bones, his eyes nearly popped out of his head, and he started screaming like a madman. Siu ignored him, dumped the bones in front of him, and turned to leave. Late at night, a sneaky figure crept to the place where the dragon was being held. Who's there? Tubo stood up warily, but when he heard the noise outside, his suspicion faded, replaced by joy and excitement. It's me, Tubo. Are you all right? I'm here to get you out. Outside, another dragon was racking his brains trying to open the door. Damn it. There's not just a formation on this door, but the lock is enchanted too. Who the hell enchants a door lock? Tubo was still a bit suspicious, but hearing this, his doubts eased. Are you stupid? If the door is enchanted, why don't you come in through the window? Tubo snapped. The atmosphere grew a little awkward. But the dragon outside quickly gave up on the door and turned to attack the window instead. The window wasn't enchanted, but it was still protected by a formation. No good, I still can't open it. The formation is too advanced. I could force it, but we'd definitely be discovered. Tubo was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He knew the other dragon was telling the truth. A few minutes later, Tubo seemed to make up his mind and told the other dragon to stop. Enough. Stop messing around. Get yourself out of here and tell the others to act quickly. Once you succeed, I'll get out too, won't I? The dragon outside hesitated. No, I have to get you out. You're the strongest among us. If you don't get out, how can we save the others? Tubo sensed something was wrong and immediately asked, "What happened to the others?" Silence. Tubo grew more anxious, and after a few more questions, the other dragon finally spoke. The others were captured. They were caught by the dragons? That's impossible. The dragons have no control over that place. No, it wasn't the dragons. It was those untrustworthy bastards. Boom. Tubo's vision went black, feeling as if the sky was falling. Earlier, he hadn't believed what that human said, but now part of his kin had already become piles of bones. He'd thought it was a trick by the dragons, but now even the rest of his kin had fallen victim. "I'm coming in." Before Tubo could think further, a joyful shout came from outside. Before he could react, a familiar dragon rushed to his cell. With a few quick moves, the dragon opened the cell. Tubo's eyes turned cold. "How did you know how to open the cell? Is this a trap?" "One of our kin taught me. He was the one who rescued me. He said he was going to save the others and told me to come for you first." Hearing that other dragons had already escaped, Tubo was stunned, and his suspicion faded. He was about to say something when a dragon's roar sounded outside. Tubo's face changed instantly. Dragging the other dragon, he ran for it, but he was badly injured and hadn't rested in ages. How could he outrun the energetic dragons? In the end, they were caught. Just as Tubo was about to be captured, the dragon who had saved him threw himself at the pursuers. "Go! Run!" Tubo's eyes were bloodshot. He wanted nothing more than to fight the dragons, but he knew he couldn't win, especially since they outnumbered him. Even at his peak, he'd never be able to escape. So, without hesitation, he turned and ran. He hadn't gone far when a huge explosion sounded behind him. He knew the dragon had self-destructed to buy him time. Hatred burned in Tubo's eyes, but only a fraction of it was directed at the dragons. The rest, most of it, was aimed at those abyssal outsiders. Because deep down, he knew they were the ones who provoked the dragons first. The dragons' retaliation was only natural. But those outsiders were different. They had approached the dragons for cooperation, but from the very beginning, they'd been plotting against the dragonkin. "Very well. Since you show no mercy, don't blame me for being ruthless." Tubo swallowed his anger and forced himself to stay rational. He didn't rush off to settle scores with those people, but instead found a place to rest and recover first. Right now, he didn't understand the situation. Acting rashly would only cost him his life, and then the Jiao Dragon clan would truly be doomed. Tubo arrived at a secret spot, a temporary hideout only he knew about. He had stashed many things here, including items that could help him recover. He took out what he needed and spent a whole day recuperating. Then, gathering up other useful supplies, he transformed into his true form and flew swiftly in a certain direction. Not long after Tubo left, a dragon arrived at the hideout with several people in tow. She looked at the piles of goods inside and, without hesitation, swept them all into her own bag. Tubo had left in a hurry, only taking what he could use. The rest was just taking up space, so naturally, Siu benefited from his leftovers. Although there was another dragon present, he wisely pretended not to see anything. After all, Siu had helped them so much. Forget these things. Once this was all over, the dragon clan would owe her a great favor. As she was checking the items, Siu suddenly noticed these two objects, both familiar and unfamiliar. She immediately took out the other 3 map fragments she had. Piecing them together, Siu could basically confirm from the incomplete parts that the map consisted of 7 pieces. She already had 5, and the missing 2 were just the corners, so she could more or less make out the full map's layout. But after studying it for a while, she couldn't figure out anything useful. Besides, she didn't have the time to research it now, so she simply put it away to look at later. While rummaging for the map, Siu also found a book in her backpack, one without a cover or title. She flipped through it and immediately realized the contents looked extremely familiar. Wasn't this the book the Dragon King mentioned, the one that could resurrect the Dragon God? Siu read the book carefully again and discovered that the Dragon King and the others who had read it before had missed the later sections because they hadn't finished the whole thing. On the page following the words, "This is just a rumor, not to be trusted," Siu saw a line, "The true god summoned by this method can be controlled by the summoner." No wonder they wanted to resurrect. No, they didn't want to resurrect. They wanted to summon the dragon god and make him do their bidding. Realizing this, Siyu was desperate to know the location of the summoning ritual. But no matter how she searched, she couldn't find it. Instead, she noticed a page in the book seemed to have been torn out. A sudden thought struck her, and she took out the map fragments she'd just put away. As I thought, this map was torn from this book, Siyu muttered. Siyu was momentarily stunned by the system notification, but quickly realized there was no reward, no follow-up, almost as if the quest was just an excuse to lure her to the Dragon Clan. She didn't care. What mattered more now was finding out where this place was. But again, she had no time to investigate, so she tucked the map inside the book for later. Are they still following? Siyu asked, referring to the other team tasked with tracking Tubo. She hadn't brought them along for the tracking, they were human, and in the conflict between the Dragon Clan and the Jiao Dragon Clan, their combat power was negligible. Since Tubo's intentions were still unclear, bringing them along would only be a burden. The dragon currently with Siyu was the same young dragon who'd first tried the hallucinogenic leaf. Upon hearing Siyu's question, the young dragon immediately contacted the team tracking Tubo. After getting an update, he relayed, they're still on him. They say the destination is pretty far, Tubo's been flying for a long time and still hasn't arrived. It had been less than 10 minutes since Tubo left, but as a Jiao dragon, he traveled by flying. In 10 minutes, a human could only walk about a kilometer, but these dragons, at top speed, could cover several kilometers in less than 10 seconds. Alright, let's follow as well. They couldn't get too close, but also couldn't lag behind. If something happened, so you needed to be able to respond quickly. Everyone climbed onto the young dragon's back. His flying skills were clearly more reliable than Mingzhang's. They soared for over half an hour, and aside from the biting cold at high altitude, there was almost no discomfort. I just got a message. They say Tubo went to a volcanic crater near the deep sea. A volcanic crater near the deep sea. There are volcanoes in the deep sea? What a strange location. Before Siyu could think further, the young dragon accelerated, wind howling, and soon came to a stop, signaling everyone to look down. That's the mountain. He pointed to a black dot in the distance, a volcano. A volcano in the middle of the sea? That's odd, the young dragon couldn't help but comment. The more Siyu looked, the more familiar the scene below seemed. Suddenly, she remembered something. She quickly opened the system map and compared it to the map she'd pieced together from the 5 fragments. They matched perfectly. In other words, the fragment she'd obtained over 200 days ago pointed directly to this final destination. Can we go down? What's the situation? Siyu asked as she put away the map. The young dragon's whiskers twitched. Tubo has already entered the volcano. There's no movement inside yet. We don't know what's happening, so everyone's standing guard outside. Do you want me to take you down? Is it safe outside? He nodded. Safe, absolutely safe. They've already checked. Siyu looked at the size of the volcano and decisively let the young dragon take them down. When they landed, the dragon's standing guard noticed their arrival. Upon seeing it was Suyu's group, they turned their attention back to the volcano. Mike, can you sense what's happening inside the volcano? Siyu asked. A volcano was sure to be full of fire element, Mike's domain. With just a moment's concentration, he sensed the energy flow inside. His face turned grim, sweat beading on his forehead. He looked less like he'd just scanned the area and more like he'd fought a battle. The energy inside is extremely powerful. I have a strong feeling that if it erupts, the entire continent will be destroyed. Mike's words sent chills down everyone's spines. Even though Siyu had suspected as much, she couldn't help but shiver. If she was right, then either a dragon god summoning ritual was underway inside the volcano, or the other side was going all in summoning the dragon god first, then merging the continents. Of the two possibilities, Siyu thought the latter was more likely, because of the map. It was probably a map pointing directly to the final destination. The other side's goal was to merge the continents. Even though the map was torn from the summoning ritual book, no one ever said the ritual site and the merging site couldn't be the same place. We have to stop them. They're preparing to summon the dragon god. If they succeed, the dragon god will become their puppet. There was no time for further explanation. Siyu dropped this bombshell and immediately took out several items. There was Anita's voice transmission token and Luya's merfolk blood pearl. In fact, once Siyu realized the Dragon Clan's situation was complicated, she'd secretly contacted the elves and merfolk. At first, it was just a precaution. She hadn't expected things to escalate to this point, skipping straight to the final step. Now things were out of hand. This involved beings on the level of the dragon god from 10,000 years ago. This was clearly not something the Dragon Clan could handle alone. Could they really take on their own ancestor? Anita and Luya, upon hearing the news, both promised to rush to the scene immediately. Anita even said she'd bring the beastmen along. For something this important, all 4 major races had to be present. The merfolk arrived first. Since the volcano was in the middle of the ocean, it was the perfect location for them. Anywhere with water, they could reach in minutes. The elves could fly, not as fast as dragons, but not slow either. They were delayed only because they had to notify the beastmen. By the time all 4 races had gathered, it was already past midnight. There's been no movement inside. Let's prepare and go in at dawn to check things out. That was the consensus after discussion. Otherwise, with nothing happening inside, there was no point in just waiting around. There were still 4 hours until sunrise, so everyone took the opportunity to rest. Siyu stared at the system clock, watching the seconds tick by, until, just before 5 a.m., it suddenly stopped. "Dark creatures incoming," someone shouted. Instantly, everyone was on alert. Looking around, they saw countless dark creatures appearing out of nowhere. Well, not quite out of nowhere. They seemed to be crawling up from underground. Though individually weak, a dragon could swat away thousands at a time. They came in endless waves. Fortunately, the 4 races worked together, each taking a position and coordinating their defense. Time has stopped. Siyu stared at the system clock, stuck at 4 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Unease grew in her heart as she instinctively glanced toward the volcano. Why are there so many dark creatures? They don't seem to die completely. Hearing the voices from all around, Siyu and her companions, protected in the center, couldn't help but frown. They wanted to help, but this level of battle was beyond them. If they forced their way in, they'd only get in the way or risk friendly fire. "We're going into the volcano." Siyu made a snap decision, ordering her group. It wasn't impulsive, it was the only option. It was clear, the 4 races couldn't intervene in this matter. Couldn't they see everyone was already tied up? Though the dark creatures weren't strong and the 4 races had numbers, not a single person could break free. It was all because they couldn't change the situation. The only ones who could enter the volcano were Siyu and her chosen companions. "Chanyu, Mingjun, you 2 work together and get us up there." The 2 responded, one casting a flight buff, the other using magic to create footholds on the volcano's walls. After about 10 minutes, Siyu and her team reached the top of the volcano. Despite being a volcano, as they got close, there was no heat at all, not even as warm as inside the Dragon Clan's dwellings. Once they climbed up, they realized it was a fake volcano. There was no fire or magma inside, just utter darkness, like a bottomless abyss. At the same time, a new secret realm prompt appeared before Siyu. Difficulty: unknown. Participants: 1. Exits: none. Description: this is a mysterious place. Only 1 person could enter. And there were no exits, not even one. Siyu was shocked. But she quickly understood, even if only 1 person could go in, it had to be her. No one else would do. Secondly, since only she could enter, and there were no exits for game balance, there probably wouldn't be much fighting inside, maybe none at all. Otherwise, it would be a death trap. If not entering meant certain death, and entering might also mean death, then of course she had to go in. "She's awake. The patient is awake. Quick, go get the doctor." An excited female voice rang out by her ear, accompanied by hurried footsteps coming and going. Siyu stared up at the white ceiling, her head spinning, eyes full of confusion. But before she could think much, the doctor had already arrived. "The patient has regained consciousness. I'll send you the care instructions later. Please take good care of her." "Patient? Were they talking about her?" Siyu tried to sit up, But right now, even opening her mouth felt difficult, let alone sitting up. A nurse, having just seen the doctor out, noticed the frown on Suyu's face and hurried over with a glass of water. Have some water first, then rest a bit more. You've been lying here for 3 years, your body is stiff and hasn't regained mobility yet. It's normal that you can't move, so don't be scared. You'll be sent to the rehabilitation pod for recovery treatment soon. Unable to move, Siyu drifted back into a hazy sleep after drinking some water. 3 days later. Thanks to the advanced medical technology of the interstellar era, Siyu regained her mobility in just 1 day. The remaining 2 days, the hospital insisted she stay, not quite reassured about this special patient. Of course, their concern was one thing, but the truth was, the hospital was also quite curious about this once-in-a-millennium medical oddity. With interstellar medical technology, even if you were blasted to pieces by an energy cannon, as long as you were still alive, they could put you back together. But Siyu is a strange case. 3 years ago, when the hospital received a distress signal from her household robot, they rushed to the scene and found her unconscious in a hollow pod. At first, they thought Siyu had died from excessive gaming, a not uncommon occurrence in the interstellar age. But she was clearly still alive. Then they suspected she'd simply overdone it, gaming herself into exhaustion and a coma. But that possibility was quickly ruled out. With today's technology, every holopod comes with built-in health monitoring. If a user's vitals drop below a certain threshold, the pod automatically disconnects and contacts the hospital. The chance of an accident is basically 0. Yet when they arrived, the holopod was still connected, and the distress signal hadn't come from the pod, but from the robot. And even if the pod had malfunctioned and failed to protect her, whoever heard of someone sleeping for 3 years from exhaustion? It was less like overexertion and more like Sleeping Beauty pricking her finger on a spindle. For 3 years, Suyu's coma remained a mystery. Even after she woke up, there were no answers. Miss Sue, you can be discharged today. Your robot has already completed the paperwork for you. You just need to confirm your information and agree to the scan. The nurse handed her a holographic confirmation screen. Sue carefully checked the details, but when she saw the 8-digit treatment bill, her eyelid twitched. The nurse noticed her reaction and quickly explained, "Please don't worry. Hongshin Group has paid all your medical expenses." Hongshin Group was the company that manufactured the holopod Sue had used. In fact, Sue had become something of a minor celebrity. Thanks to advanced technology, few people in the interstellar era ever needed to be hospitalized, let alone for 3 years straight. When the news got out, many media outlets tried to visit. But Sue had no family, and since she was in a coma, the hospital couldn't release any information. So while she became famous, her identity remained a mystery. All the public knew was that someone had fallen into a long coma after using a holopod, but no one knew who it was. However, someone managed to dig up the brand of the holopod Sue had used, and Hongshin Group ended up taking the fall. Whether for legal reasons or reputation, they paid a huge sum in compensation and covered all of Suyu's medical bills. Information confirmed. Sue handed the device back, packed her things, and was discharged. Upon leaving, she saw her household robot, Xiaolu. "Welcome back, Master. I've already booked a hovercar to take you home. Please follow me." With her robot's help, even after 3 years cut off from the world, Sue, now a bit of a social invalid, made it home safely and quickly. Once home, Sue rubbed her head. "Master, your bed is ready." "You can rest whenever you like," Xiaolu said, thinking she must be tired. Sue did want to rest, but she was even more desperate to know what had happened. Right now, her mind was a blank. All her memories were those provided by the hospital. "Xiaolu, I think I've lost my memory. Can you tell me about the past?" Xiaolu froze for a moment, almost like a system crash, then a crying emoji appeared on its screen. "Understood, Master." Retrieving past data, though saddened by his master's amnesia, Xiaolu still executed Suyu's command flawlessly. Xiaolu had been with Sue since she was a child, so he knew her very well. Although Sue wasn't one to keep records, Xiaolu's butler system automatically logged basic information, and since she'd never bothered to turn this feature off, it was now coming in handy. Data compilation complete. Siu leaned back in her massage chair and browsed through her past. Perhaps because of her amnesia, reading these records didn't feel like recalling her own memories, but more like looking at someone else's life through words. She was an orphan whose parents died in an accident when she was 3. With the compensation, she became rich overnight, but also lost her parents. Luckily, she still had Xiaolu. Xiaolu had originally been bought by her parents to take care of her, so after their deaths, he raised Siu. With compensation money and a government stipend, Siu never had financial worries growing up. At 17, she was admitted to one of the top 100 universities in the interstellar world. The program lasted 3 years, but she finished all her coursework in 2. In her final year, thanks to her mentor's recommendation, she interned at a top gaming company. After graduation, Siu left the company, despite their generous offers to keep her. After resigning, Siu successfully began a laid-back, slacker lifestyle. She had exceptional creativity. Even though she worked alone and her games were small in scale, each one became more popular than the last. Now, she could easily live off the profits of a single game for 3 years. Siu carefully delved into her own past. The more she learned, the more her memories began to overlap and resurface. When she came across information from 4 years ago, she froze. Xiaolu, why is there a blank for the information from 4 years ago? She was 27 now. When she fell into a coma 3 years ago, she was 24. But Xiaolu's records stopped at age 23. Master, I don't know either. On your 23rd birthday, you told me you had a great idea, and then you turned off my recording function. Siu, what's the connection between what she said and what she did? What kind of nonsense was she up to at 23? Master, I detect that you're extremely tired. Please go to bed and rest. Although Xiaolu was eager to keep chatting, after all, it hadn't seen its living master in 3 years, it still prioritized her health. Siu did feel exhausted, so she followed Xiaolu's guidance and went to rest. After a full day's rest, Siu began to check all her electronic devices, hoping to find some clue about what she'd done during that missing year. Back then, as an outstanding game designer, she had all sorts of equipment. Just sorting through and powering up all her devices took her most of the day. Looking at the dozens of devices in front of her, she felt a sense of familiarity. She checked them one by one, but all she found were records of games she'd designed, nothing out of the ordinary. As another day was about to slip by, she decided to finish going through her database of all her game design concepts before resting. Unexpectedly, she stumbled upon something odd. The database had 3 categories: inspiration, discarded, and completed. These corresponded to ideas not yet developed into games, ideas that had been abandoned, and those that had been made into games. The first category had over 30 entries, each one a gem that any game company would fight to buy. The second category was much larger, with over 300 entries. 10 times as many as the first. Every time she abandoned an idea, she'd note the reason, and all the reasons were varied but reasonable. The third category, completed, had the fewest entries. After all, she'd graduated at 20, fallen into a coma at 24, and game development was a massive undertaking, especially since she worked alone. In 4 years, she'd completed just 7 games. The first 6 looked normal, but when she saw the 7th, she was stunned. The 7th game had no title. Its information was still marked as untitled. If this entry had been in either of the first 2 categories, Siu wouldn't have thought much of it. But it was in the completed category. With this new discovery, Siu perked up. She drank the nutrient solution Xiaolu brought her and continued searching her other devices for more information. Maybe because she'd finally found a thread to follow, she was able to trace it further. At last, she found information about this untitled but completed game. This game was very special, unlike the previous 6, which she'd made entirely on her own. Well, this one was also made by her, but the 7th game had been commissioned by someone else. In the encrypted files on her communication device, Siu found this message. Hello, Ms. Siu. Our company invites you to create a game for us. As payment, we will give you a brand new, revolutionary set of game design equipment. The message was sent 4 years ago, just a week before her birthday. So you didn't know how her past self had reacted to this message, but her first reaction now was, scam. As it turned out, even with amnesia, she was still herself. So you found a deletion record for this message. She had deleted it once, but later restored it. She guessed that her past self had deleted the message, but the other party must have done something to convince her. She ended up accepting the invitation, told Xiaolu something on her birthday, and then turned off Xiaolu's recording function. Xiaolu, help me search for all information around this time. So you called Xiaolu over and showed it the timestamp of the invitation. Soon, Xiaolu found just a few results. Because Suyu was a homebody with no family or friends and rarely communicated with the outside world, and because the search window was short, there wasn't much information to sift through. There were 3 messages, one about a business partnership, one official notice about game approval, and one about a delivery service. The business partnership was about one of her games collaborating with a toy company to sell merchandise. Nothing unusual there. The official game approval notice was just that one of her games had passed review and could be released. The third, the delivery service, seemed to be a notification from an interstellar shipping company that someone had sent her a package. Thinking of the invitation, so you immediately guessed that the package was most likely the brand new, revolutionary game design equipment promised by that mysterious company. How creepy, she muttered. She found it creepy because she realized this game company seemed to know everything about her. Logically, since she had deleted the message, there shouldn't have been any further contact, nor would she have given them her personal information. Yet, the day after she deleted the message, the package arrived, meaning they knew her address and other details. In an era of advanced technology and strict privacy protections, that was terrifying. But since she later agreed to the collaboration, it must mean the package contained the real deal, not a scam. She must have tried out the equipment and confirmed it was unlike anything on the market. As a game development enthusiast, she accepted the offer. With this cleared up, it was obvious what had happened during her missing year. She'd been making a game. But this time, it was a game made to someone else's specifications. So you had good reason to suspect this game was connected to her coma. But it was too late at night to continue, so Siyu went to rest again. The next day, she finally found the dusty old holopod stashed in the storage room. This was the very same immersion pod involved in the incident back then. By rights, it should have been recalled, but even that required Suyu's consent. After all, she was the victim, and she'd bought the pod with her own money. The company could compensate her, but compensation and recall were 2 separate matters. Since Suyu had been in a coma and couldn't give her consent, Hongshin Corporation had no choice but to take the immersion pod back for inspection under the supervision of the relevant authorities. They did find issues with the pod, after which they returned it to her and even gave her a brand new, guaranteed to be safe immersion pod for free. Seeing Siyu fiddling with the old pod, Xiaolu couldn't help but worry. Master, what are you doing? It was afraid Siyu might fall into another coma because of the pod. Siyu smiled at Xiaolu and explained, don't worry. I just want to see what I was doing before I lost consciousness. Xiaolu suddenly understood and said, Master, this pod is already broken. I've already transferred all the data to the new pod for you. If you need, you can use the new pod to check. Siyu hadn't expected that. She thanked Xiaolu and immediately switched to the new pod. Once inside, Siyu quickly checked her last browsing records from 3 years ago. Fortunately, the pod kept records for up to 5 years, so she was able to find her last activity. The records showed that she had been playing a game called Sunset Continent. The name felt very familiar to Suyu, but she couldn't quite recall anything specific. With no other choice, she searched for information about the game on the StarNet. To her shock, she couldn't find any information about the game anywhere on the StarNet. Of course, there were other games with the same name, but after checking them out, she could tell none of them were what she was looking for. Since she couldn't find any info, Siyu decided to try entering the game herself. Of course, this was a bit risky, so she didn't choose to enter in full immersion mode, but opted for third-person mode instead. Third-person mode was basically the old keyboard and mouse setup from thousands of years ago, but since it was cumbersome and less immersive, it had long since been phased out. Full-immersion mode, on the other hand, used brainwaves to control the game, offering better control and a much more realistic experience. But because it was connected to the human brain, it naturally came with risks. Of course, compared to the old mode, these risks were relative. With immersion pods now nearly universal, actual cases of brain injury caused by them were extremely rare, less than 0.01% of all users. In the eyes of outsiders, Siu is that unlucky 0.01%. Siu used to think so too, but after recalling things over the past 2 days, she seriously suspected that her coma had nothing to do with the pod itself, but rather with what she'd done inside the pod. Would you like to play in nostalgia mode? Siu decisively chose yes and waited for the game to load. Loading game. 10%. Loading game. 50%. Loading game. 99%. Loading game. 99%. Watching the progress bar stuck at 99%, Siu grew even more suspicious and became more certain that there was something wrong with this game. After waiting 5 minutes with no response, she tried exiting and re-entering, but the result was the same. After 3 attempts, she gave up. Just as she was hesitating about whether to risk entering in full immersion mode, Xiaolu suddenly notified her that she had received a message. Siu left the pod to check. Before she even read the content, she found the sender's name extremely familiar. She opened an invitation she'd received 4 years ago and compared the two. Sure enough, it wasn't her imagination. The messages were from the same user. After confirming the source, Siu opened the new message. It was very brief, just 1 sentence. Tomorrow morning at 9, 6th floor, number 6 Central Street. Miss Siu, you are cordially invited. Siu thought it over and decided to go. First, she really wanted to know what this mysterious game company was up to. Second, the location was in the most luxurious, central part of the planet, so the risk was basically 0. Third, the other party knew a lot about her. If they really wanted to harm her, they wouldn't need to go to such trouble. Since there was no danger and she could get answers, why not go? Having decided to go out, Siu spent the day taking care of all the things that had piled up over the past 3 years, then rested and waited for the next day. 9 a.m., 6th floor, number 6 Central Street. Siu arrived on the 6th floor. As soon as she stepped off the hover lift, she realized the entire floor seemed to belong to the same company. The space was huge, with no extra walls or partitions. Before she could think much about it, a small robot approached her. Scan complete. Identity confirmed. Hello, Miss Siu. Please come with me. Someone is waiting for you. Siu followed the robot to a lounge-like room. As the door opened, she saw a woman about her own age sitting inside. Please have a seat. The woman stood up with a smile and invited Siu to sit. On the table in front of them were fragrant tea and delicate pastries. Let me introduce myself. I'm Li Kong, one of the managers here. I was also the one who invited you 4 years ago to develop a game. Hello, I'm Siu. You probably know who I am. Although she knew the other party must have her information, maybe even more than she herself did, given her amnesia, Siu still introduced herself out of courtesy. That's right, I do know you. After all, you were selected as the most talented and capable game developer by aggregating all our company's data. Li Kong smiled warmly. Her praise felt sincere, not fake. So, what do you want from me? Siu didn't want to waste time and got straight to the point. I'm here to answer your questions. Li Kong took out a paper document and handed it to Siu. In this age of advanced technology, paper documents were extremely rare, which only made Siu feel that things were even less simple than they seemed. Without hesitation, Siu took the document and began reading it carefully. There was a lot of information and data, but in summary, it was a game development proposal. Usually, there were 2 versions of such proposals. The one in her hand was from the client's side, listing all the requirements the game needed to meet. There was another proposal from Party B, also provided by her. It was like answering a test. Party A posed the questions, and she supplied the answers. Party A's request was to develop a multi-character survival game. So you figured this must be the unnamed game she had already finished. We needed a game, and you have the ability to make it. That's why we found you and invited you. You didn't let us down. You completed a game we were satisfied with in less than a year. So you didn't think she was lying. She agreed with that assessment. But she asked, "What does this have to do with my coma and memory loss?" Li Kong looked surprised. You lost your memory? So you hadn't expected her not to know about that, but since it was out in the open, she didn't bother to deny it. Yes. Li Kong thought for a moment, then gave an apologetic smile. That must have been an accident. We'll offer compensation. Siyu shook her head. She wasn't interested in compensation. She wasn't short on money. What she really wanted to know was the reason behind her coma, the secrets of this game, and the truth about the company. Li Kong picked up on her meaning, thought for a moment, and said, "Actually, it's not that we can't tell you. After all, you're a participant. But before that, Miss Su, you'll need to sign a contract." As she spoke, Li Kong produced a contract as if by magic. It was also on paper. Su glanced at it. The so-called contract was just a single sheet with only one sentence. I, XX, promise not to disclose any information learned today to anyone else. That was all there was on the A4-sized paper. All she had to do was fill in her name in the designated spot. Su picked up the pen and signed. After she finished, Li Kong didn't even look at it. She just put the paper away and immediately began. Our company is a department of the Space-Time Restoration Bureau. There is a planet in a certain timeline that suffered an attack from higher dimensional technology. The planet sent us a distress signal. After investigating, we discovered that someone on that planet had used higher dimensional tech without authorization, which led to this outcome. So, we couldn't intervene too much. But occupying another planet through higher dimensional attacks is also not allowed. So, after our mediation, both sides agreed to a contract. Both would enter a game, and the outcome of the game would decide the result. And that game is the one you made, Miss Su. Siyu. She understood every word individually, but once they were strung together, she couldn't make sense of it. Li Kong saw Siyu's confusion and couldn't help but smile. You can ask any questions you want. Now that you've signed the contract, there's nothing we have to hide from you. Siyu thought for a moment and asked a question that left Li Kong speechless. So, are you even human? Li Kong. Sorry, that's not something I'm allowed to answer. All right. Siyu sighed in genuine disappointment, which made Li Kong's mouth twitch. So why did I fall into a coma? Li Kong, as if afraid Siyu would ask something even stranger, answered immediately, because when you finished the game and sent it to us, you were still in the game. So when we uploaded the game to that planet, you entered the game as well. No wonder her last memory before the coma was of playing a game. She really was playing a game. And somehow, she'd managed to play herself right onto another planet. So that's what you meant when you said I was a participant? Yes. If not for that, we wouldn't have told you any of this. But since it had happened, they assumed Siyu had memories of the game. To prevent Siyu from leaking any information and causing trouble, they had to bring her in, have her sign the contract, and explain everything. Who could have guessed Siyu would have amnesia? Do you know why I lost my memory? Amnesia isn't really losing your memories. It's more like memory confusion or hidden memories. In other words, you probably experienced some kind of stimulus during the game that caused your memories to become jumbled, or for some reason, those memories are now hidden. Can I get my memories back? This was the first time Siyu had heard such an explanation for amnesia, but given how unusual these people were, she figured it was probably true. If she'd been curious before about why she'd fallen into a coma and lost her memory, now she was most interested in her 3 years of in-game memories. People who love making games usually love playing them too, especially a game as unique as this one. Of course, Siyu wanted those memories back. You can, but you'll need to re-enter the game. Then we can help you recover your memories. I can go back into the game? Siyu was surprised. She'd thought she'd never be able to return. After all, it was on another planet. Given the special circumstances, yes. We can't let you stay amnesiac forever. Li Kong thought this was only right. It was their oversight that had accidentally brought Siyu into the game. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lost 3 years of her life to a coma. Can I do it now? I'm really interested in this game. Li Kong shook her head. No, the game isn't over yet. You can't enter now. Hearing this, Siu suddenly felt something was off. Her entry into the game had been an accident, and Li Kong clearly didn't want her in there. So why hadn't they pulled her out right away? Since she was thinking it, she asked. Because the game is in progress. We can't interfere, or it would affect the fairness of the game, Li Kong explained. Then if the game isn't over, how did I come back? Suyu's question was perfectly reasonable. To be precise, for the people on that planet, the game isn't over. But for you it is. Suyu sort of understood, but not really. From her perspective, it was like being a character in a TV show. The protagonist might last from episode 1 to the finale, but a supporting character could be written out after just one episode. She was a supporting character, so her story ended early, and she came back early. How about this? I'll show you. Li Kong was actually quite nice. Gentle and easy to talk to. Seeing Suyu's interest, she took her to another place. This place was a semi-enclosed space with no windows and no lights, but it wasn't completely dark. There was only one entrance and exit. If that was blocked, you'd be trapped inside. The moment Siu saw the room, she sensed that nothing inside was ordinary, and everything she saw after entering confirmed her suspicions. This is where we monitor the game's progress. To put it simply, it's real-time surveillance, Li Kong explained, gesturing toward an entire wall filled with over 1,000 split screens. This is just part of it. There are more setups elsewhere. Li Kong pressed a button, and 2 chairs appeared out of thin air in the middle of the room. She invited Siu to sit down, and together they began to observe the game. Technically, Siu should have been intimately familiar with this game. After all, she was its creator. But she'd lost her memory. Everything about the game had vanished from her mind. So, faced with so many game screens, she felt both a sense of unfamiliarity and a strange, deep-seated familiarity. The unfamiliarity came from her lack of memories. The familiarity was something she felt deep inside. What stage is the game at now? What's the objective for advancing the game? Even though she'd lost her memories of this game, Siu was still a professional game developer. She understood games deeply, so even if the game was unfamiliar, she could get a general sense of its mechanics and flow after watching for a while. She could figure out the gameplay, but the overall progress of the game was something that took time to discern. In response to her question, Li Kong patiently explained, as I mentioned before, this is a competition. Each side has its own objective, and those objectives are in direct conflict. For example, one side's goal is to eat the apple, while the other's is to protect it. Only one side can succeed. The game setting is a continent that split into several pieces many years ago. The people from that planet are placed on the Sunset Continent. The moment Siu heard the name Sunset Continent, she immediately thought of the game in her own immersion pod. It had the same name. Clearly, this was the very same game. Li Kong continued, although they're only placed on the Sunset Continent, the other continents still exist, and each one has symbolic meaning. The Sunset Continent represents their home planet, while the other continents represent the side of foreign technology. Siu seemed to catch on and naturally followed up, so their conflicting objective is to merge the continents? Li Kong looked at her in surprise. She hadn't expected Siu to guess it after just a single explanation. Seeing her expression, Siu couldn't help but laugh. It's not that surprising. Since you specifically mentioned the continents had split and talked about what each fragment represents, it's only natural to guess this, right? Li Kong was still amazed, but then again, since Siu was the one who made the game, it wasn't so surprising after all. At this point, the game is already nearing its end. The original win conditions were, one side must successfully prevent the continents from merging, while the other must merge them. The foreign side enters the game with their memories intact. They know exactly what their goal is. The people from the planet, however, have no idea. Siu frowned. Clearly, this wasn't fair. One side knows their goal and retains their memories, while the other doesn't even know what they're supposed to do. It's entirely possible the enemy could complete their objective before the locals even realize what's happening. Sounds pretty unfair, doesn't it? Li Kong smiled. Of course, no game can be perfectly fair, but it can't be that unbalanced either, otherwise, there'd be no point in playing. In fact, every person on that planet enters the game. It's a single-player game, and everyone has their own independent save file. Once inside, the main quest for every player is to prevent the continents from merging, though they don't know this at first. Clues are revealed as the game progresses. The foreign side has their memories, so from the start, they can plan and prepare for merging the continents. But for the planet's people, as long as even one person, even just one save file, manages to prevent the continents from merging, then they win. Siyu understood. She didn't know how many people lived on that planet, but taking her own world as an example, a typical planet, unless it's so resource-poor that survival is difficult, would have at least tens of millions, if not billions, of people. On average, a planet might have a population of 1 or 2 billion. Even if they don't know their objective, surely out of 1 billion or 2, at least one person could manage to prevent the continents from merging? But looking at it from another angle, while it seems like they have the advantage in numbers, they don't know what they're supposed to do. Plus, everyone is suddenly thrust from their normal lives into a game world. Many people would struggle to adapt, or for other reasons, be unable to continue playing. So, the number of people who can actually play through the game drops even further. All in all, it's hard to say if it's truly fair, but it's not completely unfair either. In fact, you almost became the savior of that planet, Li Kong said, seeing that Siyu understood. She glanced at the surveillance screens, then suddenly smiled. What? Siyu, lacking her memories, was naturally confused. Didn't I mention before? You accidentally entered the game as a player, so you had the same rights and status as everyone else. The only difference is, if they die in the game, unless their side wins, they'll die in real life too. But if you die in the game, you just get sent back here early, though you might end up seriously ill. After all, this isn't a real game. Death isn't truly death, but it's not the harmless death of a video game either. Whether you're injured or die in the game, it will have real consequences for your physical self. You progressed faster than anyone else in the game, far ahead of the second place. That's why we paid special attention to your data, which is how we discovered you'd entered the game by accident and started looking for ways to get you out. Originally, they wanted to pull her out directly, but the game had already started and couldn't be stopped. Halting it would affect all the players and would also anger the foreign side. The outsiders might accuse the referee of being unfair. After all, if Li Kong and her people didn't interfere, the outsiders could have easily conquered the planet. But with interference, even if they didn't dare express their dissatisfaction openly, it was clear they weren't happy. So that's how it is. But since you said I progressed quickly and the others have already reached the endgame, does that mean I also made it to the final stage before being pulled out? If I almost became their savior, does that mean I made it all the way to the last step, but for some reason failed to stop the continents from merging? Li Kong looked at her with admiration, because she was exactly right. It's like this. If you were originally from that planet, you should have entered the final secret realm with your followers to stop the ritual that would merge the continents. Based on your in-game stats at the time, your chance of success was as high as 90%. 90%, that was really high. No wonder they said she almost became the savior of that planet. But since you're not from that planet and the outsiders have already found out about this, they strongly demanded that you leave the game and that your results be invalidated. So we altered the data and changed the final secret realm you entered into a portal back to this world. Actually, Siyu had entered quite a few secret realms during her time in the game, and the data for those could have been altered as well. But for various reasons, the judges on Li Kong's side were more sympathetic to the people of that planet. So even after discovering Siyu's true identity, they didn't expose her. They simply pretended not to know and treated her like any other player. If Siyu won, it would count as saving the people of that planet. If she lost, it was just a game. She wouldn't be in any real danger. Even if she suffered some harm, Li Kong's side would seek her out and compensate her. At the end of the day, it was their responsibility for not properly screening who entered the game, and it was also their selfishness that kept Siyu in the game. These were things they had to make up for. You really don't like the outsiders, do you? So you could tell Li Kong was biased. She wasn't even trying to hide it. Li Kong nodded frankly. Of course. They really went too far. We'd already agreed on everything, but right before the game started, they made a bunch of unreasonable demands. We refused them all, but nobody likes someone who goes back on their word. Not only did they try to change things before the game, but they also tried to interfere during the game, though they got caught. It's not that Li Kong and her group lacked the power to decide the outcome directly, like kicking out the outsiders or simply handing the planet over to them. But they couldn't do that. If they did, then any other planet or world in a similar situation would stop trying to resolve things peacefully and just demand a quick, decisive solution. And wouldn't that be a mess? After all, things in this world aren't always black and white. There isn't always a clear right or wrong for them to base their decisions on. So you spent about a day here, and Li Kong kept her company for most of it. Although she left a few times, she always came back quickly. In the blink of an eye, Siu had been out of the hospital for a month. She'd not only fully recovered and returned to her normal life, but she was also starting to plan a new game. This new game was different from all her previous ones. It was the second game, after Sunset Continent, to use the advanced game development equipment provided by Li Kong's group. Li Kong's compensation to Siu included many things, but what she valued most was a game engine far more advanced than anything on the market. Of course, to avoid attracting unwanted attention for being too ahead of its time, Siu specifically asked Li Kong about it. Li Kong explained that the patent for this advanced technology belonged to their Bureau of Space-Time Restoration's company in this world. In other words, all the equipment was officially developed by this company. Siu was just a user. The only user, in fact. Hearing this, Siu was reassured and threw herself into her work with her usual passion. During the game's development, she kept in touch with Li Kong to keep her updated on the progress. Although Li Kong had said a month ago that the game was almost finished, there was a time difference between that planet and this world. The game's time passed at 1/3 the speed of Siu's world. In other words, while a month had passed for Siu, only about 10 days had passed over there. According to Li Kong's estimate, it would take about another month for the game to officially end, which meant 3 months in Siu's world. So Siu waited another 3 months. 3 months later, her new game was 27% complete. Li Kong told her to meet at their usual spot the next day. The game was over, and it was time to restore her memories. Once her memories were back, Li Kong had something important to discuss with her. When Siu arrived, Li Kong patted the holopod, signaling her to get in. Siu did as told. As soon as she lay down, the pod connected her directly to the game. When she entered, all her memories flooded back. Lord, we've returned to the territory. Siu looked around at the familiar surroundings, feeling a wave of emotion. She turned to Duoya, who had spoken, and smiled. You're all tired, right? Go and rest. With that, everyone dispersed to their homes. As Siu walked around the territory, her mind was no longer clouded as before. Everything was clear. She now had not only nearly a year's worth of in-game memories, but also her real-life memories. Because she'd left the game so suddenly, everything in that save file had been frozen. Upon her return, the timeline jumped to after they'd resolved the Dragon Clan's issues and the crisis of the continent merger. The whole group had returned to the territory, which explained the scene she'd just witnessed. After strolling around the territory a couple of times, she still felt a bit reluctant to leave, but since Li Kong was waiting for her, she exited the game. How is it? Did your memories come back? Li Kong asked, concerned, as the holopod opened. Yes, they're back. Siu nodded, then patted the pod. Can I keep this game? After all, it was the first game she'd played with such a real perspective. She was attached to it. She had so many unforgettable memories and people in this game. Although she had the game at home, her own holopod was broken and unplayable, and it definitely didn't have this save file. Of course! We don't need this game anymore. You can take all the data with you. Li Kong understood what she wanted, so she immediately had a robot remove the data core from the pod and handed it to Siu. The data core was like a memory card, storing all the pod's data. Normally, it couldn't be removed, doing so would destroy it and all the data inside, for privacy reasons. But Li Kong's pod was special, it wasn't made in this world, so there was no such concern. Just hook it up at home and you'll be fine. Siyu thanked her and carefully put it away. I remember you said you had something important to discuss with me? Yes, that's right. Come with me, I want to show you something. Siyu followed Li Kong and soon saw a thick, brick-like book that looked like an old dictionary. Siyu. She was used to the Bureau of Space-Time Restoration's fondness for using paper to transmit, store, and record information, but seeing such a brick of a book still gave her a headache, especially when Li Kong handed it to her. Just set that aside for now, look at this first. Li Kong realized she'd mixed up the order, quickly tossed the brick aside, and handed Siyu 2 sheets of paper. A quick glance at the cover, Special Employee Onboarding, made Siyu jump. She already had a guess. Flipping to the second page, sure enough, it was a job application. The name was Siyu, with all her personal details filled in. The only blank spot was the signature at the bottom right. Siyu, which company am I joining? This shell company? Or the Bureau of Space-Time Restoration? Honestly, she thought neither was likely, but the facts were right in front of her. If she had to pick, it had to be the latter. Why would a shell company need employees? Don't doubt it, it's exactly what you think. Li Kong cleared her throat, clearly inexperienced at recruiting employees this way. It's like this. In the past, there were always conflicts between different planets and worlds. We tried many solutions, but no one was satisfied. This data game world was actually an experiment, and it went well. Miss Sue, your talent for game development is exceptional. We need people like you. Siyu, it all sounded reasonable, but she still felt it was a bit unreliable. Mainly, the Bureau of Space-Time Restoration sounded so mysterious, almost like a scam. If she hadn't seen all the special things Li Kong and her group could do, and experienced it herself, she wouldn't have believed it. You can think it over and give me an answer in 3 days. No need. Siyu didn't need 3 days. She spent 3 minutes reading the job application, which had barely any requirements, and held out her hand. Li Kong was confused. Huh? Siyu smiled. Pen. Li Kong realized and quickly pulled out a pen. She hadn't expected Siyu to decide so fast and had forgotten to prepare one. Siyu took the pen and quickly signed her name in the bottom right corner. Congratulations, you're hired. We're colleagues now. Li Kong was delighted. After these months, she'd gotten to know Siyu and really liked her as a new coworker. Thank you. No need to thank me. Oh, and don't forget to read that brick I gave you earlier. That's the Bureau's rules and regulations. There aren't that many, just 378,632 of them. Read it when you have time. Siyu, is it too late to regret this now? No wonder the cover was blank. They were afraid it would scare people off. Of course, she was just complaining. Siyu wouldn't quit just because of an employee handbook, even if it was completely ridiculous. Right now, she was looking forward to everything the future had in store. Ever since Siyu obtained the core data of the holographic pod, she had been logging into the game frequently, looking every bit like a gaming addict. Her obsession with the game even made Xiao Lu start to worry about her health. Fortunately, though Siyu had been playing a lot lately, she hadn't let the game take over her entire life. She wasn't just entering the game to spend time with the people inside. She was also there to fix some of the problems that existed in the game, issues she hadn't noticed before. But after experiencing the game firsthand, all these problems became apparent. While fixing these issues, Siyu realized that her previous memories of traveling into the game seemed to be mistaken. After all, her in-game self had no idea that she was actually the creator of the game. Li Kong explained that when she entered the game, her memories were replaced, mainly so she could play the game normally. Otherwise, as the game's developer, Siyu could probably clear the whole game in a day just by exploiting bugs. After logging in again, Siyu went to the Elven race and met with the Elven Queen. Greetings, creator. The Elven Queen smiled gently at Siyu, then stood up and bowed. Siyu quickly dodged, not daring to accept such a gesture. You know? Siyu was a little surprised. This was her first time meeting the Elven Queen since returning to the real world, and she hadn't expected such a big surprise on their very first encounter. Of course, it was a bit of a shock, too. Not just me, actually, many people know now, the Elven Queen said slowly. With a wave of her hand, a table, chairs, snacks, and tea appeared in front of them. Siu was surprised to find that the snacks and tea were things that only existed in the real world. She hadn't imported this data into the game. When she created the Sunset Continent, she had mostly used data from ancient times. She'd done this because the client had requested it. Now that she knew the truth, Siu understood. The technology and culture level of the planet where the players lived was similar to the ancient era of the Interstellar Age. To help them adapt to the game more quickly, the client had asked her to use ancient data. Although we're just data, after merging with that world, we now have countless versions of ourselves, and our intelligence has grown along with it. The sentence was a bit convoluted, but Siu understood what she meant. This was a single-player game with billions of save files. The initial data for important NPCs was identical, but each player made different choices, so the subsequent data diverged completely. In other words, after the game ended, the database contained billions of Elven Queens, billions of Merfolk Kings, Dragon Kings, and Beastman Chiefs. The initial data was rigid. They could only follow the story as Siu had said it. But because everyone made different choices, the NPCs developed different actions, emotions, and decisions. So, when these billions of data sets merged, they became a new version of themselves, with more complex minds. Of course, their essence hadn't changed, they were still themselves. Besides the important NPCs like the Elven Queen, the intelligence of other NPCs had also improved. After all, when Siu created the random NPCs, she reused a lot of data. While this didn't make them identical people, it did mean they could share similar emotions from the repeated data. Are you all doing well now? Since she had created these characters herself, Siu naturally cared about them. If she didn't care, she wouldn't have spent so much effort fixing the game. She was fixing the game because she was afraid that if something went wrong, some of them might disappear. We're all doing well. In the past, we could only move around when you entered the game, but ever since you enabled the passage of time, we can act freely even when you're not here, doing whatever we want. Siu felt relieved when she heard this. Actually, she had another reason for coming into the game this time. She wanted to ask everyone's opinion about something. I want to turn this game into an open-world game. Would you all be willing to become NPCs in it? Oh. The Elven Queen tilted her head in confusion. What's an open-world game? Although she'd merged with a lot of data, it was limited to what she could get from other players. If a player had never mentioned something outside the database to the Elven Queen NPC, she wouldn't know about it. It means letting other players enter this game. I'll set up protection mechanisms to keep you from being harmed by players as much as possible. I'll also save your core data, so if your replica data is damaged, I can restore it from the core. The Elven Queen fell silent, as if thinking it over. After a long while, she finally asked, "Why do you want to do this?" Siu was taken aback, then asked a question in return. "Do you want to become human?" "No, let me put it this way, do you want to become truly alive, to be your own person?" "So, you want to help us become living beings, and that's why you want to make this open-world game?" Siu shook her head slightly. "I wouldn't say it's about helping or not helping. Within my abilities, I just want to give you a choice. If you're willing, you can join the new game. Once you've collected enough emotional data, it can be transferred into a biological body." The Elven Queen seemed to be thinking. After a while, she slowly said, "I'm willing. Life here can get a bit dull. But if I leave, will it affect the Elven race?" Even though she knew this was just a world of data and she herself was just a string of code, the Elven Queen still sincerely cared about the other data beings. "It won't affect them. I can create a duplicate and another version of you can manage the Elven race. Of course, if you don't want that, I can just create a new Elven King." The Elven Queen's eyes lit up. "Really? You can create another Elven King?" So you could clearly see the words relieved written all over her face. "Yes, as long as you decide." After consulting the Elven Queen, so you went to ask the others for their opinions as well. As expected, most chose to try out the new game, while only a few, those with families, chose to stay. Once Siu had gathered everyone's opinions, she left the game. For a long time after that, Siu threw herself wholeheartedly into game development. To perfect the game, she even went to the Time-Space Restoration Bureau's library and found information unknown to most people to help build the game. While working on her new game, Siu took some time to create a game for the Time-Space Restoration Bureau, a card draw survival game. Perhaps because she already had experience making Sunset Continent, the process of developing this card draw game went very smoothly. Plus, the framework for a card draw game wasn't as complex as an open-world exploration game, so she finished it in just half a year. After the game's testing phase ended, she made 2 versions, one to release to the interstellar public and another to hand over to the Time-Space Restoration Bureau. The version released to the interstellar public included a wealth of knowledge and data from ancient times, all of which Siu had found in the Bureau's library. For the interstellar world, where historical records were severely lacking, this game was nothing short of a priceless treasure. In no time, nearly everyone in the interstellar world was playing this card draw game. Its popularity made people forget that it was just a small-scale survival game, and it was shocking to realize that a game with such a vast scope of knowledge had been created by a single person. Countless scholars specializing in ancient times scrambled to contact her. Overwhelmed, Siu simply moved into the Time-Space Restoration Bureau's shell company. Well, she was an employee anyway. Treating the company as her home was perfectly reasonable. She hid out at the company for 2 whole years before the frenzy over the card draw game finally died down. But even after the craze faded, Siu herself had become truly famous. The most obvious sign was the number of followers on her Game Studios account. Before releasing the card draw game, she had just over 10 million followers. After the game's release, her followers shot past 100 million within a week and surpassed 1 billion within a month. The peak of her follower growth came when the interstellar authorities listed the card draw game as one of the top 100 historical masterpieces of the interstellar era. Once that announcement was made, her followers exploded, jumping from 1 billion to 10 billion in less than half a year. Now, Siu's Game Studio account has over 40 billion followers. If she hadn't been busy lately developing a game to house the NPCs from Sunset Continent and neglecting her studio account, the number would be even higher. In the blink of an eye, 5 years passed. Siu completed the final stage of game testing and sent the game off to the relevant departments for review. The review process was lightning fast. Thanks to the card draw game she'd previously developed, which had greatly advanced interstellar research into ancient times, Siu was already on the official whitelist. When the departments related to historical research learned that Siu had developed a brand new game, also related to ancient times, they were thrilled. This was the longest and largest scale game Siu had ever made. But it also had the shortest and fastest review process. She submitted the review application in the morning and received approval that evening. Along with the approval, Siu also received messages asking when the game would be released. A bit bewildered by this official urging, she quickly announced that the game would launch in a week and posted the news on her studio's account. The moment the news went out, it caused a sensation across the interstellar world. Countless fans of card draw games eagerly awaited the release. Even those who weren't that interested found themselves looking forward to it after the official account reposted Siu's new game announcement. She needed that week to set up the NPC protection mechanisms and import all the NPC data into the game. Fortunately, she had already prepared most of it in advance, otherwise, even a month might not have been enough to finish the job. With the final batch of NPC data successfully imported, Siu breathed a sigh of relief and quietly waited for the game's public launch day. Hey, do you guys know that Siu the Legend is about to release a new game? Who's Siu the Legend? Never heard of them. What game could possibly be more fun than Starfighter 9? You don't even know Siu the Legend? And please, don't compare that tired old Starfighter 9 to the games Siu makes. Let's not get off topic. This is inside info, totally legit. Siu was called in for a meeting while the game was under review. Obviously, it wasn't a bad thing. It's clear that this new game won't be any lower in quality than the previous, Ancient Era card game. If that's true, then for the higher-ups to pay attention, could this new game be another one related to the Ancient Era? Amidst countless discussions, Suyu's brand new game, New World, was officially launched after years of anticipation. The moment the servers opened, hundreds of millions of players flooded in, and within 5 minutes, the number of online players soared to 5 billion. If Suyu hadn't used the ultra-advanced servers provided by the Time-Space Restoration Bureau, there was no way she could have handled the server meltdown on her own. Chunmu was a die-hard fan of Suyu. Even before the card game was released, she was already following her. After the card game came out, as someone who loved both games and ancient culture, she was completely hooked. So when she found out Suyu was about to release a new game, Chunmu immediately pre-registered and logged in the very second the servers went live. Wow! This environment feels so real. I've never seen such realistic graphics and tactile feedback in any other game. Where is this? Why are the houses around here so shabby and tiny? And what are those people wearing? Everything looks so dull and ugly. Wah! I think I smell something delicious. What is that? A crowd of people rushed toward the source of the aroma. Curious, Chunmu wanted to join the fun too, but there were just too many people over there, so she decided to wander around instead. As she passed by a tailor shop, she stopped, mesmerized by the sets of ancient-style clothing on display. Hello, customer. Are you interested in this outfit? A gentle voice sounded behind her, startling Chunmu. She turned to see a woman in a light blue dress smiling at her. She blushed a little, embarrassed. She didn't have any money. No, I'm not buying. But do you like this outfit? Yes. Of course she liked it. If she didn't, why would she have stopped to stare? Would you like to try it on? Really? Chunmu was delighted. She hadn't expected that she could actually try it on. Of course. The next second, Chunmu received a system notification. Congratulations, player. You have obtained the item Spring Hills and Evening Clouds, 1 day limited. The item has been placed in your inventory. Chunmu eagerly opened her inventory and sure enough, there was a set of ancient clothing identical to the one she'd just seen. There was a note saying 1 day limited, so it could only be worn for 1 day before disappearing. But Chunmu was already thrilled. She put on the outfit and spun around happily in her new blue-green dress. This is so beautiful. Thank you. Ding. Congratulations, player. Your compliment has increased tailor shop owner Dory's favorability by +5. Current favorability, 5. Chunmu paused, then looked up to see that the previously unfamiliar NPC now had tailor shop owner Dory displayed above her head. Thank you for your compliment. I'm Dory, the owner of the tailor shop. If you ever need clothes or defensive gear, you can come to me. Okay, thank you. If you don't have any money right now, you can go find someone else to get a quest. Quest. Yes, Dory nodded, then paused. Actually, I have a quest for you. I need 10 rabbit pelts to make rabbit fur gloves. Can you help me collect them? I'll reward you. Tailor shop owner Dory has given you a low-level quest. Collect rabbit pelts. Do you accept? Accept. Chunmu was still new to New World, but she'd played other games before, so she understood the general flow. In open-world games, you gather resources, complete quests, and improve your abilities. This game seemed to be the same. Thank you for your help. Once you've collected the pelts, just bring them back to me. Okay. Where can I find rabbits? On the grasslands at the edge of the village. Chunmu nodded and thanked her, preparing to leave, when suddenly she received another system notification. Ding. Because your favorability with this NPC has reached a certain level, the NPC will share an important piece of information with you. Wait. Chunmu was still in a daze when she heard Dory call her back. She stopped and turned around, puzzled. There's a very skilled hunter in our village named Doya. She lives in the first house on the right at the village entrance. You can go find her to learn hunting skills. It'll make things much faster. Chunmu suddenly understood. So this was the important information. Since skill books are usually hard to get in most games, Chunmu knew that this hunting skill must be valuable. She thanked Dory again and headed straight for the house she'd indicated. At the designated spot, She saw a short-haired woman in practical clothes sitting on a bench at the door, silently cleaning her bow. Looking at this NPC, who clearly didn't look easy to approach, Chunmu hesitated and swallowed nervously. The woman seemed to notice her and looked up. "What is it?" "The tailor shop owner said I could learn hunting skills from you." "Oh, so cold." Chunmu wanted to cry. Because of Dory, she'd thought all the NPCs in this game would be easy to get along with, but apparently, some were just as aloof. But the next second, she received a temporary skill book. "Congratulations, player. You have obtained a hunting skill book, 1 day limited. Even though it was only temporary, just like the outfit, Chunmu was already satisfied to get it for free. "Thank you. Is there anything I can help you with?" Ding. "Congratulations, player. You have increased Hunter Doya's favorability by +5. Current favorability, 5. No. Go do your own thing. If you want to learn the full hunting skill, bring some money next time. 1 gold coin is enough." Okay, thank you." Seeing Doya go back to cleaning her bow, Chunmu didn't dare say anything else. Hunting level 1, proficiency, 0 out of 100, passive skill. With this skill, you deal +2 damage to beasts. When a beast's HP drops below 10%, there is a 5% chance to trigger an execute effect. Execute instantly deals attack power x 100 damage to the target. What an amazing skill! Chunmu didn't expect she'd be able to trigger the execute effect, but just seeing the +2 damage to beasts line, she knew this skill was extraordinary. After all, her current attack power was only 4 points. With this skill, it was like her attack power instantly increased by 50%. She ran out to the grasslands and looked at the hills teeming with little white rabbits. She quickly checked the stats of one of the rabbits. Ordinary rabbit. HP, 20/20ths. Attack, 2. Defense, 0. Chunmu did the math. Her base attack was 4, plus the hunting skill, so she could deal 6 damage per hit. That meant she only needed 4 attacks to take down a rabbit. Since she didn't have a weapon, she could only punch the rabbits with her fists. The rabbits would fight back, but low-level monsters' attacks could be dodged, so she was able to kill a rabbit in 3 seconds without taking any damage. When the rabbit died, it didn't disappear right away, but left behind a battered corpse. Curious, she touched it. "Do you want to dismantle the rabbit corpse?" "You do not have the dismantle skill. Materials gained from dismantling will be halved." Seeing the reduced materials, Chunmu felt a pang of regret, but there was nothing she could do. She didn't even know where to learn the skill. Normally, dismantling a rabbit would yield 1 or 2 pieces of rabbit meat and a rabbit pelt, but with the materials halved, she could only get at most 1 piece of meat and only a 50% chance to get a rabbit pelt. Plus, the pelt might be damaged. But Chunmu was lucky. Her first dismantle yielded a complete rabbit pelt. Her luck didn't hold, though. After killing 5 rabbits, she only got 5 pieces of meat and 1 damaged rabbit pelt. It's not easy. Chunmu wiped the sweat from her brow. Just as she was about to rest before continuing her rabbit hunt, someone approached her. "Hi, want to team up?" "No." Chunmu was about to refuse, but the other person continued, "I have the dismantle skill, so I can get more materials. Most players' starting attack is 4, but you're dealing 6 damage to rabbits, so you must have a skill too, right?" Chunmu's silence was basically an admission. "With 2 people, we can hunt rabbits faster. Since your attack is 6, that means if we each attack twice, we can kill a rabbit and then I'll dismantle it. We'll split the drops evenly." Normally, with 4 attack, it would take 5 hits to kill a rabbit, but Chunmu only needed 4 because of her extra damage. This not only saved time, but also energy. Of course, what really tempted Chunmu was the other person's dismantle skill. She didn't doubt that someone could have learned a skill by now. After all, she had learned hunting. "Okay, we can team up. But how do you guarantee the materials will be split evenly?" "You can set the loot distribution when you form a party. Player Luha has sent you a party invitation. You have successfully joined the party. The leader has set loot distribution to equal share." Chunmu breathed a sigh of relief, and the 2 of them became rabbit butchers, slaughtering over 1,000 rabbits on the grasslands. Many people wanted to join their party, but they refused. After all, they teamed up because both had skills, so neither was taking advantage of the other. Neither of them was greedy, they just wanted to hunt rabbits more efficiently. If outsiders joined, it would easily upset the balance and harmony. They only stopped when they were both starving and exhausted. Chunmu checked her backpack. It was stuffed with rabbit pelts, rabbit meat, and, of course, some damaged pelts. Luha had the dismantle skill, but at low levels, dismantling could still result in damaged or missing items, just at a lower rate. By the end of the morning, Chunmu had collected 442 pieces of rabbit meat, 245 complete rabbit pelts, and 123 damaged pelts. I'm out of stamina. I need to go sell the meat and buy something to eat. Me too, Chunmu nodded, then asked curiously, you can sell the meat? Yeah, there's a restaurant in the village that buys all kinds of ingredients. You can also buy food there to restore stamina. Luha shared the tip without hesitation. But be careful when you eat there, don't mess with the owner. He's a fire mage, really powerful, but has a bad temper. Got it, thanks. To return the favor, Chunmu shared that the tailor shop might buy rabbit pelts. She also mentioned that her clothes came from the tailor shop, though they could only be worn for a day. While hunting, she noticed Luha glancing at her clothes from time to time, but usually people didn't share information for no reason, so Luha hadn't asked. Now that Chunmu volunteered the info, Luha was delighted and handed her 5 rabbit pelts before waving goodbye. Chunmu barely had time to react before Luha was gone, so she just accepted the pelts and headed to the tailor shop. By now, a crowd had gathered at the tailor shop. Many people wanted nice clothes, and some sharp-eyed players had noticed the shop also sold armor, so the place was bustling. Chunmu squeezed her way to the front and found Dolly to complete her quest. The rewards were generous, 50 copper coins and a pair of rabbit fur shoes. The shoes were not only warm, but also increased movement speed and defense. Chunmu saw they sold for 1 silver coin in the shop and were out of stock. I still have a lot of rabbit pelts. Do you buy them? Yes. 240 complete pelts and 123 damaged pelts. That many. Dolly was surprised. Chunmu smiled. I collected them with someone else. She has the dismantle skill, she's really good. No wonder. With a skill, it made sense. Dolly did the math. Complete pelts are 10 copper each, damaged pelts are 3 copper each. That's 2,769 copper coins. Dolly handed over 27 silver coins and 69 copper coins. Chunmu happily accepted them, then suddenly realized the hunting skill book cost 1 gold coin. In other words, she'd need to sell 1,000 rabbit pelts just to buy a skill book. She sucked in a cold breath. Skill books really are expensive, but the benefits were obvious. Without the skill book, her rabbit hunting efficiency would have been much lower. Luha wouldn't have teamed up with her, and she wouldn't have made nearly as much money. After selling her rabbit pelts, Chunmu decided to check out the restaurant Luha had mentioned. When she arrived, Chunmu realized that the restaurant was even livelier than the tailor shop. After all, food and clothing are the most important of life's necessities, and food comes first. Plus, everyone had been busy all morning. No matter what they'd been doing, their stamina was definitely running low, so they all needed to eat at the restaurant to replenish their energy. Although the place was crowded, fortunately, the food could be packed to go, so it wasn't long before Chunmu's turn came. Staring at the dazzling array of foods she'd never seen before, she couldn't help but swallow in anticipation. So this is what food from ancient times is like? It smells amazing. Hurry up and decide what you want to buy. Don't hold up the line. Chunmu didn't dare waste time and quickly checked the descriptions and prices. Steamed buns, meat buns, veggie buns, braised pork, rujiamo, pancakes, roasted meat. She reluctantly glanced at the braised pork, rujiamo, pancakes, and roasted meat, but decisively chose the steamed buns. The reason was simple. 1 steamed bun cost 3 copper coins and restored 20 stamina, while a plate of braised pork or roasted meat cost 50 copper coins and only restored 30 stamina. Taste-wise, steamed buns couldn't compare to the others, but in terms of stamina restored per coin, Steamed buns were definitely the best deal. Even though she had over 2,700 copper coins, she didn't feel she could splurge on luxuries like that. After buying 20 steamed buns, Chunmu found a staff member and said she wanted to sell rabbit meat. We buy rabbit meat for 2 copper coins per piece. How much do you have? Only 2 copper coins? Chunmu felt a bit disappointed. But then she remembered rabbit meat was the easiest and most common material to get, so the price made sense. I have 442 pieces of rabbit meat. That's 884 copper coins in total. The staff member handed her 8 silver coins and 84 copper coins. Looking at the silver coins in her hand, Chunmu couldn't resist. She went back and bought a serving of braised pork and a serving of roasted meat. She'd just made over 800 coins selling rabbit meat. Spending 100 to treat herself wasn't unreasonable, right? Chunmu found an empty seat, then copied what others were doing. She tore open a steamed bun, stuffed it with meat, and took a big bite. Delicious! It was so good she almost cried. But soon she felt embarrassed by her reaction, until she glanced around and saw everyone else was just the same. People were wolfing down their food, exclaiming how good it was. Apparently, she wasn't the only one this excited. After quickly finishing her meal, Chunmu resumed exploring the game. She played until late at night, only logging off reluctantly when her full-immersion pod warned her that her nutrient solution was running low. Even after exiting the game, her mind was still full of it. She wanted to log back in, but forced herself to calm down. It was really late, and she still had work to do. While waiting, she checked the game forum, only to find that in just one day, the forum's popularity had skyrocketed from tens of millions of hits to over 1 billion. The forum for New World had surpassed all the other popular games and firmly taken the #1 spot. Excited, Chunmu clicked into the forum, hoping to see if other players had shared anything about the game and maybe pick up some useful information. But to her disappointment, although there were already 900 million new posts that day, 70 to 80% of them were about all sorts of ancient cultural knowledge that players had never heard of or seen before. For example, the clothes in New World are so beautiful. Ancient costume pick 1, ancient costume pick 2, ancient costume pick 3. I swear these are definitely authentic ancient outfits. I even checked my teacher's collection of old books, and these sets look exactly like the few surviving photos from ancient times. Food pick, woo-woo, Rujiamo is so tasty, the roasted meat is so tasty, the hamburgers are so tasty, but I can't afford any of them. Strongly suggest they open up the recharge system ASAP. I can't eat ancient delicacies in real life, and now I can't even eat them in-game. Weapon pick 1, weapon pick 2, weapon pick 3. I found all sorts of weapons in the blacksmith shop in the newbie village that I've never seen before. Even though they look ordinary and nowhere near as powerful as energy guns, cannons, or laser rifles, I noticed many of these weapons have ingenious designs. If we could study their internal structure thoroughly, it might help us improve our energy weapons. Whoa! People in ancient times were amazing. They actually knew how to farm. You have no idea how shocked I was when I saw the village's golden wheat fields, all those fruits and vegetables, and even dense orchards. I've never seen so much natural food. I always thought natural food could only grow in special high-tech culture pods, and only one plant per pod. Since this game was all about ancient culture, everything related to it, clothing, food, farming, crafting, became a hot topic of discussion. But aside from those posts, a large portion of the rest were about the NPCs in New World. Has anyone else noticed that the NPCs in this game seem really intelligent? No matter what I say, they always seem to respond appropriately. I feel like the NPCs in New World are different from those in other games. In other games, NPCs are just there to move the plot along and don't really matter even if they die. But in New World, the NPCs feel so real, and each one is amazing in their own way, with their own unique skills. Help! Does anyone know what the blacksmith shop owner, Sanglan, likes? I want her to forge a weapon for me, but it keeps saying my favorability isn't high enough and she refuses. Can someone tell me why I died just for stealing a kid's candied hawthorn in the village? Yes, I died. instantly, with no warning. I didn't even see how it happened. Isn't the newbie village supposed to be a safe zone where you can't fight? NPC pick, confessing my love to this NPC. Does anyone know her name? It's really important to me. I feel like my heart, sealed by stardust, has finally started beating again. Oh, she's so beautiful. I swear I'll never love another NPC but her for the rest of my life. Warning to all players. Do not mess with the restaurant owner. That guy's a total fire-breathing dragon with a terrible temper. If it weren't for her friends urging her, Chunmu felt she could have completely lost herself in the forums. She couldn't help it. Even though the forum was just discussing the game rather than actually playing it, the topics were so novel and intriguing that just reading them was fascinating for Chunmu. Forcing herself to tear her attention away from the forum, she focused on her work. When she finally finished, instead of heading to the sleep pod to rest as usual, she couldn't wait to log straight into the game. Chunmu had thought that there would be fewer players online late at night, but to her surprise, there seemed to be even more night owls gaming than during the day. Not that she minded. She looked up at the pitch-black sky, feeling a bit at a loss. It was late at night, she had nothing on her, so where could she go? Just as she was wondering what to do, a strange yet oddly beautiful melody drifted over from not far away. Traveler from afar, welcome to this place. Allow me to tell you all a story. The voice paused, but the music continued. As the music grew louder, Chunmu saw someone approaching in the distance, dressed in an odd outfit and holding a weapon that looked like an ancient bow. But what was strange was that the bow had way too many strings, didn't it? Before Chunmu could think more, the man began to sing again. On a distant shore, a fierce monster lies hidden. For the peace of the coast, a team of heroes sets out to defeat it. The song wasn't long, and neither was the story, but everyone's emotions rose and fell with the man singing. When he sang, the heroes are in dire straits, their companions captured, should they flee or stay and fight. Everyone tensed up, worrying for the fate of the heroic team. And when he reached, a beautiful sea spirit sings her enchanting ocean song, the man suddenly shifted into a long, ethereal melody that gave everyone goosebumps. It wasn't that the music was unpleasant, on the contrary, it was so moving that no one could imagine how such beautiful music could even be played. What on earth was that thing in the man's hands? Was it an instrument? What kind of strange instrument was this? Why had they never seen it before? Though the story and performance ended, the shock lingered long after. Thank you all for listening to my story. I am a bard until we meet again. With that, the man continued playing his long, lingering tune, gradually fading from sight. As he left, everyone found themselves wondering the same thing: what exactly was a sea spirit? Almost as soon as the bard disappeared, someone who had been recording uploaded the entire performance to the forum, and the supposedly quiet interstellar night was suddenly abuzz with this strange song. A number of experts in related fields began discussing this new style of performance, storytelling set to beautiful, fitting melodies. This even led to many interstellar singers being woken up in the middle of the night. After watching the video, they all fell silent. Meanwhile, after witnessing the whole performance, Chunmu was not only deeply moved, but also even more impressed by Su the Great, the creator of such a magical game. Just as Chunmu was marveling at how lively New World was even at night, someone in the crowd cried out in surprise. "Look! Everyone, check your status bar." Chunmu instinctively opened her status bar and saw a buff she'd never seen before. Song of the Sea, time remaining, 1 hour 58 minutes 14 seconds. You are inspired by the Song of the Sea. Attack +5, Health Regen +1, Luck +1. Chunmu. After reading the details of this buff, her first reaction was to go out and hunt monsters immediately. A +5 to attack. She only had 4 attack points in total, this more than doubled it. Plus, it boosted Health Regen and Luck. With such a powerful buff, not doing something with it would be a waste. Chunmu sprang into action, heading straight for the village gate. But just as she reached the entrance, an NPC stopped her. It's very dangerous outside at night. Monsters from the dark abyss roam out there, and they are extremely powerful. Please don't go out. Chunmu paused and looked at the NPC, a guard in armor, with information above his head indicating he was the village's guard. Thank you. May I ask your name? Chunmu had noticed that this game was incredibly freeform, and the most amazing part was the highly intelligent NPCs. Many players had already discovered that to really enjoy this game, building good relationships with NPCs was essential. I am Lake, the captain of the village guard. Sure enough, the info above his head changed to Guard Captain Lake. Hearing she couldn't go out, Chunmu was disappointed. She looked at her status bar, feeling conflicted. Are you sure I really can't go out? She asked, struggling with the decision. Lake's expression didn't change, nor did he seem annoyed. He'd clearly heard this question countless times. So he replied with the same answer he'd given countless times before. We're only here to advise you. If you insist on leaving, we won't stop you. Chunmu saw that someone else, after a brief conversation with the guard, decisively left the village. The person looked familiar, probably someone who'd just heard the Song of the Sea as well, hoping to make the most of the buff by hunting monsters. Whether for leveling up or for loot, it was a good idea. Chunmu hesitated, but in the end, her desire to go out won. After all, it was just a game. How dangerous could it be? It's not like she could actually die, right? Still, to be safe, Chunmu asked Lake, but I really want to go out. Is there any way to make it less dangerous for me at night? Ding! Congratulations, you've discovered a hidden dialogue. Requirement: Lake's favor greater than or equal to 5. Requirement not met. Hidden dialogue ends. Chunmu? She was dumbfounded. If she'd only understood in theory before that NPC favorability is important, now she truly realized just how crucial it was. After quite a bit of effort, Chunmu finally received 2 quests from Lake. I'm a bit hungry. Go to the restaurant and buy me some roast meat, and then get a jug of strong liquor from the tavern. Oh, and one of the guard's weapons is broken. Please take it to the blacksmith for repairs. Chunmu's eyes lit up. She immediately accepted both quests and hurried off to the restaurant. Although it was already late at night, both the restaurant and tavern were among the few places open 24 hours, so when Chunmu arrived, their doors were wide open and the lights were blazing inside. But since it was so late, there weren't many people around. The restaurant, in particular, was almost empty, just a few players sitting at tables, enjoying food and chatting. Chunmu walked up to the counter, and someone immediately asked what she wanted. I'd like an order of roast meat. That'll be 50 copper coins. Chunmu's smile froze. She suddenly realized something: Lake hadn't given her any money. As she hesitated for a few seconds, the person in front of her was already growing impatient. Do you still want the roast meat or not? Chunmu waged an internal battle, but finally nodded. Yes. She reluctantly handed over 50 copper coins. The person took the money, and then something amazing happened. He scooped up the pre-sliced meat from the counter, tossed it into the air, and in the next instant, a huge burst of flame shot up, enveloping the meat. The aroma of roasting meat filled the air, making Chunmu's mouth water. She stared in shock. She looked at the ordinary-looking middle-aged man before her, but couldn't figure out how he'd just conjured fire from his hands. It's done. Huh? Oh. Chunmu numbly took the roast meat, her eyes still fixed on his hands. Anything else? Chunmu quickly shook her head and turned to leave, looking as if she'd just seen a ghost. The reason for her reaction was that she'd guessed this man's identity. If she was right, this was probably one of the most talked about NPCs on the forums, Flame Mage Mike. Everyone described this NPC the same way: amazing cook, terrible temper. Previously, there had been several incidents at the restaurant. Because it was always crowded, people would argue about cutting in line. If it was just a shouting match, it wouldn't have been a big deal, but things escalated to physical fights, with tables being overturned. Every troublemaker ended up getting hit by a fireball and sent straight to the respawn point. After that, no one dared cause trouble in the restaurant, and everyone had a clear understanding of how powerful this fire mage really was. It was just a fireball, no bigger than a fist, but it instantly turned people into white light and made them vanish on the spot. No one dared imagine how strong Mike truly was. Leaving the restaurant, Chunmu headed to the tavern. Compared to the restaurant, the tavern was busier at night, with small groups gathered around tables, chatting and eating meat. Having just left the restaurant, Chunmu could tell at a glance that the meat on their tables was the same roast meat from the restaurant. Clearly, the food there was really something special. "What can I get you?" asked a beautiful young woman, whom Chunmu guessed was either the owner or a waitress. "I'd like a jug of strong liquor." "1 jug, 1 silver coin." Chunmu reluctantly handed over a silver coin, and soon someone brought her a jug of liquor. After successfully buying the liquor, Chunmu went to the blacksmith, handed over the broken weapon, and finally returned to Lake with the roast meat and liquor. "Thank you." Lake took the items and handed her a pouch of coins. Chunmu looked inside, 1 silver coin and 50 copper coins, and her affection for this NPC sword. She'd been prepared to pay out of her own pocket, but he actually reimbursed her. "Did you deliver the weapon to the blacksmith?" "Yes, I did," Chunmu replied quickly. The next moment. "Actually, it's not forbidden to go out at night, but you must have enough light. Light is the most important weapon against abyssal monsters." Lake pointed to a spot. "There's a small chapel over there. You can tell the people inside what you need." With that, Lake took his food and drink and left. Not wanting to waste time, Chunmu hurried to the chapel. The chapel was small, about 1/3 the size of the restaurant, but it was spotlessly clean and gave off a solemn, reverent atmosphere as soon as she stepped inside. "Miss, what brings you here?" As Chunmu was curiously looking around, a cool, clear female voice sounded. She looked up and saw a young woman in a pure white robe walking toward her, studying her with a calm, assessing gaze. "Hello, I want to go out at night, but there are many scary things outside after dark." "I see." The woman nodded slightly, then led her to a statue. "This is the great god of light." A question mark popped up over Chunmu's head. She didn't quite understand. But soon she saw the woman kneel before the statue, so she quickly followed suit. "Chunmu." She was completely confused. But trusting the NPC named Lake, she gritted her teeth and chose yes. Chunmu's eyes lit up. After rising to her feet like Ningxue, she quickly opened her status panel to check. Blessing of the God of Light, duration, 1 hour 59 minutes 51 seconds. The God of Light's blessing makes you fearless in the face of darkness. Your damage against all dark creatures is increased by 200%, and your dark defense plus 100. If there's nothing else, please leave. "Thank you." Chunmu thanked her and hurried out of the chapel. After leaving, she tried again to leave the village. This time, the guards just glanced at her, then looked away, letting her pass without a word. As night fell, the wilderness was indeed as terrifying as Lake had described. Barely 100 meters outside the village, Chunmu could already sense countless eyes watching her from the darkness. The feeling of being secretly observed sent chills down her spine, but whenever she looked in the direction of those stares, she found nothing. She arrived at the plain where she'd hunted rabbits that morning, only to be surprised that the rabbits here seemed different from before. Dark Rabbit. HP, 30/30. Attack, 5. Defense, 0. Seeing the rabbits greatly increased health and attack, Chunmu was startled. Luckily, she had visited the church before leaving the village. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't be able to handle these rabbits. Chunmu slowly approached a dark rabbit, planning to kill one for practice. But as soon as she stepped into their attack range, several rabbits' eyes glowed red and they lunged at her. "Wait, these are aggressive monsters." Without hesitation, Chunmu turned and ran. As she widened the distance, most of the rabbits gave up the chase and returned to their territory, leaving only one stubbornly pursuing her. Chunmu stopped, decisively launched an attack. 26. 4. With 2 strikes, the dark rabbit was dead. Seeing her high damage output, Chunmu was even more grateful she'd gone to the church. Otherwise, with her current level 2 attack of 6, plus 2 from hunting and 5 from Song of the Sea, it would have taken at least 3 attacks to kill a dark rabbit. Looking at the dark rabbit on the ground, Chunmu hesitated for a moment, but finally stepped forward to skin it. After all, it was her hard-earned loot. Disassembly successful. Obtained Rabbit Meat X3, Complete Rabbit Pelt X1. Seeing the loot, Chun-Mu's hand trembled in shock. 3 pieces of rabbit meat. How was that possible? Was she just incredibly lucky? Feeling something was off, Chun-Mu lured and killed several more rabbits, then skinned them one by one. After disassembling 4 rabbits and getting 13 pieces of meat, 2 complete pelts and 1 damaged pelt, Chun-Mu was sure dark rabbits dropped much more loot than regular ones. Of course, part of the reason was the Luck +1 buff from Song of the Sea, which probably increased drops, but not by this much. High risk, high reward, perhaps that's what this meant. With this conclusion, Chun-Mu hurried to kill as many dark rabbits as possible before her buffs expired. During this time, she noticed other players nearby, each surrounded by a faint white glow. Looking down, she saw she had it too. She guessed it was a buff effect, likely from visiting the church and offering to the god of light. An hour quickly passed. Chun-Mu didn't dare linger outside. Seeing her protective aura about to fade, she sprinted back to the village, making it back with about 2 minutes left on the timer. She breathed a sigh of relief, found an inn to rest, and logged off. In the blink of an eye, a week passed and New World became a sensation across the entire interstellar civilization. The game now boasted an average daily online population of 50 billion, peaking at over 100 billion and breaking the previous record of 95.3 billion concurrent users. As players advanced the game's progress, everyone realized it was far more complex than they had imagined. Every time they logged in, it felt like being transported to another world, with most things in-game being completely unfamiliar. Many archaeologists abandoned costly excavations of ancient ruins and instead dove into the game. Every day in-game, countless new historical records were revealed to the public. Beyond its massive trove of historical data, New World also offered highly intelligent NPCs and unparalleled freedom, making for an incredibly engaging experience. Everyone could carve their own unique path in the game. A month after launch, New World announced a new expansion and a 1-day server shutdown for updates. When players tried to log in out of habit, they were greeted with maintenance in progress, and the forums exploded with wails of despair. My bad, I was wrong, I thought not playing for a day would be fine, but this isn't just a shutdown, it's killing me. Open the servers. Open the servers. Who cares what the update is, just let us play. Honestly, this expansion looks pretty interesting. I saw a bunch of strange races, wonder what they do. I just want to know what that winged race is. They're gorgeous. Every one of them could be my waifu. Looks like there's a race that lives in the ocean. Remember that Bard's video? I wonder if those sea elves are them. I only care about dragons. I've loved dragons since I was a kid, they're so cool and powerful. The expansion has dragons. I hope I get to see one after the update. Amid the lively chatter, the day slowly passed. Countless players logged in at midnight sharp. As soon as they entered, they were greeted by a breathtaking trailer. Dragon roars and tiger howls, raging waves, a vast ancient war engulfing the entire game world. Humans, dragons, elves, beastin, merfolk, dwarves, goblins, giants, yokai, snow mountain tribes. Dozens of races flashed before everyone's eyes. The next moment, these images became real, leaping into battle. Blades clashed, spells collided, mysterious fate-altering arts dazzled the senses. As a full-immersion game, the video was incredibly immersive, just 2 minutes long, but it left everyone's blood boiling. When it ended, players were delighted to find they could freely choose their race. Except for the 4 mysterious races, all others were available. Of course, players could also remain human, but many chose to join other races. After choosing their race, a new prompt appeared on everyone's screen. Do you walk toward the light or embrace the darkness? Light/darkness. Once everyone made their choice, the game imported all the previous month's player data and merged it with the new expansion. New World had truly begun its prologue, Light and Darkness.